Champion is Yuki Ichikawa from Japan.
John Finkel wins the most amazing game of Magic. I think
Congratulations, Beyond Miracle.
开始啦！开始啦！开始啦！
And he's gonna give the good game, and we have a champion. It's Ely
He's on top of the deck. Oh, it's Lightning Helix! Oh my God!
From the United States, Nathan Stoyer.
哇，好久没有看到实体 PT 啦！
What is up, everybody? Welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia from historic Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The first paper Pro Tour since November of 2019. We've got 219 players here ready to do battle in Draft and Pioneer for $50,000 and the title of champion. I'm your host for the weekend, Maria Bertholdi, joined by Mani Devuti and Cedric Phillips. The energy in the room is palpable. Mani, what are you looking forward to most this weekend?
Maria, we're back. The Pro Tour is back. We have players here, feature matches there, and there's just electricity in the air. You can feel it everywhere. The players were excited for draft, and we are so excited for everything happening.
Yeah, I am just having the best time this morning. How about you, Cedric? What are you looking forward to?
I am pumped to see Pioneer in action. We had plenty of players, of course, qualify for this event via those regional championships, which were Pioneer.
声音是不是有点小？
Kind of established over the past handful of months, but I'm not saying those results don't matter, but this is where the results matter, right? This is where everybody comes. This is what everyone's going to look at online and say, hey, what won this tournament? What top 8'd, what top 16, what top 32'd? Our Pioneer metagame is going to be fully established here. The best deck in the format, we're going to find out.
Yeah, and those 219 players hope they have the best deck in the format in their bags out there today. Let's meet
这一次的话，台湾只有去2个人，对，有点可惜啊，有点可惜。就我知道有几个人没有去。
I am here with Gabriel Nassif, Magic Hall of Famer, Magic Pro Tour champion, man, blah, blah, blah. You've done it all. And we are back. We are here in real life, a paper tournament which you've played so many of. I gotta ask you, what are you excited for in this one, Gab?
I was just really excited to see my friends again, honestly. And I get more nervous than excited before, but the actual tournament, just seeing my friends, seeing everyone, seeing the Pro Tour, the room, walking in the room. I guess that's what I was really excited about.
Feels just like old times, yeah?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's just old times.
I do well and all that stuff, but yeah, it was good to see everyone, the testing house, see my friends, prepare for a big tournament.
Well, we're thrilled to have you back, and you know what? I got a little feeling for you and your little deck over there. You're gonna have a good little weekend. So that is Gabriel Nassif. I am here with Twitch streamer extraordinaire and Goblin aficionado, Jim Davis. Jim, we're back. It is, can you believe this?
Jim Davis
也是
我超常看的
Yeah, I mean, just being in the room,
Twitch 的实况组。
like just seeing the things set up in the stage. Like obviously, I was at Worlds, a few months ago, but like that's different on Arena. Like seeing the table set up and the drafts getting ready, and like I'm excited.
What is the thing that you are most excited for this Pro Tour? Which again, first paper tournament, who knows how long?
I'd say like half it's happened already. Like I was at the testing house at Team CFB. It's just honestly incredible. Like I'm playing games versus Reed, Duke, and LSV. Just like. How am I here? But, just we were there for 6 days. We just wake up, have breakfast, play Magic. Let's do a draft. Let's have lunch. Let's play Magic. Let's do a draft. Let's have dinner. Let's play Magic. Like by the third day, it was almost like, where am I? What am I doing? But that was just really, really awesome. The Magic, just being with friends, playing Magic, joking around, all the things that happen in between the Magic games is always great too. So like that's like half the experience, And now we're here. And we got to go battle and like the actual nuance of the players meeting and registering our draft decks and stuff, and the call draft is really exciting. It's just a cool experience overall.
Well, we're glad to be back. We're glad to see you back, and good luck this weekend. I am here with Luis Scott Vargas, Magic Hall of Famer and Pro Tour extraordinaire, Pro Tour champion. You've done a ton in this game, including playing a lot of paper Pro Tours. We're back.
这一次没有穿西装，
This actually just feels exactly like the Pro Tours that I've missed so much, and I'm really excited to be here.
So, given that you've played in so many of these, in the online era, what is the one thing that you miss most about playing in paper tournaments?
就准备上直播桌的。
Sitting down, cracking your first pack, waiting for the judge to call it, just the whole draft experience.
Well, we're back with that and a whole bunch more. Luis, good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I am here with Mike Sigrist.
Oh, Mike Sigrist.
Ever do it, my guy.
这是 SCG 的吧？
Your teammates are pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, but yes, it was amazing, yeah.
So, Mike, we are back. It's like the world is healing. It's a paper Magic tournament. I know you're at Worlds, computers all set up and everything, but we're talking about like actual physical Magic cards. What are you excited for?
I am most excited for looking at PT stamped cards. I just love them. Just getting to feel the cards, look at the stamps, all that stuff. It's just going to bring back all the memories, and it's like you said.
最怀念就是有盖 PT 章的那个
the card I want to open most. I actually just got asked this. Is All Will Be One. I love that card.
有盖章就是不一样。
It's extremely powerful. It's not the most powerful, but it's fun to play with and stuff. So that's what I would pick.
Well, perhaps he will be the one. That's Mike Sigrist. I am here with Matt Sapoff, the United States regional champion. Matt, paper play is back. That's how you qualified for this thing. What are you excited for?
同步口译有点难。
I've been here for a couple days. My team's been just jamming.
不过我可以跟你讲他们大概在说什么了。
Playing Pioneer, everyone's just super antsy to.
早安，早安。
I'm here to game,
晚安。
here to play. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, we are thrilled to have you. Best of luck this weekend.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
I am here with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat in online master in the online era of Magic. But Jean-Emmanuel, we are here in real life again with paper cards. What are you excited for?
Just so excited to be back on a paper PT. Yeah, I love playing paper so much, like, much more than playing online. And I haven't had many paper PTs because I spiked just before Arena became a thing. So I feel at home, actually. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
Well, we are excited to have you here. We've seen so much dominance from you over the past handful of years, and we're excited to actually see you holding physical Magic cards.
Yeah, I mean, I like that too. Like just the feeling of shuffling the cards.
其实我之前看 PT 的时候，我都不看这些访问的，我觉得妈超无趣。对。但是
electrifying.
你看，我们几年没有看到这些访问了。
We're looking forward to watching him play.
Wow, it's so great to see everybody so excited for this return to paper play. Well, some other stars of the show here this weekend are, of course, your regional champions. We have 11 players who won their regional championships here to do battle this weekend. Seth, who do you have your eye on?
Well, you saw me just chat with Matthew Safe-Off, and I'm going to stick with him at the top of this graphic. The regional championship in the United States at DreamHack Atlanta a couple of months ago with mono white aggro there. He's playing it again here this weekend. Very much looking forward to him play. Talking with him.
不过这一次台湾的4强只有去2个人。
All right, what about you, Monty? Who do you have your eye on?
Right, I'm going to go all the way to the other side of the world to Australia.
我们的军听力他有点状况，所以他没有去，很可惜。对，这就是我们是 MIT 嘛，其他地方有其他地方的称号这样。然后4强都会有参赛资格，所以这边会有4个人，当然不是每个人都有去，像台湾就只有去2个，对，有点可惜啊，有点可惜。
I had a chance to talk to Michael Go, your Southeast Asia champion. Very excited to be here. This is his first pro tour, everybody. So if you're at home and you're like, how can I play in one of these? Well, Michael Go did it by winning a regional championship. So best of luck to him this weekend. But how is the tournament going to break down? What are you going to see? How is the action going to shake out? Monty, what's happening today?
今天的赛制是1到3局是打O1轮抽。然后4到8是打 Pioneer， 先去，然后12分会进8强，12分进 Day 2， 说错，12分进 Day 2。
12 match points or better will come back for Day 2.
All right, how about Day 2, Cedric?
Well, Friday was so nice that we're going to do it twice.
然后 Day 2这一次蛮特别的，就是一样，它 Day 2是前面3轮就是轮抽。然后12到16轮不一定会打完哦，不一定会打完，打先驱，然后先36分的人会进8强，他可以相比起以前的那个打16轮取最高，他可以减少一些和局。对，它可以大幅度的减少和局，因为你只要约合就很容易被超车。对，我其实蛮喜欢，比较喜欢这样子的赛制啦，就是你可以，你就不会像之前前面一堆，反正什么4-4-1就会开始约合这样子。对，搞不好之后未来也可能会偏向这个方式，就是尽量减少这些约合。那这是这一次的轮抽的几个比较大家比较常见的色组啦。那这边没有提到红白5句，还让我蛮意外的，可能是没有写完，因为在某一个工具网站，它叫做17 Lens。如果你有兴趣的话，你们可以去查一下17 Lens 这个地方，它会统计所有 MTGA 的 包含了回合数，包含了先攻胜率，包含了各个社组的胜率。那我就直说了，红绿跟红白哦，对，红绿跟红白，对，汰换叶了，我看到红绿跟红白两个是胜率最高的，都有到58%左右的胜率。
How it goes around the table here for draft this morning. Let's take a look
可以
at
看
our
看
featured
到时候
table. It's a good one,
哦
everybody.
LSV
We've got Pro Tour champions,
那
we've got
看
two
一
Hall
下
of Famers. Monty, what do you make
有
of this
郑宇
table?
乔吗？
Well,
郑宇
this
乔
is
上
amazing.
这样桌
Obviously,
吗
we see the names we
没有
recognize. Autumn Burchett,
哦，有诶 ，Josh Chen 他在 LSV 上家哦，不错不错不错。今天我们第一局就能看到我们台湾人，他坐在 LSV 的上家哎，哇，还不把它炸烂！加油 ，Josh！ 哎，我们第一局就有可以加油的目标了。而且我猜焦点桌应该会看 LSV， 所以我们可以看到非常多 Josh 传过来的 pick。
Look, it is not hard to be starstruck at an event like this. I think about my first Pro Tour and my first booster draft. Pro Tour San Diego
看到他套牌了，为什么你那么快
so I'm old
man.
I sat down, we were paired at the very last pod, and I was like, what's the last pod? It's got to be
太快了吧
right? John Finkel, Jerry Thompson,
all
Kirk
right.
Dabrowski, and a whole bunch of others. I was the worst one at the
他要
table,
传给你
and
看
I was starstruck
太快了
beyond
吧
belief. So for Michael Lech, it's his first Pro Tour, and some players that are new to the scene. Look, it's just any other match, but I would get.
不要爆雷，不要爆雷啊！
All right, that is our featured pod, but who is our featured drafter? Well, this morning we are watching none other than
没错，这
one
一
of the
桌好
goats,
看
Luis Scott
Luis
Vargas, 11.
LSV
name.
算
This
是
guy's a Pro Tour
Channel
champion
Fireball 的老板
Berlin in
然后
2008. And guess what, everybody?
应该是
Today is his
Magic
birthday, turning the big
数
4-0.
一数
Happy
二的传
birthday,
奇
Luis.
了。
Hopefully you have a good
名人
draft
堂
to go
成
with
员，
your
然后
big day. Well, everybody, it's not
通
just
常
be
啊
us bringing
通常如
all
果
of
他
the
打得不
action
好
from the Pro
你
Tour
隔天
this
就会看到
weekend.
他
No,
坐
we've
在
got
坐在
a
这个
packed
中间
action
了
of。everybody bringing you every turn of every
对
game. We've got Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister and Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon in the booth for you this weekend. And it's time for draft, everybody. Marshall and Call with the ball.
对
Marshall
我还
Paul
记
with the
得
call.
有一年看到就是他那个day 3他有进8强，然后day 3他穿着西装在打，然后第一局就输了，然后就直接走到旁边坐下来讲屁，超好笑，真超好笑，就直接坐上主播台。
Came true, right? It is absolutely back, and people are super
而且他那个西装都穿好了，
do the draft. We're going to be playing
就是
Pioneer a little bit later.
我赢了我就穿西装领奖，输了我就穿西装上主播台。
Maria mentioned at the desk, it is stacked. You see Luis Scott Vargas in the lower right. We're going to be following him along, but as you go around the table, you're going to see names that you recognize. Autumn Burchett, there's Willie Adel at the top, Eli Loveman as well are kind of the headliners for this table. But I mean, that's half the table right there.
Yeah, I mean, this table is absolutely loaded. Multiple Pro Tour champions here, so it's going to be tough here. But you know, speaking to Luis, felt very confident about the draft format. Played it a ton.
那个就不好说。
By the way, this is a timed draft, as we say. You can hear the judges talking there, and the players, you know, if you're used to drafting online or at your local store, this is a little bit more regimented. Of course, tournament integrity is absolutely critical, and the players will be timed. They will be going through, counting out to make sure that the exact number of cards are in the pack, and this is kind of a ritual that happens at the Pro Tour and has for many years.
Marshall, I'm just feeling things right now. This is just bringing back all the nostalgia. Look at those cards. Look at those wrappers out on the table. Just reminds me, you know, just the time when I used to play in the Pro Tour, and this is just great. It's great to be back here watching people play paper Magic cards.
It is the little things. You know, Sigrid said, I'm looking forward to drafting cards with Pro Tour stamps. That's right. Each of the cards has a stamp on it to make sure that it is known that it was opened here, it belongs in this pack. And, you know, even those little details like that. And it looks like one of our players maybe has a card that is, the judges are going to take a look at it. But once the players are ready, what will happen is, just like on any booster draft, they'll get a chance to look at the pack. They'll have a certain amount of time to make their decision. They'll take one card from it, and then for this whole pack, they'll pass the cards to the left. We'll then do that again for pack 2, but the cards will go to the right, and then pack 3, they'll go back to the left again. And the judge will tell them at each interval when they can look at the cards, when they can draft, and then in between packs, they'll have a review period where they can look at their decks. Now, one of the things that you might get used to if you play online or at a more casual setting in paper is that you can look at your deck as you go. You cannot do that here. Let's take a look at what Luis opens up here in this opening pack. He's got a Prophetic Prism at the front.
See a viral spawning here. Okay. Potential pick. Very solid option. It looks like the best card. I'm not seeing a whole lot of other commons here.
That's a Pestilent Siphoner, which is a pet card of mine, and a playable, but I don't think it's on the level of viral spawning.
Yeah,
that looks to be the best card here, Paul.
Right. The thing with this format is it's really, really important. It's a very fast format. You're going to see a bunch of players drafting a ton of 2-drops, getting to the board early, and you know what that means? Sizing 3/3 is very relevant in this format. So just you're going to see a ton of people playing a bunch of 2-mana 2/2s, and just I've found that just playing 3/3s puts you really far ahead on the board.
It is. That is the way to stabilize the early attack and even turn it back in your direction. All right, pick number 2 here. Luis is looking through. There's another Siphoner, a good green card in there. Ooh, a good green card and a good black card. He's got Venomous Brutalizer and Drowning Ichor pulled to the front.
Yeah, so I think the Drowning Ichor is the more powerful option here. But of course, after having first picked the green card, it is pretty tempting to pick another solid green card in your color. Keep yourself open, right? You start with 2 good green cards because you don't know. You might want to go green-white Toxic.
That's right, and that's what Luis will be thinking here, because both of the cards he's taken create toxic creatures. And so he is thinking, I mean, I know Luis, we did the podcast yesterday. I know how he feels about the format, and he's going to be leaning, now not forcing, but leaning towards green-white at this point.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that, those first 2 picks, definitely looking to go Toxic. And I think the card that he wants to take is the first card that he saw there, Tyvar Stand. Excellent combat trick, one of the best in the format here, and just continues to solidify himself in green. I just can't imagine he's going to take anything else here.
Doesn't look like there's much of a choice. Copper Longlegs is not where you want to be in the format. And yeah, he's just going to go ahead and take Tyvar Stand. So 3 solid green cards to start. Look, he didn't pick up some Mega Bomb, but those are good cards.
I mean, starting the draft with 3
uncommons in the same color, that is where you want to be. Yeah, and you know, one thing that Luis loves to do, and most drafters do, is see if they can solidify themselves in one solid color in the first pack and then kind of let the second pack dictate the other. We'll see if he can pull that off here. There's an Oil Gorger Troll he's got pulled to the front. That card's pretty decent. It tends to play more like a red-green card than just a green card, but it is the only green card of note here.
Right, especially with what Luis has so far, he's kind of leaning towards potentially being toxic, but at the same time, there's nothing else here that would kind of have him lean towards that, so it looks like he's just going to continue taking green and looking for an obvious sign for what the second color should be.
Yeah.
If you see you know, a late removal spell in another color, that's when you go, okay, maybe I should be green black.
So we'll see if he can do that. He's picking up his 4th pick here. And what did he find? Anything good? No.
That is a very decent option if you do want to go green-white Toxic, right? So
I think
that's probably the card that you want to take, especially given his start so far. And typically, the green-white color combination is usually not the color combination that you want to be going when you're drafting, just because it typically tends to lack interaction. But this format, it's all about speed. Green and white, you get a lot of premium 2-drops, and typically the creatures are going to be really high quality.
A second copy of Tyvar Stand here for Luis, so the green uncommons continue to flow for him. He's taking that Basilica Shepherd last pick, which puts him just a little toe in the pool of white, but he hasn't quite sorted out yet what his second color is going to be. If he can get just another couple of green playables here, that will put him in that position that we were talking about where he can kind of let the pack dictate. Ooh, is that another Shepherd there?
That is another Shepherd here.
Okay, well maybe he's just green-white then.
Right.
There's a Plague Nurse.
He's putting that Plague Nurse.
So Plague Nurse is a much worse card, but the interesting thing here is, does he want to really commit to that bit that I mentioned where he's like, no, I'm definitely green and I'll be something else, and he does take the Plague Nurse. So that to me is a, I want to stay open into the second pack. I want to be green for sure, and then something else.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, you've already taken a Shepherd, right? So you would think maybe it's good to just take the second one and then just kind of move along. But perhaps it's one of those things where white is an extremely deep color in this set. Just because you see a Shepherd 7th pick doesn't necessarily mean it's open, right? There's 7, you can go 7 commons deep that you would be happy taking in the draft. So perhaps Luis is just looking at the booster saying, well, I don't see any other white cards here. Maybe I shouldn't be taking the Shepherd.
Okay, and once again, as we get near the end of the pack here, there's another Plague Nurse. There's also the Hunter Maze.
Draft past 6 cards.
And he's going to take it.
Mono green.
You know, there's also the element of cutting off your neighbors, right? He is sending no green cards to the left. He is just like, I am not going to allow my neighbors to think that green's open in any way, shape, or form. He takes a free from flesh here. You know, a fine red combat trick, and it does actually go in the oil deck, which, you know, he's got the Gorger, the Oil Gorger Troll.
Yeah, not seeing a whole lot of red cards here in the packs, though, right? Red is also relatively deep, and given that you're not seeing anything that you're, not even a Furnace Strider, nothing that you're interested in seeing, means that Luis probably shouldn't be looking to go into red-green, although red-green oil, one of the strongest archetypes in the format.
And it's his favorite. He thinks it's the best. He took a Mirkin Smith there just to kind of round out the pack, and it looks like a couple of blue cards floating around. Blue cards will not be in high demand. He is going to take a spell over a land, but that's he's going to get blue cards into his pile at this point.
Yeah, there's a couple of color combinations with blue that pros are maybe okay playing. I think specifically blue-white. It has a lot of synergies. The blue-white artifact strategy is okay, and then the blue-black proliferate deck. But blue and green, in my opinion, it's the worst color combination of the format.
Yeah, Luis hates it too. He will not play that under any circumstances. So he's done it. He has a solid grip of green cards, though not the most consistent game plan laid out yet. He's got just sort of some raw power, but you know, that's kind of what brings it about here.
One thing I want to note, though, lack of 2-drops in Luis's deck. He has 0 at the moment. So his curve is horrendous, especially for this format. You cannot fall behind. One of the best commons in the format is Crawling Chorus. If your opponent plays that turn 1 and your hand is just the cards that Luis fanned out, you're just dead.
Yeah, you know, one shortcut for when we get to the matches, and of course it affects the draft as well, is, you know, out of the first 3 turns, you want to be doing something on at least 2 of them. Like, if you miss on one of those, you're way behind. Your opponent could very well do something on all 3, turns 1, 2, and 3.
Absolutely. If you're on the draw and your opening hand is just a 3-drop, you likely have to ship that card back. Ship that hand back.
Okay, pack number 2 incoming here for Luis. As I mentioned at the desk, it is Luis's birthday. This is, you know, one of the greatest gifts he can get is getting to do a Pro Tour draft on his birthday. But, you know, he wouldn't mind upping the ante a little, get a little Planeswalker action in there, a little Nissa,
Nissa would be a nice one. Eternal Wanderer, those would be gifts.
That's not asking too much on your birthday, right? Oh, he's in his second pack. Let's see what he's got. There's a Planar Disruption and another.
What?
Oh, let's see if he's got any green cards, though.
I don't even know if there's a Paladin of Predation.
Yeah, that's the 7-drop. Really not the direction he wants to go. If he's going to dip into white, you know, it looks like the best card in the pack is Planar Disruption, so he could just take that.
Yeah, the other option is if you wanted to go.
没有拿到好的剧组，对啊，他没有拿到武斗，但是来了好的剧组。
You saw the Siphoner there. That's what you want to be taking. But the Planar Disruption is
这张关真的
such a
是
stronger card, one of the best removal spells in the format.
Yeah, it also fills out a 2-drop like he needs things to do early in the game that are relevant. So he's going to pick that up and once again take maybe one extra small step towards being green-white toxic. And let's see what he finds here. Ooh, there's a Extra Slash. He loves that card. That card is also, by the way, amazing against him.
I do not like passing that card.
Yeah, but I don't think he can get away with taking it. There's a Contagious Vorak in the pack here, and that's just too good for him.
Right. Contagious Vorak, just the best green common.
But look at Luis. He's like, I want this Hex Gold Slash.
You saw no red cards, and you're basically all green. I think you just have to take the Vorak. It's such a good card.
It's just
even a 3/3 draw card.
Totally. And, you know, you talked about 3/3s and how strong they can be at blunting the assault and then even turning it back in your favor. He just has to take the Vorak here. But it is really tough because Hex Gold Slash just like it kills the Nurse and it kills the Brutalizer. Like, how do you feel about spending 4 mana and your opponent goes 1 mana kill it? Like, that's very difficult to cover.
The old
one, right?
旧的蓝包饭，谢喽。
So for those who may not have drafted this format a lot, you can open the Praetors in other sets in this format. One of the best rares in this set, unsurprisingly, Shieldred. You can open Shieldred and draft.
The one from last set.
The one from the last set.
He's got to pick up a Rust-Bound Cultivator here. That cannot be high on his list of cards that he'd like to take. but it is a 1-drop.
对啊，蓝魔判。
So it will at least fill that gap for him.
哦，我好期待有人在轮抽看到黑魔判一路杀人。
I like that pick from Luis. He does have the oil gorger troll as well.
哇，第3张哦，可是有码头。哇，好难选哦。
You can see that Luis keeps flirting
我觉得
with the red green
码头可能还是好一点点。可是这只码头有个小问题，就是它不能调色。对，它已经2张了。不是不爱 X 绿的问题吧？他已经拿了2张了，第3张有点多了吧
？Mindful of kind of his curve, right?
Definitely.
No 2-drops. Really wants to add to the board. Going with that Rustmine cultivator and trying to open up his options here. Now you're just seeing a bunch of oil-based cards.
也挺不错的
，right? I mean.
那
This is tough because he is.
他这样可能会有点后悔，刚刚没有拿那个42。42挺不错的，如果刚刚选42，这个22拿下来，他有生物又增加了。
And try to have a streamlined deck. Am I an oil deck? Am I a toxic deck?
节奏是真的挺不错的。
Back and forth, it's just so unreliable to ever take any of the payoff corrupted cards, right? You just don't put those into your deck anymore.
这个挺不错的。
He picks up another 2-drop here with Branch Blight Stalker, and I don't think the Tyrannex Atrocity or the Unnatural Restoration are really going to give it a run for its money.
差率很强啊，
This is
差率很
also
强。
back kind of on the white green.
他还没有决定到底是要走毒边还是走油边，就是2个都拿一点。不过毒边还是比较多一点啦。
Okay, let's see what he can get out of here. He really hasn't hit any of those like, he got there. You know, somebody, like green is open enough that he's got playables, but it hasn't really been flowing.
这个真的好差哦，3点交2警戒，我好不喜欢他。但是1张还能接受啦，1张还能接受，说实在的。
And from what I normally see when I've just been drafting online or whatever, it's just you are drafting against the best players in the world. You can see the packs are drying up so fast.
我好喜欢这个5句，我真的很喜欢这个5句。对。 32下毒一风龙兽都没有看到，一方面是他的下架应该打黑白，蛮有可能的，对。然后另外一个方面是他的上家也有可能打白，说实在的。对，你看第一包他那个除了一只3飞之外。 没有说得上是非常好的白料，所以 Josh 蛮有可能是打白的。对。
Planar disruption? Like that's it? No fights, no bites, nothing else. And that usually means that you're not going to be around to get to 7 mana, so you kind of have to be.
真的不行的话，那个
like honestly, a card like Titanic Growth
给油的那个骤击弹也不是不能用啊。说真的，你可以把它当成2点 cycle， 也可以帮你的后续做一点准备。对啊。
Yeah, I mean, if he opens a Luca, I'm sure he's just
蓝色这么开放。
What if he opens like a Jace? Right, like you know something that can win the game on its own, but that really doesn't go with.
拿周击弹， 周击弹就是2点 cycle 牌。哎，这个还不错啊，有吗？有 ramp 的，还可以，还可以。对啊，被上下家卡住，有点尴尬，有点尴尬。
It wasn't, but you know, I think a lot of the cards were on color. Like he did take a lot of green cards, so he probably filled out cards you can put in your deck.
他的就是有一点油，有一点毒。对。然后去除不太好，它的去除只有1张关。
These are very, very, very tough tables. If you go onto like arena and draft,
有点惨，说实在的有点惨。
If you sit down at a
但是还有一包嘛，还有一包，但只要开到红的或是白的炸弹也都可以混。对啊，然后绿底是最容易调色的那个。
Yeah, and he's got a couple of nice tricks here that can really blow his opponents out potentially, right? Those Tyvar stands.
2张辟邪不灭还是算不错的啦，就是乱拳打死老师傅。
Not as good in a slower deck that's trying to play cards like this Paladin. But if you're curving out, playing 2 drops, 3 drops, and beating your opponent down, I mean, that combat trick has done so much work.
Yeah, and it's really great. I mean, you can play it for 1 mana. Like, you can just get the protection effects from it. Like,
you know what I always forget that card does?
Which one of the many things?
The Tyvar stand. It's the indestructible.
Yeah, indestructible.
I'm just like, oh, this is a pretty good combat trick.
Right.
Even if it just gives hexproof, it pumps the thing for X.
Exactly.
But then it's like, oh wait, it also gives indestructible.
Yeah.
Combat trick
最
重要就是避
it's
血
great
不
as just the
灭，真的
potential fireball finisher
到底
at
在
the
攻
end.
三
You
小
just pay X and just hit your opponent for 10.
It should just say, look, this thing ain't dying. Like, you know, I don't care. You got a wrath. I don't care if you target it. Like, this is not dying. Okay, this is a huge pack here for Luis. Pack 3. This is going to make or break his draft. He has a reasonable foundation, but he needs to fully solidify his colors and strategy, and he really needs to up his power level. He just doesn't have anything impressive. He has like one piece of removal and no bombs, no nothing like that. Let's see what he gets here.
Oh,
that's a Necrogen Rot
Ooh,
Priest.
Annex one of the best uncommons in the set.
What?
That was a Scourge there with the
Wow.
I mean,
he's
just slamming the sentry here.
So this is one of the best possible pickups for him.
这个时候转黑是不是？
This shores up 2 weaknesses of his,
这个时候如
arguably
果
3.
转
It
黑
gives
是
him
不是
another
不是
toxic creature. It gives him
不
a
可
removal
行的啊
spell, and it's in the first 3 turns of the game. It's
好了
just nuts.
继续传下去。
Okay, so that
right,
was a
green white.
big step in the
好
right
乖
direction,
哦
and now
手
there is
就
no
混
looking
黑了
back. He is green.
继续把下家砸烂。
There is a Basilica Shepherd in this
这只
pack
黑
as
绿真的
well,
很
we
强
should
哎
mention. So, you know, we did see a couple of late ones in the draft. He could potentially wield that.
可是如果再转黑，他的去除就又少，
Given all the late Tyvar stands you
真
saw
的
in
挺
tab
痛苦
1.
的。
He's a bit at the mercy of what gets opened, but he's put himself in a decent position.
Okay,
There's the
that's
哦，
Thorax.
有一只猪，有一个+2+2。哦，
Ooh.
Oh, is that a
Wow.
Spinoderm?
That is a
Nice.
Spinoderm.
So he did pick up
挺
a
不
nice
错
green
的
rare.
被纳斯
And
头
Luis
灯。
with just one fanning of the cards is even like there was no choice there for
Yeah.
him, right? He's just like slamming.
哦，
it.
套牌看起来强了不止一个档次，虽然还是
Exactly
没有
what he
杀
needed。to see. So first 2 picks of the 3rd pack have been bliss here for Luis. He says, well, my birthday present got a little late, but it's
4
here.
mana,
It's
5/5,
here.
and a removal spell on a toxic creature for 3 mana. Pretty decent start here for Luis in pack
Yeah,
3.
a little delay in the shipping there, but his
Yeah.
present has arrived.
Draft. Past 13 cards.
Okay, let's see if he can continue this amazing
the pack.
3rd
You have
pack. The
35
first 2
seconds.
picks fantastic and already off to a good start. Let's see.
这个反光也太严重了。
Not exactly what you want here, but
wow.
it might just be the only option.
他怎么
Luis
怎
doesn't
么又烂
have
掉
a
了？
ton of
怎么又烂
oil
掉
counters
了
for creatures. He did take a couple of those Rustmine cultivators.
对啊，你看这白料断的其实蛮干净的，所以我猜应该 Josh 应该是白边吧。
Interesting that he took the troll. You know, he's gonna have to try to work those in, right? He's gonna have to look at these green cards and see. Is there any other
可
ways
惜
that
那
I
个
can
宾
get
纳
a
斯
few
陀
oil
这一
counters
次的这
going
只巴拉索灯
incidentally,
没有办
like
法，
besides the cultivators?
没有办法辟邪践踏2个一起有，
I'd love to see a removal spell, by the way. Like, can we get
不然那个
a removal?
逛个2圈就结束了。
Maybe.
Sure.
All right, that's a
哦，
nice
有
2
猜
drop.
不错，
very
有找地也
strong.
不错。
And there's also
啊，
our
哇
little，friend at the back there,
这
the
边
crawling chorus. But
这个
Tinker
猜
Bell
好
has
像一定要
proven
拿
to
了
be
耶。
very strong in this format. There are
跟
almost
小
always
可
targets for its
惜
activated
那
ability,
只
and in your worst case, you
那
got
一只
to
434其实蛮搭的。
It's punishing.
Right.
Also trades with the good 3/3s.
Yes.
它有那个各种
Crawling
意义
Course is
小废
also
物
a。phenomenal card, especially if you are the toxic deck. However, I think with the way Luis wants to structure his mana base, not gonna have. There are going to be instances where you might not even be able to play a turn 1.
Yeah,
一张护都都没有看到，是不是有点惨啊？
I just don't know that he can be all in on
550
toxic, and if you're not, then that card goes
+2
down.
+2。
Contagious
可是
Crack,
猪还是
though,
比较
is
重要一
backing
点。
up for him. You know,
You don't need synergy when you just put a bunch of Vorax in your deck,
It's right. I
It's
mean,
just
真的是
the
一张
Vorak kind
一
of
张 U 牌
sums
的
up
那个2
green
点
in this
打
format.
力
It's
量
just
跟
like value and a bunch
跟
of
那个
power
加
and
一加
toughness,
护都都
right?
没有
It's
看到，
nothing
哎，这
fancy.
绿色好痛苦。
It should have haste like all the other green and red cards, but you know, you can't have it all. Let's see if this next pack continues the trend here for
有
Luis.
地+2+2，
probably going to find a
这
green
个
card,
overrun
right?
不会践
He
踏
did
的，
find
也是有
another
点可惜
cultivator。there.
第3只
I don't know
马
if the
头
Do you
third
play
one-
3 though?
I mean,
That
he
is a
does
lot.
have multiple oil gorger trolls, and maybe that could
Oh,
help
that
him.
puts oil counters onto things.
A monumental
Monument.
facade there.
Could take the thicket if your mana is bad.
第 第3只码头也可以接受啦，第3只码头。
I think he either has 2 or 3 trolls. And like
I mean, I guess that's the combo.
有猜了，还行。
And a little bit of a whiskey.
这边就是拿猜了吧？真的不拿猜吗？不拿猜很危险呢，你一张猜都没有一个。
And I think that his 5-drop slot's already pretty good, so that probably
真的不拿猜耶，这招已经有够烂了，还不拿猜。拿地配陀灯还好吧？那这个白绿的这个是必拿了。
Definitely.
对
Perfect. Solid little 2-ball here for Luis, and this is one of the last picks before his wheel pack, so that was a nice pickup. And it does show that, you know, he's in a good color pair. He read his seat well and set himself up.
可是他除了陀灯之外就没有什么吃油的东西了。
Power boost as well. The thing he's missing is removal. Like he just does not have that, so he is going to need to be assertive and lean on those combat tricks.
对啊，再不拿就太奇怪了。
Get a canopy this time, so he's got one for his board now. Also worth noting, I mean, look, if you're used to playing best of 1 on arena,
但是感觉不是任何输入，它就是润滑的，而且它其实可以那个，它可以增值就可以在，主要是增值啦，增值它可以在任何的就是油毒都可以用，对啊。
Yeah, exactly. Skydive and Golf are not really.
前期早就有，这只猪的 pick 数挺高的。
I always want this card to be good. I keep reading it, and then I read it again, and I'm like, nope, there's just nothing I would like out of this card.
Every time I read it, I think this is so cool, and all it really says is you die a little faster. You know,
那把刀那个权杖实在是太烂了。
All right, so just a few cards left.
对啊，前期早地后期增值，它是一个很棒的润滑仔。
On day 1,
真的是 pick 数蛮高的。哇，这个可以传到最后一张哦。那个3拿1增值，居然可以拿到传到最后一张。
In an ideal green-white deck, you don't want to be playing the 2 Oil Gorger Trolls with the 3
哇，可是这样子只有1张去除，然后1张猜。哇，比这个套牌感觉偏弱啊。请给分吗？我觉得60分吧。 对，可以找不到说增值，可以。
Right, so he's still missing a few things, but I think he still has the tools. He does have those. He has a bunch of great combat tricks in his deck to kind of pull away. If I were to predict, 2-1.
Okay, yeah, a solid 2-1. I mean, those high-bar stands can outright kill games, right? And especially if you have a little bit of mana ramp.
2-1嘛，顺起来的话2-1吧。对啊，哇，他真的3张有在放，然后走一个。
Plus the Hunter Maze
走一个要认婆
planes over there, and he is running all 3 Rust Vines, and he is running the Paladin of Predation up top as well as the Bardiche, so that did actually end up making the deck.
去处好差哦。
The 2 trolls up top.
猜玉桥第一 pick 是什么吗？他拿的那么快哦，白羊。
He's playing the prosthetic injector as well, Paul, so that will add to his.
问就是白羊，对不对？肯定是白羊的吧？
Yeah, I mean, you got a curve.
就是要看鱼桥拿白羊，嘿，少了又少，少了又少。
You have 2 ways to interact, but I mean, if you're just on the play, and you can definitely get those punishing draws here. And I did forget that the Evolved Spinoderm also has Will Counter, so now we're looking at 5 cards, right, to turn on that troll.
Sure. Okay, so there you go.
差不多吧。跟白羊差不多强的，那就是那个啦，飘屏啊。反正第一包拿那么快，看那一定是炸弹的。我看他传的速度太快了，我这个紧张吗？对 ，OK， 我猜啦，应该是白色炸弹。对，想都没有想，对啊，真的是没在跟你演的。其他几桌也会看。 其他人会看你啊，所以所以是飘屏吗？对啊，接近白羊就飘屏啊，我猜就是不是白羊就飘屏啊，就真的很炸的白羊飘屏嘛，然后那个嘛，苦涩花开嘛，对啊，如果是接近白羊，我猜应该是飘屏，这样。 可能等一下就会看到，不会吧？如果我们跟着 LSV 的视角，大概也要到第3局才会看到。他有上焦点桌，是哦，他有上焦点桌，所以他是20了吗？对吧？20才有机会上焦点桌吧？看他对面做谁，我没有印象了。对。
And welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. We are in Philadelphia. Here in the United States, Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon bringing you coverage of our booster draft here on day number 1. This is how we kick off the festivities at a Pro Tour. We just got a chance to watch Luis Scott Vargas draft a green-white toxic deck, and he is going to be sitting down. When you look at that table, you know, there was 4 really accomplished, established players. In fact, all PT champions?
Don't know if Willie has one.
Did Willie ever go? 4 extremely, I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame, so
right.
we'll give him credit there. And, you know, you got to be hoping if you're Luis, like, oh, just give me one of the, you know, I haven't seen that person around. Well, no, it's going to be Willie Adel versus Luis Scott Vargas, the 2 Hall of Famers here, ready to battle it out. And Luis, again, constructed this green-white deck. Now, Willie, on the other hand, he's got a black-white deck, which is one of my favorite colored pairs. Let's take a look at Luis's deck, though, here, and how he ended up building it. This deck is okay.
Yeah.
It's a little confused, right? Like, you don't usually see the 3 Rustvine cultivators into branch blight stalker, slaughter singer, that type of stuff, right? So it's got a little of oil and a little bit of toxic.
Right, and this is exactly kind of where you don't want to be, but at the same time, given how the draft went, I don't think Luis had a choice, right? He just kind of drafted and made sure that he picked up those early drops to not get run over, and this is kind of the end result. And I'm not sure he could have done a whole lot else other than maybe try to maybe identify what the open second color is.
So Willie did not get the memo about 1-drops. That big gap you see on the side means that he didn't prioritize those, which is kind of old school drafting. Like, usually you would kind of ignore them. But look a little further over to the right. Kaya, Intangible Slayer, and just to the left of that, if you see hiding in there, is an Argenta Masticore. Paul, these are 2 of the best cards in the set.
Yeah, and this deck looks great. This is just a black-white toxic deck. I mean, look at all the cards. This is far more streamlined. Basically, every creature either has corrupted or toxic on it. This is what you kind of want a black-white deck to look like. And on top of that, one of the best versions of this. It's a little hard to cast, but Kaya, fantastic planeswalker. So hard to beat if it enters a battlefield.
Yeah, it's funny because when I look at this list, I see, okay, there's like some good toxic stuff to start, and then there's like a random Chittering Skitterling, right? There's just some cards in there that you're like, wow, what is this doing here? But then you get to that top end, and that kind of ends up being all that matters. Now, if I'm in Luis's seat, and I look at this list, I'm scared, because Luis has almost no removal whatsoever. Okay, let's get underway here and get into game number 1. Luis is on the bottom part of your screen there. You can see Willie up at the top, and the players are battling it out already with that slaughter singer hitting the bin. It got anointed with Affliction, it looks like.
Yeah, so Luis with the old 1, 2, 3 here. Right? Slaughter Singer dead. Just going to be playing normal Magic here with just regular damage. And Willie does not have any of the toxic creatures here. So just playing the 3-mana 2/2 flyer.
All right. Let's see if Luis can continue to add to the board. He does. Another Contagious Vorax going to hit the battlefield here for him. And this is a good way to make sure you continue to hit your land drops and to affect the board at the same time.
我觉得LSV 看起来走得有点远呢。
has to turn back over. I'm looking at Willie Adel's hand here on the left-hand side of your screen there. Argentum Masticore is lurking.
And Kaya.
He has Kaya as well. Now that's for a little later as, you know, cost 7 mana. But if he has 1 more mana, Argentum Masticore could come down. And Luis is pretty cold to that card. Like, he has 1 removal spell, and it doesn't actually take the Masticore off the battlefield. And if Argentum Masticore gets to sit on the battlefield for a while, the other person doesn't.
And take a look at Luis's hand. Just
terrible.
All lands.
He's flooding out horrendously. Now, he does have Hunter Maze that he picked up off of the Vorak last turn. And look at this. He's going to upgrade a Vorak here, potentially.
Yeah, but this won't even be able to get through, right? I mean, it's a 3/5, so the 2/4 will just get in the way here. So not much for Luis to do.
这只马尔头有一个好处，就是他现在可以马上占那一块地，然后把那块地抽掉。有白痴皮打意识没有用啊，意识皮丢一个2费就把白痴皮拆了啊。
I don't know.
对啊，应该只有1/4可以处理吧。
If he sees Argentum
白痴皮没有办法很有效的抑制住就是了。
To have like Tyvar stand in a bunch of mana, he needs to
下地处理师。
cheat it, you know, cheese him out basically, because like it is. This is Luis is not going to like this.
Oh, there it is.
There's the Argentum Masticore. Happy birthday, Luis, says Willie Adel. I got a little present for you. Luis is going to crack that maze, and there's a lot riding on these 2 steps there as his hand is completely flooded out. He finds a Basilica
Willie's at 20, right? There's no way for Luis to actually break through. Sure, he can get in for 5 in the air this turn, but then all of a sudden, Willie's just going to be able to shoot down all of these creatures on the battlefield.
And Luis is actually going to go, he's going to try to continue to add to his board by just drawing a card, and of course he finds another Cultivator. That's, of the spells in his deck, probably the absolute worst one. I mean, a land would be worse. And here we go. Start seeing things discarded. In fact, that's the Kaya straight away.
Don't need the Kaya.
No, but that has plenty enough mana
mana
value to cover killing a contagious Vorak, and you know, Luis is. I bet Luis will sweep next turn if he doesn't find.
Very close. I mean, Willie also has the protection spell here, right? In the offer Immortality. So if Luis somehow, I guess we looked at the deck list, but even if he has something like a main deck canopy, now Willie just even has protection from that.
Yeah.
PMTG 还要奶，哎，手上有一张死处不灭，到底怎么打？
And the Masticore does in fact have first strike, so can't even set up a triple block here.
Nope, so he's just going to throw one of the cultivators onto the bus. But if you're sitting in Luis's seat, that bus is going to be the end of you.
Predation Steward? Not Predation, excuse me, the Knight?
Oh.
Okay, sure, Venomous Brutalizer.
Okay.
He's not going to proliferate because he doesn't have any.
没什么用啊，
这边 give himself an extra oil counter on that cultivator.
But he is going to pay the mana to equip. And once again, the discards are flowing here. This one is going to be a 2-drop that's going to get discarded.
Might kill the injector.
Yeah,
5局这回合可以多打一拳。
The cultivator.
哦，怎么都是料啊！天哪！他手上还都是料，就随便这边只能一直 trump 一直送。
I mean, Willie's basically just drawing a removal spell every single turn.
Yeah,
right?
It turns every card you draw that has any type of mana value at all into a straight up removal spell that you don't have to pay any mana for, by the way.
Luis.
He actually discarded a removal spell this time.
Well, you don't need to也可以打，哎，好，不打了。
He's going to pack up game number 1. Willie Adel cast the Masticore over.
That was it.
There was nothing left.
That was it.
虽然他套牌本来就打意识就没什么解了，但是看真的是很绝望哎。
A mid-ranged green-white strategy with not a lot of removal may be okay if you're playing against another aggressive deck, but if you're playing against a deck as bomb-heavy as Willie's, it's going to be tough.
This is the nightmare. It really is for Luis. This is the exact matchup he doesn't want to see. Willie has enough cards to hang in there until he can cast his bombs, and Luis doesn't have answers for the bombs generally. Wow, he's kept a very land-heavy hand here as Luis. He's got NX Sentry and nothing else going. Once again, kind of leaning on the Hunter's Maze, perhaps.
Good target.
He did. He found a nice target here for his NX Sentry. Double Striker down. And that Sentry can start chipping away for some poison counters, too, if there's no great blocker on the other side. Well, there's a good enough blocker on the other side.
我大概开始能知道那个为什么郑宇乔等下可以上那个直播桌了，因为这一局 LSV 死得太快了。要花一点。
Yeah, I mean, if we looked at Willie's deck, it just kind of looked like the average black-white deck, and then let's go to the right side of the converted mana class.
下两飞的找快递。
We're going to see Dune Mover now from Adel. It's going to search up a swamp. And unfortunately for him, won't go into his hand. It'll go on top of his library.
下回5飞5飞一直拍。
But he does hit land number 4 before passing.
怎么又是地？几百块。
Yeah, one time no Masticore is definitely what he's thinking. He's
I have all these
lands. Yeah, and as it turns out, that's likely what Willie's going to do as well. We could have ourselves and so Luis Scott Vargas gets to breathe a slight sigh of relief here that it's not the Masticore, but he is going to fall behind if he doesn't find action because it looks like Luis just has a much more.
Yeah, he drew an Oil Gorger Troll, but
但是没有油，有没有出油的
？Yeah, it's okay. Did he find a 3-ball off of this maze? He did, and it's a Contagious Vorax, so that was actually really nice there for Luis.
对。
So, bit of
这是先录影的吗？不是吧
？Luis is going to pass the turn back after casting the Contagious Vorax.
不过他们跟我们应该有不少的时间差，就是这不是实时的。
Oh, hello.
So the question is, can he get away with just casting
又抽到医师了，谢喽。
To perhaps try to wait
这个医师已经用完了。
You know, Luis may use removal on a Bardiche, or maybe we'll expend
这个医师下来，就连丢地都可以炸头坑诶。这游戏超难玩的。
Because you know he does have access to the deck list, right? And he should know that Luis has precious few answers he may have brought in.
Right. It's one of those things where it's like you don't really have that many ways to kill this. Maybe it's just good for me to just jam this and just kind of start chipping away here. I mean, you have a perfectly fine 5-mana play here.
LSV 放太多地了，有可能吧，可是他放到7点诶。
He's going for the Argenta Masticore. It's going to hit the battlefield, and Luis really needs to find what we assume would be a canopy that he'd brought in.
Yeah, and yeah, this is tough.
不止差15分钟，大概有差50分钟。
And Luis with an Oil Gorger.
这个
which is be an Oil Gorger troll.
Yeah, which
不3D 不会抽
，3只
马头都没有抽到。
3/4, gain 3 life, and remember. The Argenta Masticore, if you discard a land, you can just kill tokens.
You can.
Right? So that Bardiche.
气力杀 token 哦，没有，直接气5费，直接炸了。
Or just discard 5 drops, kill 5 drops for without casting anything.
Yeah, and I mean this is basically over. Like Luis has a bunch of lands in hand, and Willie has.
It's basically over. 好狠啊你们！贴过去，警戒站着打。
Willie can just freely attack here, right?
Yes.
I suppose the one thing that Willie does need to be afraid of is Tyvar Stand. It does give indestructible.
这游戏好难，真的，这游戏好难。
Luis can triple block or something and maybe wait to see how Willie orders the blockers.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if. Oh, look at this! He's going to put the Bardiche on the Masticore. It does cost 4 to equip.
And it gives it +2/+1.
Yeah. So now it's 7.
7/6先攻站着打，到底怎么死
Yeah. Luis is going to need to find a Tyvar Stand, or if he did board in the canopy, one of those, and he's going to need to do it quickly. And another forest up the top. This is
10块地。
Yeah.
He does need to keep playing these lands.
11块地才吃了1块了。
It just snowballs so quickly because it's likely that, you know, Willie gets to kill another creature on upkeep.
And he found a removal spell, but this doesn't work, right?
It works and it doesn't.
Yeah, so it's a planar disruption. The trigger will still happen, right? And you just can't attack or block, but you can then discard a 2-drop and just kill the disruption, right?
对啊，
And then you can just start attacking
这个皮对他来说就是没有用。来丢一个东西裁掉。
Yep, gonna kill that.
And just take that thing off there. And Luis, I mean, he has no choice. Like,
yeah,
he has to gamble here. Yeah. He did equip up the Annex entry as well. So the +2/+1.
When one prints a Mastercore card, it's always going to be good.
You know, I saw the name of it and the cost, and the first time I saw it, and I just picked it.
Yeah,
I didn't
even have to read the rest of the text box. You're like, it's a Mastercore. I'm probably going to have to discard something. It's going to kill something.
Yep.
And if I resolve it, I'm probably going to win the game.
Yeah, and then I have to say, that when I actually played it, I was like, well, this is better than I could have hoped. Yeah, it just turns all my spells into terminates. I'm like, okay, this is great. Luis did find a Venomous Brutalizer, but that is not line up nicely against the Mastercore, as really nothing does.
但是他的套牌只有一张才有解吧？
Luis is on 14 life. He can take the hit here, but it is half of his life total as he drops down to just 7. And this is one last chance here for Scott Vargas. Did he find something?
这没有用，打不赢。
Also too small?
Yep.
Too small. 你看。
And it does not have hexproof just yet, right?
Right.
It needs to be on 2 counters, so
2 or fewer.
2 or fewer. So if Willie just has something big, he can also just kill the Spinoderm if he wants.
It has trample if it has 2 or fewer, and then if it has other than that, then it has.
Oh, excuse me.
So
裁判在乱讲话。
It does, but it's too small.
Right.
Like somehow
you
your
kill the other 4-drop in play.
Right. Is
an attack.
Big enough.
It has first strike, and it's a lethal attack.
Right. So then there could be a chump block.
But then now you can maybe freely just attack with everything else, right? At this point, because the 7/6 has to be blocked.
You definitely can now, and that is going to be the match going to Willie Adel and his new best friend, the Master. Yeah, and a total nightmare for Luis Scott Vargas there. That type of deck is exactly what he didn't want to see, because either the Kaya or the Mastercore would be enough to dominate.
Yeah, and Luis's deck isn't really especially capable of killing your opponents on turn 6 or 7. So oftentimes you're just going to get, you know, plenty of time to actually deploy your bombs. I mean, you saw how that game was unfolding, right? It was 4-drop, both players just can't really attack each other. We're going to develop our board. It's a stalemate. And as the game goes on, Luis doesn't have that haymaker at the top of his curve the way that Willie does. So Willie just kind of has inevitability in this matchup.
That's right. Every draw step is a land drop towards Kaya or another peel at the Mastercore, and once it comes down, Luis doesn't have an answer.
60分套牌被90分碾压，刚刚那个套牌应该有95，我猜。
We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have
又意识又卡雅，然后2点那个传奇。对，刚刚那个套牌有点太强了，真的是。 没有游戏体验，而且他抽的超烂，整场被抽低，但2把加起来应该有20块地，哦，肯定不止。对，刚第一把多少？第一把10块地，第2把11块地，对啊。公司的大招系列对决荣誉，对，这系列的炸弹有点太强了，哎，然后清除。 普普通通，对，就不够强。节奏落很难追。我刚刚前面有说，就是那个17 lens 的那个嘛，那个 MTG 的统计，对，这个系列是游戏史上对局结束最快的，平均回合数对局结束最快，然后先攻胜率最高的系列。对，就是。 真的是节奏太难追了，就你1回2回没有出什么东西，接下来就会啪，然后连贯带杀，然后出个招，然后就没了，就没了。我们第2轮还是看 LSB 吗？我觉得 看 SD 有点难看，有点难看。我们可以看 Josh 吗？听说他有上焦点做，不是吗
？And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are well underway here in our booster draft portion. Thank you so much for joining us. We're super happy to be here and super happy that you're here with us. We've got Autumn Burchett sitting in the feature match area actually for game number 2 coming in. Let's take a look at the deck list. Autumn is playing against Yu Chao Cheng.
果然是打到秋天姐。
And we can take a look here and see what they came away with. Now, both of these players, of course, at our feature pod. So, you know, there is a zero-sum element.
来了，果然是飘屏。
And look at this, Josh actually is in black-white, the same thing as Will.
他有放一点叫1-2哦。 为了配那个两回的
Akaya and an Eternal Wanderer floating around this table. That's incredible. Let's take a look at the curve. Sinew Dance,
That's incredible.
Looping lookout, medium,
真的。
but then a nice little array of toxic creatures. And look at all the 2-drops there going all the way down to the bottom. For Josh, you can tell that he really minded the curve. Playing Nebraska's Fall and like Willie Adel,
看起来不错哎，什么都有。唯一我里面不喜欢的就只有那个吧，3点的那个跳楼。
Yeah, it looks like an Orzhov toxic deck that didn't quite get there on the playables, and you're playing some filler here.
That's right. Rhea Evor's decent, and then the Ravenous. Okay, let's take a look at
这是
Autumn's.
哈
Is this
5色哦。
3 swamps, 2 islands, 7 forests,
我
2
操，
mountains, and a
是秋天姐这么疯哦。
This cannot be the real deck, and then I saw 4 prophetic prisms. So we are going deep
这么
here.
疯哦。
This is incredible.
I've never seen a deck like this before.
4张调色
Like
蓝
my
羊
brain just stopped for a minute.
I was like, I was
and I just had to
process all
restart
these
it.
cards.
傻小啦，这到底是啥小啦？
Blue Sun's Twilight.
Okay.
Bladehold War Whip.
Yes. You get an
But
with
I don't
Affliction.
see a lot of other. I think it's just you can play a bunch of cards, but I don't see a card that you're just like, wow, it is worth it for me to splash this thing.
Right. I mean, you're
我跟你讲，最可怕的是什么，你知道吗？最可怕的如果是这是第2局的吗？这如果是第2局，代表他第1局赢了吗？这是第1局，好像不太会输呢。
Because there's definitely some powerful cards, but if you told me that I would see Necrogen Rot Priest right next to Cephalopod Sentry in the feature match, I would not have believed you.
Yeah.
So let's see how it works out.
哦，这是 Game 2， 所以是第1局的 Game 2。
Game number 2, where Josh finds himself up a game. And I have to say, I'm not shocked to see that, right? Josh's deck is a lot more streamlined, but maybe if Autumn can get her deck under
Let's see
if there's something better that could block. Yes, there is. Although, let's see if Josh has a way through. Oh, I love it. See, this is the reason why you play Crawling Forest on 1 is because there's multiple combat tricks, complete devotion, you know, that they just don't want to block.
Yeah, and we saw several of those in the draft.
你敢挡吗？你不敢挡，哎，有太多的招了。
Yeah, the Vron Executioner Thane sitting there on the other side for Autumn. It's a card.
Yeah.
There seemed to be an attempted deck around it, like in the red-black space, but it didn't really come together.
Didn't quite get there, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you got a 2/2 for 2.
And that's just it's,
OSV 的第2包的那个
it's just a 3/1. Basically, it's whenever a player plays a multicolored spell, you draw a card. But I think it's just a curve filler. Josh just again recognizing that he needs to play to the board early and just wants to beat down here.
Yeah, just Zenith Chronicler after playing out the chorus. There's a Dune Mover now for Autumn.
That's probably one of the better cards in her deck.
The better card.
We also have not
seen
a Prophetic Prism yet. Now,
在哭哎，
这
个在哭哎。
She's got some premium 4-drops, right? She's got a bunch of the Signpost uncommons.
Yeah,
maybe all of them.
Maybe all of them. I mean, again, Necrogen Rot Priest and Cephalopod Sentry just sitting there. There's land number 3 now.
Yes, Cephalopod Sentry with all those prophetic prisms.
上来啊，乱拳打死老师傅。
4 mana, 3/5 flyer, just a very solid card to put into your deck if you can cast it. And you do see the Blue Sun's Twilight.
Oh, is that in hand there for Autumn?
That is in Autumn's hand.
So that's a goal.
Right. Probably put an island on top, right? Work your way up to it.
Get a prism and an island or whatever, and then do the thing.
Oftentimes, though, I mean, obviously this card is just great whenever you play it, but you really want to get to 7 mana, right? Get that extra value. But again,
I kind of abandoned blue since then, but I have pulled that off, and it's just obscene.
It's ridiculous, yes. However, against maybe Josh's hyper-aggressive deck, even just turn 4, steal your 2-drop is still pretty strong.
And look at this, Josh is feisty today,
无脑往前
jam
冲，
with both creatures, and it looks like the Dune Mover is going to jump in front of the
想家
Chronicle.
要不要挡？脸上写着加2加2。
Only blocks? Nope, still deciding.
Now, if Josh does go ahead and go with a complete devotion, Autumn has to be thinking, well, that's your turn 3 play.
Yeah.
Right? You're not going to be able to follow that up likely with another 1-drop. So I know that you have the devotion, but do I just want you to cast this turn just so I can try to, you know, stabilize and develop my board? Excellent.
这样灌真的是白色前期超强的原因，你根本就不敢挡。
You know, it ends up playing a lot like a removal spell.
Yeah,
right?
That draws you a card.
Right. It's all right, and it looks like we're just going to see a trade here. Dune Mover for the Zenith Chronicler. That's another poison counter. Up to 2 goes Autumn. And Stinging Highmaster is going to be the follow-up play here for Josh. So solid game plan. You know, the Chronicler is a little like, oh, what are you doing here? But okay, fine, you can attack too. But you know, you see both creatures on the battlefield here for Josh have Toxic, so.
And Autumn with that Prophetic Prism in hand too, so and put the island on top, so can cast.
可惜没有办法看到我们军挺大大的影子。
The drain for 2 there on that trade, so it's actually Autumn who's ahead on life totals now. I think we're going to prism here.
不要在那边点点点。
And you saw the island in hand, so the Blue Sun's Twilight is turned on, but as you mentioned, you really want to get up to that 7 mana slot to make it work. That's the copper long.
Defense.
Shields up.
Right. 什么？你今天如果出门，那个飘屏就在你手上了。对。
You can also just choose to put the Vron in front.
Yeah, you know, I wonder how much a piece of the game plan Vron is for Autumn's deck beyond being just kind of like a solid 2-drop that has upside, right? If it ends up becoming something where, you know, you can kind of combo off with or really get value from later, then that's one thing. Right. But otherwise, like, is it going to do better than this?
I think it's just a 2-drop for the most part. She's not really playing a sacrifice strategy here, right? So it's okay to just put this in front and just kind of force it.
Do you see this? There we go. There's the complete devotion, so that's going to be a card drawn and follow up too with Pestilent Siphoner.
But the long legs doing a good job against
good point.
That, right?
Good point. He'll need another combat trick or removal spell to get rid of the copper long legs.
All right, so we're on 5 mana. Do we cast it now, or do we still? Do we have something else that we want to run?
蓝羊，然后把那个放回去，然后再蓝羊。
Long legs is actually stabilizing the board here.
You can just steal the 3/2 here, right?
Beyond the 3/2, yeah.
And all of a sudden, unless Josh has a removal spell or a pump spell, I mean, this long legs is doing some work.
Yep. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to see the Blue Sun's Twilight steal the Stinging Hive Master. Now it does stay tapped, but not super relevant here as the shields are well and truly up here for Autumn. Yep. This is actually working.
Yeah.
She's blunted this initial assault. Oh, 5-ball coming here though. And it is a Basilica Shepherd. Now that's not good news for Autumn Burchett. That is the type of card that can break through the long legs. And then these mites are very threatening. Yeah. Like right now they might not do much, but you could see Josh just be like attack with everything.
Yeah, I absolutely love Basilica Shepherd. I mean, I know we talk about how aggressive this format is, but just any time my opponent plays that, I just groan. I'm like, okay, so I just have to kill all of these things?
没有生气。不过出那个把蓝羊放回去还行啦，还行。就是2发蓝羊是蛮猛的。
Yeah, usually a bunch of triggers ensue.
That's
wow. Autumn's getting in there.
I think Autumn also has a Meldweb Curator in hand, so can get back the mind control.
Really? Can get back the Twilight?
Yeah.
So heads up play here from Josh. Doesn't he want to get the first poison counter rolling? Is going to chump block with Crawling Chorus.
Doesn't want to get corrupted, maybe.
Correct.
Because I don't think Autumn is on the Toxic You Out plan.
But who knows?
Yeah.
Autumn could be doing anything.
知道。我可能会吃一拳吧。虽然说 Trump 也没什么差啦，就是至少蜘蛛胆不能挡了牺牲针子这样。
Yeah, can't steal the Shepherd.
Could you ever survive getting Twilighted twice? I mean, maybe if they're
如果你这个真的这么屌，可以
rather than the 3-for-1
2次蓝羊。
I think at this point, because she's stabilized, she's gonna see if she can find a few more lands to try to cast it for 5 to really put the game away.
I would too. Orthodoxy Enforcer also does a good job of shoring up the ground game, and even though the Basilica Shepherd can get in, it's only 3 damage, and Autumn's sitting at 17, so you know there's no toxic happening.
Yeah, Autumn has stabilized here.
That looks like a Blight Belly Rat there with the alternate art there from Josh. So once again, staying on theme and potentially throwing a huge attack. You know, if a removal spell were to hit, or maybe a double spell with a combat trick and affect the board. But for now, Autumn gets to just sit tight. And what do we have here? Contagious Vorak for 3 green.
A lot of those open in this draft.
There were.
I think Autumn's got 2.
拿一块地
Luis has 2.
一去挡伤他，我在想他应该是不想要被那个啦，被蜘蛛挡了针子。
So now that's 6 mana, 1 away. Likely has a decent attack here, at least maybe with the Enforcer. It's a 2/4. There's 3 power on the battlefield that can block. And Josh is down to 1 card here. It's funny if the
稳定下来了，3/3飞行的还是处理不了了。
a second artifact onto the battlefield, and the Enforcer then becomes a 4/4.
Yep, you take 2.
But now Autumn will be corrupted. As when the rat dies, it does proliferate.
That's right, so Autumn now has the requisite 3 poison counters.
And it's your turn.
All right, back over to Josh. Let's see. Josh at this point basically just doesn't want to find any lands for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Only able to get it with the flyer.
That was just a very quick attack go, though, so it felt like nothing much there, although it was something, actually. That was Vanquish into Eternity and Necrogen.
Yeah, but doesn't have the second black source.
Oh, brutal. So actually,
6/6 would be great here.
Find a land?
Yeah. The 2-color deck is, of course, not getting the colors, where the 5-color deck is getting it done here. But, of course, Autumn did build her deck in a specific way so that the mana actually isn't really a problem. It's mostly just the fact that you can maybe potentially get run over because you are leaning heavily on cards like Prophetic Prism for your mana.
Okay.
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 I'm gonna call a judge a sack. I don't know how this works.
Okay, there's a judge call. Haven't had one of these in a while.
因为他刚刚说不挡，然后说打7，然后这边想了一下。
A bit of a weird question.
Sure.
So I attacked with my 2 creatures.
Sure.
Opponent said take 5, implying, you know, no blocks going to damage. I said it's actually 7 because there's the might, and then my opponent went to cast to this before damage, and I don't know.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here then is if
Josh
said he's going to take it, even if he didn't understand exactly how much power was on the board, he's going to be committed to taking the damage.
If he went, I take the damage, it would be 7 damage.
And then you say, oh wait, never mind, I guess I'll use my removal spell.
Right, and he might have said, I take 5 damage.
He said take
他
5.
刚刚应该是没有说扣吧，他应该没有说 take 5吧，我是没有听到啊。
It's actually 7, and then he said, well, okay, then I'm going to use Vanish. And Autumn's like, well, did we already go past that? Let's get a judge, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. And the result will be, or should be, and looks like it was, that Josh actually ends up having to take the full 7.
Right. Yeah, I think it was one of those, I think I can afford to take 2, but then you finding out, oh, maybe I'm going to take 4. Okay, I'm just going to kill a 4-4 at this point.
That's right.
不知道，因为我没有听到他说 take 5。
Absolutely.
因为我只有听到他说 no block。
Time to buy back the Blue Suns Twilight.
There's Meldweb Curator, and that thing's just going to sit on the battlefield. It's a big old 3/4 also. And now we're going to see Josh. Okay, fine. I'm still going to use my Vanish.
Okay. Can he find maybe another removal spell?
A removal spell or a black source.
Okay. So that now you get a 6/6 on the battlefield. But keep in mind, Autumn can just steal it.
Yes. I mean, it doesn't look so great to play a Ravenous Necrotitan when you
look
over
6 mana
and you see that Blue Sun's Twilight just
you might have to wait. Yeah.
He played it though.
Really? I guess it's just like, it's better for you to play this now than to hit land number 7 and steal 2 things.
这边就是看有没有飘屏了。
Just in a take your medicine mode.
Right. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna take your 6/6.
哎，应该是王恒，因为这是焦点座。
And there it goes. So twice now, Autumn has resolved Blue Sun's Twilight this game. And even though it was a nice start from Josh, I don't know how you're going to survive that.
Right.
这个套牌
with the might as well. And
yeah, mights do damage too.
刚刚那个多吃了4滴血，变成这回要去chomp，有点惨。
Yeah. That's the one card he can find here to kind of get him out of it, but
Eternal Wanderer would have been the way out, and you know, because you can do the
那个套牌唯一强牌被他用了2次。
So Josh actually did have an out there, but he didn't hit it.
Yeah, every time I read that card, I'm surprised at how powerful it is.
No, you're like, wait, I get to choose all.
I get to choose both creatures
to
stay on the battlefield. That's not usually how this works.
That was my reaction when my opponent cast it against me.
不是哦，我觉得那个这个确实解是偏浮夸了一点。
But you kept your best thing, and I have my
duress.
Oh boy, that has
Look
to
at
be
that sideboard here.
没有错啦，这张 Duress 赞啦。
Like the Prism
and the Zenith.
And the Zenith.
Or Twilight.
对对对，因为这是第一
So there's Duress to take away Bladehold War Whip, one of the best uncommons in the set. So it did hit something nice. Also Duress.
没有错啦，被抓2次还不上 Duress.
Right, like that's effectively a creature.
Right.
Yeah. Swooping Lookout's going to hit the battlefield.
哎，没地，哎，开奶。
Boy, that's going to need to get itself resolved quickly. Although Josh currently
拿
only
起来
has 1 power and no toxic on the board. So let's see what turn 3 is here. That's perfect.
Now he's got
so this
land,
has to be a land.
Okay.
Because now Autumn can either play some type of removal or blocker, or at the very least play Prophetic Prism and try to hit land number 3 next turn.
Right. Might just be playing a creature here just to get in the way.
下一回合有没有地呢？
Prism out next turn, but depends on the 3 drops that Autumn might have.
但那5色实在太花式了。他刚刚可以拆临近就好，拍66不会被抓。对，但是
，OK, that's a land.
小问题就是你不知道对手有没有第2块蓝地。
Cutter.
对。
Everything's infected.
你不知道对手有没有第2块蓝地的状况下。
Can now put that on the flyer.
This thing gets out of hand. Every time it attacks, it's going to get out. There's no Prowler here though to shut down the might making ability, but still the 3/2 does get in there.
The Chrome Prowler.
Chrome Prowler going to jump in front, probably.
Probably.
主要是刚刚多吃了4点啊。他如果没有吃那个4点的话，可以考虑拆临近就好。
Swamp Forest Mountain Chrome Prowler.
Right, and unless there's a really good reason for Autumn to want to have a
因为他如果 没有去拆那个，没有去杀那个4/4。如果队友手上有第2块蓝，反打就死了。
And still the swooping lookout will start pumping out mites and getting in there in the air.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing with the prisms, right? It's like you can play it
是
here,
不是
but
大大
I mean,
that's your turn.
抽一块地
and this also needs to be a land drop, by the way.
哦有
and it is
抽到了。
All right.
可以拍22了。
I mean, if Josh can't find a way to deal, I mean, Autumn does have some very powerful spells in hand there.
I saw the Sentry.
I saw the, the Sentry. That just blocks everything.
Right. Cephalopod Sentry will shut down.
没有，可是拆临近是吃完4点之后，
就是 make a might.
There's a Blue Sun's Twilight.
对啦，菜里面也是要吃4点啦。但是就是他赌他手上没有第2块蓝地啊，不然就是直接就死去。
land drops and not have Josh have like some very specific, very powerful thing, and it can and she can come back here.
Is it time to just slam the sentry here and kind of hope that Josh has nothing?
I think so.
It does.
他要直接 X 等于1抓那只走嘛。
And Josh is putting enough pressure on that it's very difficult to just say, oh, I'll just keep setting up. I'll just keep, you know. There's the sentry. Is there an answer for it?
Josh,
another land. That's
6 lands.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
there
Let's
it is.
the Eternal Wonder.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, and removing it. And remember, this thing exiles until the end of your opponent's next turn.
Yes.
That is another effect where I'm just like, oh, it just flickers a thing, right? No.
The beginning of that player.
而且直接把蓝羊毁灭。你敢蓝羊，我就弹回来。
For the entire turn.
Yeah, if you want to beat down, I mean, it's just such a strong card here, and Autumn just doesn't have an answer.
That was
or the
so
Wanderer.
rough because you know Autumn actually looked like stabilization was in sight here.
Yeah.
Even with a rocky start and a pretty good start from Josh's side, but that's the type of card that just blows this out of the water. And Autumn's looking at a bunch of green and blue cards in hand. There's a Contagious Vorak, but Josh is like, sure, enjoy.
Go ahead, get your land, get your 3/3, but Autumn still doesn't have an answer to that flyer, and we now just have a Wanderer continuing to tick up. If you want to kill the sentry, you can start pumping out double strikers if you want. You could also just have Autumn overextend, and then wrath the board, keep the best creature. So many options.
Really, really tough card to beat if you don't have kind of an immediate answer for it.
哦，和结束回来。
And you can kind of get a sense for the tone, right?
Josh is very confident now.
Yes, Josh seems confident, and Autumn recognizes what an incredible
How
team
to
the Eternal
lose.
Wanderer is going to be. Up to 7 loyalty. And once again, the Cephalopod Sentry is going to get exiled for a full turn cycle. That will clear the way for Swooping Lookout once again, which is going to chip in.
Only good attack. Now, Josh doesn't have a lot of great blockers here.
I mean, Eternal Wanderer kind of protects itself, right?
Right. I'm just wondering if maybe Autumn can get in some damage this turn.
I don't see how.
You have the Vorak. But I guess
这边最尴尬的是那个蓝羊完全会被漂皮王屌克。
I'm trying to find the angles.
You know,
I would have just moved on at this point, but I mean, you got, you know.
Oh, I know where you'd be. You'd be at the Reading Terminal Market across the street if you were in Autumn Seat. Like, hey, you had the Wanderer. What was I supposed to do, right? Yeah, but the Eternal Wanderer hits you on multiple angles, right? It can do this type of game. And then it can do the wrath thing, of course, it can build out the board, but it becomes almost impossible to interact with. You know, it has the static ability that it can only get attacked by one creature. So, like, even if you come up with some amazing thing, you can just jump it, you know, protect my Wanderer. I thought the last Wanderer was pretty good. It's like, looks like taking a really long walk is the way to go.
Yeah,
like,
this one, I mean,
absurd.
In limited.
They're both unbeatable, let's be honest.
In limited, this is likely the better card.
So we're going to see Blue Sun's Twilight steal.
Okay, get in for 3.
The swoops.
Attack Wanderer with both of these.
Hey, I wasn't the only one who missed this.
Yeah, you can only.
I just want to let all of you know. We got a Pro Tour champion here.
Paul's back. And you saw Josh was very aware.
He's like,
there's a static ability here. Now is it time? It's an interesting dilemma now, right? Because if you want to do the Wrath thing, that would actually take out the Wandering Emperor.
I mean, especially with what we now see on the board here, keep a might, maybe then play something.
But you would lose the Wandering Emperor, like
that is
the Eternal Wanderer. I mean, that's a real thing.
Of course, yeah, can do that. Autumn is down to
low.
6.
Yeah, it's a 2-turner. What would be left over?
Probably the Seer.
Okay.
But remember, if everything dies, you still get 1 trigger here from the Vron.
True. Yeah, and that does throw off the clock by another turn.
很微妙，对啊，挺微妙的。
Okay, well, Josh is going to attack. Yeah, I mean, Autumn is at this stage of the game.
Drain.
You're on 18.
8 to 18 with 4 Phyrexian mites, but nothing that can actually block, even with the limitation of only the 1 attack.
Right, so you take this up maybe on the sentry and keep it. Oh no, we're going double strike.
Double striker.
Okay, so now.
And a blocker? Okay. Zenith Chronicler coming down. But we
下一
do
回要
have to
准
note
备
that
开
the
大
Cephalopod
了吗
Sentry is still
I mean,
alive.
that's. Yeah,
扛得
the
住吗？
Cephalopod Sentry is currently what?
扛得住吗？
3 powered creature, it looks like.
Almost enough.
Almost enough. If Autumn can find another prism or any other artifact, Eternal Wanderer down.
That would be.
会被套 Q 打一拳，对啊。
That would be an
所以
absolutely
看手上是不是
amazing
杀
step。forward for Autumn because this is a very difficult situation.
对啊，因为我刚刚也是看他手上
look at this
减4
Brown
减
and
4，
Icker.
然
Not
后
quite enough to
增
kill the
值。
sentry, but it does proliferate.
那你这样是不是
right?
打
So
得
you can
怪
get an
怪的
extra counter
啊
on the Wanderer.
Oh, it does. I'm sorry.
Okay, and Autumn
这样
actually
是不是
wanted
打
to
得怪
trigger
怪的
Frog
啊
twice, but Josh pointed out no, it's only once per turn,
and
as you mentioned, Paul.
Probably proliferate the poison here as well.
这样子真的有点怪呢。
Because value.
你这样子不是应该要留一只，然后减4完之后留一只，然后那个吗？然后出3-1挡一拳吗？
Right, I mean, because now Autumn doesn't have the out.
他大招是啥？他的大招是他选场上对手一只一只，然后剩下的全部牺牲。
Only at 3 power, can't get up to 4.
消灭，对。
Let's go. Oh, looks like Autumn is scrying here.
对，他可以留那个啊，留03飘屏皇就活下来了，就会有1颗活下来。哇，这边打的有点糟哦，不得不说有点糟。他这样被套 Q A 拳，对啊，他应该要开大就好了。
So that is a way to get the Wanderer off the battlefield, but now, I mean, take a look at what Josh has on his side, and Autumn is down to 8.
That is, and this is kind of forcing an attack, forcing some mana to get tapped.
And we have a potentially a 4-2 double striker next turn if Josh equips the 2-2 double striking samurai token.
Yeah. But Autumn just doesn't have much of a choice but to use whatever you can do to get the Eternal Wanderer off the battlefield, which he's done.
Wanderer down.
这边的话
these are big top decks for Josh too. Like
this
he's
is a
not
lot
going
of
to need
damage
that much more, yeah, to put this thing away.
有没有机
We're
会
going to see
一
an
拳打
equip
死
here first though with
这
Flesh
边
Cutter.
So this is
贴
going to
上
get
去
chunked for sure because that by
double
itself is a
striker
lethal attack.
Okay.
The question is, where does Josh want to equip? What happens if Josh is thinking, what happens if I equip Might?
Oh, right.
Right, just if I send with everything.
Yeah.
Can still send with everything because those things can't block. The samurai does need to get chump blocked.
So
这
this
边要
forces a block.
Trump
And then
一拳
that's
吸
7
2
damage that can get
滴，
through if you have to block the samurai.
打1、2、3、
This
4、
gets
5、
in for
6。
6. Autumn would go down to 2. Then a drain would happen. Putting Autumn
And the
back
drain
up
would
to
actually
4.
happen first, right?
Right, because of the first strike.
Right. So up to 10.
10滴，然后扣6
And
剩
then
4。
3 toxic.
Yeah, that's going to add up quick.
5 poison counters.
3 poison.
Yeah, now at 5.
Oh, so because
Josh
Josh
did
proliferated
from the Drown and Icker, but I don't.
还
Yeah,
没
that
招
did not get
还有招，
but at any rate,
更
halfway
多
there
只
on
的
the
仔
poison and
还有一只
So
没
this
升，
is lethal
对
next turn.
，Miss
Autumn has
Trigger。
nothing, right? We just have 6 creatures versus 2, and Autumn is at 4.
That's right. So let's see if Autumn can find some way out. Mana's
是
getting
这边
tapped
有
rather
救吗
quickly.
？1、2、3、4、5、6，6只打。
Curator,
Okay.
is that enough? There are 3 blockers.
Any removal spell, any pump spell will get it done.
Yes. That makes that a must block. So that gets blocked, but the other creatures
然后
can get
挡2个
blocked.
大的，
It's not lethal.
Yeah, and then you can
Looks like this might be time for the round getting called here.
right.
Paul.
The sentry can trade with the samurai. All
So-
right.
yeah, so
Beat downs.
So if that was in fact time called, then that means that we are now in extra turns. It'll be turn 0 here, starting with Josh, and then Autumn would be turn number 1.
可是好像有机会会被补打，对，少一只差很多。
Maybe missed the trigger.
He might have whiffed.
Yep, and
He's triggered 2次。
That you're gonna see
We've seen a lot of that
Once
here.
we get back to tabletop, you know.
Hey, tracking everything on the board is difficult, and it is a skill. It is something that you have to. I mean, we've seen multiple slip-ups here. We saw the combat one. You know, we saw Autumn try to attack 2 creatures. We saw, you know.
Oh, that's a rough one. Autumn is at 8.
Wow, Blight Belly Rat.
A
8个赌，对，漏2次了。
And there's no blockers over there that can
漏2次了。
Like it either gets in or it dies.
Yeah. So I mean, Autumn's going to steal the rat here. Is this gonna have? I wonder.
This is turn 1, by the way.
This is turn. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, can Autumn
真的是漏死自己。
stabilize here, or perhaps even turn it around?
It is possible. You know, Josh has been fortunate here and has drawn 2 spells in a row. Now they haven't been devastating, but they've been good. That missed might could be really rough. Let's see if he can find.
How many tokens did he miss? Was that the first time he missed the might trigger?
It was either the first or the second. He did hit it most of the time.
Right, because if he missed 2 triggers, this would have been a lethal attack this turn.
他漏了2只了。
Let's see if he can find some way to push through. If he finds a land at this juncture, it does feel like it may have slipped away. Oh, he found a removal spell.
放逐
A joint with affliction.
Yeah, equip the crawling chorus.
Okay.
Attack with everything.
全打。
That puts Autumn down to
有没有记得生？
down to 9 poison and we'll go to 2.
Yes. And then a creature would die.
Crawling chorus has to be blocked.
Here. Yes. So
is he getting a might here? And then
想起来
crawling
了
chorus dies and that makes another might.
Yes.
6, I guess. Block.
Oh, on 6. Okay, I thought Autumn was on.
Well, so Josh is correcting.
I'm at 3. I'm sorry.
Okay, so then Autumn will go down to 2.
所以他一定要挡，一定要挡
3
11，
mites with 1 creature in play.
If
一定要挡11。
She also has a choice here, right, on whether to have a creature die and get a trigger from Vron or to block 2 mites and not.
Well, then she would die to damage. If
Okay,
she blocks with
so
2
it's a
mites.
force block.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then she does get the trigger, so she won't be at 2, right?
Oh, you're correct, right?
2
So now Autumn just goes to 4. 9 toxic.
9 toxic.
So Autumn needs to find 2 creatures here,
and
right?
4 life.
然后再拿1只城满。
Oh, yeah.
This is a trigger.
Yeah.
下回有4只城满。
2.
哎
No,
只能说有惊
And
无
then
险。
there's the dice trigger from the crawling chorus. That one's
有惊无险吗？
Also, I think Autumn maybe didn't do the trigger for Vron there.
没错啦，有惊无险啦。
Yeah, I mean, it's just too many small creatures swarming because every one of those is lethal.
Right.
So, you got to get rid of 3
对
creatures.
但是他打得好的话，早就赢了。
And
哎呀，
This should be.
She's got some good defensive things to play, but
This is actually turn 3, by the way, not turn 2.
so Josh will get the win here.
And that's going
Last
to be
turn.
a concession. There we go. Josh
好险，只能说真的是好险，差点被自己的那个，差点被自己的 miss trigger 玩死。
Didn't quite have enough to get over the finish line. You know, sometimes that's how it pans out when you play a powerful planeswalker like that, that they have to use so many resources to get rid of it that whatever you have left over can clean up, and that's what happened here.
Yeah, you know, and Autumn did a great job of fighting through that planeswalker, right?
Absolutely.
Looked like she was almost able to kind of turn that around and stabilize, but, you know, 1 poison here, 1 poison there, all of a sudden we see a toxic victory here. In fact, a poison counter victory here from Josh Tang. And that's not going to be the last time we're going to see that.
No, it's a
看到
popular
快中风了，
strategy
真的。
here in Booster Draft. That to me is my favorite.
差点就要
is to do a black-white deck
上
and
台
to
中
do it
之
just
嘴
like
一次
he did with a lot of low to the ground early stuff that you can kind of swarm with later on, and then your opponent's looking down and they may be at 14 life, but they're at 6, 7, 8.
真的
poison
飘屏好
counters,
强。
and all of a sudden a Blight Belly Rat can do it done, or some proliferate spell or something like that, and you can get the job done. And he was just able to get over the line there.
Yeah, and that's why the stock on a card such as Crawling Chorus has continued to go up. Typically, you don't want to play 1-mana 1/1s, right? But in this format, it might be the 2nd, 3rd best common in the set, right? If 4 white.
I love it.
Yeah, Marshall. I mean,
太
every
紧张
time
了，
I
太
go
紧张
Marshall,
了。
crawling course or this amazing removal spell, he just snaps off the crawling course every single time.
I have a problem. But all right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have Maria at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
人中红蓝拿第一张毛表，直接拉白，没有错啦，哪一次不拉白？不过如果是 MTGA 的话，我可能会放掉，因为反正你应该是不会遇到。那怎么断线了？哭啊！前面有转播拿牌经过，有 LSV 的那个拿牌的经过，对，然后我们就看到了一个没有去除的，对，没什么去除的，不太好的套牌，我们讲保守一点，不是那么好。然后就看到第一盘他被异师屠杀，对 ，Josh 都在 LSB 上架，我们就看到那个 LSB 第一包第一 pick， 他传超快的啊，肯定是炸弹。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, and that is the trophy our 219 players are battling here for this weekend. I'm Maria Bartholdi, joined here by Monty Devuti at the news desk, and it has already been such an incredibly exciting morning for us. Monty, were these players stoked to get back and draft?
They really were. We were walking around the room as they were getting ready to draft this morning, and everybody was just itching. We were seeing the familiar, really iconic, just taking a picture of your draft pod seating slip that everybody's posting to Twitter, and just once the draft started, the familiar calls of the called draft and just the sound of the cards snapping, everybody laying out everything. It was just awesome to watch, and everybody.
Josh 跟 A 的套牌谁比较强哦？我觉得我还是会占标平一票啦。
Cedric had a chance to talk to some of the best drafters in the field here. Let's find out what they had to say.
但是如果实际打起来，我觉得照 Josh 这个猴，这个 miss trigger 程度大概会被干烂。哦 ，PVDD， 好久不见。
Yeah, a little bit. It's been a while.
So, speaking of having been a while, there's a limited portion of this tournament, and
卡烂的 LSV， 他没有走红那边有点可惜啊。他的第一 pick、第二 pick 都是走独边嘛，所以他最后也比较倾向于独边一点。对啊。
I think you need to have a baseline of things that matter that you're memorizing, because when you play online, you can just look at the cards you've drafted. And in paper, you can't. So you need to have a rough idea of what your curve looks like. Do you have enough removal? Do you have enough creatures?
在实体跟 MTG 跟线上版不一样，就是你 MTG 可以随时看的轮抽，但是实体是不行的。
It's not something you normally pay attention to, so you might just not know. Like you're gonna have to go back and think about it. But just a general curve, how many removals, how many playables you have, can I afford to take this land over this playable? You need to know how many playables you have. Right, so you
这两个都看到大炸弹了。
So when you're keeping track of that,
应该是蛮有机会的。
a lot, so a little bit of shortcutting. How hard is it to maybe say switch colors?
It's hard, but I think switching colors is always going to be hard. But yeah, it's the kind of thing that, you know, can I have enough playables to be green-white? Like, do I have 7 green cards or do I have 11 green cards? You're not always going to know. A lot of it is feeling and ballparking. You don't need to have the exact numbers, you just need to have a rough idea.
Well, practice makes perfect. It's not easy, but if you
practice
get
makes
close
perfect.
to as good at it as Paulo is, you're going to do
Josh 感觉轮抽没有练得很
I am here with Simon Nielsen, a player who has done many a real-life draft at a pro tour, which is where we are. Like, we got paper cards, we have everything. You're pumped, right?
I'm super pumped. I mean, I'm just looking forward to, like, the draft callers being like, players, pick up your packs. You have 50 seconds.
You know, most people don't know what that is. The thing that you just said. I do, because we've been doing this for a while, but there's plenty of people who are just like, I don't know what you're talking about. So, when you're doing a real-life draft, pod play at a physical pro tour, physical cards, that's much different than Magic Online, Magic Arena.
不过对，会开票屏，他是大大。
So tell us, what do you think about when you're doing this at an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, the like main difference is like, you know, it's gonna be like timed in a different timer than you're used to on Arena, and you're gonna have to like
读秒轮抽还是就是有些时候你需要凭一点感觉，就是你大概拿了多少张牌，然后你不是自己的不是自己设的，有没有机会转？这件事情其实要一些练习量，你要有一点牌感。
So let me ask you this: when you're trying
对啊，轮抽烧钱啊，真的是轮抽烧钱啊。很多不打轮抽的原因也是因为轮抽真的太烧钱了。
I mean, you don't really care about it too much. It's like, you know, if there's nothing else good in the pack, yeah, maybe you can take
所
something of the
以新人我其实都没有那么建议他们直接下去打轮抽。
I mean, I'm not a draft expert, so
包括我自己啦，我自己轮抽也都是先从看别人，有人在约轮抽的时候从旁边看，你可以知道他们拿牌的方式。对，我觉得新人的话就先看着就好，不要那么急着下去打，不然那个钱烧起来的速度真的是很劝退啊，很劝退。
It's Paul Rizzo. Paul, how the heck have you been?
I'm great. Happy to be here. Really want to come back and support that return to the Pro Tour. Super excited to see it, you know, feel and look like it used to, and really excited to dive back in. Don't know how much I'll be around, but for today, really
400还好，那是跟氪金比起来谢喽。
Here's the deal. You and I, we've been doing this for a long time. We've done
一餐800块太贵了，太贵了。一单800块太便宜了，太便宜了。
There's a lot of people who have not done pod drafts. They draft on Arena, they draft on Magic Online. You have access to all the cards in front of you, and then you can pick accordingly. When you're doing a pod draft here at a Pro Tour, you don't get to do that. You don't get to look at your cards every single time you take a pick. So, tips and tricks, pointers, helpers for people who have never done a pod draft before. What do you think about when you're doing one?
Well, I mean, the most obvious thing, obviously, is that you're going to be playing against the other players at the table. So thinking about the cards that you're passing,
练会比氪金还贵。
as the course of the draft goes on, and you can actually know basically who's going to have it. If the person you're left, you know, is red, you pass them a Brotherhood's End, for example, they're gonna potentially have that in their deck. So, you know, in the biggest things I think about.
超的还送你10连那个
when you're on
10质无料，10质无料。
all of your cards there. You can see the way that your deck evolves over the course of a draft. So you move some cards from the main deck into the sideboard, some back in. You have an idea of your card count. You're never going to remember every single pick that you've made when you have a face-down pile in front of you. So I think about 2 things. Number 1, what's my strategy, right? So what strategy am I an aggressive deck? Do I have any combinations? Am I looking for certain things? Am I short on 2 drops? And so that way I can index or select for those types of cards.
你的策略，你是中速，你要打快，你要打控，你的2倍曲线拿得够不够？
Try to think about, do I have enough playables? You know, think about
生物够不够打，然后背牌需不需要拿？
removal for flyers, a counter spell, something like that.
对飞兵的去除，然后看牌。
building period, you can't do the deck building while you're drafting in the same way
这就是
you could online.
我这个系列很喜欢。 算是蛮喜欢那一张3点的绿色钗啦，因为它可以杀飞兵。在这个系列，其实能杀飞兵的牌其实没有那么多，而且能够又可以 cover 到神器跟结界。这系列的很多 bump 都是神器结界。 然后有时候还会送你一个贞子，那样真的是比想象中还要好一点。我如果有的话，我正边都会放个1张。啊，2副垃圾套排队打，不是。
for Autumn Burchett. Both know how to win a Pro Tour. Let's get to meet our players a little
跟
bit
你讲，那个
better.
蓝羊被冠发辟邪符面哦，就倒了啊。
You're not familiar with him. You're Pro Tour Berlin champion back in 2008. He's in the Hall of Fame, and guess what? He's a birthday boy. Today is his birthday. Wants to start off his Pro Tour doing well on his birthday. Let's take a look at Autumn Burchett. Started playing in 2013.
MTG 打波3会比实体好，对啊，所以我也都是 MTG 打波3，不要打波1，打波1没有练习量，波1你只会打到铜牌银牌，那没有练习量。
Well, Maria, we've already seen both players on camera. Unfortunately, they both got the worst end of their respective matches. We did see Luis fall to Willie with this green-white deck that we did see on the draft, and this deck didn't really.
不过说真的，三个油是真的可以考虑放到16地就好了。这边就是一定会放一张那个3点拆啊，对不对？又拆又杀，又可以杀飞兵，对不对？就不会被那个意思揍成那个鬼德性。至少多一张那个。 自己设计时器，不用啊，你 MTG 就会帮你计时啦，秒数是一样的，你只是不能去看你选到的牌。
Ideally a 2-1 from this position, but losing that first round is definitely not how you want to start off your day, especially when your draft doesn't go great.
不过是 MTG 有个问题啦，就是你不是跟同桌打到，你没有办法跟同桌打到，你有时候会对你自己套牌的强度，没有办法那么的把握住，就是你可能会遇到一些比较弱的套牌，或者是不一样的套牌，在你轮抽你没有遇到的状况下，就是你一个实体的8人轮，你会 知道你传出去什么，对，所以你可以预期到你会中什么招，但是打 MTG 没有办法，因为你就是跟所有人打，你有时候就会被炸弹炸乱七八糟的什么的。像我刚刚就是，对我们刚刚看那个 Josh 在传的时候，他第一包传那么快，我们就会预期你就算你实体遇到他的时候，你就会预期。 他有一个炸弹，你可能铺场就不会铺那么慢。对，就是还是有一些差别的。Josh 20，对啊，我一点都不意外。
Corey, we've seen both of these decks in action now. What do you take away from both builds here that the players have gone for?
The one thing I would take away is none of them are the 9, 10 power level decks. But you know what? At a Pro Tour with this stiff of competition, nobody really gets that run style deck. Both are kind of average. Autumn's deck is really being held up by a lot of prophetic prisms, so that's going to be a very important card to draw. But yeah, either way, very medium style decks, and unfortunately, the loss kind of reflected that in the first one for both of them.
For sure. And we have seen that at this level of competition, the decks, as you mentioned, are
这个系列的那个红色是有点太强了，就是统计下来红绿跟红白的强度差的有点多。他们红绿跟红白两个都58%左右的胜率。
40th birthday today, so be sure to send him some birthday luck and hope that rubs off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with the one drop to start, you know, this is such an aggressive format, so being able to get a 1-2 curve here is exactly what Luis is looking for. And same with Autumn, Prophetic Prism, you know, is a card that Autumn really needs.
Definitely. So playing 5 colors, I thought perhaps she'd picked up an Atraxa that was just hiding out somewhere, but unfortunately not the case. And so we're going to get things underway here. Both players playing on curve, and we've noticed in this format that, you know, tempo adding to the board is so important.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, you got to be on the board fast, and you got to be on the board often. Otherwise, you fall behind pretty quickly, especially if your opponent's deck is one of those 8 or 9 style power level decks.
他还有那个2点的传奇。
Got a Doom Mover. Gonna go and find a land. Plenty of basics to pick from for Autumn Burchett.
然后两个那个5点的5具。
Getting that well counter and will help Luis ramp into something a bit more impactful.
Yep, absolutely. And picking up the island, Blue Sun's Twilight being one of the most powerful cards, not only in the set, but definitely in Autumn's deck. Yeah. So being able to have that online already, you know, we saw that card cast quite a few times, not for that magical number of 5 where you get to copy that, but if you ever get that going, it's absolutely insane.
It is indeed. Cards in hand there, Cephalopod Sentry. Been a pretty good defense against the rest of the field so far. Just unfortunately not being able to deliver the beatdowns that Autumn would like at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. A really powerful card. Blue-white, not necessarily what people are striving to get into, but you know what? Autumn's got all the colors, so in somewhere in there, there's a color combination that is a very powerful one.
An eccentric creature. So one less thing for Luis Scott Vargas to worry about there. Just the 2-1 now on the other side there for Autumn Burchett.
Yep, and Annex Sentry hitting that creature especially being very effective because it is going to come back with just 1 power and kind of all the work that Autumn has done kind of gets negated, even if Annex Sentry falls.
Let's see here, 4 mana. There we're going to see the Cephalopod Sentry, the Flying X5, currently 3 power.
Yeah, 3/5 here for 4 mana. Flying, you cannot really complain about this. This card always adjusts the power as you get more artifacts in play, so a really nice turn 4 play.
但是 OSV 这里抽到关了，下回可以打回去。
Oh, Corey, Mirren Badish. You know what that means?
For Mirrodin! Yeah, this is a really nice card here. Really being able to just get a body. And that equipped cost is actually on the lower end, you know, of some of these other for Mirrodin cards. So being able to, you know, transfer that over is a really nice ability.
Yeah, relatively easy to do so. And you see some of the other equip costs, like the Battle Chair, for example. It's just like, yeah, could you just not die, please, little rebel? That would be nice.
No kidding. I need to get that chair for my office.
Oh, no. I could imagine you would do that.
All right, so we got some nice removal here for Autumn that looks like what she's trying to do to maybe deal with Annex Sentry or really tempo Luis out with that Annoyant with Affliction, but second guessing it here, maybe to be a little bit more mana efficient with Vorak.
还是想要先用猪拿一块地，然后再接放猪比较顺。虽然会少一个 counter 啦。
Yeah, Contagious Vorak. Look at that card. One of the best green 3-drops we have ever seen. The fact that you can just get a land, 3 mana, draw a card, or have some extra text. Like whenever I saw the ability that you can do something else, you know, it was like the 10th time I played it because I stopped at getting the land. I was like, this card can't be any better. I mean.
Yeah, no, it's insanely good. If you there's a bunch of us on commentary that we're just like, yeah, if we see that piggy, we're gonna take it. It doesn't matter what the rare or the uncommons are. It's like, give me the pig.
100%. Doesn't matter the color. Find some prophetic prisms later. Get it in there.
Yep. So down to 17 goes Luis. First blood drawn here for Autumn Burchett.
And Autumn a little bit out of gas here, just 1 Annoyant with Affliction and another card, but as we saw from her little deck tech before this, there's a lot of power in this deck. So, you know, something like Blue Sun's Twilight off the top is going to be very effective.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wanting to steal something, you know, pretty darn big from Luis's side of the battlefield. Nothing just yet, but the Mirren Badish, the Rebel, is taken out. Trades with the Contagious Vorak and a Plague Nurse added in here.
Oh, 关起来.
Plague Nurse, a card that not a lot of players are valuing incredibly high, but you know, I know some players, Eli Cassis, for instance, really loves this card. You know, this card just increases each toxic creature, you know, the toxic does stack in such a way where it adds 1 to it, and it creates a really fast clock.
Yeah, if you're in a racing situation, Plague Nurse is an excellent mana sink. It's got, you know, a pretty decent sized butt as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, 4 toughness is relevant in this format.
It really is. The 4 converted mana cost is kind of what is a little scary because you cannot play too many of them in this format. We've been seeing how fast it is. Blink and you miss some of these games here.
这边draw 换贴慢慢打就好了。
Paladin of Predation.
Okay. Interesting. Paladin of Predation is extremely large, and I believe Luis had a land, so that was an option here. Oh, wait, the Cultivator does not have the oil. Of course, yes. So next turn, we're going to see that drop, and that is a game changer for sure.
Oh, yeah. And effectively the biggest blocker on Autumn's side of the battle. Can't do anything about that. courtesy of Planar Disruption.
And the best Blue Sun's Twilight target. Copy that one.
Oh, that would be so rude. I want to see it.
Of course, that is 9 mana, you know, so you should be probably winning the game for 9 mana here.
Alrighty, let's see what can Autumn follow up with. He's going to be Anoint with Affliction, taking care of the Annex Sentry, so get the creature back on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, and nowhere near being corrupted, so couldn't really take down the target that Autumn really wants to take down, which is the Plague Nurse that is suited up. Or the 7-drop that is inevitably coming down next turn.
That's going to be a little bit of a pause, I'd imagine. As Cultivation Sack. I love this card. This is such a good little way to use your mana.
Yeah, I thought this card was going to be too slow for the draft format, maybe like a sealed bomb type of card, but it has really been, you know, showing its chops here as players start to draft just really, really aggressive cards, where if you can just play 2 drops, 3 drops, and then Incubation Sack and just do that every turn, it's tough to push through that.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of the token creators in this set have run away with games. Oh, yeah. We see the lands that can make the mites. We've got this as well. Yeah. Even Unctus?
Unctus, yeah.
Is that the one I'm thinking of? The Azorius legend that can also create golems whenever there's artifacts.
Oh,
so,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's a nice one to blink or bring back. Yeah, that's a powerful card.
这边的话。
勇敢往前冲！
换2只都赚。
With the battlefield here, let's see if it's time for our Paladin of Predation to hit the board.
Yeah, a really kind of tricky situation here. The boards are starting to get clogged up, and Luis is feeling the pressure. Like, if I do not push through damage here, the Incubation Sack will just start to run away with it, especially if you ever start proliferating with that. It just becomes really, really powerful over time. Bang, there it is.
Paladin of Predation, Toxic 6. Yeah, you want to end a game, just
double corrupted, easy, one hit.
Sure.
Yeah, I gotta read that one. You don't see 7-drops cast and draft too much unless it's Kaya, which we did see in a deck the last round.
这边抽这个挺不错的，下5具装上去，只要能够抽个辟邪，就跟神一样了。
And as it stands right now, no creatures can block it. With the Incubation Sack, you're able to not only evolve, get that creature up to a 3/3, then you put another 3/3 into play, but that does not do anything to 7 toughness. And that's before we even start pumping anything with Predation Steward. It's just, yeah, going to be really tough here for Autumn.
还有8攻。
Awesome Gruul tattoo.
That is awesome.
It is very cool.
这边贴上去，然后灌加2加2。
Autumn's winning.
By far, absolutely.
也不用，直接贴上去，他挡不住，因为他不会被2攻一下打。
don't see a clear path that Autumn has to deal with this gigantic creature, especially being pumped right now. 2 hits from that, it's over.
他升33啊，那只甚至是33啊。
damage.
Yowza.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, poison counters are a funny thing because, yeah, sure, you can have as much life as you like, but got to keep an eye on that, and there's just no way to slow that down.
不能挡。
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe if Luis wins this match,
16个
the next
毒
one with Paladin of Predation there, might have to get that tattooed as well. Yeah, that might
8个
be his
毒
birthday gift to himself.
That might be taking it a bit.
8个毒，好爽哦！还有巴拉斯头灯，
Another big draw step there from Luis.
太神啦！
Down to 11 goes Autumn 8.
而且蓝羊还抓不过来，法力根本就不够，挡不住。哎，问就是挡不住。
Bad news for Autumn indeed. Let's see what we can get going here.
Normally a Death Toucher here against a gigantic creature would be great, but you need to get that a little bit more power to be able to block. But if Autumn's able to do that, this board would be a little bit more stabled. But with that evolved Spinoderm too, being hexproof for a couple turns, then transforming into a Trampler, and then dying, but still an incredibly powerful card that Luis basically slammed during the draft here earlier today.
You see that guy, you're going to grab him. He's just a house. You know, next to Thrun, this is probably the best beat stick you could add to the board.
No kidding. Speaking of Thrun, don't you just love playing against that card?
No.
I just love it. You know, it's so much fun.
好像也还好。
Oh boy. Like, oh, throne? Okay, bye.
Yeah, it's shocking. I have never beaten that card when it's cast against me, and I've never lost when I've cast it.
Yeah, that seems to track. All right, Miran Bardiche on the Paladin of Perdition. So that's a big old chunk of damage. Thankfully, no trample.
所以是10-10。
No trample, and it does look like this was up to 8 toughness and now 10 toughness, which is the magical number right now because Autumn did have the ability to triple block the 3
这边打了就一定要 trump 一只，然后 trump 一只之后，下一回合你就挡不死他。
But not only that, but it kind of puts Autumn in the abyss, as we like to say, where you just kind of have to chump block every turn. And the more you have to chump block, the less you have to block and take it down.
Yeah.
Now you do get the trigger here to drain a little bit of life. Of course, if it's remembered, you know, I mean, we're back to paper magic. Things are a lot different than in our digital era. You know, you do have to remember everything when it comes to that.
Yeah, so we'll see a couple
还有救吗？
mistakes
蜘蛛没有救。
That is to be expected. This
倒数2个回
is a lot
合。
of players trying to shake off the rust, as it were,
Absolutely.
as they come back to paper magic. Rustbine Cultivator up to 4 oil
这边
counters
继续
now.
站着打，他每回都要喂一只。
All right, so now we'll see what kind of attackers here. Autumn, once again, doesn't really have enough blockers to take down this Paladin, but now also has to worry about the evolved Spinoderm if Luis is thinking about it.
然后80多人也打，反而肩大。可是就是这边喂一只，然后另外一边看是使出要扛一下，或是就直接吃，因为吃了会反正会吸2点，
Yeah,
never mind that.
就是扣3而已。10滴可以接受。
At least has 1 counter on it. There's so much proliferate to get it going, but it is pretty tough to get a counter on it and then start proliferating. So yeah, it's going to be tough to get that going again. Really going to need some removal here from Autumn.
Or just, you know, ways to exchange control of permanence.
Yes, yeah, let's see. Is
Looking
that 3,
at
4, 5,
you,
6?
Blue Sun's Twilight.
Autumn does have a land in hand, so if she's able to find that, Blue Sun's Twilight can take this Paladin, and it pseudo takes the equipment for a turn.
Yep.
You know, Luis will just have to re-equip it, and then it is gone. It's not like Autumn will control that, but if that's on the top of the deck, all of a sudden, it goes from, I don't know how Luis is going to lose this game, to there's not a chance he's winning this game.
那这边就是踩2补2吸回来。
Similar to what she did in the first game.
Yeah.
You know, where Meldweb Curator just continuously bringing that back. Contagious Vorak.
这边算了，有没有增值其实是没有差很多。我可能还是会选增值吧，因为你还有第2只猪不是吗？哦，他想要做2次。啊，好浪费哦。觉得没有那么急就是了。
And you know,
我可能会直接选择做2只，然后猪留着下一turn增值，因为那个猪那个野兽打到9颗增值就死了。现在这样为了去拿一块地做这一盒做2次，我觉得有点小可惜耶。对啊，下一回全打，是很有机会过一只的。被反手抽一只死猪仔，尴尬。
Now Luis's attacks get a little bit more murky.
Yeah, because if any, unless he's getting through for damage, which
贴过去到3上面变54。
Yes. Yeah, the whole board problem here for Autumn was the fact that the Paladin couldn't be blocked by the 2 power, 2 toughness creatures. But if that card's under check, the rest of these 3/3s can be blocked with a 1/3 and a 2/2.
优势还在 OSB 手上吧。
And Autumn's life total, actual life total at 17, it's not really threatening that much of losing immediately. It's the A poison that is really Luis's fastest way. And there's a venomous brutalizer off the top. If Luis would have just proliferated instead of getting that land,
that would be it.
That would be it. Yeah, absolutely. So maybe something if Luis could have time traveled back and knew it was on top of the deck, maybe would have thought of that instead of getting an extra
抽到增值人了哦，好亏哦，好亏哦，早知道刚刚猪就增值了，好亏哦。 不会啦，这边那个，对啊，这边贴了2只打，他还是要过一只啊。对啊。应该是2只都要挡下来了，毕竟。
Yeah,
已经8颗赌了。
Looks like this is just going for the trade. Luis is probably thinking like, yeah, I know Blue Sun's Twilight is in the deck. I maybe just have to put this to the graveyard just in case, because eventually Autumn will draw that card, and the game would just end without the Paladin on the battlefield taking a 3/3, copying it. Still very good.
我上回真的不会这样打，我觉得上回的那个猪有点太浪费了。对啊，毕竟都剩2颗赌了。我肯定是出2个那个。
And Luis can't really go all out attack, kind of, and just like force through some damage.
对啊，但是这样全部换完。
The crackback could be something dangerous.
全部换完，然后
every creature that's able to kill a creature on
他这边5局换贴。
Once again, we have a trigger from Ren.
然后下一回合再增值就好了。
Autumn's almost back at starting life total.
我觉得应该还是换贴在那个下赌身上了。
You have straight up damage here, but yeah, that card's put in some work.
It really has, and most importantly, on top of that, Luis down to 7. So this is
来，有没有蓝羊？
something that
哦，来了吗？
And at any point,
蓝羊来了吗？哇，干，真是大哎！咱们右手抽一张。
Twilight, let's
go. Big heads up play from Luis getting in there because you see that shake of the head. It could have been a lot worse, but already this is incredibly bad for Luis. Blue Sun's Twilight being one of the best cards in the set.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to draw
2只下赌仔。
Yeah.
Oh, I like your bomb. I didn't open any. Thank you. I'll take that.
Exactly. The worst part about this card is that top right, the 2 blue, because it is a blue card. You know, but outside of that, if you're playing blue, this is about as good as it gets.
然后剩一个 token.
Oh man.
The beast token comes in as a token, so it's a double token, of course. Nope, just kidding. That does not exist.
好吧，应该是个 copy， 不过无所谓。
That equipment going over there. Now, for anybody unfamiliar with how that works, Luis can at any point just re-equip, and we'll probably be doing that immediately to not only shrink a creature.
Okay.
Okay.
补3D， 抽一张。
Pad the life total a little bit, draw an extra card. Let's see if there is anything.
快点。 你还有一只猪在牌库里等你。
好，
第2只马桶，哦，不是，是这个。哦，这个也不错。
Yeah, and a great card. Yeah, if Luis does end up falling in this match, you know, probably going to think back to the Vorak. Did I proliferate with the brutalizer in hand? Because now it's looking very unlikely that he's able to actually get damage through. And might have to proliferate his way to the win, even though he doesn't have. That many
看有没有机会？
injector,
真的那一只祝福真的，那你不增值好可惜哟。
You know, I really thought just not boosting power, adding 1 toxic.
那块地真的有那么重要吗
？If you ever play, for instance, 1 black death toucher and then equip it the next turn, get 2 poison going immediately, ends up being very good in this format.
Alrighty, what's the top deck here? We're tapping.
贴回来。
Marin Bardiche. Is a troll going to get?
贴巨魔吧。
Let's see.
4、5、6、7贴巨魔就有7 PP 了。贴7 PP 就不会被2只换。
You're running the other way.
And now there's no real proliferation that
一只猪，一只3/2牺牲增值，对。
Exactly, but still being able to just block this, sacrifice it.
而且还有那个3点交2警戒，进场也会增值。对，他还有一些增值牌。
That's the magic number 8 there is what Luis is going to be worrying about.
Definitely so. Just checking through his list to see if there are any other proliferation sources for him.
Yeah, I remember seeing it before, not a ton, you know, not an absolute ton. Luis really does need to just get in for damage, try to find some evasion here, but here we go. Vorak and the troll getting in there.
Okay.
也可以啦，因为说真的，这个换贴没有出事，通常就不太会出事了。至少他手上对这只巨魔应该是没什么办法的。
It's had like a 16-point life swinger so far already. Just incredible. And it looks like, yeah, Autumn
我可能还是
recognizing
会选择
the
全部
life
贴巨
total is
魔
not
啦。
where I'm dying. Sure, I'll take 5, no problem.
Yeah.
It's the poison.
Cue Britney Spears, toxic. But don't, because DMCA issues.
Yes, of course, of
Yeah.
course.
All right. Still very close here between these two players. 8 life points versus 8 poison counters.
换我出
Which
出
one is going to go off first? There's a lot of land in hand there for Autumn.
Absolutely, and we see a Vorak there
他
for
这边要赶
Autumn.
快找到
A
那个
lot better
再
than
把蓝
Autumn's
羊
deck,
放回
I
来的
would
方
say,
法。
just because you are indeed 5 colors, so trying to find a lot of different lands is very important.
Yeah. Vorak
然后再贴回去。
The mythic common of the set.
It has to be the mythic. Mythic
直接换
common
人
of basically any limited set that we've seen in the last like 5 years. Incredible Magic card. Still see that Venomous Brutalizer in Luis's hand. Just has drawn cards
被
with
痛
troll and
死
stuff and had a lot of
不
other things
至
to
于
do.
吧？他还有一只
with his
巨魔
mana.
不是吗？
16 counters there on Cultivator.
16, eh? We need to whip out the D20s.
Yeah,
Just
that
7.
there's unfortunately not too many things that truly matter as far as a lot of oil
真的是
counters.
你
on
妈那
cards.
两个
It's
烂
just
套牌
does
才可以
this
打
have
到
an
现
oil
在
counter?
嘞
You know,
妈
that is the
但
main
但
thing that
凡中
matters.
间来一点
Not
强
really
一点
something
的
that's
棒本
really
都
relevant right now, but still a
都
great
有
one
人
drop.
不知道死
Being
到
able
哪里
to
去
go
了。
usually you want your 1 mana ramp cards to be acting like Llanowar Elves, where you can go
出
1
这
to
个
3.
贞
This card,
子
of course, doesn't do
9
that, but you get
个
to go 1, 2, and then to 4. And there's a lot of good 4 drops, so still a very good 1 drop, one of the best ones.
Or just double 2 drops, because those are so important in this format.
早该赢了 LSV， 你是不是最近都没有打轮抽？
Did pay the extra 2 mana to proliferate, so
对
Autumn
哦，
is
他要开始吃了。
poison counters now.
哇，这样是真有机会。
Luis has any more Voraks, you could proliferate that way.
Hey.
Got the 2, I believe.
Just got the 2. Yeah, I believe we saw both of them. Maybe only 1 so far, so that could be a top deck here for the win.
他要开始想办法把对手痛死了吗？33撞24，什么事都没有发生。
This board is so clogged up right now.
Yep, and an interesting play there. Autumn attacked with the 3/3. Mostly hoping it would die. You know, mostly hoping the card would die, but Luis with a heads-up play blocking with the 2/4, so that Vran doesn't trigger, Charforger doesn't trigger, heads-up block
他的辟邪不灭上来了。
So Luis had plenty of creatures to eat it.
Yeah.
Brutalizer could block, Troll could have blocked and taken it down, but too big of a problem.
可能他现在反而不敢打了。
Slaughter Stinger, excuse me, could make for some tricky blocks, as it does give the toxic creatures +1/+1.
Yeah. A really incredible 2-drop. He picked it up really late.
哇哦！不过手上有辟邪不灭，倒还好。
What you got over there, Luis? I'd like to steal it.
很难看，
是的。
啊，我只能说刚刚那个猪如果有打好，现在就死了。
Luis is going to lose a lot of his battlefield.
扣一滴。
See Tarvar Stan in play for Luis. So that is a nice
definitely relevant. Giving a creature
那你是抽到贞子了没
That could be a massive blowout for Autumn.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's huge. Yeah, and you don't get the token or anything.
No.
Spell fizzles when it comes hexproof. Yeah.
Yep.
Tyvar Stan is a counter spell to the max from a lot of the Twilights. Black Sun Twilight as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
那个
Keeping that firmly in the holster. The turn passes
他们
back
这一
to
次
Autumn.
居然没有那个呢，
Suns,
没有那
Twilight.
个计时。
Tapping for all the things. What is the target? Let's see.
Yeah, and another thing, we did see Luis in the
然后被
draft
辟邪不灭，
drafted
呵呵。
3 Tyvar Stans, so I think that one's coming in. I think the third one's coming in. He did main deck only 2 of them. You don't want to draw too many pump spells and not enough creatures.
It's like the ultimate no touchy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. No touchy, no killing.
哦，这把挡死。
And I mean, that was great. That was a big exchange. Luis got to deny Autumn of a draw step because you had to put it on top and prevent that from happening. Still needs to find a way to push through damage here.
场上可以主动牺牲的一只。
landed end step to draw an extra card. Big turn for Luis.
No, Respine Cultivator.
And that's a cultivator.
That right now, that's a womp womp.
And a couple of lands are not what Luis wants at all here at this stage of the game. You know he's just thinking, come on, deck, it's my birthday. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, one time maybe?
Yeah.
That would be nice.
All right, looks like we got 2-3-3s coming in.
这边 Trump 也不太行吧？他有3只会打毒的。
Yeah, she's literally just chucking them under the bus.
有3只会打毒的。
The one thing that these rust vines are good at is, not dealing any damage.
Exactly, and that's the one thing that Celestia is pretty bad at is taking creatures completely off the battlefield. So,
好丑，好丑！
哦，
终于抽到了。
There we go.
哦，终于抽到了。
Little piggy gets it done off the top of the library. No land, thank you very much. I will take that proliferation.
Wow.
Jeez.
That was a big draw. You know Luis was going to be kind of kicking himself that he picked up that land when he already had 7 in play when it could have proliferated.
超难看，这是怎么超级难看
before Autumn was about to take control again, so.
Oh man, that'll do, pig. That'll do. Let's get the next game.
前面那只猪好好的争执就没事了。
Can we keep playing on curve?
哦
，Looks like it.
1回2回有事做，漂亮。真的20分钟前就会结束。痛血那一只比想象中强，也就强那么一点点。我只能说就强那么一点点。
Where proliferating and other kind of stuff like that get this card just completely out of control.
Canker Bloom added to the battlefield here. This uncommon is such a cool card.
Yeah.
A big old chunk 3/2.
每次都是压这一只，好爽哦。
Goodness me, this is like the dream start here.
挡不挡
Yeah, dream start and kind of a flashback of what we saw exactly last game here.
I like that. I think I will take it.
Yeah, and did not want to trade here. So Autumn valuing the Death Toucher. And the toxic ability here a little bit.
痛血那一只你会觉得比想象中的强，其实应该是因为他们两边的套牌都太烂了。哇，第2颗灵镜，很多颗灵镜。抽起来，抽起来。
But when your deck's full of power because you're playing all the colors, it ends up being a lot better.
Yeah, certainly putting in the work. 2 cards extra drawn, 2 other colors.
还不换，再吃一拳。
But not that much happening on the board
还
right
能
now.
再吃吗
That's what matters.
And
Power and toughness.
Pretty normal stuff we see from this format. The old Forest Island Charforger in hand type draw. Gotta love that. Able to be cast immediately right now.
5、6、7。
Alrighty, yeah, let's use those prisms to get the mana we need. Charforger coming in.
真的是什么都拿连击5句。
Good stuff. All right, on the Charforger. What do we got going?
Looks like Bladehold War Whip.
Oh, nice.
选择出这个。对啊，出连击5句马上就被拆了，有点鸟。
We put the War Whip on the Forger.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Bladehold War Whip is one of the best reasons to be Boros, dude. Like, I absolutely love that card. That card can really get out of hand, especially with how many great pump spells there are in this format.
Yeah, it's one of the top performing commons or uncommons in the set, so.
Absolutely.
终于要挡了。
Don't let that one pass you by in a draft.
And here is a good block because the Bladehold War Whip that Autumn just drew, a really important thing to make sure that the creature was not able to kill it.
For sure. All right, what we got here from Luis? Let's see what this turn looks like. So 2 creatures apiece. We got the Rustline to ramp him if needs be.
And Luis does still have some cards in hand here. The Paladin coming down next turn. Tyvar stand right now.
Oh, okay, the War Whip does hit the board there for Autumn. And Paladin off predation time. He's back.
Absolutely. For Meriden coming in.
这么的随意。
All right, definitely the scariest threat on the battlefield on pretty much any battlefield that it's played.
Yeah, probably without a doubt. Unless, Thrun is hanging out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But the thing is, this it can actually stand up to Thrun. Of course, it's not going to kill it.
没地方有点尴尬。
There is Vorak. And looks like it was just a proliferate.
Okay.
So land was either not found or not wanted.
Yeah.
I would assume probably not found.
Molten Rebuke and Free from Flesh available for Autumn.
这样这只6/7有点无解。+2+2 ，Double Strike， 4/4上去挡，然后被关一发大的。
Looks like this is a trade, but I believe I did see, yeah, Luis not only has Tyvar stand, but a way to remove the equipment itself, which would also be quite the blowout. But Tyvar stand just being good enough here. 1 mana trick. Take that.
Another Rustmine cultivator. Of the board here. Tyvar stand putting in work here for Luis Scott Vargas, keeping these relevant threats alive.
这不敢乱翻翻到蓝羊就爆开了。
A lot more difficult for Autumn Burchett. You know, re-equip costs a thing to think about.
第二蜘蛛吗？
Preserving the life total, which is a lot more of a factor this time. No Vran, Executioner Thane around.
Yep.
就还一只1/1，无所谓。
Nice. There we go. Charfire. Charforger
挡不住6/7呢。你要怎么处理6/7？第二蜘蛛，第二蜘蛛，第二蛛也扛不住。
Exactly. That becomes a little less important.
哇，蓝羊下去了。
Is that another brick?
No,
oh, no. Okay, we got lands this time. Ooh.
蓝羊下去了。
Yep.
哇。那秋天姐你也要跟着下去了呢。
You're like, please no. Can I take that back?
Oh man, it's almost as Metro feels bad as milling cards. You know, like mill this many cards, return one. It's like no.
Exactly. Like I cannot risk this. I cannot lose my best card. Looks like we did pick up the land. Thought about proliferating, but only turning a 2/2 into a 3/3 not valid enough.
偷打一拳。
My favorite part of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Get him in there. And now, interesting, the Paladin is
这样打一拳
double blocked here,
那这只
but that
6/7
is
你要怎么
not
处理
enough unless Autumn can do something else. So. But did leave back a Vorak, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, double Vorax coming out. Perhaps able to jump in there with a War Whip.
为什么不打？我看不懂，为什么不打？
And here we go. We might see that coming in. Okay.
抽3张增值。
Proliferate. An incredible. Yeah, you don't see that card often, but it is just a powerful effect. People really don't value the draw 3 on 1 card, even though it's that expensive. If you can have a deck that has a bunch of bodies like Autumn's deck, and then all of a sudden you draw 3 cards, you can really pull far ahead, especially with Luis drawing another land here.
Oh, no.
Oh, and Autumn's hand is stacked now.
突然看起来又要走向第3局了。
Cephalopod and Molten Rebuke here. Premium removal spell with 2 gigantic creatures. One of them being a flyer that Luis, I guess, does have the answer for right now, but...
I mean, still a thing you definitely want to get down on this board.
Yeah.
You know, make Luis have it.
哦，6点加这个7张，送你块地。
With the discard.
哇哦，那这样等一下装上去，先攻死处，连击死处，蛮爽的呢。只能猜了，不然等下就要被连击死处乱痛揍一拳。这样子，他等下那一只迷雾反而处理不掉。
She's like, oh, okay, how am I going to not mess this up? My hand is awesome. Like, now Autumn can definitely feel this game slipping away and able to force a game 3.
梦想套牌耶
！Incredible Magic players.
打狼率这只多大？1、2、3。 3攻
Absolutely. And a little reminder to anyone back in the day from Mythic Championship 1, Autumn Burchett winning that one. And winning might be underselling.
天哪！
Destroyed that.
这对局还可以再更难看一点吗
？Incredibly fun to watch. Her pilot model blue.
Excellent piloting indeed. Here comes game number 3. So, Corey, any predictions for this one? Are we going to see same old? Oh, yeah, Rustmine colored.
Exactly. That's how it's starting. I gotta like Luis's chances being on the play with the more streamlined deck, but if Luis stumbles at all here or just doesn't have this powerful draw like we're seeing right now, Autumn's deck really has a lot of power.
Yeah.
You know, so it really could be anyone's games here. Both hands look great, except Autumn does not have land 3, it looks like. So
Mover's gonna go get it though.
这边有没有办法出4费是蛮关键的。
Able to get that prophetic prism in hand, and it looks to be everything seems to be online.
Yeah, Getting 3 colors, turn 3. You love to see that.
I just assumed that Dune Mover was a prophetic prism since there's
没有错啦，成功出了这只。
Oh wow, and look at this. Turn 3.
台咒3回55辟邪。
5/5 on turn 3, hexproof for the time being, then tramples and then dies.
Yeah.
Eventually. But you might be dead by that time.
Exactly, yeah. 4 counters, that's usually enough time to be able to connect quite a few times. And as long as Luis has some follow-up here, it's going to be a scary game for Autumn for sure.
Oh my goodness me, 5 points of damage, dunk!
And on turn 3, when you're on the play with the ramp, like that has to be pretty much the ideal start, except a 2-drop added in there for Luis. But that is one thing his deck was kind of lacking. So.
Here's the biggie. Let's have a look-see.
A heads-up play there from Luis, adding the counter now just in case he doesn't find a land. Then the proliferate at least adds an additional counter. And something that Luis really might prioritize a little bit more. Keeping that Evolved Spinoderm alive for an extra turn could really matter, but the land that Luis found can draw him a card a little bit later here.
Yep. Hunter's Maze being able to be sacrificed later on when needs be. Something else happening. The lands in this set are pretty useful. Icarus Basilisk, Death Touch Toxic 1.
Great card here for Autumn. That is able to do some work to the Spinoderm unless Luis can find a Tyvar stand. Probably one of the 3 that he would have at this point. Decides that's okay, getting it in there. It does now have trample. A cute little thing that you can do, maybe if you are Golgari, is being able to have that at 2. Your opponent points a removal spell at it, and you proliferate, and then get it back up and be like, gotcha.
You are cheeky.
Not something we'll see from green-white. Not too much speed proliferating, but very much a cute thing.
看有没有要丢手上的。
See the adaptive in front of the Vorak.
那就是12、18。
Damage being taken there, looks like.
然后下地出巨魔。
It looks like Autumn is just trying to really just let that creature bleed out. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't want to waste the 1/3 Death Toucher on that when you can block something, let's say, like Gorge or Troll. I believe that is... Oh, nope, not the Blue Sun's Twilight there.
Not yet.
So not an incredibly powerful hand from Autumn at the moment, but Tyvar Stan able to do some serious work on this battlefield. Probably what we're going to see deployed.
看他能，他应该不知道能不能盯到他自己死掉，搞不好有机会，搞不好蛮有机会的。
Exactly. 100%. Even just giving indestructible to the Death Toucher and just being able to kill 2 creatures off of it ends up being a really strong pair.
Indeed.
So perfect, yep. Autumn had not played a land, so being able to play the 4-drop and have Tyvar stand up to do that Death Touch excellent. We'll see what Luis has picked up.
12滴血。
So sad.
这边15也可以接受。
But you know, gotta stay alive, stay in the game. 12 life to 21, and here comes the Spinoderm.
Yep. And another thing, Autumn's like, yeah, I'm not wasting any cards on that. It is gonna die next turn. Luis picking up some nice cards.
Plague Nurse, the Bardiche, and the Disruption. Let's see what is coming down now.
出哪一只？出5。
Vermiridan!
这样子变大树的人就死了。
I love the Vermiridan cards. I mean, just adding an exclamation point at the end, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's definitely your kind of thing. Do you get extra points in the game?
成功的撑过去啦。
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yep. Even when I'm just playing Arena by myself, I'll just find myself being completely quiet, and then I'll play one of these Vermiridan.
撑住了吗？
Spinoderm down.
剩下好像
OSB
快要打不过去了呢。
To removing the counters before someone's life total has not hit 0. So
I just imagine it hitting himself. You know.
先把
exactly
死猪仔关起来。
Rambunctious.
Exactly.
然后被辟邪。
All right, there's the Tyvar stand to protect from.
那这回又不能打了。
Yeah. No touchy says Autumn. And one thing I love about how Autumn plays Magic is she is so disciplined.
Yes.
You know, whenever we're sitting there thinking, you know, just the regular at-home Magic player going, I should probably kill that thing. Nope.
Patient.
又经过了一个回合。
Value in your cards, absolutely, and we are seeing Molten Rebuke here, which is huge.
超5点猜5句。
Lovely.
And for
好
5
痛。
mana, you know, that is what you really need from a removal spell.
Yeah.
You know, just 5 mana kill something. Not quite up to snuff in this format most of the time.
看惨了 ，SP 真的要连医生都拿不下来了吗
？Okay, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So nice play there from Autumn.
An artifact and enchantment removal is very relevant in this set.
这个怎么那么会抽
Vorak, let's see what we find. Land or proliferate. There's a land.
Yeah, and this is just definitely everything kind of slipping away from Luis.
第二蜘蛛。
Lands in hand.
Double Vorak. Let's go, piggies.
More lands, more lands. So now basically everything in Autumn's deck is castable, even with one Prophetic Prism. Pretty easy to see that. We didn't see exactly what on the bottom.
LSV 没有正杀的缺点出来了，拿了一只传奇完全没辙，血量压不下去，毒打不出来。
Plus, of course, it was saw in that last one. Then that's not good, but.
他这边要想办法再抽那个6、7上来。
Yeah, very different games as far as like what Luis has tried to do so far. Attack life total, attack with poison. Not even a single, toxic damage on Autumn right now.
秋天姐努力的绿蓝羊。
And it is the largest creature on the battlefield, but when the battlefield gets this clogged, attacking in with a 4/4 and just having, you know, your 3/4 and a Vorak block here, it's not that ideal. Now,
为什么要下这块地？算了，无所谓。
Yep, the Dune Mover and the Prism, so able to think of that as a 4/4.
是要开咒了，冲
and
啊！
that can trade with anything on the battlefield. Autumn has more creatures, so she's happy to trade away something here. Luis gets a good block, you know, quote-unquote good block, where loses the worst creatures that he has in exchange for a larger creature to trade up, as we like to say. But even that, Luis is falling really far behind really quickly.
血量慢慢吸回来了。
triggering just as much as we've been seeing, you know, the last couple turns. But there is an Annex Entry. Just going to help out.
Annex Entry, premium removal. Pretty good body as well.
Yeah. What a great card. I mean, 1/4?
干，这边被摸蓝羊就差不多要尿了呢。
Absolutely. Sign me up.
O-ring on a stick.
There's a prism.
Draw another card here. Dig deeper into this library. Now, this is certainly not a deck that we would have expected to see working.
Absolutely not. Yeah, 5 color, I did not think we would just
死出在白嫖。
But you know what? That is kind of how it
没
works
戏，
at the
对啊
Pro Tour draft.
这
You
边
gotta get creative. And
他
the
又
players
抽
that
到这
maybe try
个
to force
巨
something
神
that's
33
not there and don't get creative like this, you know, those are usually the 1/2 or the 0/3 decks.
这没有办法了，这个大概游戏结束了。他还有一只6、7啦。他还有一只6、7。
Good stuff. Deck.
Good stuff. Deck.
Yep. Incubation.
拆了真子，两个前面都没有打到毒，他这种节奏套牌。 又没有大招，真的是就有点。
Boom. That's a big draw. There are no flyers on Autumn's side and at 9. I mean, this is a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
Now there's a lot of factors that go into losing a creature, getting a drain.
这边要开始制造压力了吗？
The Basilisk getting poison counter on there for Luis.
哦，不过有机会，这个33飞 A3 拳有没有机会？对，有没有飞兵？他有蜘蛛啦，他还有蜘蛛。哦，哦好，那什么事情都没有发生。
No exile.
No exile doesn't have the ability of going away, coming back. Not that it's super relevant. It would still come back as well, but if you target it, deal with it, and then it just never gets taken away.
这边要开始多推一些生物了吧，不然这个血量有点危险的呢。
The 3/3 flyer that there's really not an answer to right now. And the one problem that Autumn has here.
哇
Ooh, that was
岩石践踏
blocker here for this 3/3 is exactly what Autumn needed.
哦，关，不是，是拆。拆这个时间点没什么用啊，哥哥。就被扛住了，这什么峰回路转？时间到了吗？
Corrupted now, so that anoint would have been excellent at this point, but Vran is just proving to be so amazing in this matchup where green-white just cannot kill it. you know, unless Luis had these fight spells, which just he did not see in the draft at all. At all. There was nothing taken over it, just did not see Ruthless Predation or Infectious Bite as one of the ways that is Green's premium removal to actually get stuff off the battlefield instead of planar disruptioning threats.
No fights, no bites. I'd love to see what the rest of his table, you know, ended up with, where all the green and red stuff went.
Exactly. And I mean, it is really no secret amongst these players that Gruul oil, even just Gruul beatdowns, ends up being amazing. You know, you can do so many different things. Really, very much the popular archetype amongst the pros that I've talked to so far. That and Black-White were kind of the top two.
那4E 也可以跟着冲了吧
？4 power being added here for Autumn.
All right, looks like it is time to get him in there here. Looks like a big attack maybe being set up here. The problem that Autumn has had basically this whole game is the 3-4 and the 4-4 have basically held back any attacks. So anytime Autumn wanted to get in there, it is just chump attacking, which with Vran is fine. But if you're doing that too many turns in a row, all of a sudden Luis can just change pace and attack back Autumn and really change the complexity.
我刚刚有听到声响，但是如果依照我刚刚听到声响，这样听起来是第2个回合而已啊。不知道，因为他这一次没有计时，不知道为什么。
The one thing, exactly. The one thing that is kind of scary for me, and it is in Luis's hand, is Tyvar's stand. If there's no blocker for Shepard, being able to just Tyvar stand a flyer, I mean, that's going to wrap it up. Unless there's
手上是加叉加叉。然后他的演示仔推出来了。那这样是不是有机会反打推全打死？不知道啊，就是所以我也很好奇，就是不知道为什么。
pump spell.
Really gonna do anything here?
Yeah, you know, it's not at the part of the match where it could be a gotcha. You know, aha, 2 extra damage to your face. Nothing like that right now.
Yeah, like this is going to be a way to
pump
a card, you know, for a little bit or get a trade here. But as it stands, Luis is going to be able to just Tyvar stand the Shepard, and this game is all wrapped up.
+2+2放个油。6、7、8、9、10、11、10、11。
So we do see the sacrifice to
那
be
就是
able
牺
to
牲杀了。
deal with the golem. Really heads up play there to make sure that 4-1 does not get the death trigger. To be able to find something that
8滴。
Autumn can interact with this flyer.
Tap out 没有手牌。那游戏结束了，OSV 赢了。
Really interesting.
Excellent game here between these two superb Magic players. What's the draw here? Let's see if it's anything relevant. Tyvar's stand.
冲啊
Revealed swing in with the team. And Autumn extends the hand.
哇
GG to Luis.
是不是打得太急了啊
Back and forth.
他岩是站着的话就是一个和吧，所以应该是一个和。对，没有看到人算回合，都不知道，真的是不知道。有听到铃声响，但是没有人算回合。太奇怪了。这次教练说居然又没有时间，又没有人算回合。
Maybe like 6s, you know.
不合理啊，哥。
Very nice. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more action with Michael Van Valls versus Willy Edel, so don't go anywhere.
Edels. 所以这是第3局还是第2局的另外一个？ 只是不知道是哪一个回合，我没有听到是数回合这件事情。 去一下厕所。
Welcome back to Pro Tour Phyrexia here in sunny Philadelphia, where of course it's raining. Corey,
I was going to say sunny. I don't know about that.
We were lied to somehow, but you know what? It's all good because we're inside. We're playing Magic, and we don't want our cards to get wet outside. Anyways,
smart.
Yeah. So welcome, friends. If you're just joining us, paper coverage is back. It's the Pro Tour, baby, and we are super excited to see the best players in the world duking it out. And speaking of best players, Corey, we got a Hall of Famer coming up.
We absolutely do got a Hall of Famer. Picked up the first match. Willie Adel coming into play here. Someone that we haven't seen a lot of recently, but has dominated the game here in the past. Coming into check out this tournament, and he's got a really nice deck. We've definitely seen that. Yeah, it's very good.
Orzhov deck? Kaya?
Kaya, count me in. Count me in. That's all you need.
Oh, it's good. Oh, wait. Michael Van Balls qualifying courtesy of the RC in Canada. Woo, Canada. I am obligated to support my fellow countrymen. So let's jump in here to game number 2. Kick things off with a swamp. Adel, and get things underway.
It's like for Mirrodin, but for Canada.
Yeah,
There you go. There you go. All right, yeah, and both of these players are 1-0 already, so the winner of this playing for that 3-0 in a pod. And I mean, I can tell you, I've played quite a few Pro Tour drafts in my day, you know, for a lot of years.
应该是加拿大的4强什么之类的。
And I was jumping up and down with excitement. So starting that off, getting into Constructed right before Pioneer is huge for both of these players.
Absolutely. We're going to see Malkator. The Watcher.
Yeah, another card that
two of them, nice.
哦，我好喜欢这一只哦。
The Watcher is something I really never thought was going to be that good of a card, but with how powerful and how fast the format is, if you ever get to kill a
这系列的
creature
EPP 的东西很多，然后这个死掉又可以给抽一张，真的是挺爽的。而且站着打真的很靠北，模拟拳，模拟拳。对。
And we've seen, you know, flying is important, so that will come in handy.
Wow, 6-6 eh?
Being able to, you know, attack, chip in a couple points of damage, and then be able to block. You know, you're quite happy just to throw those cards away to get the card draw if needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Got one of the alternate art cards there here. They do look really cool, I must say.
They do look really cool, chat.
无所谓吧，自己带地牌。
Because we are olds and our eyesight's not that great.
可是干把这只放到套牌里面真的很吵哎，6-6。
2-4 here as well, doing some head cleaving.
对不对？快点给他一个关，他就暴毙了。
Children's head cleaver?
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, I know you like to give it immortality and death touch and just be a real mean player and kill 2 things.
Exactly. Offer Immortality ends up being my favorite card. It kind of trumps all the other pump spells. Yeah, absolutely.
Archfiend of the Dross.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Yep.
Good job. Okay, so that's the card that, oops, you lose your counters, you lose the game. So I like this aerial attack here from Michael Van Balls. Flying is good. Evasion.
我是看起来有机会乱拳打死老师傅呢。
Down to 9 already goes Willie, and we're going to see Pestilence Siphoner, more birds.
很多的飞兵，更多的飞兵。
Wow, huge advantage to Michael here. Look at this. Just all of a sudden, 9 power in the air here, and Willie Adel is at, well, yep, you guessed it, 9. So this is this might be a really quick game.
Yeah, and I love this. Both players just, okay, I'm just gonna turn things sideways and let's just try and.
应该还是会挡一下2-1吧，剩下的可能就不挡。
Yeah, absolutely here, and the life total that's coming in, is not as important here as the
或者是就直接不挡了。
toxic that can
狠
be
一点
applied right
不
now.
挡，下回合反打就低。
Just a hyper aggressive format, and this is really
直接不
reflecting
挡
it a lot more
可以
than
挡
the
一只吧，挡一只不是那个会吸血吗？有必要全部都不挡吗？
Yeah, exactly.
No big beefy bodies in the way. Down to 12 goes Michael.
那个不是会吸2不2吗？ 我
Poison
记得，
counters added
还是扣2滴
This is likely to be
扣2滴吧
a very fast game here.
那挡1挡2-1可以接受吧？就是那个死掉会扣2滴，还会抽1张。
I believe I did see
我觉得完全都不挡，有点危险。
So that is able to break this up a little bit from being absolutely lethal right now. And there we go. Since we are corrupted, can just straight away deal with the powerful 6-power creature.
Yep. Archfiend down.
对啊，不挡有点太头一点的感觉。
5 toxic already here. Now all of a sudden Michael is really in the defensive, and we'll see what he has. I saw a couple of lands and a 3rd card. Not ideal. Here comes in 3.
Yeah, 3 more points of damage. 2 blockers available. And yeah, just has to not take the same hit this time around.
Ooh, and that was the only other follow-up. I believe Michael just has 2 lands here.
Glistener Seer added to the board.
Yeah, 1 Anoint here. Just such an incredibly powerful card for 2 mana, being able to deal with 4 drops here. Really completely changed the texture of this game.
怎么了吗？
Full swing once again here from the Hall of Famer. We're going to see the Watchers jump in front of the relevant creatures, trying to.
你上回合都不挡了，你这回合挡很奇怪嘛。
Debating if Michael wants to throw away this last Watcher here. Michael does get to draw a bunch of cards.
真好奇怪哦。
These Watchers do die. Being able to draw 3 cards essentially with your draw step as well is great.
Yeah, can't block the head cleaver, so the indoctrination attendant is the likely.
The one thing I will say with Willie Adel at 6, there is Unctus's Retrofitter in Michael's deck, so leaving one of these artifacts alive would create just a lethal attack if you're able to, if you didn't have to block everything. So Michael might kick himself if that card is top deck.
打起来有点
Man,
有点
Unctus's Retrofitter
不
such an
流畅
incredible card. One of the best
就是好像
blue uncommons, and really all the blue uncommons are really impressive. But if you just have
到
blue commons, that's where blue ends up looking a little lackluster. But if your deck's full of blue uncommons, you have a good deck.
Yeah.
There's no secret about it.
Blue is not picked very highly. A lot of the pro players
我以为
agree
刚
with that. That's the worst color in this format. But that
刚
does
刚不
leave
挡，
you
这
a lot
现
more
在才
options
挡，
if
真的好
blue is
奇
the
怪。
only player at the table.
100%. Yep.
至少我一定会挡2-1啦。
Pestilence Siphoner.
对啊。
Along with the Glistener Seer hanging back.
Looks like another Pestilence Siphoner in Michael's hand, and then 3 other lands with another draw step. So something Michael will hopefully be finding a
他是
little
手牌全部都
something
地
extra.
是不是？
Michael's land game is on point.
Very good. Absolutely.
Those are some of my favorite things.
Those are my second favorite. I love them.
What's your first?
I love the John Avon unhinged lands.
Okay, fine.
Yep.
That's
yep. I have them hung up at my
这样
house. And
的是不是
everything
可以
in
抽到
giant
这一
frames.
局？
Yeah,
感
big
觉好像
fan.
可以。
But these are awesome. They look so good.
We're such land snobs. I love it.
We really are. Absolutely.
继续全打。
All right, so a big turn here from Willie. 6 life and 7 poison, so Michael has to be very aware of both, sides of death here.
Yep, Miranbar Deesh was added to the board. We missed our Mirrodin trigger.
Dang it. Maybe we can rewind the tape and get it right.
Yes, we'll just stop the Pro Tour for our benefit.
First mistake we've ever made in the booth together, though, Ailey. So.
Yes.
All right, looks like a chump block.
2 more poison.
你这样子全部都送掉啊，这样到
The
底
head
是要
cleaver
打
has
小
just been insane. I thought right away that card was not going to be that great. Just block with 2 2/2s, easy game. But when it turns out that all the pump spells are so good, you put your opponent in a position like now if Michael has 2 creatures and Willie Adel has a pump spell, it's just gonna work because you have to block it. 9 poison, 9 toxic, excuse me. It's just really no choice. Most of the time.
Yeah, and the C4 being able to pump up the 1/1s as well.
We can redeem ourselves because we got
4 Mirrodin! There you go. All is right with the world. Damn.
3拿1，
Double of those.
更深。
That is a beating.
Oh, that is Black Sun Zenith, but it does not look like even close to enough. A really powerful card, and Michael's deck does look really good.
Yeah,
这样真的好奇怪哦，真的好奇怪哦。
And we're heading to a third game.
Nice. Lots of good turns there. Creatures swinging sideways.
Yeah, I'm good.
Love to see it. So let's get things underway here. Game number 3. Both of these players are vying for the top spot in their pod to get that coveted 3-0 to start.
然后这个前2回空过。
Nothing better than starting 3-0 and the feeling of having a good constructed deck.
要不要交黑羊？
On the fence, and it's like,
交黑羊
okay,
了。
I'm a little scared. Wow, look at that aggressive play.
Just get out of here. We don't want you here, Duelist.
That pains me in my soul, my value soul here. But Duelist is just incredible. Not only are you hitting for 2, but 2 toxic right away.
Goodness me.
Incredible.
Yeah, that card is a
house.
Okay, speaking of the house, we got a gigantic creature in the building once again.
Gold Warden.
Archfiend of the Dross comes down.
Oh, hey, bud.
Starts that clock. Yeah, wow.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you called it.
还敢挡啊
Mentality's kind of good. Yes.
I'm looking at all the other pump spells, and they all draw a card, and then you look at this one, and you're like, wait, where's the draw the card? Is it in the flavor text or something? And you're like, turns out it is still just...
手牌是不是全部都是地啊？
Dune Mover.
对，他怎么全部都是地耶？
We're just gonna keep swinging here for Adel, and down to 16 goes Michael Van Balls.
Yeah, bad news for Michael. That is 4 lands in hand, and
不是这样 Adel 怎么输
absolutely
的啊？
nothing else to do here, and just drew a 5th land.
Oh, look at the little rat. Chittering Skitterling. Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, no kidding. What an incredible card, though. If you can get corrupted, the fact that
it's so good.
Just for free you can sacrifice
刚
stuff,
俊廷
so
不是说 Adel 输了吗？
irrelevant. You know, just being able to replace everything, it ends up
你
being
跟
a
我说
really
这个场
scary
面，然后
card,
Adel 输
even
了
though it's a 1/4 body.
Serious?
Oh boy.
Oh, Nimir is a paladin.
Wow, both of their decks look incredible. Of course, Michael here
这两个
with
社
just
主
a
能
complete
能有什么炸弹啊？
kept a perfectly good hand. 5-lander on the play with 2 bombs.
Yeah.
Reasonable, but just the deck just had no help coming from Michael.
Things not looking great here for the Canadian, as we're gonna see.
他以为
I
要
think I
得
know
到
this one. Hang on, this is like flashcard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes?
All the alternate arts.
Is the bird the 1/1 death touch?
I'm gonna take your word for it. Yeah, that sounds about
应
right.
该全部推乱拳就
Okay,
打死了。
okay. An alternate version of it.
Yes.
We love it.
It's like I know this one. I've seen it. Oh man, but that is not
哎，卡雅，
board that we.
来减3，
It's Kaya.
变我的了。
You're in danger, Michael.
I was like,
you can just dome him if he wants to. Oh, there's so many options with Kaya. Such a good card. But yeah, get rid of that pestilence siphoner.
yeah, it's like the art on that
然后
one
这
maybe
边
something
打
we're not all
1、2、3、
incredibly used to, but
4
believe
个
it or not,
毒
for 7
然后
mana,
打4、5、6、7、
as a
8、9、10
planeswalker,
打
I think
10
we can
敌
figure
剩
that one
1。
out. Yep. Kaya comes down just being incredible here. And basically on every battlefield.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that'll work.
So
It's
good. The Planeswalkers in this set, like, there's only a couple there, but like, I don't really want to play that. But
yeah.
Planeswalker problems aplenty for Michael Van
来，宇
Balls.
宙地球两边
What
打
an。incredible draw here from the Hall of Famer. Just curved out perfectly. Drew
hasn't
well
taken
off
any
the top.
要剩2，那
And
这是
that's
1/4
it.。
Yep, that's it.
That's it. Willie Adel making it look easy with an insanely powerful Orzhov deck, and that is going to put him to 2-0, so fighting in the finals for that coveted 3-0 scoring.
果然他们两个是左掌。
Absolutely, and whoever is going to sit against Willie Adel at the end for that
就
3-0,
不觉得其他的套牌会赢，看这两个东西是真的很炸。卡雅也是很炸，跟你讲，卡雅也是很炸。我上次那个出那个5/4进场杀对手1只，然后对我反手拍卡雅，然后偷了我的5/4，然后又杀了，然后反手再杀我1只，我直接烧2只，干完全没得打。
Maria will be back with you after this break at the desk.
음, 有地方看 standing 吗？这一次的 PT 有地方看 standing 吗？因为之前我记得官网好像会有，但是我现在没有找到。 Millie 吗？哦 ，Millie 蛮有可能的。看一下 ，SCG Pro Tour 没有看到，Millie 没看到啊。Tournament Millie 是不是只能看到结束的？是不是没有办法看到当下的 Regional Champion Qualify？ Throat out, standing.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. There is a trophy 219 players are battling for this weekend here in the room. We are back to paper magic, baby. Draft this morning. Round number 3 is coming up. It is so very exciting, and we've got some players battling for our feature match pod. Really wonderful to see all the players back here today. Smiles all around when we were getting ready for draft for this morning.
我看到了先驱的套牌统计。
Let's find out who we're watching here in round number 3 for that coveted 3-0.
红黑33副，纯绿30副，古鲁载具21副，莲花田17副，纯白人类15副，白蓝控14副。
in his LGS with his
然后
friends, which is just awesome.
红蓝的那个
钢
弹14副，红黑牺牲13副，凤凰11副，天使7副，剩下的43副。
What about Willie Adel, Hall of Famer, everybody from Brazil, 4-top.
哦，昨天就出来了，对。
mentor to a lot of players.
哎，俊廷，你知道哪里有那个吗 ？Standing 吗？
Draft consisted of, and I quote, panicking and jamming 3 days of drafts on Arena. Hey, it worked out for him.
我现在还在爬对特。
The pod, Monty. Let's talk about these decks for these players.
Yeah, Maria, looking at Josh's deck first, no real surprise to see him in this position 2-0 in the pod, despite the stacked player base, because there's possibly the best card, not only in this format, but one of the best cards ever in Limited in the discussion. This card is just an absolute beating, headlining what is in a lot of players.
哦，我看到 LSV 12倒了。
Black white, you do see a very aggressive curve. What players are looking for?
不是很意外啦。
Decent features is
给你偷刀一局已经不错了啦，不然看起来原本是0-2-1，我在猜。
The Eternal Wanderer being in this deck really pushes it to the next level. We've seen Josh get that win against Autumn in the first round, and really just riding the power of that Planeswalker here to a 2-0 and hopefully hoping to take this pot home.
All right, let's take a look at Willie Adel's deck next. Seen on camera already today. Looking pretty good. We got a lot of 2-drops there.
这两个真的是
Black-white at it again. This is the Black-white mirror here.
毫不意外的左掌。
Black-white Planeswalkers. We saw the Eternal Wanderer in the hands of Josh. Willie has brought Kaya. Not as powerful, but certainly still very powerful. Their 7-mana Planeswalker with Hexproof really has the ability to change things up when she hits the board. So Willie bringing his own powerful Planeswalker to the fight. And there in the 5-drop slot, we actually see the Argenta Masticore. That's the card that really helped Willie push ahead of Luis Scott Vargas in the first round and take that win, landing the Masticore in both games. And Willie's deck is extremely powerful. The curve is a little cheaper, a little better removal, but of course, the Eternal Wanderer on the other side is going to prove to be a challenge regardless of who you are.
Which of these 2 decks do you like, Monty?
I'm going to go with the Wanderer. I'm not betting against that card.
Yeah, that's smart.
明显比较强吗？但是我觉得飘屏皇比较炸。说实在的，比这两只旅法比起来，我觉得飘屏皇比较强。
are there in the booth.
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Friction. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we've got, is it fair to call it a mirror match? They're playing the same colors.
Kind of.
Different approach.
Right, right.
Although it does share one thing in common. They both have obscene bombs at the top of their curve, and it could just be a race to get those on the battlefield.
Yeah, yeah. I think Josh with the kind of more streamlined, aggressive version of the Orzhov Toxic deck, and then Willie looking to go a little bit later, given that he's got multiple bombs.
他那个套牌赢什么都不意外。
Yeah, he's got Argentina.
连赢2个 PT 冠军。确实，确实。
If left unchecked on the battlefield, is nearly impossible to beat. I haven't seen it beaten yet. Now you can kill it, you know, and then you're back in business. But if you do not have the means to do so, almost immediately, that card completely takes over the game. He also has Kaya, which costs a lot more mana, 5 all the way up to 7, including double white, double black. So this is a difficult card to get on the battlefield. It's also a very difficult card to get off of the battlefield. It has an obscene amount of loyalty and hexproof, which makes it very difficult to manage.
Yeah, and that's the thing. In this format, given that there's a bunch of rare planeswalkers, they made sure that there are lots of ways to kill planeswalkers. A lot of cards have the additional text of target a planeswalker, kill a planeswalker, but Kaya is like, no, no, no. You could kill all other planeswalkers, but not me.
That's right. And then for Josh, he's going to kick things off here with Crawling Chorus, which is kind of right where he wants to be. And the question is, can Willie keep up in the early stages? He's got Dune Mover here, which will, I mean, not do a great job, honestly, but, you know, it'll get in the way a little bit here.
什么套牌抽得好，第一抽有飘屏皇，这是30没烦恼好吗？
Josh is playing my kind of magic for this set, by the way. Turn 1 Chorus into Pestilent Siphoner.
Average CMC 1.5.
Yeah, see, this is how you do it, and I mean, you do have to play your big powerful planeswalkers when you get them, of course. But at any rate, this course gets in.
还是出无限公仔。
He's got a choice here.
出现公仔好像不错。
Duelist of Deep Faith, and he's going to play that.
Yeah, had the option of going with the Pestilent Siphoner instead, but choosing to kind of have the flexibility of perhaps going for the damage kill instead of just leading on the toxic kill.
I think this is also a mana consideration, Paul. He's got 1 swamp, but in hand and just the 1 plane, so this will allow him to double spell this turn.
其实我觉得一不打也无所谓。
And the Pestilent Siphoner. He may have preferred, all things being equal, to get the Siphoner down first, but this is close enough, and he's already got Corrupted going.
He's got Corrupted and also the payoff card, right? We have the Sinew Dancer, but
he's going to skip it.
Given that his mana is going to be a little bit tied up, better to just unload everything that you have. The lookout also prevents Willie from actually getting in with the Pestilent Siphoner.
对啊，对啊，对啊，对啊，这个内战就是先手胜率超级多，能够先打人真差。
He's on 3 lands. He doesn't have any more in hand, and he's been able to affect the board with 4 creatures. Willie has a much slower deck, and it is much.
1-2挡住1很慢，可是就这个时间点，我觉得还好，因为你也会出1啊。
And right now, he's not doing a great job of it. You know, the Pestilent Siphoner on defense is not really where you want to be, though in this particular spot, it could trade.
没有差很多啦，说真的，没有差很多。
Best you're going to get. And yeah, it looks like Willie wants to stem the bleeding a little bit here.
Right, but he can't do anything against the other 3 creatures because the Siphoner good at attacking, not so much on defense.
And speaking of, there's the trade, the planar disruption having
这个1-2其实没有做到很多事情。
There we go. Look at this. Yeah, Kevin the Judge just jumps right in there.
All right, so now Josh, I mean,
你看，如果你刚刚有出1的话，你就可以 tap 掉那一只，然后再去打2个毒。所以我是会比较喜欢先出 tap 兵的，因为这只1-2真的没有差很多。
We've got the planar disruption and the anoint with affliction, so if you can find a way to just survive.
So he does not hit land number 4 here, and is going to have to lean on anoint with affliction. It looks like.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see just the main phase tap here from Josh.
I think so.
最贪。
Just get in.
没错，冲啊！
Then Willie might just go ahead and
单纯避免对，不是啊，他同时拍了1、2跟那个啊飞兵一样，就是
it does exile, so he's going to hit that. It's really tough for Willie here because he'd love to be able to take care of the sinew dancer down the line, but he's got to
我没有那么喜欢那一只1、2啊，就是真的他要强行进3毒，就是1、2只飞兵兑换嘛。对啊，下一回合如果对手没有打你下回合你有额外的一个 tap 机会，然后再出1、2，我觉得没有差那么多。
Alright, they're going to go down to 8 here with 6 poisons, so can die from multiple different angles here.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where Josh just needs kind of one more thing, right?
And went back-to-back lands here.
Yeah, a combat trick, another threat, a removal spell, like just kind of anything that affects the board directly could be enough to push him over, but 2 lands in a row, that ain't it, as we say in the business. So we're going to have to see, but it's interesting because if you look, Willie still on 3 lands, and his deck is quite mana hungry in comparison.
Now Willie does have
这边是一边是抽不到地，一边是抽了满手地。
And doesn't have land number 4 here for the for the attendant
要拍连击人了吗？
So mana a little bit awkward here. Vanish into eternity, no great targets, right?
He's going to start sacking stuff to the Chitterling.
Find land.
受不了了。哦，抽到了，抽到了。
And that will allow him to play the attendant. He's going to pick up a land here. That'll get him a 1/1.
And now Willie's got 2 blockers in play. So I mean, the Sinew Dancer can take care of one of them, but the Doom Mover will not be able to get through.
飞逼冲啊！
Can still chip away with the flyer.
It is just 1 damage though, not a real clock.
Oh, but look at what Josh drew.
Boy,
他抽到飘屏皇了。
He did. He held a couple of lands to bluff spells.
Hello.
Might cost him, right?
It could.
That's big, you know. You have to be mindful of the cards that you can draw into, right? And always, at the very least, play land number 5. Don't play land number 6 until you find the Wanderer.
That's right. He eventually worked his way up to 5, but he is going to get the Wanderer down a turn later. Now, that could work out well for him, right? You know, the -4 ability does encourage your opponent to defend a little more, but having the
他少一回合下不没有啊，他也没有打算要下地啊。不急啊，说真的，那样子我也不会叫就是了。
That's right. Sinew Dancer does add a significant tax to your mana. Just 1 mana a turn even with Corrupted, but it adds up. All right, all will be 1 is going to get cast here by Willie. Now this is going to be a nice little value train for him. He's going to get back.
Now this Wanderer
来了，
another creature. But now he's well and truly extended out here. And I wonder if we're just going to see him left with only a might left over here on a -4 from the Eternal Wanderer.
Yeah, it's going to be might versus... I'm thinking the Sinew Dancer here. But do you want to keep a 1/2 in play to block the might that's left on the battlefield?
Or do you want to just leave a might behind and start attacking with the...
You could also just make a token, right? I mean, if you could just make a 2/2 double striker here, potentially. Right?
That's what he's going to do. Okay.
Now, Willie does have the answer here. Vanish into eternity in hand.
This to me is one of the reasons why it might be better to go for the big value swing right away. Because there are a number of answers in the spell form that you talked about when we first came into the match, Paul. And, you know, there's every chance that Willie has access to one of them. And he does.
Yeah. Now, the double striker is a very relevant threat, though. Willie's at 6.
Yeah,
he's got 2 mites that can't block.
他手上是不是有解啊？哦，有啦有啦，他还可以放逐。
One more time, because you know that's it, right? If Willie goes, go ahead, you're like, it's over.
Yeah, I mean Willie weighing out his options here, but given that he's got a land, I mean just vanish into Duelist just seems like a pretty clean play here. Could also consider sacrificing a might so that you can go vanish into something else.
这边再不解飘屏皇，人就要没了。
Yep.
Okay, so Plan A. Exile the Wandering Emperor.
解了飘萍皇。
Take a walk.
你接下来还是要面对连击仔的
And now we're back on the Sinew Dancer double striker plan, which actually looks quite good here.
Yeah.
Tap down the 3/4, and then you've got nice attacks.
Okay.
Oh, this is quick mana tap.
He's ready to
what did Josh find?
Play something. Now, if you tap down the 3/4 and then attack,
how many cards in hand?
Not great blocks here for Willie. Willie can, of course, just put the 1/1 in the way of the double striker, and then just sacrifice it to the Chittering. Skitterfang. Because now, as the game draws out, I mean, Willie has extra food here, right? He's not interested in necessarily killing Josh right away with all the toxic. He'd rather cash those 1/1s in to find some cards and look for Kaya, look for lands.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Skitterling activated on the next, like this turn, his turn, and probably the next, and then Josh's next turn as well.
Right.
Like Willie needs to put the pedal to the metal now.
感觉要输了，还没啦，队友剩6而已，哪有感觉要输？这个连击人冲出去，他还不知道怎么处理嘞。
He's jamming with the double
跟拳打
the Dune Mover and the Swooping Lookout.
然后你还要担心中那个什么+2+2。
Almost for sure, as there's only the
1/4其实也不太敢打。
Choose to go down to 1 here to make the best available block. Now, no.
Yeah.
Actually, going the Skitterling on the 2/1, and
不是+1+2，那个是+2+1。
putting the 1/1 in front of the double striker and then just sacrificing it to draw a card, go down to 5 seems kind of ideal here.
That does work. Yeah. That keeps your life total and everything highest. So he's only going to drop down to 5, and he's going to get a look at a card here, and then his draw step, and then if he wants, he can main phase sack a Might. That's a lot of cards he's seen.
Absolutely.
Okay, Zenith Chronicler here for Josh. It's just a 3/1.
他如果下卡还会被抽一张，笑死。
Willie's getting
对啊，
close
对啊，
to
是
turning this
+2+1，
around
不是
here
+1+2。
now. I mean, he is at 5.
If I was Josh, I would be in the hold phase, right? Like this is where you're just really hoping. Well, Willie figures that at least one of these is going to get sacrificed anyway.
Well, and not only that, I mean, he's got the land in play too, so those can turn into 2/3s. Oh,
and look at this.
And Willie is turning this around. 3 blockers now in play. Sinew Dancer can only slow down one of them, and
yeah, it looks like Josh may need to find something
needs to draw something here from Josh.
He had a land in hand left over before this draw step, and he found Rhea Ivor, Bane of Bladehold.
Yeah, and going back now,
that's nice.
Given that Willie's been able to turn it around,
I keep thinking of that.
The Wanderer, right? And not just that, it's could you have played it earlier? Also, could you have considered using the minus ability, right? Couple of points that Josh may reflect on if Willie ends up winning this game.
I mean, it's the top 3 card in the set.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
If you get a, Willie has to feel like he got away with something by just getting a 1/1 removal on it with a 2/2 double striker left behind, and of course that's why it's one of the best cards in the set, because that's your best case scenario.
Did Willie just
很早之前怕不想吃招吧，单纯的不想吃招吧。
Josh just played out Rhea Ivor and has passed the turn back.
Can't attack now. We're going to see some perhaps combat step taps here with the Sinew Dancer.
Yeah,
might be on the defense now. Now keep in mind, Josh, 7 poison.
Yeah, that's right. So he's in a little bit of a pickle here, but he does have a 2/2 double strike, 1/2, a 1/2. He's got a 3/4. Like he's got blockers now.
Yeah, he can tap stuff down.
真的是有个好笑。
Tap something. He's probably going to try to set up for the 1/2 punch here, right? Where he taps something down to make it so that Willie's attacks don't look very good anymore, or force Willie to attack or something. And then he can, on his turn, tap something else down and try to get in with everything, including the Rhea Ivor triggers.
Yeah. Willie drew a nice combat trick too and offer immortality.
Okay. Yeah, because one of these mites, probably multiple of these mites are going to get blocked.
Right.
And offer immortality will turn that into a removal.
So Willie's got basically 2 kind of, there's 1 combat trick on board, right, with the +1/+2, and offer immortality in hand.
Let me wait for this again. Sorry.
So if Josh blocks like this, you pump the 1/1, trade with the Samurai token, and then offer immortality to get the 3/4 off the battlefield here.
Josh is staring down at 7 poison counters.
What can
wow,
you
is
have
he just
here?
going for it? All right. Wow, he blocks all of them. Everything. Says, all right, throw a bunch at me, but Willie's been drawing a bunch of extra cards. So here they come. Offer Immortality, which is going to be the one that Re-Evor blocks, so that's going to die.
Pump.
And that'll allow it to just run over the Swooping Lookout as well.
And then
this is like fairly disastrous for Josh.
Interesting. Okay. I thought Willie was going to go for the sack on the creature that just died, right? Wouldn't you want to sack the creature to the...
Yeah, he's got
corrupted, right?
Yeah, the Skitterling, the one that the Samurai blocked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must have missed it, or perhaps has a plan for it this turn that he felt was more important.
But you can activate it once during each turn, right?
So no.
Yeah, I think...
I tried Willie, sorry, but I think he just missed it. As you can see, he's really turned the corner now on Josh Cheng, who looked like he had the tools to win the game, and apparently hasn't.
And
Willie says, I want to declare attacks.
I mean, is this just a lethal attack here? If you just get in with everything,
definitely
it's got to be really
like
close.
7.
But Willie does need to be a little bit careful, but I mean...
Okay, if he attacks like this, it's not quite. This will put Josh to 9 poison if it goes through as such.
Okay, now
he's going to sacrifice one.
杀3回也忘了，大家都各自忘一点。
对，
yeah.
对，大家都忘一点，大家都忘一点。
Well, you remember this time.
It does get that much better. Okay, 9 poison, 6 life here for Josh. And I don't see any way for him to get 4 poison or 5 damage through from this point, right?
I don't either. I mean, and
he's got to go with Affliction, but look at this. Willie's just windmill slamming 7 power worth of, or excuse me, 7 mana worth of creatures now.
And had Josh not played out, had Josh not played out Emperor, then Willie may not have overextended here, but now he just knows he's safe.
Right. And this should be it. And that's going to be a scoop there. Willie Adel sitting at 2-0, coming in. These both of these players are in our feature pod, Paul, and they are they're both effectively the finals of our pod. The winner of this match will escape with that very coveted 3-0. It's the perfect way to start your tournament, and it leads you right into the Pioneer rounds feeling fantastic.
Yeah, really, really.
有没有选择做少场，可能也有点差吧，不知道。
Right?
Definitely. And he also had a good curve. Remember, he had this curve here where, you know, he had 1 drop into 2 drop, which he's got again. That's a
1回2回
真的很
强。
Josh is on the play this time.
对手没有黑的样子。
Speaking of, there it is.
对，对手没有黑。
Duelist of Deep Faith hits the battlefield, but it does not have first strike on Josh's turn. So Josh
can trade with the rat.
Can attack, yeah, with the rat. And since there already
你的瓦斯卡赶快用啊，趁他能跳到生物的时候。
Trade plus put a poison counter on the opponent, very strong.
Right.
There's also Vraska's Fall.
Oh,
so if you want to be really aggressive, you could be tempted to just cast it, put Willie down to 2, kill the creature, and then put 2 additional poison counters on Willie. The alternative is attack with the rat, get the trade, and then maybe find a better target for the Vraska's Fall.
I just always get so scared that they're going to somehow put a stupid might into play or whatever. And
sure.
Like, no.
And it does look like Josh is going to try to get something bigger here with that Vraska's Fall.
我会想要直接做瓦斯卡。 因为对面的 token 很多，你刚看过了。
Not a great follow up here.
但是都有卡地了。
No land.
He's got some. Oh, no land number 3 there for Willie Adel, and now he's going to fire off this Vraska's Fall.
Okay. And this
is
3, so there's corrupted. He gets in for another.
再打3。
4 poison.
4 poison in.
4个毒。
All right, Willie.
还是没有黑。
Okay, he found 1, but it is not a.
好奶呀！好奶呀 ，Josh。
Miles away from here. The question is, can Josh keep up the pressure? And yes, he can.
Yay!
Infested Flesh Cutter
再贴5具再生。
Exactly the type of thing he can do. Now, it does get interesting because when you go for these plays like this is when you kind of open yourself up to some removal. But it looks like Willie doesn't have any.
No black removal up.
Yep, get that might token. Uh oh, I think Willie might get him on forgetting his trigger here, but So if you looked, he wrote down the damage and then he pointed, and that's just being a little too quick. And it didn't matter in this case. But Willie did point out, do you get the token when the damage happens or when the attack happens? And it's like, well, if you alrey wrote down the damage, then attack's over.
Yeah, because
如果先说升 token 打5，而不是打5升 token， 就不一样。
We're back on paper.
And he owned it, and it's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Josh didn't put up a fight on it, and also he was rolling him.
哇，这手牌看起来有点烂呢。
I don't need this might.
Okay, so this is a different type of opener here for Josh. We, for once, don't see the Crawling Chorus, but he has Duelist of Deep Faith, a bunch of lands, and then way at the top, the Eternal Wanderer. This could be very much an Eternal Wanderer game, right?
Absolutely.
Not a whole lot happens, you know, in the early turns, and then Eternal Wanderer comes down and just cleans up the mess.
And Josh has an Edict in hand, which you could consider playing, because if you just play this Duelist here, you know you can't block.
Right, these do not work well.
Right,
they tend to run right past.
Josh 这是一个断黑直切，你们怎么打都不会有白，怎么打都只有白。
Could use that to help stem the bleeding, but honestly, he kept a land-heavy hand with Wandering Emperor. He probably just wants to try to march his way up there and get a huge, you know, 5-for-1 off of it or some nonsense.
Battle of the Bombs here. Willie Edel, Masticore in hand, but needs to find some lands here to be able to cast those powerful effects. Again, stuck on a white mana.
还是没有黑，不过有地了。
Eternal Wanderer, not that we needed any more reason for it to be good, but it is a good answer for the Masticore. It actually like mitigates it.
Yeah.
All right, Indoctrination Attendant's going to come down, and Willie's going to pick up a land with it to get his 1/1 might.
That's the nice part about Shielders.
You at least get
a real creature because the clause is sacrifice non-token creature.
我觉得打得怪怪的，我真的觉得打得怪怪的。
Nice answer to Shield, excuse me, Kaya as well, right?
Yeah.
不太好。
Well, he got a Duelist of Deep Faith, so hopefully that'll be enough for him. You can't blame him, though. He's got Rhea Ivor to follow up. And, you know, if the lands keep flowing here for Josh, this is kind of the no-compromise draw, right? Yeah. He's got, like, Removal Spell, a couple of early drops, then 4-drop Rare, and then a couple of turns later he could play the Eternal Wanderer. That's going to be extremely tough to deal with. All right, Pestilent Siphoner here. Doesn't look too scary.
Yeah, but if Josh doesn't have a combat trick, doesn't really have a great attack here, that 3/4 is getting in the way.
He does hit land number 5 right on time, though. You can see he's got the 2 planes, so we could be 1 turn away from Eternal Wanderer coming down and doing its thing.
Oh, nice hand here from Josh, too. Has an offered Immortality if he wants to use it.
I think Rhea Ivor would accept the offer. It also is a strong enough card that it does kind of demand blocks. Like, you can't just let that thing keep attacking over and over if you're in Willie's seat.
Yeah, so just debating what to target with the Rhea Ivor, targeting the Duelist, and there's a Battle Cry trigger that also goes on the stack, so the Duelist will be a 3/2 first striker. The offer Immortality will be able to eat this Attendant.
And that's exactly what's going to happen here. Paul, offer Immortality on the Duelist. Not that it needed it, but the first strike will finish that thing off cleanly. Rhea Ivor will also get in. Now, it did target the Duelist, so there will be no mites produced. But it usually only takes a hit or 2 before you produce a critical mass of mites that can win the game through poison by just simply turning them all sideways.
Willie does find land number 5 here, so he can slam
target
the Masticore here if he feels he's a little bit behind.
不行吧，那只不能不选哎。
Hive Master was the follow-up.
Is it time?
There it is. There, Argentum Masticore. But as we mentioned, there's land number 6 now, and
time to read.
Take a little look-see at this little thing.
And right, so Josh can go Elspeth. Not excuse me, Elspeth. I just before white. The Eternal Wanderer, excuse me. Use the minus ability, kill everything but the Rhea Ivor and the Might on the other side of the table. Alternatively, you can just tick it up and just exile the Masticore.
Again, I like the line that you just said better. Because if Willie untaps and has an answer, I am in love with my board.
然后这边选3-2，升4只。
And they have no blockers whatsoever. Now, I also mentioned though earlier that the Eternal Wanderer is a good answer for the Masticore because it's gone during your upkeep, so you don't have to deal with this like I'll just start killing stuff with my cards in my hand. But it is a problem,
right?
If this Eternal Wanderer just gets untapped killed.
And look at this. I mean, getting aggressive here. This is so much damage.
And I think he went for the Hive Master this time.
So
it'll get in for 4.
4
That'll
tokens.
be prevented, and it'll make 4 might.
Right. It's like sacrifice a little bit of damage now, make a ton of mites, and then next turn, if Rhea gets to attack, I mean, that is just so much damage.
Yeah, and then you don't even care.
飘屏王真的好强啊！小尔再加1，再移掉1只。
The great part about the line
他手上那个是
is that he has created
3点那个是什么
on which Willie needs to fight, and he needs to find answers to both. And
I mean,
really hard.
Can Willie even survive this next attack? I mean, he's got a might. You can tick up the Eternal Wanderer again.
One way
to look at this would be, let's say Willie has a removal spell. Do you hit the Planeswalker, or do you hit Rhea Ivor, right? Either way, you're really in bad trouble.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that you even have.
And right now, Willie does not have an answer to either. So I just don't see him able to come back here.
Yeah, no way. This draw from Josh Cheng was awesome.
Incredible. So let's just survey the battlefield here real quick. We exile the Masticore, 3 creatures to block the 3 biggest creatures. That's an attack for at least 8 with the mites, with the battle cry trigger from Rhea Ivor. Right? So that would get Willie down to 1. In addition, Willie would have to make some subpar blocks,
to say the least.
Oh, and is that an ambulatory edifice in Josh's hand?
So
you get the 1/1 out of the battlefield, but of course a trigger will happen with the Vron that's in play. So that would bring Willie up to 11. But then he can block the 2 biggest creatures, which are those creatures that you see on the right side of the battlefield. Then the Duelist plus the 4 mites would be 11 damage. So that is lethal.
Man, Josh Cheng on the verge of 3-0.
这样好像赢了，他手上是不是减1减1？
And I got to say, if I'm
减1
Josh,
减
I
1
sit
减
down and
掉
look around, I got Luis Scott Vargas, I got Autumn Burchett.
Josh just doing the math here, locking it, and he's just like, all right, I just got to make sure, double check, playing against the Hall of Famer, don't want to mess up here. This will be a lethal attack. Josh qualifying through the regional championship, about to 3-0. Our first tabletop draft.
然后挡最大的2只
This feels like about 3.
补2
feels like a million.
It feels like more, right? I guess 3. And here we go, everything into the red zone. That Masticore way off to the side because it got exiled.
会被吸2滴，吸2滴也没有用啊。
Exile here because Willie Adel.
And this time around,
struggling to survive.
I imagine Josh just doesn't want to target anything with the Rhea. Maybe his opponent's creatures, because you can just kill with actual real damage here. Or not? Is that not 11? Excuse me.
It also has Death Touch, so it will take down Rhea Ivor, but now it's 7 poison, 2 life. Yeah, that doesn't come back yet, Willie. That's the problem.
Willie has been on the defensive first, so did not see that Josh was corrupted here, but still need to fight through all of these mites.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7， 7只打。
performance by Josh, and he is gonna
太神啦，飘屏。
And that is a 3-0 to start things off, and it's funny because he's been a pretty cool customer down in the feature match area.
飘屏真的好强哦。
He did the sigh of relief, look to the sky thing, because he was under tremendous pressure. Again, we had, multiple Pro Tour champions just in his pod. That's pretty intimidating when you sit down. You come in and you're like, all right, let's get a nice easy pod.
干照Josh 这么旺法哦，他真的是要拿一个 PT 冠军回来了。
I mean, you head into that table, there were 4 players who have had a ton of success at the competitive level, and to come out 3-0 in that field, super impressive.
Yeah.
Well played. And just playing what I personally, this is my favorite archetype to draft. I know there's a lot of hype over the red-green oil strategy, but for me, it's all about this Orzhov deck.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we have more Magic to bring you, including Reduke. Don't go anywhere.
真的太神啦！30开。他构筑打什么小白吧？他一路之前打比赛都是打小白啦，所以应该也是打小白啊。只是不知道他的小白有没有更新到虫子的版本。应该有吧，虫子应该不是一件很大的问题。有就好，有就好。红绿载具吗？红绿载具这个系列也加了一些牌啊，而且打红黑好打啦。说真的，我真的觉得正边打红黑真的是不会输，不知道怎么输。
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Phyrexia.
那一天，我跟你讲，红绿仔就刚出来那个时候啊，曹公那时候就说，我觉得这个套牌看起来好烂哦，这怎么能打？然后我们就主力复出来，然后他来纸牌屋，被我们那个虐了一个下午，连输了1个小时没有赢过，他就说好像不太对劲，这个套牌好像有点克。
And as you can see, that's a Mox qualification there, Paul.
Yeah, Kieran Dokia losing in the finals to Nathan Stoyer in one of those events. And then Reed Duke here. No big deal. Double invite.
Just a pile of invites.
Just a pile of invites, a pile of top finishes.
So there you go. As we join the match, we're going to come into game number 2, where we find...
看一下我们 Red Duke 的这手好烂。
What many consider to be the best color combo in the format. It's red-green. If you can get it.
手还是7抽了，是不是
？On the top, Kieran Dokia is actually on blue-white, which is one of the few blue-based decks or decks that play blue that people actually like.
Yeah. I mean, but the problem with it is you kind of need to be the only player at the table drafting it.
Yeah.
But if you are, you can put together a pretty solid deck. You basically get all of the artifacts right up with a deck, like with 17 to 18 artifacts, and there's lots of synergies built into that.
That's right. There's a heavy artifact sub-theme with that color pair.
这是毒的码头吧
And yeah, looks like we're off here. Glistener Seer kick things off there for Kieran.
那要直接杀了。
Near convert to follow up.
拆神器
But it looks like Reed doesn't want it to stick on the battlefield, so he's going to use the shrapnel
不给加速啦，任何的码头都该死。
Artifact, but he's going to sacrifice itself and take care of that near convert.
Yeah, and in this specific matchup, I mean, this card is basically 2 mana, kill any permanent that you have.
Yeah.
哇，这个也很强。
So Kieran with a Flensing Raptor here, just
didn't do anything with it yet, but it does exist. You know, you're hoping to be able to jump a cheap toxic creature and get it in, but as it stands, it is a
这个手牌6张地，看起来要赢很难。
And he would have been able to had Reed not killed.
那一张是7抽2吧？拜托是7抽2啊，不然很难赢呢。
Reed really setting up a late game value plan with 2 copies of the autonomous furnace there. And you know, he can get away with it. He actually isn't under that much pressure right now.
Yeah.
A little bit of scrying here from the listeners here.
白蓝的射主是很少人打的呢。
the battlefield there for Kieran.
Lots of different utility lands in this format. Mycosynth Gardens here.
Can use it to copy an artifact. Wow.
好强
Double Flensing Raptor.
好强
Toxic?
I wonder.
New archetype?
Yeah, new archetype.
但隔壁那一桌是一只都没有，这边一场就2只。
But just with a pair of flyers as well. In this format, really, it's pretty tough to deal with flyers. There's just not a lot of great playable ways. There's not a lot of great playable reach creatures that you're happy playing with in your deck. So if you can just run these out, I mean, they're problematic. You're going to have to find a way to race them or just use actual removal spells on these 3-mana 2/2 flyers.
Reed decided to use Thrill of Possibility on the end step there. He discarded a forest, which shows you that he's not worried about hitting his land drops.
救命啊！
He does need to start doing something, right? This wasn't a ripping fast start here from Kieran, but he's certainly ahead on board.
Yeah, we see a rib skiff here in Reed's hand, but could maybe see playing that if you're really just looking for an answer for the flyers.
好像可以抽。
Thinking, well, I'm not really in a position here to race. And my ground creatures can't block anyways, but...
How about he puts himself in a position to race?
Yeah, yeah.
Miss Brutalizer, you know, that's instant corruption.
Right.
It's also just huge. So it's going to ask a question from Kieran. Do you have an answer? Because as the board sits, that Brutalizer is rough. It's going to start smashing hard. You got to figure Kieran has something, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 for 4 here. But
是滴血2颗毒
has a loaded hand here.
宇宙地球两边打
You got all the value here out of the sphere as well. So yeah, I mean, with the Sinew Dancer, I mean, this was telling me that Kieran's actually leaning more towards the toxic angle, which is typically not something you see when you play against the blue-white deck.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm going to take a look at the list here. I wonder if this is just a really heavy white deck.
Mono-white almost?
Yeah, let's take a look. It is heavier white for sure, though I wouldn't quite categorize it all the way over.
Perhaps with some Thrumming Birds or something, some ways to just proliferate once you get poison on there.
要不要送一只？看你那只03没有用了，送啊！为什么要中3个毒？3个毒很痛哎。
Yeah, no, that'd be really good here. Copper Longleg.
Oh, hey! Speaking of reach creatures,
it doesn't do exactly what he needs because he can still just stack with both.
But it at least keeps one at bay. But Kieran, of course, can also be kind of aggressive here with the Dancer if he wants. But the Dancer also might just be reserved for that Brutalizer.
这个3滴血的3个毒的选项啊，我觉得那个占卜仔就该去死。对，他已经没有办法
You can still just attack with both Flensing Raptors. Still get in for 2 and a poison.
2打必中1。
Yep, choosing to save the Dancer, already at 3 poisons, so can't let the Brutalizer go too nuts, right? Just because if you go to 6, all of a sudden red-green does have several ways to proliferate. You don't want to just die that way.
He's making good progress on Reed here.
Wow, what does he have?
So Kieran did nothing?
He just passed.
Okay, he's going to use the Sinew Dancer to tap down the Brutalizer, which makes sense.
出大只的，扛住了吗
And guess what?
Is going to hit the battlefield.
That one's got reach too.
All right.
All right.
I did not expect to see one of those, but here we are.
Need ways to answer flyers. Some of these cards could have come out of the sideboard, of course. This is game 2, right?
对面手牌是有多差啊，完全没有动作
in check, right? He's at 4. You know, if he was at 6, you know, we could start seeing some more scary stuff go on. But this does look like Kieran's going to need to change gears and start tapping down the Engulfer, which means no attack this turn.
Yeah.
I mean, because you don't want to start taking hits from it either.
And is this the end? No, this is Kieran's turn. So he actually just did nothing.
Oh, 还有
He
加二
just
加
left
2。
all that mana.
Yeah. And we do see an incisor glider.
是不是还有飘屏啊？
Well, he almost played it, but he changed his mind.
Oh. Kieran also has a nice little white rare in his deck.
What does he have?
The Eternal Wanderer.
He's got one too.
Just everybody has one.
I guess
I mean, it's not surprising that everybody in the 2-0 table has.
Everybody in 2-0 table has an Imperial Wonder. 笑死。
Not enough prophetic prism.
Main deck it.
哭啊！飘屏太强啦。
Doing a quick glance over. Also, Reed has a Planeswalker. It's a Luca.
Oh, very nice.
Also, very powerful card. There you go, up on that screen.
I think he has it in his hand, Paul. If he has Luca and it resolves here, that would put Reed well and truly in control. Right now, he's kind of clinging, right? Like, as the board sits, the big thing gets tapped. You know, he's got the 4/4 that can keep jamming, but it's like slightly in his favor. If he Lucas, it's like an avalanche.
Yeah. And as you can see, I mean, Kieran's kind of passing and not doing a whole lot. And if you're Reed, you have to be there have to be some alarm bells going off, right? You're thinking,
definitely.
You've got 4 cards in hand and you're not casting anything. I know you have the Emperor in your hand, or I know you have it in your deck. It's likely that you have it. So you have to be a little bit mindful with just how many permanents you decide to put on the battlefield.
Ooh,
a shiny one.
Nice.
Shining
one.
one.
First collection and figured I might as well throw it in my deck.
Yeah, it's
PT stamped Luca.
Super powerful card.
所以他要检视了吗？
Curious to see what direction.
检视可以把全场都轰了。
He can minus it and sacrifice a creature to wrath the board. He's going to do that. Wow! Look at this from Reed. The Engulfer's going to hit. And he can do like 3/2/2 or 3.
Wow. All right, so now you have the board. And I have this Luca in play.
But wait.
But wait.
他需要牺牲吗?
Oh, and now Kieran can actually get it off the battlefield here. No.
不用牺牲吧？为什么要牺牲?
Okay.
Copper Longlegs doing one
for
the team here. Yeah, and you can see that Reed was fully aware that that was an option there for Kieran.
是我理解错了吗?
And it was.
那个是要牺牲的。
Wow, Copper Longlegs doing work. This is a
do you
huge
need to
moment
sacrifice to the Luca? Is that how that works?
Do you what?
The -4 ability? I thought it was just the. Maybe I misread the card. Let's get that up there. Deals X damage.
不用牺牲嘛？为什么要牺牲?
Where X is the greatest power among creatures
you chose.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't need to sacrifice, right?
X is the greatest power among you control as you active.
Did we miss something?
Yeah, I think they did. We might want to get a judge
because
on
there is a red uncommon in the set where you do sacrifice a creature and you deal damage. Huh.
Yeah, I think that we might it might be too late, but you can't just take a creature and put it into the graveyard.
Right, there is no spell that Kieran cast, I believe.
Like, how did neither notice that?
That is gigantic.
I mean, he might still win anyway, but
right.
He did manage to get rid of Luca.
Because we would have had a 6/5 reach creature in play still.
Yeah,
right?
and as more turns go by, it makes it harder because, you know, if this is your first time watching Paper Magic with us, if you're kind of used to the arena era,
太奇
you know,
怪
the
了
judges, the
吧?
best they can do is rewind a game state.
没有裁判进来介入一下吗?
The less likely that they are to actually want to do that, and I don't even see a judge in here at all. Yeah. But there should be one because you're not allowed to just take your cards and put them in the graveyard.
裁判应该要进来介入了啊。
ability is fantastic.
Yeah.
连赛评都觉得不对劲了。
I wouldn't. I mean, it'd be okay, but it's not one of those game-breaking type effects. Huh.
But I guess that is done. It feels like some type of resolutions should still happen just because, well, like not just incorrect, but like an illegal game action happen. Like you're not allowed to do that, right? Like
So now Reed is just left with the Copper Longlegs not get crude here.
Okay. Yeah.
And now we're kind of in a somewhat of a racing situation.
Yeah, the Rib Skiff is a legitimate threat with Kieran sitting on 6 poison counters right now.
And remember that Incisor Glider, given that Reed is corrupted, will give +1/+1 to his entire squad on this attack. So we're looking at an attack here for 9 damage from Kieran. And are we looking to activate this land as well? Oh, I somehow missed that because I was looking at the blue and white cards, Marshall.
Hello.
Okay.
And this is the perfect sword for the matchup.
Against red-green, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, unbelievable
here.
And you can see Reed just put his hands on his head. He can't believe what just hit the battlefield here. He knew it was in there, but this is devastating stuff.
All right, let's...
Does he have a way to at least interact?
Oh, okay. So
he does.
You stall it for a turn. Gets him to 7 poison.
Wow.
So if this Brutalizer ever gets in, that's lethal, right?
Yes.
And you can proliferate with the long legs.
And the Rib Skiff puts you very close. In fact, the Rib Skiff's lethal too.
Okay.
It's not toxic too.
Oh, and Hazardous Blast!
抽到了，生物不能挡，哎。 玩化你，来，死去。所以这应该是录播吧，所以没有裁判介入，不然的话，这个也太奇怪了。
Oh my goodness!
太神啦 ，Reduke!
That was ridiculous.
Wow, great stuff in the feature match area there to round out our limited coverage here from Philadelphia. Boy, you know, he's going to look back at that, and I mean,
how many people are going to go up to him and be like, hey, Reed, you might want to pick up your card and see what it does.
Yeah, well, now that the limited round's over,
right?
You know,
exactly.
Like, he may need that tomorrow if he opens up another one. I wonder how many creatures
over the course of that draft pod?
He won the pod.
Didn't need it anyways.
Yeah. So, thoughts on limited coming out? You know, we expected a very fast format coming in. Did that play itself out in the rounds?
Not necessarily, right? We saw a lot of back and forth. The one thing about this format is not only efficient removal. You can count those as 2 drops or 3 drops, and you saw some of that back and forth. And actually, I mean, at least from the matches we saw today, the games were won by the Haymakers, right? We saw
而且他的那个他的射主啊，他的射主是可以行绿的，他是红绿跟红绿菲瑞克西亚混，对，所以你可以那个。
Just want to point out, though, the 3-0 decks that we saw today were black, white, and red, green. The consensus 2 best archetypes coming in.
That's what we talked about, you know, coming in. So go us. And I'm sure we'll probably see more of that as well tomorrow, as we've got that. Now we are transitioning over to Constructed, which is going to be Pioneer, and we've got Maria and everybody at the news desk to bring you in right after this break.
不过我蛮能理解为什么越来越多人选红绿战局，包括打红黑很轻松，然后打大绿也蛮不错的。然后新的那个他们现在新的被摆放那个3绿绿，不能被绿色瞄，然后自己回不灭。哦，那个也是很猛。对，那个打白蓝就是闭着眼睛，又不会被康，又不会被瞄，一路就是把你干到底。 对，打莲花也好打，打莲花普通吧，打莲花普通啦。我是觉得没有到非常好打。 不过我不喜欢那个套牌的原因，是因为有没有敏捷狼人，我觉得那个套牌的上下限有点差太多了。我不是很喜欢那种上下限差很大的，就那个没有狼人跟有狼人的那个回合数，大概差那么3到4个回合，真的是差很多。那怎么卡了 ？Hello baby。 是 Twitch 卡了吗？他们那边卡了，因为这个时间没有变。看看啦， 一下，重新整理一下。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. There's a shot of the room now as the players are turning off day number 1. So excited to be back here in paper for the first time in a long time. And a shot of our winner's trophy. Hey everybody, Murray Bartholdi joined by Mani Devoody here at the news.
MO 的话，我比较建议的是 MO 它有定期啦，现在是不是定期我不知道，它前阵子都是有定期出一个可以让你体验全卡表的活动。对，那如果你要用那个去体验的话，我觉得还行，就是，但是除此之外，我觉得 MPJ 比较好。
It is Josh Jung, Josh. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
When you opened your first pack of your first Pro Tour, after seeing who you were going to be in the pod with, what card were you hoping to open, and what were your thoughts going in?
他说你第一包第一 pick 开你的第一个专业赛，你希望你开到什么东西？这个人回答飘飘魔。
Was on the feature matchup, so I was like, damn, everybody was seeing me. If I made a mistake, everybody was just like blaming me like that. Yeah.
Well.
对他现在说，他如果上招人做啊，如果大家都，如果我打错，大家会骂你。对，没错，哎，对，我们会把你嘴烂。你已经准备好了吗
？Yeah, definitely white. First pick saw Emperor. All right, this game is gonna be like white.
So, after you finish drafting, you get your deck. You've obviously got a really nice white-black deck.
不行啊，那个第一 pick 飘屏真的太强了。
Did you think you had a good chance at 3-0?
Actually, I didn't think that much though. I just the only thought I was on after in the match was like, damn, I got Emperor, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty reasonable thought because that card is outrageous and it definitely led you all the way through this draft bot, taking out Willie to finish things up and be 3-0 after your first draft bot ever in your first Pro Tour. So now we're going into Pioneer. You're playing Mono White. How do you feel about the Pioneer portion of this tournament?
但你打纯白，你对于先驱有什么想法？
Gonna be a bunch of Slane's Angels then, but the result out is like only like 5 or 7 of them. It makes me big relief, you know.
他说他原本预期会遇到很多白绿天使，但是卡表交完好像只有6-7副，他觉得哦，爽。
I play test with my friend like 20 matches. I only won like 2.
他说他打白绿天使的对局打了20把，只有赢2把。对，然后看到哦，大家都不打天使，赞啦。
You're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's a 3-0 in his first ever Pro Tour.
怎么可能很多天使？应该说他比预期的少，比预期的少。原本预期大概如果有10%的话，大概有10几副。 但是只有6副还7副这样子吧。
Must feel pretty good. There's a look at the room again here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. All right, everybody. For the first time today, and the first time this Pro Tour, we're going to show you our standings, where we're at after 3 rounds of play. We're going to be able to show you all of the perfect records here in the building. Very, very exciting stuff to start off your Pro Tour at 3-0. What kind of mindset does that put you in, Mani, moving forward?
Well, Maria, when you think about the fact that 4-4, 12 match points is the record you need to make day 2.
不过他只要再赢一把，就已经 day 2了，所以现在应该轻轻松松。
of Pioneer to lock up that day 2. Of course, you'd like a whole lot more. You'd like that 7-1, 6-2 record, which puts you in a good chance of making the top 8. But for a lot of players playing in their first Pro Tour, Day 2 is
看一下有没有认识的。
Exactly. And like you said, one more win locks up day 2 for every player you see on your screen right now. Look at all of those 3-0.
15他亚索卡。哦，渡边雄，这个什么，那个什么，请屋老板那个叫什么？
3-0 as well. We just watched that, but we also see some
不是青屋老板，巴斯冈。
that we've heard some things about, seen some results from Tristan Wild LaRue.
巴斯冈30，
Thomas Enevoldsen, one of the Danes.
Red Duke 30，
Daniel Fournier, nor Singh. We see all these names that have been
斋藤友情，对对对，斋藤友情。
Within the professional scene
我刚刚怎么做记成渡边雄也了？天哪！渡边雄也已经 out 了。
Let's take a look at some more players who are starting off 3-0. You can see all the perfect records there down to position number 26. Gabna Steve, starting out 3-0, Monty.
Still got it.
3030就到这边了，所以台湾的另外一个打得怎么样？没有看到。
You know, playing in person, he was so excited to be back playing some paper again. David Inglis also starting out 3-0. Benton Madsen 3-0. Michael Go, hey,
30的有26个，所以这一次有26乘8。
Very excited to be playing in his first pro tour. So congrats to him on starting off 3-0, a lot of magic left to play. All right, let's take a look at the Pioneer metagame, everybody, as we shift our attention from draft to constructed here on day number 1. Pioneer, Monty, what were you expecting coming in? Does this metagame match what you thought would happen?
想中人还少一点。
Exactly matches what we expected. We've seen Pioneer.
对，你看天使只有7副而已，真的是比想象中的少。
And the one thing that proved constant was the Pioneer metagame was
而且 Other Archetypes 有43副。
Rakdos was dominant. Weeks where Mono Green was dominant. Weeks where Mono White was dominant.
哪有那么多其他的套牌可以选呐
？That's what we see reflected in this
精灵，这是打什么赛？先驱。接下来的是5局的先驱赛。
So you do see a drop in Mono White's popularity compared to the regional championships.
不是扣掉这些赛制，扣掉这些主流套牌，他妈额外另外套牌居然有43副，太多了吧？前3局是那个 ONE 的轮抽，43副是不在这上面的，其他的 other。我说真的，有那么多可以选吗？ 对，甚至那个一节那个蓝钢弹那个套牌，真的没有很喜欢。我知道最近套牌有一点，但是我真的没有那么喜欢。小红抗错霸权。 霸权刚不就算了吧？我觉得应该会有火啦，创火他没有写进来，火没有进来，精灵没有进来，然后小红吗？小红就有点鸟了。红蓝灵机没有，红蓝灵机应该会归类在红蓝凤凰里面。对。
I said that coming into the weekend,
我觉得差最多应该就是火跟精灵了。至于剩下有什么东西，载具也没进来，所以载具那个阿布战那个换热号那个也没有进来。还有什么东西？没什么东西了吧
？That's a combo player for you though, right?
That is the confidence that comes from combo players, but I would have been on that Lotus Field deck as well. So hopefully
会有什么奇怪什么纯黑之类的吗？有人会想要打抹杀兽吗？
Alright, that's a look at our Pioneer metagame.
对 ，Mono Black、Mono White.
Of today.
对。
Well, everybody, it's time for Pioneer. So let's find out what our feature matches. We've got Reed.
那些东西可以生出43副也是天赋，我觉得是偏浮夸。我感觉 Duke 打什么鬼啦？哦，有病是不是啊？
Yeah, this is a creativity deck. Is one that I
为什么会推荐你打 MTGA 呢？一方面是因为 MTGA 比较便宜，对。MTGA 真的相对便宜很多，然后 MO 比较贵一点，对，因为 MTGA 牌就只是稀有度的牌，那 MO 的话它的 价格会有牌张的波动，所以你要收一些比较贵的牌，就会真的比较贵。对，先去打无畏创新，对啊，就是不应该是这一套，就是你刚刚看到那个奇袭无畏创新，应该比较多的是跳蓝钢弹，然后做那个对。
your favorite merch.
Wow, I am so excited to see this the first round of
谢喽。
Celestia Auras, tell me about this
MTA 就会从零开始很痛，但是我觉得你只要有一点轮抽的能力，就是稍微打一下轮抽，我觉得没有很差。就是你不一定要马上急着跳标准，就是你可以从轮抽来，因为毕竟轮抽也可以练你的攻防。说真的，对，就是靠腰怎么会有皮？对 ，MO 账号内还有当初没卖票的票，可是相对之下，你 MO 真的，你如果要组标准也是不是那么的便宜，嘿，对。大概也要个几百票，说实在的。对。
Well, in previous shows, it was Monty versus the machine. This show, it's time for Monty.
那1000多票，那 OK 啊，那就打 MO 就好啦。我是指如果都是从零开始的话。
Gotta be the greatest graphic I've ever seen in my history of broadcasting. All right, Monty, you and the machine have teamed up this show to pick the winner of the feature matches. Who are you going with this round?
Maria, I defeated the machine handily.
说真的，如果有票，那肯定是直接打 MO 的。
I think they ran the numbers, realized the only thing that made sense was to.
毕竟 MO 能打的赛制比较多。像 MTG 就没有办法练标准以外的赛制，这是比较可惜的地方。
No, we need to consider the fact that they have no interaction.
That's true.
We've decided to go with Reed Duke.
All right, Reed Duke is the pick from Monty and the Machine, a partnership that will live on in infamy. We'll find out how well they do.
那 Reed Duke 用那个打这个肯定是屌虐的吧？那个33崩拳。
Number 4, the first round of Pioneer Alien Corey, take it away as we start.
打皮应该不会输吧？
I have so many questions about that graphic. Does that mean
Pioneer 快了这半年，要看他磕什么牌啦。说实在的，
the machine has like gotten an upgrade. The last one was from like 1982. You know, this.
他还是要把那个泥沙誓约啊，一些比较旧的牌放回来。
Either way, we've got some magic to play, and it's Pioneer time, my friends. We're gonna see Reed Duke up against Benson Madsen, and it is going to be a phenomenal match indeed.
Yep.
We're going to see some Is It Creativity versus Auras. I know plenty of people want to see Auras do their thing, but
然后卡恩可以找的那些背牌啊。
Yeah, absolutely. And it's on basically, you know, that number one team.
对啊对啊，1万多票就随便拿。对，我刚刚看错了，1万多票随便，你想打什么就打什么。
Magic boomers, they like to call themselves. Really, you know, always has great decks combined. They have a lot of smart Magic minds.
还是这个1万多票，我个人建议你卖掉一部分来打实体牌吧。哎，实体牌比较有趣啊，说真的，实体牌比较有趣。
A combination with 2 cards, so yeah, going to be really exciting to watch both sides.
Well, both players are ready to rock and roll, so let's get this game underway. Kicking things off with a Glade Cover Scout, a little hex-proof creature. You'd love to stick some auras on, so ideal start there for Benton.
Absolutely, and we were kind of talking like this is a matchup where Benton's not really interacting that much, so you would think very heavily advantage to Reed, but some of the ways you lose here, losing the die rolled from Reed's perspective and having that turn 1 creature, this is what we do fast clock. And boom, double armor here. That is a ton of damage.
Ethereal armor times 2. That is a
这样下一回是不是就要
very fast clock indeed. Reed down to 15 already.
Yep, and these do pump, you know, per enchantment, so each is +2/+2 for now. And I say for now because we have another play, at least a rune of sustenance, and picked up SRAM as well. So it'll be interesting to see how we start here.
主要是这个 Radio 这个套牌其实需要花一点时间去铲那些珍宝，它要大概要4费。 那个 Big Score 做完才比较有机会。
Yeah,
后手真的是蛮痛苦的。
does draw cards as well. That's kind of the thing where maybe you want to just play it because not only is that rune giving lifelink, which maybe in some way could matter. You know, this is a combo deck where it's a 2-card combo, excuse me, but it is a combo that has to have.
我还是觉得实体牌比较有趣点啊。如果可以的话，我会建议还是。
It very well could.
我比较喜欢啊，我比较喜欢打实体牌啊，就是。
So if you were sitting in Benton's seat, What would you be leaning towards?
I think I'd be leaning towards playing the rune because it draws already. I want to connect a couple times with lifelink to maybe get out of range here, but I can definitely understand playing SRAM and then really trying to, pop out.
结算吗？好像不会结算呢。
Artificer hits the board. Cards to be drawn next turn. There's the third land for Benton Madsen.
Looks like either of those options would have been make disappeared. A card that we saw do some really nice work in Standard at the World Championship. A card that is just a really strong one in Pioneer as well, being able to counter creatures at an early cost as well.
回合数有点不太够，他慢了一个回合，这是最尴尬的。
SRAM would have been great, but may disappear there by Hall of Famer Reed Duke. Let's see what we can draw for Benton Madsen as he continues to chip away the life total here down to 10.
没有绿血亚龙，不是，这样两个是不一样的套牌。对，这个不是亚龙的那个套牌，这个是那个15-15跟红神，它只会各一只，所以你一定跟红绿神，它一定是会翻出红绿神加15-15，然后翻倍攻击30-30打一拳。对，问题是它这个套牌要5回，就是他要4回做那个7抽2，然后5回做30点，但是他现在的回合数不太对。这回合数不太对，然后毕竟他是后手，所以慢了一 turn。他先手的话就有机会了，但是后手的话，后手是真的难顶啊。
There is Shark Typhoon picked up, so you can at least chump. But the problem with this is Reed is going to need a setup turn. And a setup turn is something that he is not going to have access to. And with this, just not being able to be targeted whatsoever with Hexproof, not much Reed is able to do this game. Another thing where if Reed were to won the die roll, would have been probably a different story.
对，你看我们跟那个英文的赛评人说一样，就是输一个 die roll。 对，就是差一个 die roll， 有点尴尬。对，这边 Cycle Shark Typhoon 抢被拳，还是差一个 turn 啊，还是个问题。
The one of in the list.
对。
Why play more when you only need the one?
Exactly. It always shows up on time, right? That is an excellent token.
That is a good token. Reed always prepared. Sometimes you see these high-level Magic players that sometimes never bring tokens with them, but not Reed. Reed's always prepared.
没错，各种职业玩家，有些人就是会准备，有些人就是不准备。Red Duke 是会准备哪一边
？Reed is alive. One turn bought. Is it going to be enough though? Looking super good right now.
Looking great. There is another, you can Fable the Mirror Breaker as another blocker, and maybe you can combination this by you get enough lands where you can then big score, and maybe creativity for one and hope to hit the worm. But these are all very far-fetched scenarios that all add up to Reed being in a lot of trouble, specifically this turn.
Yeah, now light pause down on the battlefield too.
So big score.
Benton Madsen definitely pushing the advantage here against Reed Duke.
Yep.
Down to 3.
偏偏是后手啊！掷骰子没掷赢。
No targets for indomitable creativity.
Exactly. I guess you could hit the light pause if you really want, but yeah, that's not great.
而且这边最尴尬的就是，如果他把启动一直抽起来，就直接爆開。
Fable the Mirror Breaker into land to just stay alive, but even then you're having to give away your treasures, which is a huge cost in this deck.
应该是凉了，
看起来是凉了。Benton sit down for the match up against Reed, and he's just like, hey. It's an honor to be here with you.
先后手真差太多了。
Down against the Hall of Famer after a 3-0 draft. This is what Paper Magic is all about. Sitting across your hero.
It's awesome. Yeah, the 3-year gap where we just couldn't gather in person.
Yeah.
Spawned an entirely new generation of Magic players.
Yeah.
And they get to meet their heroes now.
100%.
That must give them chills.
And sometimes, you have some players that start in this digital era, and they go to sit across from Reed Duke, and you're like, hi, what's your name?
Exactly.
Because it's so different when, you're not playing in person, you're not seeing each other's face, you're just seeing the avatar and stuff. Yeah. So really awesome to see Paper Magic back.
Well. Or is doing what they do best, delivering the beats. And we're going to see a similar start here for Benton Madsen with the Glade Cover Scout.
把把都一回，这么猛。
Mana Confluence down to 19. Let's see if Reed can get something going here.
Yeah, we see Rending Volley in the hand here, which is great. You know, Fire Prophecy also great at dealing with creatures.
为什么画面卡住了？但是声音还在播。
About
someone has
the green one drop.
Teferi's protection. We phased out there a little bit, but we're coming back.
There we go.
Please hold.
I now get that reference as I have begun playing a lot of Commander.
Good.
You know?
Good.
行不行？
I'm not here.
Yeah. So many questions get asked, like, well, can you take damage? Can you? No, nothing. No, I'm not here with that card in play. Yeah.
I'm just not here. Generous Visitor joins the fray now. Another little itty-bitty critter that can just get ridiculously big.
Yep.
Courtesy of all of the auras that.
慢一点，慢一点，打慢一点。
That is something Reed will be okay seeing with that fiery impulse in hand.
Certainly so. Can't do anything about the scout, but can certainly take care of. What is it, a squirrel? No, it's a spirit. It looks like a squirrel.
It does kind of look like a squirrel, absolutely. There we see Audacity come down, plus
the
putting a counter.
Audacity.
I was going to make the joke, but I was just hoping, you know, slow pitching it up for you here. And we do see that dice, 1 counter on it to be able to have 4 power. Bet we got a bigger dice on the way.
这是新的人格。
We're going to need a bigger dice.
Yes, absolutely. Generous Visitor comes into play and be like, you'll be needing more dice.
Yeah.
他有一张 Rending Volley， 所以还行。
Reed, see what we can find.
这边打4，还有4个回合，应该是能赶上吧。不过要找到牌。先点掉。
Yeah, you know, this is not exactly how I thought it would play out so far. You know, so far this is looking like Reed's in a lot of trouble.
成功的扛到一些比较痛的皮。
Kind of why this popped up or why it was so under the radar. This deck pretty much dominated the RC at DreamHack. Where it was really just brought up to just demolish mono green.
Yeah.
The deck basically can't lose to mono green, so that's kind of the whole draw to it. But it kind of
这边
phased
消
away
失
after
就挺不
that.
错的。
Not a lot of people played it.
前
But,
方
you know,
消
if
失
you're
会很有
expecting a lot
用
of mono green, which was the second most played deck, might be a really good metagame call here from Benton.
Could well be. Make this takes care of all that glitters, so.
那他需要一张 big score 拿得到吗？
Scout for the time being, and you know we were talking about the digital era of players. Benson qualified and says he got real lucky playing a Brothers War sealed on his iPhone to qualify for this event.
On his iPhone? That's awesome.
That is pretty awesome. Fine, the iPhone part.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm an Android player,
but
you know.
Sure. Yeah, but qualifying on a phone and all of a sudden you're 3-0 up against the Duke.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the dream if I've ever heard of it.
You know, that's a great narrative there for Benson Madsen.
Really awesome.
Looking very impressive here against the Hall of Famers. So, you know, we could see our very first 4-0 after this round.
Well, I bet we will regardless.
Oh, we will regardless.
The one thing we don't have right now from Benton is we don't have land number 3, so you're a little halted at what you can do. Also,
应该会先把2点的皮贴一贴吧，这样等一下抽到D就可以2+1。
And not equipped right now, you can flash and Sokens and double block and actually get rid of this. So I think if Benton had perfect information, it would probably be time to strap this up with the 2 1-mana equipment. Looks like that is what's going to happen as well, but it wasn't a completely obvious play. Getting the SRAM down, especially when you have 2, is pretty nice.
这个不影响回合数，这个应该会过。
If Reed believes in the heart of the cards, we could just see 2 critters hanging out
这
there
个
for
打
creativity.
5一样是3个回合。他康了。
Yeah, the problem with that is you still got to have 6 mana.
可是这样子，这边被贴空灵铠，就会变2个回合。
Another removal spell. But yeah, nothing to really facilitate the combo
这样会缩短一个回合，这样子有点危险。这样子 Red Duke 的回合数好像又要不够了。
Duke at this point, as we see another copy of Ethereal Armor hit the board.
6 damage already, putting Reed down to 6. And once again, it looks like a spot where Reed just cannot do anything no matter what he tops so far.
不太能扛那个
1
点的皮呢。
in the other direction, but
hey.
Boggles.
Turns out power and toughness can get the job done.
Absolutely.
找到 big score， 但是晚了一个 turn。
Absolutely. Hexproof. Quite a good ability against a lot of red removal as well.
哇，是不是因为刚刚扛错了？
So impulse. Taking a look at some cards there. Looks like there is a copy of creativity, but I don't think we're even going to see that cost in this match.
回合数好像没有算好呢。
Exactly. And you look at Benton's mana base, 2 mana confluences. Normally, that's a really
他要直接躲做 X 等于1的冲发龙象，然后平15-15了吗？
Yeah.
对啊，他没有东西啊，他要抽到异形地窖。
Impulse for creativity and then drew creativity. Yep. Not a card you need two of.
Yeah, no, that's very frustrating indeed. And Sentinel's Eyes as well as all that glitters. Just everything going for Benson at this point.
然后赌对手没有东西。对，有招就是。
One, if Reed can survive. You know, if all that glitters get strapped up here, I think we're just done. But if Benton were to go another way, you Soken's in, block one, go to one, and then try to creativity for one, and try to hit the worm and just have a big blocker. A World Spine Worm is the one I'm talking about. 15. That gets in the way, but all that glitters is just going to lock it up right now and send Benton to being 4-0.
All that glitters is an absolute house of a magic card.
I believe that Audacity is trample.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10， 10点践踏，没了。可惜啊。
And there's only 2 toughness available to Reed Duke at this point. Math is for blockers. Yeah. What are you talking about, Reed?
Yes, the classic math is for blockers. Reed just double checking the power and toughness.
That's it.
Not able to do anything there.
一发都没做到。对啊，我觉得刚刚那个康可能，那个康那个好像不太 OK 的感觉啦。因为康那个+1+1，就是从打4变打5嘛，一样是3个回合，那个真的没有必要康，就是他回合数不变。
Oh yeah, I bet all of the Lotus Field combo players are like, oh look how easy that was. Why didn't we pick that?
Yeah, exactly. That's an easy combination. You put auras on a creature and you attack. Combo.
Profit.
There you go. Yeah. Could be a $50,000 profit.
It could.
Absolutely.
May well be. Let's find out. We'll be right back after this short break.
现在先驱还算健康吗？算吧，我觉得还算健康。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. You see our players out in the
就是
main area.
没有太强势的套牌。对，红黑虽然很多，但其实它也相对应的会被红绿跟大绿压制。对。
You know, they start their round. It's just a wonderful time.
也没有特别击败的套牌。
You know, it brought a tear to my eye when I walked in. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Don't judge me.
一阵子没在先驱了，妈的才刚进啊！妈的才刚进，而且妈的看起来 马等看起来现在不太健康，大概快要被禁的。那个不论是那个毒风暴或者是那个护身符，看起来都有点太强了。我猜可能佩克可能要走了，那个0.25绿条约，我猜啦，我猜绿条约可能要走了。
Yeah, absolutely. The number 1 and number 2 deck, you know, we do see a lot of, you know, the more established, these Hall of Fame level players leaning on Rakdos because, well, agency. You want to have agency over your game, and you see a lot of mono green from a lot of different varying levels of players because it's extremely powerful. And
跟他没好，就这一系列，最近刚出的啊，就这一个系列，就是因为它多了一张那个嘛，地牌可以扣神器的。
That is a really big thing. Sideboarding at the highest level is one of the most difficult things in Magic the Gathering. So when you got a sideboard full of Karn targets, you just resubmit. Here you go.
You should think about it. It's like, oh, you know, well, my deck does this thing, and I'm going to try and do this thing as best I can.
Exactly.
Blood Tithe Harvester, the first thing down on the battlefield here for Shota Yasuoka. That poor little elvish mystic got taken out with a fatal push. No big surprise there, though.
They don't live often.
No, they don't.
They really don't. And if they do, the game's pretty quick because mono green, whenever you can resolve one of the 8 elves that they have, ends up kind of running away from the game here. But, ooh, that's a nice one.
Hi, Lily. Liliana of the Veil hits the battlefield. Let's see, where are we going? Up or down? No sacrifice necessary, so each player will discard a card.
You know, you would think if we were just coming into this feature match and we knew Reduke was one of them, the person who has Fatal Push and Liliana of the Veil, I'd be like, yeah, that's probably Reduke. You know, just taking a guess at it, but
Reduke 怎么没有打红黑
that is a creativity deck. Must be pretty good, even though it didn't.
打那个什么冲马龙翔
Still plenty of action today and
无畏创新，真的是
looking for
哭啊
at the very least a 4/4 to make it into day 2. So.
Yep. Ravenous Baloth, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, Benton already locked up day 2 on his first pressure with 4 rounds to go.
Let him go.
Easy, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, you want to keep going.
Absolutely. See the most powerful card and kind of the namesake card in mono green there flashed a little bit, Nykthos. You know, that is really the reason why this deck is so incredible.
I've heard it's quite good.
It is quite good, yeah. Big fan of this one. This is always the deck that I play for a long time. Like Monty, I think I would have played Lotus Field as well.
但我其实不是很喜欢啦，因为我觉得他没有，他给的限力太少。
For a long time, I love this deck. Karn's great, Cavalier is great. Yeah, just a really fun deck.
On the board with Heart's Desire. Token, but alas, the Bone Crusher Giant says, no, I will squish your love and make you a real love beast because now you're sad.
Absolutely.
那怎么不先出呢？你可以把那个移掉啊。
Ooh, Misery Shadow down now.
没有差这个吧？
Where this Rakdos matchup versus mono green used to be kind of the reason to not play Rakdos because green just goes so far over the top.
不太影响啊，几乎不会有影响。
When it dies, do X, you know, Old Growth Troll or Cavalier. Misery Shadow really takes that off the battlefield. Now Dreadboring a Cavalier, let's say, is a very good play. You don't get that trigger.
Yeah, you don't.
对啊，野兽是提供2个主张2个跳船，但是就没有很喜欢。
All right, so some of the targets that we're going to be seeing all weekend, everybody, for some of the people that are maybe new to Pioneer, they all look pretty much the same. You have Boat. You just basically have something along the curve for everything. Boat being one of the most popular because Karn naturally goes 4 into 5.
Sky Sovereign console flagship.
Exactly. Sorry.
Abbreviates to Boat.
I think we should just change the card to just Boat now at this point. It's so commonly known as. But outside of that, you have a bunch of other cards you see, like the Chain Veil and Pestilence Cauldron. When you start to see those, the game's probably over. Otherwise, everything else is just helping you survive, helping you maybe kill Misery Shadow, which is Sky Sovereign is going to try to do next turn.
Exactly right. Karn also disabling any with artifacts. But unlikely that we'll see that sacrifice to get an extra card for show.
蛮普通的。撇听你的哦，他还有放那个壁影毛哎。他还有放壁影毛，真是少见。现在几乎已经没有看到壁影毛的版本了。
At this point, though, it feels like it's just going to become a damage game because, you know, 14, that's a lot of power on the board here for Shota. So
100%. And the one thing that I bet oh wow. See, I was wondering what Shota was going to do here, if it was just make sure to get as much damage in as possible, or leave up 2 mana so you could pump Misery Shadow to survive the 3 damage from Sky Sovereign. But the real card that Shota's worried about right now is Storm Scepter. That's really how Seb can pull ahead without having to use Sky Sovereign, which is normally pretty good, but not a home run here.
Yeah. Here comes the vote. Sky Sovereign hits the battlefield, takes out the shadow, but got some damage done.
I believe about that. Yep. As long as Shota has a land, Den can get activated, and that's GG. And down. That's why we pumped here. Shota numbers as Shota does very often, and takes that one down pretty cleanly.
总不点32，点32的话，至少不会死。
Rakdos midrange, and Rakdos midrange just dealing the beats. You know, you'd expect Mono Green to come out swinging, but if that little elf dies, you can't attack with your
先后手就差很多喽。
It becomes a problem. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. And here's the thing about post-board matchups, not even here in this matchup, but basically against
我觉得大绿阵先手还是打红黑还是算好打的。
You stay the same.
Yeah.
So now one thing for Rakdos midrange, Extinction Event ends up being the card to be afraid of because, well, if you look at Seb's deck or any green deck, it's all odds. Everything's odds. I guess
不好说，我觉得差1个回合就差很多。 大绿，你给大绿1个回合就差很多了。
See what goodies there are in hand here. See Kiora, as well as the Cavalier of.
为什么这个不灭地会在
手上 You know, not expecting or not knowing what to expect, for the most part, from the players. You know, which way are they going to be leaning in the metagame?
Speaking of not knowing what to expect, Darksteel Citadel is one of the Karn targets, so that one was actually sideboarded in exchange for something.
Yeah.
Is that a Christmas jingle of Darksteel Citadel?
他刚刚也没有拿那个啊，他刚刚也没有拿，所以不会是误洗，因为他就是他要么正边有，要么他背牌换了1张进来。啊？那背牌换1张进来听起来不太合理。 所以是正边就有1张神奇地 ，Serious？
More digging.
OK， 掉绿旗。
Lovely. Oh, that's an easy pick there for the Cavalier. Get in the bin.
No, it's not lovely. It's love struck.
骰子。
You see what I have to work with here.
Yeah, you excited for the whole weekend as much as I am?
不知道，我不知道，我不知道。
So now these are the big draw steps for Seb. You can Thoughtseize, but you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck. So games look really lopsided. Versus when Seb top decks Karn here, or when Seb just draws 2 more running lands. Like,
我真的没有想到为什么会有神奇地在这边的选项。
Nothing of relevance in hand right now for Seb Rohan, and a land as well for Shota and go.
实体牌有趣，不是啊，他刚刚卡恩没有，他刚卡恩 Q 的是云威豪，他没有 Q 第2张啊，所以合理上不会有那个啊。
If you know how to work your deck, you know what to Karn for, all that stuff. You know that really helps out, of course, in the late game, but. You know, when you get stuck with this where Thoughtseize, Fatal Push kills your first 3 plays, you just gotta hope you get lucky and top deck something nice.
Old Growth Troll, let's see how long this will stick around on the battlefield. Shota Yasuoka.
而且正边那个东西你很容易就叫不出巨魔来。
For the Hall of Famer.
And this was the, you know, really nice card for mono green when there was not much exile effects. Misery Shadow being printed was really a problem for Old Growth, but when you could just slam that and they just have to Dreadbore it or something, and then it kind of ramps you because it equips to a land and still counts for Devotion for Nykthos, then it becomes pretty scary here. So Mutavault being fired up, leading to Shota probably wanting to pair that with a removal spell and kill Old Growth Troll here is pretty interesting.
Yeah, just a little 2/2, but there's beside you who endures. That's going to take care of the Mutavault.
Floats the mana for something.
Let's go find a land. Any land will do.
想做搭配。
And beside you who endures, such a good card.
Very good card. And I think you know it's decent in this deck, but
现在放地角，我不知道，说真的，我不知道。但是听起来 make sense， 你知道吗？因为多了红黑快递，所以你可以减少那个。
As well as the Fatal Push.
你可以减少那些那个 Pets Way 啦、功能地之类的。
Like I mentioned, comes back as an enchantment, jumps onto a land,
就是听起来是 make sense 啊，但是我猜顶多就是2张吧，他可能刚好把2张都手上走了。
But at this point, you don't want to be like, I'm going to top deck Storm the Festival and not be able to cast it. Then that feels like a really bad pun.
Yeah. At this point, though,
那这边就看大绿的右手强不强壮了。
Into the bugbear jumping up, leaving behind a little goblin friend.
What an incredible land!
Oh, it's so good. Yeah. These creature lands, you know, they definitely shifted the texture of games and how they play out.
100%. Yeah. Usually it was just Mutavault, but and when Den came out, Hive came out, and stuff, it really gives Rakdos that longevity that these mid-range decks didn't really have. Oh, it does decide to sack the old girl troll.
Oh, okay.
You know, Storm the Festival's on top now. That's just it's just you're priced in at this point for it being on top.
不要诅咒人家，你要诅咒人家。他说你这边爆了地，右手就会抽那个大 Coco。
Shota giving it a read, be like, oh, you can still sack that, huh? Yeah. Most of the time it's just a ram.
Yeah.
但是除4是真的比较稳一点啦。
Gonna stave off some of this attack from the Den of the Bugbear.
另外有个，我在想有没有可能是他觉得被牌局需要多一点地，因为玛纳头会死，所以他少一张玛纳头多一块地，或者是直接打61张的正边。这样听起来有没有 make sense？
With big haymaker draws like Storm, like Karn.
And his toolbox in the sideboard there, so.
Yeah, I don't love the sack, to be honest, though, because now the only way I feel like that really turns this, you know, game around and kind of shuts the door is with Cavalier or Storm. Maybe even Karn, but you need 2 mana to have. Like, you can just play Karn here and it's going to die. That's not great.
Well, like you mentioned, there's a land and there is 2 creature lands as well as the goblin. In comes
1、2、3、4、5、6、7打7，剩9。
A lot of damage for Seb Rohan to take down to 9.
Yep.
Top deck City. Let's see if there's anything that can help Seb Rohan here, or if this is going to be a 4-0 for Shota Yasuoka.
Into day 2? Which Shota probably doesn't even know if that's the cutoff, nor cares. Just plays every round to win.
不应该打。你都知道打了会有什么下场。
Measured and disciplined Magic player. And one of the fastest shield.
哇，会抽。
Well, that's another clock for you.
And
会抽，会抽。
Oh, that hurts.
Yep, that's the cost. You know, that's the cost. Not even the fact that, you know, Storm into double Cavalier is going to get you out of this or anything. But
at
least you have a fighting chance.
You have a fighting chance.
凉了吧？合理上是凉了。这边全部变身，这个变身，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
And I don't think Shota is one of the players that's going to be missing that trigger.
我不觉得，
when some players are
我不觉得大绿有任何方法可以扛下这一波。他刚刚如果那个巨魔留着不打，或者是对嘛？你看他抽的，他那个地牌就不应该爆，他爆了就是他爆了，你法力跟不上，你没有逆转的选项。对，他就是因为把巨魔那块地爆了，他没有6费，做不出他的守城界。他手上最后死掉的时候是1张云尾号跟2个守城界，那只有4点法力，笑你。不是你打红黑，你就是不能爆那一块。对，你不能爆那一块啊！那5费跟6费是你逆转的选项。
Let's see what they are playing.
2 great Magic players, really skilled at the game, and just 2 very incredible.
其他那些小生物打红黑是没有用的。
Always an Azorius controller.
白蓝控。打莲花田。
So no shock to see him playing that.
Oh look, we got some Lotus Field combo shenanigans. There's our Boreal Grazer, the best 1-drop ever printed. Corey.
Ever printed, yeah, absolutely. Death Ray Shaman has some words with you after the show, but yeah, absolutely. And this matchup's interesting because normally these Lotus Field combo decks, they don't care too much
莲花田，好顺，好顺，2回6费。
Stages of the turn is just trying to get Lotus Field in play, like we see from Tristan Wild LaRue, and then Thespian stage to get that into play as well. Yeah, and we have the Satyr there, which is just untapping a land. We saw Hope Tender as kind of the normal card that we would see so long, and I'm honestly kind of It kind of shocks me why we chose this over Hope Tender, because even if you look at this board where you can tap 3 with Lotus Field, copy Thespian Stage, if it was Hope Tender, you could exert and untap both of them. You have access to 6 mana. You know, that is not possible with this. But you can still get to 4 mana here, and you don't have to pay the 1. So I'd be interested to hear why that's the choice. I'm not 100% sure, but...
Oh, we'll stick you on Tristan afterwards. You can go and find out. Give him the 3rd degree. Ask him why this one and not the Hope Tender, which we do see in the sideboard for him. And we're going to dismiss Lay Down Arms and do our best to deal with the untappy Satyr.
So now Tristan will be untapping with 6 mana. If you have things like Pour Over the Pages, that's what you're really looking for, because you net a mana each time. Or Hidden Strings, net 4 mana, and that's how you generate an absurd amount of mana. Eventually, you, after a whole bunch of steps, you get Approach the Second Sun from your sideboard. Yep, absolutely. From your sideboard, you cast it a couple times. That's how these decks win the game.
Pour Over the Pages is made to disappear, courtesy of Make Disappear. Thomas is ready to disrupt any shenanigans. Going to attempt to get into here.
Clearly not Dwari disrupt them, since that just came into play.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be here all weekend. Can't wait.
第2张
Pour Over the Pages number 2. Oh, and this one
成功了。
Response there from Thomas Enevoldsen. As we're going to take a look at some cards, untap some
有机会做完吗？
I saw Vizier, and I saw
oh my goodness,
another one.
再存一点蓝。
Keeping track of the mana there, because this combo does get a little finicky.
It does, and it's not crazy to think that if Tristan is indeed winning the game this turn, that this turn doesn't take a solid 6 to 10 minutes. You know, even online, doesn't really matter where you are. It's very complicated, because one of the things you have to do when you're untapping, you have to keep track of how much mana you're using for Pour Over the Pages, and how much mana you leave left over for Hidden Strings. Because you need to cast the namesake card of the deck, really, which is Emergent Ultimatum. Triple black, green, green, blue, blue, which ends up being a little tricky with Lotus Fields. You can't add any combination with these lands. It's got to be all of one color.
Yeah, so definitely gets very tricky, and a lot of players expressed their, you know, maybe not discomfort, might be taken a bit far, but you know, they're a little uneasy about messing it up because you know, when you're playing online, it tells you you have this much, you have that much, you have that much. So a lot more thinks are involved when it comes to the combo in paper.
Yeah, not even some people. Paulo Vitor Damodar Rosa expressed concern with this deck. He's like, yeah, this deck is tough. And here we see Dark Petition, that is being able to search for anything. You add 3 black mana. And we'll see, this list is a little different from the stock list, but more than likely, you still go for Emergent Ultimatum here and get a really dangerous package that's going to win you the game. Thomas is tapped out, so at this point, it does look to be over, as long as, like you were saying, Tristan doesn't kind of mess it up.
Yeah.
他还要有一
So he's
个
kind of just
书
imagine
或
him
是一
juggling
个
knives right now.
Yeah.
Yep. And if he drops the knife in his foot, then
对，他还
Thomas
要有
gets
一个
another
站
turn.
Yep,
没
exactly.
错。
And if you have like 2 or 3
就有了
hidden strings, those knives are just made of rubber or something. It can't actually hurt you because you have so much mana. It's tough to screw up, and that's what it looks like for Tristan Wilder.
Yeah, so we're going to see Emergent
没
Ultimatum
错，
now.
全知全能
Gonna go
长
and
出
find a
来
couple。monocolored spells, and we see pretty much the
然后
what
那
do we
个
expect to see?
神
Omniscience,
，There's
神信
usually
徒
4. There's Omniscience, Behold the
跟那个
Beyond,
Two
Lear, Disciple of the
在哪
Drowned,
里
and
？Two，
the last
对
one being either Dark Petition or Mastermind's Acquisition. You kind of mix it up between all these cards. With Lear, as long as you have 1 blue mana left over and hidden strings in the yard,
you can just do it again.
You're just going to
要
keep
做哪
doing
个
it. And now, you know, you kind of can't
那一
give
定是把
Tristan
全
Wild LaRue 2 of any of these cards. So.
No.
他让全知全能
Probably
成功
gonna
了。
get it done here.
好啊，
Omniscience, everything is free, but everything is not free from your graveyard. That's the
现在
one
是
thing
免
that
费
is a
的了
little different. So you do have to still spend mana for that.
So anything from hand gets to be cost
这个
for freezies.
来
There's Mastermind's
全
Acquisition.
知全能找备牌
And expressing how I'm going to kill you, I'm going to get Approach the Second Sun, I'm going to cast it for free, I'm going to Mastermind's Acquisition from the yard, search for it in my library, played it for a second time, and the Second Sun has approached.
对，没错，直接用讲的。
So anybody is confused why the cards are being shuffled up, that
That's
is the card that is going to be finished off.
Goodness me.
A fun deck, right?
It's real fun, Corey. I bet you're just lapping this up. You love this kind of stuff.
I love this deck. You know how, like, control players, when they're in their element, like they have Teferi, Jace, you know, 3 Planeswalkers, they're untapping. This is the combo player's dream. Is when you just get to go, your opponent doesn't concede, and you just get to, you know, combo off here and kind of go crazy.
You know, I am not the biggest fan of control, but even I felt bad for the control player in that instance. Like, that was just rough. But you know what? That's how this deck wins. So let's see if Tristan Wildlaroo can do it again. Temple of Mystery to start things off. Although for the Botanical Sanctum.
Oh, 没事做.
And let's get this game underway here. Let's see if Thomas has any defense for this in the sideboard. You know, if we have a quick look at the sideboard, what would he be bringing in against this combo?
So no Damping Spears, you know, as the slam dunk card, which kind of leads me to see that, you know, sideboards really paint a picture and be like, what am I afraid of in these matchups? Not really desperately afraid of this one. You do see Narset incredibly good against like Pour Over the Pages.
拿了占卜，所以手上有莲花点了。
and discard 1. There is some impressive cards in Narset, interesting because you can do it on like Emergent Ultimatum.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh, I'll take that, thank you.
Exactly, just a good reman. We'll see Mystical Dispute, Dovin's Veto, maybe Brimez.
Brimez, yeah.
Yep, maybe that as an aggressive element. But outside of that, I don't see a lot of changes happening here. And on the other side, from Lotus Field, one of the most popular cards that we see people bring in, and we'll see if it is in the card. And no Thought Distortion. That was usually the one we see against control. But instead, the uncounterable threat being Dragon Lord Jamoka, which I think is the breakout sideboard card. I saw Nathan Stoyer on Twitter being like, does anyone have 9 Dragon Lord Jamokas for me on my team?
Yeah, and people thought he was trolling.
He really
He's like, no, we actually need these cards.
Yeah.
So...
OK， 拿了通牒。
Every once in a while,
那这边应该是下莲花点了吧
something the day before Pro Tour to throw people off, maybe for just comic value. But nope, this was real. They needed a lot of that powerful dragon.
没错，下莲花田。
Is Lotus Field, so gonna sack a couple lands, but there's part 1 achieved here for Tristan Wildlaroo. Let's see where this turn takes us now. Always feels bad sacking lands, but you know what? If you follow up with a Thespian stage, it's like, I have much mana right now. Memory Deluge.
And I mean, here's the
不是已经旁边写好的吗？拿过来贴啊。
Turn 4, and Tristan is gonna untap if he has a land with 7 mana. You know, so that is really the power of this Lotus Field deck. Now, the vulnerability of it is, if you don't find Lotus Field, the deck looks really, really weak.
Yeah.
It's a combo deck that, you know, doesn't have any of its base combo cards. So that's step 1 when you look at an opening hand. Can this produce Lotus Field on turn 2 or 3 with Razor? And if it can, cool.
这边法力足够的状况下，应该还很难说。他这边要叫那个10分丝了，有没有地？有没有地？有没有地？ 是不是个大大？有没有地？
Set up here for the combo kill potentially. Thomas hoping that his hand is ready and prepared for whatever Tristan may throw out here. So a Narset in hand there for him. Looks like we've got a Wandering Emperor as well.
哦，有地了。
Be a nice thing to play.
那叫不叫？
One thing I did see in Tristan's hand is Sphinx of the Final Word. Another one of these uncounterable threats.
那只10分丝应该是7费吧，如果没记错的话。
If Tristan wants to, but looks like we're getting the lands out. We might be trying to do a little comboing.
Alrighty, Hidden Strings to start things off.
继续 tap 你2个
Here's
蓝。
the duality of this card. Hidden Strings on the 2 blue sources in main phase 1.
I would like to tap your mana, please.
看个。
That's going to be Dovin's Veto, saying, no thank you. I would like to participate in your turn, as all good blue mages do, you know?
Yep, absolutely. And another Dovin's Veto in Thomas's side, so thinking, if you can combo through 2 Dovin's Vetoes, you know what? Congratulations, you made it to day 2, Tristan. And I believe that is a Doomscar as well.
Doomscar so in there.
This is an open deckless tournament, so it's not a surprise that these uncounterable creatures are coming in. Got to have an answer for them.
Definitely so.
可以吗？尊重一下对手啊！你的对手不是墙壁啊。
Sylvan Scrying, most of the time, the whole point of the card is to either get Lotus Field or Thespian Stage, but it actually has a lot of other applications once you already have those elements. You have Boseiju or Otawara to be able to deal with a couple of things, and even a one-of layer of the Hydra, which is not something we see often, but pretty cute.
应该是没什么理由不
You
行。
just called a Hydra cute.
Yeah, I sure did. It's cute in the combo deck. It's not cute in aggressive decks or mono green.
这样子，这个法力站起来应该就稳稳的了吧？
Oh, goodness me.
And Thomas's hand looks very good, though.
Yeah.
还有纳尔斯
bunch of stuff to do
纳尔斯也是
for sure.
氪到不行。
So, you know, I don't think he's going to get one shot oopsie dead right now. How does Tristan fight through that hand?
It is pretty tough there. There did look like a lot of sorcery speed stuff. You know, the Wandering Emperor being an instant speed card that is pretty much irrelevant. Not a big deal
纳尔
there,
斯
but
我定下来
Thomas does
应
have to
该
win the game in some way.
优势还蛮高的，
But
优
outside
势
of
蛮大的
that,。you just got to keep fighting through and cast some of these uncounterable spells. But the post-board games get a lot more confusing. There's not a clear way to do anything. With the way that they've changed their deck
这一朵
quite
大
a bit
Ben，
to add
最
a
高
bunch
裁
of
决怎么还留
uncounterable
着啊？
creatures. It's a nice pivot in a lot of matchups.
没有东西可以下了哦。
Nice little recognition of, yeah, okay, there's probably going to be some counterspell nonsense going on. So we're going to see Narset, Parter Veils hit the battlefield here and go digging for a couple options.
And one Dovin's Veto as the only
哦，这个纳尔斯
disruption
真
for
的
Thomas
是
Endervolson.
氪到不行。他的裁决不知道为什么还留着，
Waiting to see now if Tristan can pop off
可能
his
是没有
turn.
东西下了吧？
Maybe a bit of a fight through all of the shenanigans that Thomas has in hand. Gonna start things off here with hidden strings once again to
推
try
打，
and
好
tap
啊，
down
推
those
打，
lands.
不能干嘛？
And just lets it happen this time.
主角2，
Thespian stage once again.
And the one thing, we don't know exactly what the
3点蓝
players did say, but the one thing you should do in this situation is float the mana, because there was 3 mana already floating. It looked like we took away the island, went to
1、2、
second main
3、4、5、
phase,
6、7、
so it
8、
looks like Thomas did it right. But
9。
that's one thing you should always do if you're playing this at home,
Oh, yeah?
to make sure they use up that 1 mana. So if you just tap it, then extra free mana for Tristan.
Oh, now we're adding the colors. Looks like we're
有了吗？
about to go ultimatuming.
Yeah, this is never what you want to see.
Nope. There it is.
可是
Emergent Ultimato is
这
on
样
the
子
stack. What goodies would you like?
有纳尔
Yeah,
斯在
and
场
no
上是
really
会赢的
free
吗？
counter spells or anything, so it is just out there, and we do have
而且我
one
看到他把
black
全知全能
mana
抽上手了，其实这才是最大的问题。
blue.
他把全知全能
So
抽
right
上手
now-
了，有点尴尬
Oh,。no. Pour over the pages does untap,
对
which I，guess
最大的问
isn't
题是
that
自己的
big
右
of a
手，
deal
他怎么把全知全能给抽上手
but
了
there？ will be no card draw, so you would assume
That's a very different selection from the first time around.
exactly. Probably don't give the Leer here, and you're gonna gain a ton of mana, but
杀死
it
本人
certainly doesn't have something.
对啦，但是
Yeah, we'll see how this
就是
turn
真的
ends
是
up.
偏烂。
This is interesting. Maybe forgetting about the Narsic static.
Oh, yeah.
对，这边应该是洗
no.
洗那个吧，
Yeah.
祭司
See on arena, you know,
因为
that no-
反正分割输液是不重要的啊，那个输液是废卡，然后占2块地也是占2块地
would you just like
就
to
没什么
discard a card? I
没
mean,
什么，
maybe
那就是
he
法力而
does
已
and just wants，to
你法力
untap
已
the
经
lands, there's something else in
该
hand,
给你
but
都给你了。
yeah.
No, I'll keep it in case if I have to draw, we'll shuffle it. But I should have to. So first, I'll float these like this. I'll untap, and I'll tap them to make 6 blue.
Okay. We heard from the players there. 6 blue to that, and now Pour goes on the page, or Pour over the pages, and there we go. Pretty
然
aware
后
of
7
this.
张，
Just goes to discard, and I believe
笑
we
死
saw Omniscience in
对
hand.
Oh, there we go.
哦，10
And
费
behold, goes the
做
last
手
card,
动
so
做
this is
全知
gonna
全
wrap
能
it，up here. Get to discard your hand, search for 3 cards.
啊，你怎么这么屌？
That's really gonna be all there is. Lotus Field combo. Everyone,
我
impressive.
还在想说他全知全能抽上手了，大概没救了。
Knows exactly what
耶
he is doing with this deck. You can tell he's just
没
like,
错
yep, okay, that's fine. I can do it the other way then. I'm just gonna go through this back door over here. I'm gonna go into
找
Petition,
找
Acquisition.
先找
There's
那
many
个
ways that you can end this game.
Absolutely.
That is
太
going to be
阳
the handshake from Thomas Endervoldsen. Tristan Wild LaRue 4-0. It's going to be a good feeling.
过关
And
啦。
another scenario for anyone who's like, well, how did that game end? Mastermind's accusation, 4 approach the second sun, and then you just
真
buy
是
it
意外
back with Balaget's recovery.
我还想说那个纳尔斯定在那里，然后他又不小心把全知全能抽上手了
Easy, right？
感觉要倒
Easy
了，
game.
Easy game, easy life.
结果居然还是赢了。
Yeah.
We still have more Magic friends because we are blistering through these matchups. So we're going to go and check out All Yellow Hat himself. It is Gab Nassif versus Francesco Latour. Is it Phoenix
帽子
versus
哥
is it Creativity?
All right.
Good old slap battle here with some pigeons and perhaps a big old worm.
Absolutely. Yep. Gabriel Nassif tested with Reed Duke. Saw
红蓝
of this deck in action when we started this match. But
看又是那个创发龙翔谢喽。
Phoenix, one of the deck that truly fell off a cliff. You know, it was one of the most popular decks.
创发龙翔啊，不是无畏创新，无畏创新打凤凰吗？
Incredibly powerful. You know,
上面不知道打什么。啊，应该是凤凰。有 OPT 的应该是凤凰。
cards like Ledger Shredder and stuff to make that even more possible.
And on game number 1, this deck typically doesn't give two hoots about what the
这是一个对抗游
opponent
戏。
is very much focused on its game plan. Get birds in the bin, bring him back.
全都 Fireball 同套是吗？不一定吧？
So
不一定吧？
in terms of who's favored in this, we should see Gab pop off if there's a creativity to be had.
Yeah, you know, this one it
说真的，我没有想到会愿意打这个套牌的人有这么多。
Totally would agree with you. I think this would be Gab's favorite. Game 2, the Phoenix decks usually have a ton of spell pierces. They have a ton of counter spells and they kind of pivot. And maybe even what we're seeing
还是它
right now,
本身看起来就糊糊的啊。
spell pierces even in the main sometimes. And
1080 P 啦，
incredibly
所
good
以它本身就糊
against this
糊的，
creativity
好吧
deck.
Yeah, we're gonna see just that happen. Make disappear is
Make
nope,
disappear 成功了。
We're gonna see the Ledger Shredder resolve.
那这边 Big Price 会不会成功？
Has been a very powerful addition to the Arclight Phoenix deck because, hey, guess what? The deck likes to play multiple spells in a turn.
因为左边那个人脸很清晰啊，所以应该是他们镜头的问题。
This bird's gonna.
Yeah, and especially one of the best things is those post-board games when you see Rest in Peace, you see Graph Digger's Cage, Leyline of the Void, all these things that say nope to your graveyard.
Yeah.
Ledger Shredder can just get bigger and bigger and bigger and still win the game without having to use your graveyard, which is tough for Is It Phoenix because on top of the birds coming back, Treasure Cruise and Temporal Trespass is another thing that's extremely good. And if those
但是解了，你的 Big Score 可能就不会结算。 你要拖很久才能
Too much is correct.
再来一次。
Yeah,
还是选择解了。
I've never cast that card for 11.
In this economy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fire Prophecy on the stack here. Will this resolve? Well, I don't think Francesco's got much of a choice here. As the birdie is down. And let's see what gets put back.
Looks like nothing. And Fire Prophecy, you might look at it and be like, wow, that is not that powerful.
不能乱抽，乱抽会遭天谴的。
or something like that.
Why, Corey?
All right, I thought you'd never ask.
Why, you know? Corey? Why?
Because in this Is It Creativity deck, the one thing that's really bad is if you draw either Zendikos or Worldspine Worm, well, then you creativity for one, and they don't really do anything on their own.
No.
Worldspine Worm, still gigantic, that can get the job done, but you need both of them.
Needs a buddy.
Exactly. So Valakut's Awakening plus Fire Prophecy are the oops, I accidentally drew my target. And, you know, this deck is extremely powerful, but vulnerable when it comes to that. When you draw those, it's very frustrating.
I just have this image now of
想要找时间做 Big Price.
This massive worm. Get back on the deck. And Zenigo's God of Rebels going, sorry, Mr. Yellow Hat. I don't know
Take the hat with you.
No, never. That's the source of his power.
That's a good point. I didn't see it with him right now, though. So.
Of course.
Could we have the hat?
I think it's left in his stream room. You know, extremely popular streamer. If anyone has never heard of Yellow Hat on Twitch, really fun stream. I'm a sub.
I know. Humble brag. See a big score there. Chucking away. We'll get 2 tokens, and there's a creativity in hand, Corey.
Yep, and here's the spot, Ailey.
Don't
draw Worm. Don't draw Zendikos. Okay, thank God.
All right, Field Hazard. That's okay. We can deal with those.
And most of the time, these Is It Phoenix decks usually run 1 to 2 Spell Pierces main topped, and it is looking like we have 2 here as well, so only 1 more that can really disrupt.
宝船不要了。
Tense moments here.
I'm gonna have to go give him some treasure tokens after this.
Yes. Oh, don't worry. There we go. We got some real treasure.
All right, there we are. And if there is 1 more land, then Nassif doesn't have to worry about anything.
Yeah.
Because there's really no way to interact with these treasures. A braid in the sideboard, really, but...
是不是有机会了?
So there could still be that 1 more spell pierce that's available. So if Nassif does not draw
可以
land,
下
maybe
地
this will
先
do
用
something.
一个 pierce 先用一个点烧骗看。
Are we going to see a big old worm? 30-30, anybody?
Yeah, and I guess even with the land,
先做一个烧3骗骗看吧。如果骗到康就赢了。
I'd be shocked if he doesn't go for it here.
Yeah, I want to see a big worm. World spy worm. World spy worm. Just start a chant. We've got enough players here. We can just get a chant going.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, and the combination for anybody who didn't hear earlier, World Spine Worm with Sendigos, gives it haste, double its power, and you attack for 30.
Yep.
Trample.
Yeah.
Would you like to block?
With your face.
Exactly.
Oh, man. All right, let's see. Is Gab going to pull the trigger here? Is he going to go for it or bide his time?
我觉得不管怎么样，烧3应该还是要先丢吧。
As the land.
Wow, not going for it.
I'm going to fire impulse the pigeon instead.
Okay. Playing it a little safer. And the thing is, you know, playing it safe obviously has its benefits, has its disadvantages.
有没有机会骗掉对手最后的一点法力呢？
But here's the thing: every turn you try to play it safe, leads you one more chance to draw the card.
成功了。
Yep.
那是不是可以考虑出发了？
You can't do anything.
Well, that is what the Hall of Famer has gone for here. So Consent Crucible Defiance is the land.
出发。
That's gonna land and we're going for it.
Okay.
So.
There we go. Still going for it.
That was just a tester spell.
Just a tester.
Yeah. Just been like, you want to protect the pigeon? Nope. I wanted to see the worm, but you know what?
Yay! 30-30 蹦.
And the drawback of paper is, you know, you just like, whoops, scoop them up.
And the beauty and the drawback of players that know exactly what's going on. You're like, I don't need to see that. So
这就是打 PT 的好处。
2 targets for anybody watching at home. Those are the
全世界都知道队友在干嘛。对。
Alright, let's go.
不用在那边解释说哦，我到底会怎么样赢。对。
As all Magic games do mostly.
不用，反正全世界都知道大家双方在做什么，该赢就是会赢。对。 把2手牌抄出来，代表他们没有卡在我手上，这样就够了。哇，没烧，没烧就有点尴尬喽。
That would have been very ideal. There is Fable, some counter spells, Impulse, so still a pretty solid hand. But leaving Shredder unchecked. Always a little scary, but not the biggest.
没有啊，说真的，你在台湾打很多。
Make sure it's off the table type of threat.
尤其是一些大绿，因为我很常看到，不论是南部或中部，我没有去过北部啦，但是就包含之前在 MIT 打的时候，也很多就是已经赢了不知道赢了，跟对手赢了不知道对手赢了，就会让人觉得你的这个练习量是有点问题的。
No draw and discard.
That is the one thing about Is It Phoenix that has always been a big tension point after sideboard.
这边很尴尬，这边不敢做，做了吃点破还会被抽一气。对啊，所以说就是练习量不足嘛。
Disputes and spell pierces and stuff like that. You see a lot more of this. Like I'm gonna play a threat and then just say go and hold up spell pierce. And it is going to be great because now if Yellow Hat Gabriel Nassif wants to go for Fable the Mirror Breaker next turn, it's going to be pretty bad. Not only is it going to be countered, but you'll get a 1/1 human thanks to Young Pyromancer as well.
Yep. Young Pyromancer just turning your counter spells into proactive threats. It has Impulse on the stack.
还是想要保护自己的小鸟。
What are we keeping?
And Gabriel Nassif Hall of Famer, we saw in the intro that
可是我觉得这边就算让鸟长到4颗也不错啊。
Looking to add another clip to the next Pro Tour.
不知道，感觉都可以啦。
Hits the board here for Gap. What do you think of his hands so far?
It's pretty good. You see Fable pulled to the front.
Fable.
Gonna get Spell Pierce. We do see that across the way.
然后被 pierce 掉。
Nassif is just like, I got to get that out of your hand. I'm going to be casting stuff that's going to play right into it over and over.
还能不 pierce 的吗？
Yeah, it's going to be a great exchange here. 1 mana counter target spell. Get a 1/1. I'd play that card all day.
Oh, yeah. And this is kind of the approach that Francesco has to take. You know, he can't dirtle around too much. You know, I would be surprised if he Phoenixes, if not all of them.
Or trimmed them, absolutely. Yep. And very common thing.
Just gone for, right, I know you've only got 2 creatures, so I got to kill you before you can get them.
Absolutely. And just the thing, like, maybe Is It Phoenix Francesco doesn't think I can pressure enough, so you just have to turn into that control roll. You bring in Gust. You bring in every counter spell that can deal with the combo. and try to be the control route in this play.
这样是不是看起来要凉凉啊？手牌有够差的。
Land number 4 for Gab Nassif. Doesn't have much going for him at the moment.
完全拿那个年轻练术是没皮条。
Yeah, Shark Typhoon, negate, make disappear, Rending Volley, and a couple of lands. Rending Volley, a nice place to start. Can't counter that one. One of the best sideboard cards for the weekend, not only against these blue creatures, but also mono white aggro, you know, ends up being just an all-star there. And one of the reasons why maybe that deck went down to maybe 5th most popular when it was kind of competing with that number 1 spot in previous tournaments.
Opt here for Francesco Latore now. Gets another little elemental friend. And this could be a story of one.
还有没有别的抽牌咒语？
As the turn passes back, let's see what we can add to this battlefield here.
他手上是不是还有一张 OPT 啊
？If it's still in deck.
Get in there. We do have a shark here, I believe. So we could cycle this shark and block young Pyromancer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too mad about that.
Yeah, that's pretty tempting here, and just have to deal with the 2/1/1s. I believe I did see a lightning axe.
被拍有少场吗？通常都会有啦。
You think definitely would be prepared for a surprise shark, surprise flying shark.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of them in this list.
Yeah.
One in the main, maybe one more on the sideboard. But yeah, they don't play a lot of sharks. It is very good in a draw go scenario. The team
这个被排的少场，我不确定是 Angle of God 还是新的那个兄弟少。不过通常都会有个2张。毕竟打小白还是不好打。
Turns out they like being on their team.
Yeah, I would too. You know, it's a pretty good collection of players there. As now we'll see the sharks.
那样能结算啊？
And I'm guessing there might be a fiery impulse ready.
红蓝的康牌也是不少啊。
Some kind of removal spell. Ooh, did not go for the block. Just went end step shark, and drew another shark.
这边就是康牌，大家一起憋着。对。
Headed to the board there for Francesco. That's another good way to finish out a game.
这是技术局啊。
But for now, young Pyromancer is going to hang back, and we'll see the 2 little 1/1s jump in there.
Yeah, and there is one little transition that I'm not even 100% sure when they always decide to do this, but there is a bunch of Hullbreaker horrors in the sideboard. And you know, so sometimes they do just turn into this Drago control deck in the right matchups. Maybe this fits the mold as well. We'll see when we see one of those drawn. And they just take out the combo.
Oh, that card is icky.
Yeah, that's a card not everyone loves, I'll tell you.
可以结算了。
Counterspell denying any cards over there for Francesco Latore. Negate says no.
你可以结算了，这边心应该蛮痒的。
Pieces of the puzzle incredibly powerful. Not only getting 2 cards, but it fills your graveyard for Dell, and it also makes Sparklight Phoenix something you can pick. So naturally they stay in the yard.
你可以都结算，真的不考虑，真的不考虑等下下地拍那个吗？ 下地拍龙卷吗？感觉下地拍龙卷就会 easy win 了。
Always a frightening thing to see when you're playing against the blue players. Like
The one thing I'm just really surprised that we're seeing right now, based on our first like
3 or 4 matchups,
Yeah, I didn't think we'd get here, Corey.
Exactly. Every other game was just lightning fast so far.
I thought they were going for like, you know, Pro Tour for Exia will be 1 round.
点烧。
That was a good one.
闪天赋。
I never do see that actually saw a while ago getting rid of an extra canal. Not the best land when it is your 6th one.
So yeah, clogging up the board here nicely. Tokens aplenty. We got an active Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Some reactive permission in hand for Gab Nassif. Where does Francesco go from here?
Depending on what that last card is, what Francesco is really looking for is probably one of the cards in the conversation for the best Magic cards in Pioneer Treasure Cruise.
消失趁能用的时候赶快用一下。
When it gets to this stage of the game, pretty close. I
手上是什么？巨
要
奥级啊。
So that's what you're kind of looking for. You see Phoenix decks usually trim on the galvanic iteration and the temporal trespass plan, and just keep the treasure cruises.
Yeah, galvanic iteration always feels like a bit of a win more card, right?
Yeah. But that combination, when you have 5 mana and there's a full graveyard, you know, we've seen these kind of decks in the past, these maybe All Runs Epiphany style decks. They get carried away real quick.
Impulse 留一下吧。
So we're going to see Nassif pitch 2 cards here, draw another copy of Fable Mirrorbreaker and Stormcast Coast, along with the Impulse that's in hand. So doesn't have much happening right now.
Yeah, not really, and we haven't seen creativity, we haven't seen a lot of big scores, so it does seem like this is that transition matchup, or one of, for Team CFP.
Step in 3 here. Looks like we're going to go for copy number 2 of Fable the Mirrorbreaker.
不打，这么保守。算了，不打好像无所谓。
Gust and Disdainful Stroke. Maybe that is 2 Disdainful Strokes. Not sure on that card on the left of our screen. But for sure, 1 Disdainful Stroke, not doing much against Fable, and, you know, honestly, not doing anything against the pivot of this deck, you know?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're going to try and counter 4 CMC or 4 mana value or more?
Well, I got 2 targets. I'm just going to make Breaker work. You can target it. It's not going to work.
Can't be countered either, so it's just like, well, you know.
There's everyone's favorite Kraken making an appearance there on the left.
That guy Limited sucked.
大家都爱的螃蟹。
When you got hit with it, when you cast it, you felt incredible. It's like, haha, I flashed in my massive 7 mana idiot.
Is that the Thrun of that format? You know, the equivalency of how hard they are to beat in Limited?
I don't know. I think that one's worse, honestly.
I think that one might be worse. I think you're right.
It's blue. Oh, goodness me. Impulse. Let's see what shenanigans are available here.
Look at the power of Fable here, Ailey. 2 bricks of a draw step. Yeah, get those out of my hand. Let's draw a couple of cards. Have 2 spells instead. Flip this around. And you know what Hullbreaker Horror is not? Is a legend. You can Reflection of Kiki Jiki.
不是，是龙卷。
I'd like to bounce that and that.
龙卷挺不错的。
I hope it doesn't come to that. Let's just use cute little tokens that aren't big Krakens to end this game out.
I think that is another Shark Typhoon.
手上2张巨妖姬哦，笑死。
Hand as well, and that's another thing that can be Reflection. So we go Giant Shark.
手上2张巨妖姬，然后被奇奇姐打死啦。
Copy it, untap, copy it again. That is probably a solid way that these games end. And, you know, maybe they changed their list at last moment, because I am looking at some of their lists. They do all have 3 Shark Typhoons on their board, so they fully transitioned into this draw-go combo, or control deck.
I'm thinking Creativity might not even be in the deck at this point.
No, I don't think it is. No, that is their plan. They take out Creativity, they take out Zendigo, they take out World Spine Worm, they bring in Shark Typhoons, Krakens, Negates, you know, removal spells. They basically have this transformational sideboard plan.
更多的 OBD.
Something my brother was always very good at, Brad. And you know, you usually don't see a ton of those when it's open deck list events, because well, you can just you see that they have this option to switch it up. But besides, that plan is still worth it, even if your opponent can kind of see it coming.
It's kind of funny when you look at the different approaches to the Pro Tour. You know, you have Mono Green, where they're just like, well, I don't sideboard anything in, because I just, you know, this is my game plan. I'm going to do this. And then you get the Izzet players who are just like, yes, but look, I can have a whole other deck.
Yeah, you get the Hall of Famers that be like, oh, I'm sideboarding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Will this one resolve and get that reflection of Kiki off the battlefield? Nothing Steve can do about that.
Not really, unless Nassif wanted to flash in, or excuse me, cycle a Shark Typhoon and then copy it in response to have a nice blocker. But yeah, not that big of a deal. Here's a 1/1 coming in. Nassif does have the option of just going Giant Shark. Love it. And here's a really smart play from Nassif. Normally you want to save your treasures and be like, yeah, whatever, I'll just make a 5/5. Lightning Axe is the main reason to make it a 6/6 here. Gets out of range, and I believe it's time to get Kraken.
Wow, that's what the 螃蟹啦.
What you did there, and I like it. Don't forget the Kraken is flash though, so we can We can be patient.
Exactly.
Yeah?
I just want to make the joke, to be honest.
那这边鬼怪要冲出去了吧？为了这一点法力，不会触心爪我下掉。对啊，下掉了。你上螃蟹就一定要下无畏重新啊。
Men in Black style.
无畏创新太笨重了，在这个对局里。
Little itty bitty off the board, but a treasure token made, and that is the 7 mana required for the big ol' Hullbreaker Horror. So turn passes back to Francesco. What does he need in this situation? Because now it's looking like this yellow house game.
It's really looking grim here for Francesco. And here we go. Let's get cracking.
There you go. You got it, and that is the handshake as well. So we didn't get to crack anything because we just chucked a big ol' Kraken on the board, and that is Gabnasif picking up a clean 2-0 there. With a very interesting approach to the creativity sideboard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Foregoing that game plan.
Yeah, and just a really good deck in general. And if we remember from the World Championship, this is the same team that brought that mono blue deck that really broke it. You know, it sent 2 players into the top 4, a 3rd and 5th, you know, so these players know
前面有越来越多奇怪的无畏创新了。
And this deck looks really, really nice to me.
It looks strong when it gets going.
我们 Judge 还不拿小白把他们一个一个干下来。
We got plenty more magic for you from Proto Phyrexia. Maria will be with you after the break.
Oh, 去一下厕所。我们还有4局。你说背牌转控制也不是每一把都能背牌转控制啊，也不是每一个对局都能背牌转控制啊。你遇到像刚刚那种贴皮啊，或者小白那种，你还是要拼速度啊。
Since 2019, Maria Bertholdi and Monty Devuti joining you at the news desk here as we gear up for round number 5. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 4 rounds of competition. So 3 rounds of draft, 1 round of pioneer, and here are all of our perfect records in the building. Only 13 players left unblemished in this tournament. Any names sticking out to you here, Monty?
Maria, of course, we've talked about Gabriel Nassif. We've talked about Shota Yasoka. One of the names I want to focus on, Alberto Gomez, one of the Spanish players.
Shota Yasoka.
They ran a lot of drafts online. A lot of drafts. We were talking to them, and between them, they said something like 75 drafts. They only had 5 of them in their testing team, so they only tested drafts online. But getting out of draft with that 3-0 record, that's that testing paying off.
Absolutely. Lots of great names here at the top of the standings. Lots of magic left to be played yet, of course. Well, everybody, it is deck tech time. So excited to bring you another paper deck tech for the first time in a long time.
Deck tech time. 谢喽。
We talked to Cedric Phillips about.
看一下 Pro 有什么奇怪的特别招。 没有特别早。
哎，
大绿，谢谢你。
Alpha Frog himself. It is Gavin Thompson. Gavin, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Are you excited for Paper Play? You're a Magic Online end boss, Paper Play.
I'm absolutely excited. I'm a little nervous. I haven't played with paper cards in such a long time, so I'll have to make sure I don't drop my deck when I'm shuffling.
You know what? I believe in you. Now, this deck that you were playing here this weekend, there's not like, I guess I would say there's not a ton of shuffling, but there is a lot of finagling.
Yes.
There's a lot going on. The boogeyman of the format. One could argue the most powerful deck in the format here in Mono Green Devotion. I think everybody knows about coming into the event. The question is how many people are going to play it and how well is it going to do?
一张8费，一张5神术，然后7821D 的版本。
Why? I feel like it's good against all of the random decks that people might bring. It's hard to.
我好不喜欢那种大口口翻到他的感觉哦。
Bring what decks they're comfortable with, and Mono Green is very good at just beating a spread of decks. And I also think it's going to be well
我知道那个
which I expect to be
MIT 的时候，包子他们那边就正边放2只，但是我真的觉得我6费大口口看到他的时候我会吐出来，所以我真的超级不喜欢，超级不喜欢。
Kind of ties the entire room together. One of the most powerful cards of Modern. That stuff's simple. Elvish Mystic, Llanowar Elves, that's your early mana acceleration, Oath of Nissa early play as well. Sylvan Caryatid, another additional mana source here that some people play, some people don't. Why are you playing that one here this weekend?
The hexproof keyword is very important because decks that are trying to beat you, they try to kill your early mana generation and then leave you stranded.
补个上限，可是真的有那么多需要去处理的吗？
Okay, so additional mana source. In addition to the ones that we always see, I can't forget about
然后1张的母神术，然后没有那个55的版本。
Kiora, those are your 3 drops. Cavalier Thorn, Storm the Festival, those are your big plays. Now let's talk about some unique one of fun ofs here, okay? The boat, Sky Sovereign Council flagship.
没错，我真的觉得正边一张很强。
Text on this card, right?
Yes. Nothing really beats it in the air. It's just the biggest, most effective flying creature in the format. It dominates a lot of the creature decks, and versus just everything, not knowing what people are going to bring, I feel like it's just a generically strong card. You can plus Karn on it, so you don't actually need a creature to crew it, and then it just goes to town.
Well, if we're going to talk about a generically powerful card, this one doesn't rule the air, this one rules the ground. I'm talking about Cityscape Leveler.
Yes.
This mythic rare, which I know you have one in your sideboard as well that we're going to get to. Most people only play it in the sideboard. You're starting one in the main deck here. Tell me why.
I noticed we're boarding it in a lot of matchups. Why not just have one in the main? You can mill over it with the Cavalier, which allows you to unearth it from the graveyard.
其实能动的牌不多，说真的，大概就是3张左右。
You're looking at 5. And having an answer to permanence, obviously, always good. I expect people could be bringing the new Elish Norn, and that card shuts off most of my deck, and I want an answer to it.
Okay, well, this is the answer to that card, so you're already a little bit ahead here. Now,
他说最近有人正边就有那个艾雷农，然后会卡住绿旗啦，然后云卫号这类的东西，所以他就放了一个被磨掉的时候也有用的效果，也有用的效果。有啊，最近艾雷农，因为他打密泰转身的时候非常强。
With the Damping Sphere that's hiding out over here. What exactly is that for?
Specifically for Lotus Field, they are going to sacrifice 2 lands.
你遇到密泰转身遇到艾雷农就是完全没有解，然后密泰转身自己也会放艾雷农，所以2个密泰转身撞到的时候就是先出一个艾雷农，然后队友动不起来，然后队友又出一个艾雷农，然后大家都动不起来，非常的白痴。 我已经我前年看到那个对决赛，超级白痴，2边都没有进场式异能，然后那个套牌翻过来翻过去，全部都是进场式异能，没有一个东西能解的。对。
We got ourselves a new one here in the Filgry Silex. What is this thing doing here?
It's
你知道最后怎么样吗？最后后宫那个人把排骨臭包输掉了。
Use the Chain Veil and Kiora and put as many oil counters on it. So You can technically kill them this way.
这是新的即时炸弹。
By exiling their whole deck. It's just there's no reason to play this, or there's no reason to play Ratchet Bomb when you can play this.
对，没错，它跟即时炸弹长得一模一样，但是比较强。对。
Is a Seekish Chariot, which is a card that we've seen players try in the sideboard here, but not seeing it a ton. So why is this one here?
Oh, this card is just, it's hard to get more out of 4 mana. And when you're playing against a lot of these decks that are focusing on stopping you from doing your big game plan, oftentimes just coming back and being a mid-range deck, they're not prepared to beat you doing that kind of
不知道，我现在背牌还是没有猫车啦，可能之后会考虑吧。
Look at those cats.
Well, with any luck, you're going to be casting this card and making a lot of cats, as you see here with the sideboard.
而且他没有放那个6点的那个法老神，这一点让我蛮意外的。我知道现在有一些版本渐渐的变少，但是法老神还是真的是蛮强的，尤其是在0签的时候。就是法老神嘛，然后猫车嘛，跟即时炸弹这3个空闲位，剩下几乎是不太能动的。
We are gearing up for round number 5 here in the building, so let's find out who will be watching do battle in our feature match area. That's right over there, live and in paper for the first time in a long time. Very, very exciting here this weekend. We've got David Inglis versus Shota Yasuoka, Abzan Greasebang versus Rakdos Midrange. I love
阿布战车，好久不见的阿布战车。阿布战车都快死光了。
They can't just put everything on there because they've qualified for this tournament so many ways. David started playing in 2002, 3 top finishes to his name, a member of the very famous Team Handshake, young players who've been doing extremely well at these online events. Can they translate that into paper? Here is Shota Yasuoka, Rakdos Midrange. He's just been playing forever.
Yeah, no way to know when he started. Just been here the whole time.
He's just always been here. Hall of Famer, 2-time Pro Tour champion. Let's talk about the decks they are playing this weekend. Abzan Greasebang, this one sounds fun.
2次的 PT 冠军Shota Yasuoka。
Of course, that was in Explorer, but
哦，多了这个7一抽1。然后之前就有造狂科技。 然后多了快递，对，多了快递是真的蛮不错的，挺不错的。对，而且神器结界各有一点，造狂也更容易做出来。不过问题我觉得还是一样啊，就是遇到卡恩的时候很痛苦啊。
So it is a very powerful deck, but it is disruptible and it is weak to disruption. And the king of disruption in Pioneer, this is the deck that Shota has brought. You see that it does have a very nice creature package.
剩下都差不多中规中矩的。2张泥沙的版本，3张乌塔莫，3张，我还以为2张就已经很极限了。 3张果然还是因为有沃尔伯格的关系吗？他少了什么？他没有基本红了。哇，他没有基本红了。
A lack of instant speed interaction for Shota. Even post where you do get access to a Braid, Kolaghan's command, and a built-in copy of Rending Volley. And I do think Shota is favored.
然后2张少1张云威号打内战的致命背牌还有真莉莉，他好喜欢莉莉哦。我还以为这年头莉莉越来越少了。
And my favorite graphic in Magic, there it is. There it is. All right, Monty, you and the computer have teamed up to choose who's going to win this feature match. You failed last round, buddy.
Yeah, Maria, last round, I went against everything the machine was telling me.
Yeah.
Tried really hard to get me to pick the Auras player. I refused. This round, I tried to pick David, but the machine just gave me an error. Like, it literally would not let me put the result in.
Oh, interesting.
Just every time I put in David, it just came out as Shota. It just changed the result. So I'm going to submit. I'm not going to force it. We're going to go with Shota Yasuoka this time. And I think it may work out for us.
I, for one, welcome our computer overlords. Shota Yasuoka is the pick for Monty.
对啊 ，AI 预测。
We'll see if we can get on the board with this pick here in round number 5. Marshall and Paul with the call coming up round number 5.
我确实是觉得红黑打载具是好打的，对。
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back to the booth.
我自己之前打载具也是红黑的管很难过，所以后来就是，后来还是放弃了。不过他是有那个穿越沃文森的版本，然后会在字幕上会更有效。对。
Yeah, I mean David Inglis over the past few years, especially when we kind of moved to the digital events, he's just been completely crushing it. But, you know, Shota Yasuoka, same thing, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing on tabletop or on arena. Shota Yasuoka has also been completely just winning and having success at every single level. He was, I believe, the most feared player kind of going into that World Championship.
He is a very intimidating player to sit across from at Magic. And here we go. We've got a Thoughtseize to kick off the festivities here for Yasuoka. As you can see, all cards exposed here. Thoughtseize can take anything but a land, and it is going to be the opposing Thoughtseize that gets taken away. Usually, players will write down everything that the opponent has in their hand. Shota just memorizes it after looking at it for like half a second because he's Shota.
Much like Mani, Shota is also a machine.
Indeed, he is.
直接就不记了。
Shrine tapped here for David Inglis as he passes the turn back over. And it is going to be a Mutavault go for Shota.
Ooh.
You can see the cards in hand on the left side there. There is a Grease Fang.
它的红地比较少。
Which we're going to see here.
对啊。其实红黑打起来就很像勇的，对，真的打起来很像勇的。应该说他们做的事情其实就差不多啊，没有什么特别的。这下尴尬了，手上没有办法应对3回的老鼠。
It is its primary way to take over the game early, though it does have a mid-range game as well. Wow, we see Fatal Push here to take out the Rafine's Informant.
那下回合老鼠处理不了虽然说他手上能处理老鼠的方法非常烂，就是下黑的那一边，然后一点变身，那个异形地窖先把自己异形地窖杀了，然后再去杀对手老鼠。如果要做的话，只有这一招啦。 应该就是对，来13点。
Turn 3. Wow. That's for Thoughtseize as well, by the way. Now this Parhealing 2 gets to get in the air, and that is going to produce 2 4/4 Flying Vigilance Angels before it gets bounced back to hand. But wow, what a turn there for David. Now the question is, does Shota have the ability to fight back through what just happened? And the answer is kind of.
Yeah, he's got multiple fatal pushes here, and currently David doesn't have a way.
这被天胡，而且他手上刚好没有能够处理的方法。
David does want to find some way.
他要
to find a card and put it into the yard. If you do look at his hand, though,
他还要抽一张那个呢。
Hit something off of that. Worst case scenario, you can still run out into Seeker's Chariot.
他这边巨人要丢了吧？
Shota decided
on
Chapter 2 Fable to get rid of one of his 2 copies of Dreadbore. He is having a little bit of mana issues here with that Mutavault, so he's going to try to shore those up by throwing the Goblin Shaman into the red zone here.
Yeah, and then I think after blocks, you're going to see Shota cast that fatal push on the token.
Okay,
he did not block it, so it looks like David does not want to turn on fatal push for his opponent.
再摸一张肥豆 push 吧，不然下一回很难定哎。反正这2只天使是一定要杀的。
Remember, there's that. Oh no, the Mutavault's on Shota's side, but I mean, there's 12 power on David Inglis' side of the battlefield here.
先杀老鼠。
And there it is, Dreadbore to kill Greasefang, so that stops the nonsense. But he still needs to deal
然后因为异形地窖卡射了吗
The Mutavault really awkward here because he does have a fatal push or maybe even 2 copies of it left over. And it would be nice to be able to cast it.
So now he's going to have to use the treasure to use the fatal push on the angel, and then given that Mutavault's up, can not cast another removal spell. So Shota will be going down to 1 life here off the attack from the angels. And I'm just wondering if David Inglis just chooses to go wide here, right? Instead of even going for the combo, just cast Chariot. That's 3 lethal creatures on the battlefield, right? Shota's down to 1.
Yeah, that seems like the play here. An untapped Temple Garden now.
这边出
，is
毛
going to
车，
lead the way for
对，
Asika's Chariot.
下回合
And
3只打
needs a way to
你怎么挡？
sweep the entire board.
你有多
I
猛？
don't believe that he has it.
Yeah, I mean there are wrath effects out of the sideboard, but I don't think there's any in the main.
He is going to go for chapter 3 here, though, potentially.
So that's
if
2
he
blockers.
can kill the angel,
yeah,
then he is alive, although he is attacking here with the Goblin Shaman.
And if you're David, that cannot be a great feeling.
No.
Right? Because you're just like, well, didn't you need that creature? Didn't you need to hold that creature back to block? So that's telling me you probably had, well, or not.
Or you were just Shota bluffing me to see what I would do.
Right.
And it looks like David Inglis passed the test there because
真的
he
是
does
没有办
pick
法
up game number 1.
太尴尬了。
He faced the Thoughtseize on turn 1. Just brush his shoulders off and grease fanged the
刚好
foil
没有
on
解。
3.
Yeah, I mean
不
that
过
was
背牌就会多了那个1点打4点，
right.
所以
David Inglis
背牌会好打很
4
多。
lands, Rafine's Informant, Greasefang, and Parhalion, and he just drew the perfect card on turn 2, and Shota just unfortunately did not have an answer.
Okay, let's get into game number 2 here. Taking a look at the
对手太胡，再加上他自己太烂，
Bloodtithe Harvester of Braid.
刚好没有能够应对老鼠的东西。
Mulligan, or maybe they're just not quite all the way populated. And then
也说有，但是不想用。
For David, he's got the informant.
丢2个飞头push杀自己的弟，实在是太白痴了。
3 mana confluence, that'll add up fast. That being said, you know, that's a hand with some potential, but it's not doing a whole lot on its own.
Yeah, the matchup certainly gets better for Shota after sideboard. That's typically the case when you play these mid-range style decks. You board out some cards that don't have as much impact in a given matchup, and then all of a sudden you get to bring in a Braids or Rending Volley, right? Cards that allow you to kind of break up that combo that David Inglis is going for.
不怕对手胡了。
Okay, Bloodtithe Harvester has hit. It's going to bring the blood token along with it before Shota passes the turn back. With just Vessel of Nascency on the battlefield here for David.
David probably just going to go for the Informant, has a juicy Parhelion to discard here, and can get in the way of the Bloodtithe Harvester as well.
这换热号是肯定要丢的。
In the yard. Remember, Shota has not had a chance to see what David's working with here, so he could easily be facing down another Parhelion smacking him on turn 3. We know he doesn't have it at least right now, but there's a draw step here, Paul.
There is. Now, if you're on Shota's side,
有没有老鼠？
Shota does have multiple ways to break apart the combo with the Abrade and Kolaghan's command in hand.
Is David going to get greasy here?
No Greasefangs yet in David's hand. Might see a Liliana here, potentially, or just a Thoughtseize to try to clear the way. Now, keep in mind, if you go
手牌有致命，应该是蛮安
and
全
just
的
turn
啦。
Pop Vessel, all of a sudden, there's a really high chance that you will have Delirium. And if you have Delirium, you can cast Traverse the Ulvenwald, get a Greasefang, and hope it resolves.
Yeah, that's got to be tempting. First off, though, Rafine's Informant is going to offer a trade that Shota's not interested in.
And this is telling me that we're going to see a Liliana here instead.
Liliana.
Yep, he's going to go with Liliana. That's going to be minus to kill, make a Shota's
要不要挑一
creature.
起
Now, he's
地
got
窖
a few options. The Harvester's sitting there, but he actually could go for the Mutavault here if he felt that he needed the Oddmore presence more than a land. It's a rarity that people do that, but he's got options.
没有吧？应该还是挑3-2吧。挑异形地窖有点太白痴了一点的感觉。
Play the Liliana knowing that it will die.
Yeah.
But David is very mindful of this, just going, look, I'm gonna still play this. It's still gonna act as a removal spell. And next turn, I'm just gonna play the more mid-range strategy and just go for Asika's Chariot. That's the plan B for this deck. And oftentimes it ends up winning the game after sideboard because players are so ready for the combo, right? You get to bring in Unlicensed, all kinds of other effects like that. So you just go, you know what? I'm just going to play 3 mana 4/3s and Asika's Chariots and hope to get there that way.
是打这个2点吗？不应该是打莲娜吗？
Card's just a 2-for-1 all day long, and it was here. It killed Rafine's Informant.
他右手抽一张手气起来看起来很猛。
Bloodtithe Harvester to hand. So you can see Shota starting to position himself for the grind. He does have an interesting choice here. He can fire up the Mutavault and take care of Liliana, but that does take up a good chunk of his mana for the turn.
Might see a Thoughtseize first.
选择做手气，手气还是比较稳一点。穿越猫车手气是。
Take that Chariot would be my guess. he did fire off that Culligan's command already. Culligan's command is a reasonable answer to the chariot. Still doesn't clean up everything, but you do get the chariot and the token. We're going to be doing a graveyard check here. For those of you maybe not so familiar with Delirium, 4 card types in the graveyard does allow you to get a bonus ability, which allows you to search for anything that you want with Traverse the Ulvenwald.
It's going to be Esika's chariot taken by that Thoughtseize.
I wonder if Shota even cares if this Liliana goes up to 2.
要不要杀？
definitely have a window.
要不要杀莉莲娜的问题了。杀莉莲娜会多一个种类，其实蛮危险的。
Knowing that David does not have a Grease Fang in hand,
right?
Currently
像
with
神器生物旅
creature
法
and artifact in the yard. Of course, taking up Liliana, you could discard a 3rd type.
Sure.
All right, playing it a little more conservative here, passing, not playing anything, or attacking Liliana.
It's interesting, and it's going to have to. I think that David Inglis is going to have to raise an eyebrow to that.
如果打莉莉的话，下一回会
bluffing isn't really a thing. It's
蛮容易死的。
Can I narrow down what type?
好了，也没有那么容易，但是蛮危险的。
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you could be thinking instant speed removal of some sort. In this case, he has an abrade.
这边应该还是收 cease 回去吧。
Another Kolagon's command, something like that, could be on your mind. Okay, he's going to plus Liliana. And actually, the Blood Tithe Harvester is going to go to the bin here for Shota.
David with the land in yard and has a Thoughtseize in hand. That'll make it 4 types in the graveyard.
Okay, so there's Thoughtseize going on the stack.
And no targets for a Braid here, so Shota can't even run it out.
Yeah, he might just actually go for the the blood here. It's a little awkward, but he
discard
just to get rid of it because he's going to lose it anyway. Let's see if he.
Oh, and he
sucker, gotcha.
A little bit of value there.
Yeah, I'll discard it for you was more accurate.
Yeah, and he got to look 1 card deeper, right? He was going to draw that land anyways.
Still, that turn was very clunky there for Shota, right? He did not take care of Liliana the Veil, and he didn't get to cast the
主回合爆吗？
Yeah, and now if you're Shota, given that David already knows your hand, you're probably going to see him fire up that Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Exile the Parhelion in the graveyard and then attack Liliana and get that off the battlefield.
Okay, that's pretty good. Take a permanent off the battlefield
还是D，
while also preventing your opponent from doing anything silly.
Although David can still cast Traverse.
下地变身把换日2号移了，其实好像不错哎。
It really is, and remember, it goes back to your hand at the end of turn.
因为他的手上只剩下穿越沃文真了嘛。这边下地变身，对啊，然后把换日2号给移了，然后顺便把莉莉打了。
Absolute major bleeding here.
Is he going face? Oh, nice.
So
he's going here so that there's only 3 types in David's yard, but he is sacrificing this Vessel of Nascency, right?
And that's almost guaranteed.
Wow.
And you're putting an enchantment in the graveyard, so that should be Delirium, yes.
Yeah, so in this case, guaranteed. I mean, it's almost guaranteed. It usually gets you at least 3/4 the way on its own. In this case, it's for sure.
And of course, worst case scenario, David can just -2 Liliana, right?
Yes.
So.
That would put her in the graveyard.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if it might have just been better to just attack Liliana because it was going to happen anyways.
Yeah.
But perhaps Shota thinking, you know what, I just need to just kill you with these creature lands.
Okay, so Delirium is on. David's going to go to his draw step here.
If he finds a Parhelion off the top, he'd be able to discard it to the Liliana.
他这边做猫车的话，其实还是挺不错的啊。
Shota trying to punish David for running the 2 copies of Mana Confluence here as well.
Yeah, I think they're playing the full 4.
Yeah, he discarded 1 too.
Right.
He's got 2 on the battlefield that have been kind of chewing away at him. So every attack that Shota can get on the life total of David could put him in that range where he may not be able to tap his lands.
You've got
for
2
a minute.
Mutavaults in play, but the thing is, I mean, you just get that Isika's Chariot back into play, and boom, all of a sudden you're brick walling 2 of Mutavaults.
So there it is, Greasefang into hand thanks to Traverse, and now onto the battlefield thanks to mana. And there comes the Isika's Chariot. This is gross.
This is what this deck does.
This is not the first option, right? Like, he had the first option taken away, and I mean, in some ways, this looks worse.
Yeah. Shota needs to find some kind of a sweeper here.
He sure does. There's plus on Liliana the Veil.
就是回手，
练那丢下一回的事。He's got to find something now.
好像没什么救。地牌好痛，但是对面的脸快爆开啦。而且他接下来不太需要再倒痛地了。这巨人没什么用哎。对。
He will remain undefeated and improve his record to 5-0 and continue the streak of David English just crushing every tournament.
没有办法，他那边本身他就没有抽到能够打老鼠的背牌，就真的是比较尴尬一点。
Who was saying, and I had asked him, why'd you choose to play this deck? He's like, well, I'm just playing what the captain's playing. We all follow the captain. So,
aye, captain.
Not a bad choice, right?
Once again, no action here for Shota. He just simply passes the turn back with his creature lands at the ready. He does have a Bone Crusher Giant. Yeah, I guess to block. That could be him.
I mean, if David just puts a Sky Sovereign into play, just to haste for 6 damage in the air, I mean, I think that's just it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he just said, okay, I want to go to combat, and Shota said, sure, you can have a Sky Sovereign console flagship with haste. Why not?
Yeah. Oh, well, I suppose this is 10 damage if Shota activates Hive of the Eye Tyrant, right?
And eats a cat.
Yeah, it eats a cat. Shota then goes down to 1. But remember, David's also going to cast the Seeker's Chariot this turn.
He is, and he's going to activate Liliana of the Veil as well.
To get the Hive off the battlefield.
Yeah, so this is really, really bad spot now for Shota Yasuoka. David Inglis, even though it's plan B, has been able to simply overwhelm Shota with cards, with permanents. I mean, look at the permanent count here.
And this is, we've touched on it in many broadcasts, but this is kind of the hallmark of what it takes to be kind of a successful combo deck a lot of the times, the plan B, right?
Yes.
In the last round, we saw Naseeb go from the creativity deck into a kind of a control deck after war. And you're seeing this deck going, look, I know you're going to have a lot of answers for me. I can still play this mid-range strategy and still beat people down with that.
You know, those to me are the best types of deck. Like, if you can find an archetype, particularly in an older format, that has, you know, we call it like a free win, where if you just put together a certain combo of cards, you can do something broken or extreme. But if you can't actually cast spells that matter, that's the sweet spot. You know, we've seen that with Splinter Twin in the past. Also been, you know, oh, and there's the handshake there, by the way. David Inglis is able to finish the job here. You know, there's been infinite life gains, decks that were built or collected company, you know, where you could search things up. But the cards that were getting you to those infinite things were doing things for you. They were buffering your life total, they're blocking, they were attacking, they were getting you value along the way. But if your opponent left the shields down, and this deck reminds me of that, oops, you know, take 13, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, turns out you just play that fair game, run out this cherry, you're just going to win. And you've seen that with a lot of these other strategies. Whereas when you do play a hyper-linear strategy, if players are ready for you, you're going to have a bad time.
Yes, that's exactly what happened here. So we've got David English picking up, and we are going to take a short break. But when we come back, we'll have Daniel Fournier versus Tristan Wild LaRue. Don't go anywhere.
马尔都牺牲。沙西利贴皮。看起来车子没有很少哎。车子火。还有那个元素无限组合技， 蓝黑控，真的是一些奇怪的套牌。爱是波控。哈哈，步战灵气，这傻小。哦，我就是混了黑，好。然后一些混了白的牺牲。混白是混什么？马尔都为什么要马尔都？哦，混了白沙，不喜欢。天哪，这什么啊？得见天光爱雷浓，有病是不是？风暴神组合技，天哪！怎么会有人想要在 PT 打这种鬼东西啊？想不开是不是？
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. We're in Philadelphia. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we're bringing you coverage here of Pioneer. Thank you so much for joining us. We're really happy to be here, and really happy that you're here with us. We've got Tristan with Lotus Field. We got a chance to see him, a little bit of him last round as well, versus Daniel Fournier on kind of the bread and butter deck of the format, which we saw.
安达卡快空红绿致命。 哦，好久没看到这个红绿致命了。
You can see a couple of invites stacked up there for Tristan. Daniel Fournier, regional championship from Canada, is coming in here. And again, you know, two very, very different approaches to Pioneer and to Magic in general, right? One of them is looking to kind of cover all the bases, have a well-rounded game plan of disruption, and eventually being able to win. Where the Lotus Field deck is looking to do its own thing and get you dead nice and quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into this, we kind of expected a wide spread of decks, all kinds of different strategies. And in that field, you know, it's pretty safe to just kind of play that deck where you're like, I'm not exactly sure what's coming, but I'm going to play deck with Thoughtseize. I can get whatever I need. Hand disruption, sideboards, a little more hand disruption, and just hope that I have kind of a 50-50 matchup against everything, and give yourself put yourself in a position to kind of outplay some of the people that you play against.
I'm assuming that that's a Thoughtseize. That is a wild-looking Thoughtseize.
That it has to be a Thoughtseize.
It is. He's already marked himself at 18, but that is sweet. I have never seen that one before. Gonna have to get used to that. And what did he take? Sylvan Scrying away from Tristan. But look at that, Arboreal Grazer.
Yeah. Botanical Sanctum into Temple of Mystery, into Grazer. Arboreal Grazer, just phenomenal in this deck. Just allows you to break serve in a lot of matchups, right? Just being on the draw, the body is relevant, especially when you play against the various aggressive creature strategies that we may see later, Gruul Vehicles, Mono White Aggro, and just makes it so that you can potentially get that Lotus Field into play as early as turn 2.
Wow,
you think it's cute?
I have no comment on that.
那是有点危险啊。
Was that a hot take? I don't know.
I liked it. You really dodged it.
1、2、3、4，好，没有莲花田。
So Tristan really looking for Lotus Field there.
继续找莲花田。
Shimmer
找不到莲花田，这个套牌就是个烂牌。
Right? Just an extra way to just make sure you can find the land.
他右手抽起来的吗？太扯了吧！
And it's going to be tough here for Daniel. No pressure. Lotus Field turn 2 for Tristan already. And not much.
你刚刚前面不是没有吗？作弊是不是
？No, and you know this is a really good snapshot, right, of the different approaches to the deck. Okay, there was a Thoughtseize in there. That's cool. But one person played Blood Tithe Harvester, you know, a 3-2. Wow. And the other person played a broken ranch here, Tristan's going to have 2 copies of it in just a moment here, and then you're going to see the fireworks.
Yeah. Then you're just going to see him sit down, count his mana, and then cast a big spell and just win the game.
Right. Still 4 cards left in hand.
而且这个对局他会有超多的烂牌。
So that's going to be a little chip in there.
所有的飞斗布局都是垃圾。然后队友下一回要6飞了，我还在卡地。
I think certainly will get a lot better for Daniel after sideboard after he can take out all those fatal pushes and power word kills out of his deck and replace it with hand disruption. But game 1, always very rough.
Really rough. So there you go. You see that one of the key interactions here. The first step is to get Lotus Field on the battlefield as soon as possible. But the second step is to make a copy of it using Thespian stage, which is exactly what's happened. Now he gets to untap, play 4 over the pages, and we are off to the races.
天哪，抽3张也太好了。
7
块地哦，7只树懒。
I mean, it's incredible.
然后他还有1张抽3张。
What？
我看他又抽到抽3张，而且还把痛蝶抽上来了，游戏结束了。啊！
Just needs to find an ultimatum, an omniscience, perhaps a leer,
or
just all the boars.
Each of these netting 1 mana.
3
And in this case, it's blue.
And I saw an
站起来。
And you did? Okay.
随便东西丢一丢。
Wow.
开始报废。
Turn 3 omniscience? Are you kidding me right now?
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10费。
10. That's omniscience on the stack and on the battlefield.
哎，玩得不错。
Now this is kind of interesting, right? Because does Daniel say, "Okay, fine, I'm done," or does he actually make you kill him? And he's going to make it go. There comes Dark Petition.
Dark Petition with omniscience in play.
反正
yeah. All right, and now he's finally
3回杀，嘿，玩得不错。
12 seconds longer. Yeah. And that's going to be a very quick and a very compact.
这不是没有做过干扰哎，掉你1张圣灵占卜了，你还这样子作弊是不是
？The Lotus Field get copied, it was over. Also 3 pour over the pages in a row. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. But now we're
再来一次，干不信那么多啦，干天天都有。丢那个4拿1，你只能丢那个4拿1。现在底牌随便。
2 copies of Necromentia. And Necromentia
不是看那个刚刚那个太晒了，刚我看到那个第一个抽3张抽起来他妈是第2张抽3，然后那个2个爆法力的，然后第2张抽3抽起来是第3张抽3，我靠屁啦！
Yeah, the Arboreal Grazer beatdown plan falls slightly short.
Yeah.
We saw Duress there take away the Shimmer of Possibility. And that's a thought.
再1张抽6。
We're all over that one, aren't we, Paul? Only 3 cards left.
抓到你了。
An ultimatum.
Yeah, and this time around, I mean, Tristan does not have a Lotus Field
here.
No
Lotus Field. He's got a Vizier of Tumbling Sands, an ultimatum, and a Thespian stage.
My bad. Just kidding. I'll take the Vizier here.
So he's going to take the Vizier.
Just kidding. Was he trying to take the Thespian stage or something?
I think he was.
他刚刚喊了悲剧舞台。哎，笑死。
All right, so Lotus Field, Sylvan Scrying, those are the types of cards that Tristan is looking for right now. Doesn't have any of those pieces.
他要真叫码头了吗
He has so many top decks that he can find that aren't those, but that find them. Right, or that dig for them, or that dig for things that dig for them.
Right.
And right now, even though his hand has been properly disrupted.
哦，不是他码头被掉了，所以他手上是通牒跟1张不知道牌。那这边只要下地 Goblin 游戏就差不多了。
Yeah, but both cards in Tristan's hand and exile the graveyard. Oftentimes, this deck does play 1 copy of Leer and utilize the graveyard for that. So now, I mean,
手还是什么？亮出来给我看看。大田园。
I mean, if he still finds the Lotus Field, he has a ton of mana, a lot of top decks available, right?
And there's also just a lot of cards.
Yeah.
That he can use to start chaining together. Basically, he just wants to find anything that's not a grazer or a land.
他要抠什么？随便啦。
What he's copying here?
反正就是挑一个颜色。
Sanctum or something. Just
maybe a Castle Locthwain.
Oh, you're right. I didn't think about that.
I mean,
he's a little far away from
close
activating
it right now. But when you have no cards in hand, if you can maybe find.
He did name Castle Locthwain.
Well, the thing is, the moment Tristan
他变对手抽牌地。
Just copy the Lotus Field because you can use that ability again.
如果对手像沃尔伯格，我就可以开始抽了。
Let's see if he finds a Lotus Field.
再想一下，再想一下。
Oh wow！
打一，变身打一，哇，最气。
I mean, again, as much as Daniel has
disrupted Tristan,
he hasn't actually put forth any game plan of his own. Oh, but there's Necromantia.
切！
Tristan even
哇
went
哦
from here outside of that lair.
直接切你的莲花田。
Wow.
Tristan's deck does not have the ability to cast. Well, I mean, I guess he did copy the Castle Lochthwain, so that's a black source.
Yes.
Right, but I'm not sure that this deck is capable of winning without Lotus Field, unless
you're thinking of
draw
ultimatum
8
or whatever.
lands, right? You need to draw 8 lands into the ultimatum. So, as long as Daniel can find a way to kill Tristan before he gets to
田被惨了。
3 green, 2 black, 2 blue.
But we're getting to such it, right? I mean, you're going down the road of like, is it actually possible in any real way? And
这样子不能打了。他对面是在用那个走路一打死人啊，对不对？再打个4拳就死了。
I mean, he just, I guess, has to hope that Daniel never, because Daniel does, I'm sure, remove.
应该是不太能打了，而且说实在的，我觉得应该要早点投，因为你这样子套牌被看过一次了。通常你被切莲花田，你要么就是早点投，不要让直接就投了，不要给对手开你的牌库。
What's the best draw? Just untap land? I'm just wondering.
你这样真的是觉得自己还有机会会赢吗
In there again, and he drew a mechanical sanctum. So it's going to be more next turn. Daniel, shields up, buddy. Ooh, that's the best swamp.
Okay, 3 to the face.
3
Not close yet.
这边最多再打3剩10。
This is interesting. And look, here comes the layer again, Paul. He's down to what, 10 now?
Down to 10, but yeah.
Oh, he found another land.
I heard borderline impossible.
Yeah, because he drew his own botanical sanctum. Oh no.
Okay. Do you want to activate Castle Lochthwain? Take 2?
Yes.
干，不可能用走路打死人吧？骗我。
I mean, this is an attack for 4 next turn.
Oh, he passed the turn back.
打4剩6，抽一张剩4。
Did you leave Fatal Push in?
Did you leave a Fatal Push in? Well, we would have found that last time.
I mean, Tristan, you only have 1 game.
确实是我也把 Fatal Push 选下
Fire it up, get in for 4.
但是没有，我有 Deathwing。Power Work Kill， 嘿，笑死。还敢比呀？
Okay, now this
还不投吗？真的还不投？
He activated the castle on
now it's
step.
gonna be over.
Yeah, and this is
对啊，这边应该就游戏结束了。
So Croc's attack.
Good effort though, Tristan.
I like it. Good pivot.
这一拳打9呢，很痛呢。
I don't know what he's
痛到爆开呢。
He drew a Vizier. Or sorry, an impulse. Did you hear the echo?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what I'm
不是啊，这样要怎么打？这样到底要怎么打？
Continue playing this game.
为什么还不投？
Yeah, game 1 went so quickly as well that, you know, time on the clock isn't going to be a factor.
Right.
So I don't blame him. Just churn through a few cards. You'll know soon enough, and you know that Crux is going to kill you in a couple turns anyway.
Yeah, that thing can end games quickly.
Very much so.
Balaged recovery, get your land back, play it. But at this point, with the 6
打9打9，
get the layer back.
Get the layer back. Well, what else are you going to get back?
Oh man, Paul, you find the best lines. I love that.
I guess you could have used Auto Water. Did you just play that? Oh, he would have had to discard it.
Yeah, because the Crux is going to come smashing.
哈，你真的下午我不会给他抽，没有必要吧？
Yeah, just 2-turn clock now, so let's see if Tristan can come up with anything, though it feels impossible.
There's just nothing.
Yeah, he just keeps casting
更多的 impulse.
Omniscient, yeah.
没有用，没有用，一排废物。
Pour over the pages.
Another land.
Yeah, I guess.
Problem is, you need the second black. The problem is Tristan needs the second black to be able to cast Emergent Ultimatum. Right, only has the one that's the Castle Lochthwain. So had he found another Thespian stage, copy a Lochthwain, get 2 black, then he could top deck Ultimatum.
In the meantime, it looks like Daniel's just trying to get himself to the point that he can close out the game for sure next turn.
Oh, excuse me. Daniel has an Urborg in play, so he could have top decked Pour Over the Pages. Not Pour Over the Pages, the Emergent Ultimatum.
He has the OG Urborg in play. Very nice.
Yeah. I wonder if he should have played that.
Oh, look, he's going to go Ultimatum.
the Gabriel Nassif right here?
Yeah, he's actually activating Castle Lochthwain here.
Okay.
随便。
Because I don't know if Daniel's had that Urborg the entire game.
I feel like he didn't, but...
Yeah. Here we go.
I cannot say I've ever had anything like this come up.
维持抽不抽?
Yeah, we think so, Tristan. Emergent Ultimatum, did you find it?
I mean, he would have slammed it, right? He would have slammed it.
I think he would have.
Not an Emergent Ultimatum.
These guys are having really good table banter.
Yeah.
This is another, you know, we miss this part, you know.
Well, it's one of those things where your opponent, your opponent can't really do anything to interact with what you're trying to do, so it's you can just loudly say what you're looking for.
真的是没有必要下这块沃伯格啦。
Right.
你下沃伯格给对手多抽牌。
Masterminds acquisition.
对，你看他现在还可以做事了。干。
That Urborg.
The Urborg that's in play. What can you get that costs?
He said he
Fading Hope.
Fading Hope to bounce Cruxa. Does that even keep you alive?
Right, because you take 3 from the Tarvister, and then you still take
3
when
这样子好像不会活呢。
Unless he has something.
手牌还要是飞地，然后这边被打2点就是。
Okay.
对。
Oh, but there's Bone Crusher Giant. How rude from Daniel Fournier.
沃伯格真的是不应该下，下了给队友机会，真的是给机会。
I feel like Daniel played the Urborg that turn.
Yeah.
So probably something you might have wanted to avoid. Not clear. Tristan can go off.
他甚至是抽到一块地加上那个通牒，都有机会 run 起来。真的是没有必要。
And Daniel Fournier, that was a really fun game number 2. Although perhaps not as fun for Tristan, who kind of had his hand ripped apart. He did pivot into a game plan that gave himself the best chance to win, but it wasn't a very high percentage, and it didn't get there. Huh. So he's played an island here, but I did see an Arboreal Grazer.
Yeah, when your opponent plays an island turn 1 in that deck, not a lot of basics.
金针
generally means
their
hand is likely kind of weak. Right? Because you'd be leading with Sanctum or Temple of Mystery or those other lands.
让他不能变身。
Pithy Needle's going to name Thespian Stage, so that's going to be one line of defense that Tristan's going to have to work his way through.
被驻台直接变白板。哇，这个红黑的背牌好无顶。
Okay, so did have the stage, does have a Lotus Field.
And there's a Reckoner Bankbuster now for Fournier. But I think we're going to see Impulse on end step here for Tristan. It's worth noting that the Pithy Needle does shut off the activated ability of
想撑到直接下全之拳，想撑到直接下全之拳就不应该用走路地打，而且其实应该没有机会。
Float the mana if you wanted to cast something else.
So
全知全能之后也很难赢啊，说实在的。
Like build up 2 lands, play a Lotus, build up 2 more, play another Lotus. Like he's just forced to do it the good old.
全之后你还是要抽到一张 Q 或者是那个
Right, I'm saying like with this out there, is that his only other recourse is just to do it the brute force method?
Yeah, and you did see that he had 2 Lotus Fields
in
hand.
That's
now
what I was
this deck
wondering.
does have multiple ways to deal with the needle, right? You are playing Boseiju, you can find that, but certainly this will slow him down. But again, we saw the Rakdos deck really doesn't put a lot of pressure.
No.
So if you just keep hitting your land drops, there's just not too, you know, once you kind of get that Lotus
这边
Field,
吃不吃这个悲剧舞台吧？
Daniel can interact with the Lotus Fields.
因为其实啊吃了，
There we go. That's Thespian Stage.
其实有很多办法可以处理。对，他有回嘛，他背牌有回，然后套牌森林占卜、招魔神术，不过他没有绿。如果还要再拖下去，就是连拖2turn，确实是好像不是很好。
It was all blue, so it didn't really matter. But if you are going to try to cast an Emergent Ultimatum, you do need to float some green, some black in there as well.
那这边有没有切来不来得及
？Those type of small things can pop up occasionally, where you have to make sure that you get all your mana under you correctly.
手牌是不是很
And
差
keep in
啊
mind too, cards like the Boseiju, there's usually 1 or 2 copies of that in the deck, along with Otawara. But also note
直接怒拳
that
4
you have
点。
cards like Sylvan Scrying. So that's just additional copies of ways to get that Pithing Needle off the battlefield. Daniel going for the beatdown plan here.
Kind of appreciate that.
Yeah.
Right? If he can capitalize.
哦，这边打起来还是很痛，下回打8打8，2 turn clock。如果还有一只3攻生物的话，应该是不难啊。毕竟每一只生物都有3攻。
He will eventually get the 2 fields down even through the needle.
3点。
And you can see he's got these little cards that show what color he's added for the reasons that I mentioned just a minute ago. So he's going to go with green. And that's Sylvan
找什么？
Scrying.
找母圣树吗？
That's a sweet.
Probably getting a Boseiju. Perhaps an Otawara. Doesn't need another Lotus Field. Okay.
找杯驻台。
So what does that signal if you're sitting in Daniel's seat? That he already has an answer for the needle?
Right. It's saying, oh look, you're getting the Thespian stage.
所以手上
you likely have perhaps another Sylvan
手上是不是还有第2张圣女占卜啊？
to get that needle off the battlefield. It's also possible Tristan
还是
doesn't
直接
have
下地母
another
圣树？
untapped land. We saw that he had a Lotus Field, but maybe that's the only land at hand.
And he wants to get a land drop this turn.
Right. And then if you get something like a Boseiju, what are you going to do? Play it?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he's got the 1 green mana floating for Arboreal Razor. Which he's going to play.
And remember,
that'll play a temple.
Tristan still hasn't played.
马上印，裁判真好。
That's right. He sees a Botanical Sanctum, but he doesn't want it. And now he can play the Thespian stage out of his hand. But again, we have to note that the Pithy Needle is on Thespian stage, so he doesn't get to just go Lotus next turn.
Well, yeah, but then he has Lotus Field in hand.
Right.
Right. So next turn you go
So
Lotus Field, float 2 mana.
好强。
Float 5 mana, play Lotus Field, and then you have Hidden Strings.
Yeah.
Right, and then you can
这边
start
的话
generating
就是要掉 Q 了吧？
What we talked about, right? Yeah, the Pithy Needle is slow.
他下回合可以再吃2块地，叫莲花。
Now Daniel going, okay, I take the acquisition. You only have a cycle with the Vizier of Tumbling Sands, so if you don't draw a pour over the pages or some big spell, might not be able to go off next turn.
That's right, and if that's the case, he might be able to keep the pressure up with the Bone Crusher Giant and the Reckoner Bankbuster.
And the body on the Grazer are also very relevant, right? Just,
it
hey, look,
really is.
I soak 4 damage.
I mean, it effectively said green, gain 4 life. Exactly, green, fog, play an extra land.
Dang.
And there's Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Again, these are the types of plays that Daniel's making that are generating him advantage over time, but not right now, right? And he would much prefer to get that 16 plummeting here for Tristan. Now, if Daniel can get to that critical mass, his life total will fall very quickly, but he's giving him a lot of time to mess around here.
Okay, lots of great draws here for Tristan. What can he find here off this cycle?
He cycled a Vizier of Tumbling Sands after floating.
Impulse.
Wow, he is seeing a lot of cards here. Another
That's kind of a way. If he wanted a big spell, pour, or an ultimatum, something along the lines, because he does have mana with the Lotus Field in hand and the Hidden Strings.
他找到母圣
Does he
树
want to go for
了。
more mana in the Hidden Strings, or just go ahead and get that Boseiju to get Pithing Needle off the battlefield?
He could even kill the Bankbuster
Could
or
kill
the
the Bankbuster.
他母圣树，然后占2块
，doesn't have action
4费，然后炸，然后2点变。
Take Sylvan Scrying, I think. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you just get
下回合就会有7
or
费。
something like that, just to try to make sure you find something on top?
可是如果直接下莲花田，好像下回也是7费。
No mana floating at the moment. So he's going to tap his Lotus Field for green, and he's going to get Otawara, I think. You see, he has a Boseiju right at the bottom there, too, if he wants to grab one of those. He's taking a little browse through the library,
Yeah, not a ton of amazing options, because he already kind of has all the mana that he needs. And does he get the temple here?
直接拿一个占卜仪。
He's locked to just have the 2 Lotus Fields in play.
Yes.
So he's doing this to just make sure that he has extra looks to find a big spell over the next 2 draw steps, right?
Exactly.
You look at the top. This is great because he doesn't need to play the Lotus Field this turn. He can still play it next turn. And with the hidden strings, he should have plenty of mana to cast whatever he draws.
And what that means, though, is that every single card that he gets a chance to look at in that library, one scry can make the difference. Because as we've seen, like when we saw him play 3 copies of Pour Over the Pages back to back to back in one turn, right? It doesn't take that much to get that wheel turning, but you need to hit that one critical spell. So even a Scry 1 could do it. If this goes back on top, then Daniel's going to be really upset, but it didn't. It went right to the bottom.
Okay, and Daniel's going to be able to crack in for at least 6 damage here. Can find another creature. Can get in for potentially 10.
He discarded 2 cards to the Fable as well, so he's going to see a heck of a lot of cards this turn, 3 of them in the hand. He's staring down an opponent with no board outside of lands and 16 life. If at all possible, he would love to try to construct a 2-turn win here and just say, you tap the top of that library, and if you brick, I'm going to kill you next turn.
Yeah, I believe I saw Bloodtithe Harvester there in Daniel's hands.
That could
you
help.
Play that, crew up the Bankbuster, get in, and force Tristan to top deck a big spell to win on that turn.
It looks like he's got perhaps a pair of Bone Crusher Giants in hand.
I mean, I can't see.
而且下32可以防止对手的 fog， 就是要留一个巨人在手上防 fog， 因为巨人的那个历险可以本回合伤害不能被防止。
Yeah, the shaman will spit out a treasure.
So you'll have access to
他可以防 fog
after the attack.
Oh, looking for
disruption here. 居然是抽的。
Look, I still have a 2-turn clock here.
算了，反正对啊，应该2回都是2回合打死。他应该还是想要再抽一张切吧。抽到切真的差很多。
Down to 10. Still has a land to give here as well.
What you got, Tristan? What's on top? This needs to be big. We have access to 6 mana. Lotus Fields. Play Lotus Field, go to 4. Play Hidden Strings, go up to 10 mana. So he has 10 mana next turn.
Yeah.
直接抽一期。
Wow, look at that. He
想要
immediately
尽可能再去找吊牌。
The blood getting rid of a Bone Crusher Giant.
但是没有，
找不到。For that Thoughtseize. So this is a big top deck here for Tristan.
What you got?
Pour over the pages, get some ultimatums going.
He has all the mana that he can ever wish for. Boom!
Oh, it's pour over the pages.
Okay.
I think you like that one.
Put this one back in my hand.
I think you like
突然
that
就能
one.
还能再打。
Here we go. That's the most exciting one.
Yeah.
哇
mana
哦！
floating, pour.
产2点
Tap the Lotus Fields here.
吃了
Lots of draws.
叫无非反复掉。
Draw 3 cards.
抽3
Tap up to 2 lands and discard.
7 2 2
He's gonna
7
chain pours together again.
树懒应该是不用了吧？对
Get rid of a grazer.
1 2 3 4 5 6，还有1点。做第2张。
And Daniel just has to sit here and look.
Lear! Oh, Dark Petition!
It was Dark Petition and Lear?
And remember, he has Hidden Strings.
Oh,
He's got
boy.
a ton of mana here.
Can't miss.
这个不要了。
Forney is so close.
Oh, man.
Just needed that to be
站起来。
random land or whatever, and instead it was pour over the pages and to pour over the pages.
Oh.
So we're looking at 4, 7, 8. Okay, here we go. 2 mana.
Oh,
I have
that's just
so much.
把最后一点法力骗掉。
I don't even need to untap my Lotus Field.
5点。3点黑。
3 black. Lotus Field still in play. That's 7 mana.
Yep.
Remember, Thespian Stage taps for colorless. Will not help you cast Ultimatum if that's what you're looking for.
这样还缺一点点，还缺1张占2块的。
But remember, he has a Lear, right?
Yep.
I believe he has a Lear in hand, so now you just
然
can
后
replay all those cards in the graveyard.
这边还要再一个战地的。
Yeah, how about we put the library face down there? he was actually just
yeah.
He wasn't presenting.
3点蓝，
He was
有一个
saying
战地
I'm
的
gonna shuffle it in a second anyway.
对，一个战地的就行了，省一
There's
点。
hidden strings.
All right, now just going through the motions here. He's going to have all
点
the mana
蓝，
that he'll
信
ever
徒
need. Play Lear, get it back.
对，
And
Draw a bunch of
everybody who
cards.
plays Arena
信
knows what
徒
it looks
做
like
这
when you
个
play Lear and
耶
your whole graveyard
再
just
加6
in front of you and
Yeah.
you got 12 cards all of a sudden. Well, now Tristan Wilderoo gets to completely go off. The only question here is how much pain can Daniel Fournier take watching him
Well, I mean,
fiddle around with his Lotus Field?
Yes, the game is over, right? It's just you're going to generate some arbitrary amount of mana, draw a ton of cards, tutor up, approach to the second sun, cast it, tutor it up again, cast it again.
对，通牒，产3点绿，站起来。
Just don't say green.
对，每一个就是产资费。
And there it is, the emergent ultimatum.
Yeah, and Tristan already knows exactly what he wants to get here. It's going to be an Omniscience, a Dark Petition, Behold. Usually is kind of the combination, the 3 cards that you typically get here.
这回去。
All right, Behold's back in, so we're going to see a free Omniscience and a fist bump scoop.
And that's going to be it. So, a really exciting finish there for Tristan Wilderoo.
干这个右手，
He needed to top deck
右手真的强壮啊！
And he
好
did,
猛
and of course it
哦
was the best something
把把
because
自
it
摸
wasn't
哎
just the immediate, right? It
而
was
且还是
the
直接翻给你
get the
看，
ball
真的是有
rolling,
够靠北。
and that's exactly what happened there. Tristan was able to pick up the win.
And I just want to say, I mean, it's a very
那个
little
啪
it's a，very
你以为是在放2昂者上我是不是啊？
Wow, what a great top deck. But the thing is, he tutored for a temple there.
You're right.
He tutored for
right
the
to
temple,
the bottom.
right to the bottom. So that extra draw step, extra card that he looked at because of that tutor, is what allowed him to win that match.
Yeah, so that's the little tiny things, right? Because it didn't look like he had any great options there to tutor for, and in fact, that wasn't a great
顶着
option,
竞争
right?
做
It's
出
not
来，
like I
不
did
是
it,
他
I
他
got it.
他
Right,
右手
but it
摸
was
了2
exactly
张
what he
那
needed
个
to
啊
get
莲
what
花
he
田
needed
啊，
to get the
他
job
2
done.
莲花田都是
Do you
摸的
think
啊，他
that
没有
that
找啊。
matchup ends up favoring Lotus Field because of that game 1?
Yeah, I think game 1, the Lotus Field deck is pretty heavily favored. And then after sideboard, it really comes down to how much the Rakdos deck, or any deck in this format, wants to beat Lotus Field, right? If you want to play cards like Damping Sphere, right? And you saw Necromancer here as well. Necromancer is a little more versatile because you can board it in against other linear combo strategies, but depending on how many of those cards you have, that can make the matchup a lot closer after sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, a Necromancer in that last game would have changed things for sure. Okay, we've got more action to bring you here from Pioneer. In fact, we've got Sam Pardee and Martin Yuza.
Martin Yuza.
And we've got the entire match to show you here. Looks like it's Rakdos Sacrifice. So this is a little bit of a twist on the black-red deck that we've been seeing here. This is a sacrifice-themed deck. And then one of the decks that I have my eye on closest here in the hands of Martin Yuza. And well, we'll just let it unfold in front of you here and see what he comes up with. But I'm curious about this Is It deck that they've got.
Yeah, and these are teammates. They tested together. Sam
楼下 teammates 笑死。
Rakdos sacrifice strategy here because he just said, look, I played like 500 matches with this deck.
Yeah.
I'm really comfortable with this deck. That's what I want to play. And honestly, in this format where everybody kind of knew what all the decks were, that's really, really important, right? Just pick the deck that you think is good and that you know that you're going to play it at 95% capacity. That's the thing that you should probably do.
Do you think it's really important that both the cat and the oven appear in the early stages of the game, or is that not?
这个打一点会放出是真的很爽。
Do you think it's important or not important for them to have those two pieces?
Oh man,
cat oven. Which by the way, he had for like 10 seconds. Yeah, Spikefield Hazard just sent the cat packing for good, but
yeah, but cat oven.
没有出奇袭这边就是要丢康嘛。
It just keeps coming
Why
back.
did you design these cards?
Yep, it's
and put them into the
my
world?
fault. I was like, you know what? You know what? This is an interaction that I want to see.
That powerful combo has powered multiple decks, right? I mean, you know, there's Jund ones, there's green-black, this one's red-black, and Yeah, it won't die. I mean, it is an extremely potent 1-2 punch. And actually, we see it right back on the battlefield here, even though that cat got exiled. This one's not going to.
We'll note, though, that in this specific matchup, now this Rakdos sacrifice strategy is very, very good against creature decks, right? You have the cat oven combo, means it's really hard to attack into it. But when you're playing against combo strategies, that's where this Rakdos deck really tends to struggle. And that's what Martin uses. That's what Martin uses playing, right? He goes big score, untap, indomitable creativity, hit you for 30.
Yeah.
Right? And there's not a whole lot this Rakdos sacrifice can do.
真的有什么都有，天哪！谢喽。
And look at this, he's even got all the pieces here as well.
Sam's like, so Sam is just making him reveal the 2
creatures, 'cause
sometimes you can have it in your hand.
Right.
And there's only 1 World Spine Worm and 1 Xenagos in the deck.
We already saw World Spine Worm go by the way.
So World Spine Worm already on the stack and just forcing, just making. Oh, there it is.
And there's the Xenagos.
And that's
30.
Wow.
Yeah, 好玩游戏，每天要
So
玩。
Indomitable Creativity is the type of card that allows you to play a deck that has a relatively fair game plan with a combo either at the forefront if you happen to draw it or something you can fall back on. And that's exactly what we talked about coming into the round here, Paul. This is the type of deck that both you and I really like.
Yeah. Now, in this particular matchup, I'm not sure that Sam has a ton of great interaction after sideboard. You see some hand disruption. So I think there's a pretty good chance that Martin's just going to kind of run it back and
红黑西这样怎么打都不套牌啊？把它写补到30D 以上吗？
Unlucky Witness kicks off turn 1 here for Sam Pardee.
You think that's what Sam was thinking in game 1?
I think he might end up being an unlucky witness if Martin has another draw like that. In the meantime, though, it is actually going to get sniped here. As we see the Spike Field Hazard once again just take it out. But you know what? Boom, right back in there, another unlucky witness.
It's firing on all cylinders here.
Getting in the red zone as well.
Yeah, what Sam's looking for here is maybe some amount of disruption and also just perhaps Cat Oven Mayhem Devil just to kind of put on a clock, right? Because the damage does add up very, very quickly.
我居然还有放这个沙漠。
Hey, it's one of the most powerful cards in the format, and it's certainly worth a counterspell here. Martin Hughes is going to send Fable to the Mirror Breaker into the Disappear Land.
That looks to be a lot of great options here. And
yeah,
I feel like if you're just playing mountains,
yeah,
yeah, we're on the same boat there.
I'm with you, dude.
You got mountains in your deck. You probably should just be playing this card.
Fable the Mirror Breaker gets countered by Martin, and then
只要你的套牌里面有山脉，你就应该要有奇气。
Sam's like, if you can block, but I kind of want to look at some cards here.
Oh.
打红那我不带猴子的，没有没有，打红那我不带奇奇姐姐的。
Letting creatures go by.
Right. Creature-centric player Martin
不想挡啦，
generally loves
挡了要被看牌。
He is an expert in combat,
which makes him a fantastic limited player.
不缺得一滴血吧？应该是没有挡必要吧。
Martin going into tank here. It's like, all right, fine. I'll take 1. I think it'll be okay.
There's a cat.
Chipping away.
Okay. Things getting a little scarier.
No oven.
Mayhem Devil, no sack outlet just yet.
Yeah, but I mean,
没有牺牲源就有点尴
loaded,
尬。
we see a Fire Prophecy.
Yeah, and getting better.
That'll get the Mayhem Devil. We, of course, have Chapter 2 here, a Fable going off too. So.
他手牌好到好像不需要气。
Deal with what Sam's trying to do here. Just it's like, this is all I can do. I'm just going to play my one-man 1/1s and beat you down. Okay. Martin just thinking, do I want to discard 1 or 2? I don't want to miss my land drop. Ooh, and one of the cards is a Spike Field Hazard, which is a nice clean way to kill either the Familiar or the Unlucky Witness.
他又抽到打点放逐，怎么这么会抽啊？套牌也就2张而已。Fire Impulse 打神珍宝。
Choosing to save the Fire Prophecy here.
点掉吧，早点点掉吧，不然被抽到那个牺牲，不是很开心。
Because it's really important for you to be able to loot away a World Spine Worm or Xenagos if you do draw it.
Because they're just going to be stuck unless you do some serious treasure making.
Yeah, so there's Fire Prophecy and Valakut's Awakening. Those are kind of the 2 ways that you can kind of shuffle them back in. With World Spine Worm, you can also discard that to big score, and then it'll get shuffled back into your hand.
Okay. Okay, replacement Mayhem Devil here for Sam.
This one likely will be seeing the Fire Prophecy.
Martin wants to be mana efficient here, so he is going to go ahead and do that.
And I don't think he's going to loot here.
No.
What would be really bad is if you loot and the second card from on the top of your deck is one of those creatures that we talked about.
And now it's stranded.
Right. Now Martin
切
with
微
the
创新，
treasure,
他看起来
if
要
he has a
死
creativity,
了，
we'll
没
have
有
4 or
得
5
切
mana.
了。
Fable the Mirror Breaker will become a 2/2 creature, so you have 2 targets, and you can just go for the win there.
抽牌，翻过来。
All right, Chapter 3 for Fable.
Chapter 3.
1、2、3、4、5。
Creativity.
5费吃掉。
That's what Sam Party's thinking.
吃掉2只仔。
Let's just get this over with.
或者是再打保
Is
守
there
一
any
点，
risk?
再等
Is
一
there
回
any
合。
risk to going for it here for Yuza?
I mean, he's only got 1 mana up. What can it be? Right? A fatal push, I suppose? Would you keep that in this matchup?
No.
Dang.
No,
all right.
Here, he's going to go for it.
Show me.
And all he has
Let's
to do
go
is
for
show
it.
him the combo, and that
There's
will be
one.
it. Sam Pardee awaits his fate, as these players are both 3-1 coming into the round, and it looks like Martin Yuza is going to improve that to 4-1 once he hits that big green monster. There it goes.
Hey,
And
show
that's going to be the match.
30
Wow.
冲拳
2
，boom
quick games for Martin Yuza, really showing off the combo potential for the deck. That is plan A for that deck, and you see why. My goodness.
Right, and this is one of those matchups where you do keep the combo in. It's like, no, I don't need to go for the backup plan. I already know your deck. We've tested a bunch of games against each other. I know that you really don't have a great way to break up what I'm trying to do, so I'm just going to stick with it and just try to get you with that. And kind of coming in too, Sam.
不过那样子其实打起来就是还是蛮有点小危险呐，怕被那个牺牲杀，被牺牲杀就很尴尬了。
Yeah, that looks super, because he did stuff. Like Sam Pardee was absolutely doing
every
stuff.
turn. It just didn't matter.
All right, well, that's going to be the last match for this particular round, but we've got Maria and the folks at the news desk to get you all geared up.
这2局都打太快了。打太快啦，一个不小心就嘣就消失了。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. There is a trophy waiting for one of our 218 players by the time the weekend is over. We are joined by Monty DeVries here on the news desk. Let's take a look at our leaderboard after 5 rounds of play. Here in historic Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Still got a number of players who are undefeated left in the building, but that number is dwindling every single round. We've got Auras sitting at the top of the standings in the hands of Benton Madsen. Teammates Tristan Wild-LaRue and David Inglis, of course, on Team Handshake, that's had so much success recently. And Michael Go, a player I talked to earlier this weekend, a regional champion, first ever Pro Tour. And I said, hey man, will I see you back up here when you won the whole thing? And he's like, I hope so. Well, he's putting himself in great position to do so. And check that out. Gabriel Nassif sitting at 5-0, the Hall of Famer, Yellow Hat himself. A very good start to the tournament for him too. Reed Duke sitting at 4-1, Daniel Fournier 4-1 as well. Well, everybody, we're gearing up to round 6 here in the building, and a lot of the players in the building qualified for this tournament playing this format. Pioneer. Did they stick with their choice, or did they change it? Cedric Phillips wanted to find out.
Stick or twist?
I am here with Ben Lundquist, who qualified for this tournament via top 32 at the United States Regional Championship. Ben, my longtime friend, when you were there, you were playing Is It Phoenix. This weekend in Philadelphia, you are playing not Is It Phoenix, Orzhov Auras. Why'd you change decks?
I played Phoenix only because I couldn't get my deck together last minute, so I went there without any games in. But here, I tested it quite extensively, the Pioneer format. Couldn't win with it, so.
This assumes that if you couldn't win with Phoenix, you were winning quite a bit with Auras, hopefully.
Bye bye.
It's very linear and one of the fastest.
为什么打凤凰？因为我最后一天才拿凤凰。啊，为什么不打凤凰？啊，我凤凰打不赢。
I am here with Derek Pite, aka Misplaced Ginger on Twitch, a Rakdos mid-range master and pioneer. Now, Derek, you qualified via the Canadian Regional Championships with Rakdos mid-range. You're here in Philadelphia playing Rakdos mid-range again, to the surprise of probably very few people. So I'm going to ask you maybe a somewhat obvious question. Why are you playing the same deck?
I think Pioneer really rewards people for knowing the format. It's not like Modern where there's a lot of really powerful cards and you can like switch between them based on the meta. I think you really have to know your deck and you really have to know the format. So obviously, I was rewarded for playing a lot of Rakdos for the RC. I felt very similarly for this event. We tested a lot of decks, we played a lot of things. Now it's just like, why would I break what's not broken? And I'm just going to do what I know best and keep going. And I'm hoping it is a really good result this weekend. And yeah.
Well, Derek, it's worked out for you before. The only thing broken here might be you with Rakdos mid-range. We will find out over the course of this weekend.
究竟红黑是不是一副最好的套牌呢
？Our world champion Nathan.
Nathan， 这最年轻的，应该是现在最年轻的世界冠军吧？他是最近的。
Yeah, so part of the logic behind playing Lotus was I expected there to be a lot of red-black mid-range in the tournament, as well as Arise and Sack decks, and I felt pretty strongly that the public perception was that mono green was a very, very hard matchup, but adding Pithing Needles and playing Forbis Seiju, as well as me feeling like the blacker decks couldn't afford to play a lot of Damping Spheres in their 75, made me feel like it was probably one of the top 3 choices. I think the best decks in Pioneer are close enough that you can play whatever and be fine. But realistically, I thought Lotus was the best choice for me just because after testing it, I felt like it was the most consistent at executing a fast linear kill, and all the decks that our team thought were best were ones that could be very linear and not particularly interactive. My team registered Greasefang, Auras, and Lotus, and so the majority of us
你看大家几个 Pro 的共通感想就是，就是 Pioneer 你打每个套牌，打哪个套牌其实都 OK， 找一个你最熟练的，因为基本上都可以应对到各式各样的套牌，但就是找你一个最熟练的。
I am here with Sam Pardee. Is it party time yet? Are we still waiting? How do you feel about things right now?
Well, I'm 1-1. First round was party time. Second round, not so much. But, you know, hanging in there, excited for Pioneer.
Okay, well, Pioneer is what we're going to talk about here, Sam, because at the regional championship for the U.S.
这个采访也太早了吧？第二轮的时候采访。
opinions on Pioneer in general, what to play, and you said, nah, Rakdos Sacrifice, still where you want to be.
Yeah, I've played it in like 3 tournaments. I did well pretty much every time. Like I did well enough to qualify for this at the regionals. I've played it in some other tournaments and done well. It's also very much the style of deck I like. And the field seemed so wide open that I just decided to sort of play what I know. You know, I've played hundreds of matches with this deck, feel really comfortable, excited to play it again.
Well, Sam said, I don't need to switch. I'm going to stick and stay. Rakdos Sacrifice is the deck for Sam Pardee this weekend. I am here with Ely Cassis, the Neon Dynasty champion. Ely, we're talking Pioneer here. We're talking about how you like
大率比想象中还要多，所以红黑牺牲应该会蛮痛苦的。
This weekend, you are not playing a Spirit strategy. You are playing Is It Creativity, and I gotta ask, why?
Good question. Well, I played Spirit's blue-red version, actually, at the RC in Atlanta, and it didn't serve me well. I lost my wit in it. It was, like, close. But the meta is just not designed well for it, unfortunately. Rakdos is the top deck. It eats up Spirits, so I had to ditch that plan. Meanwhile, Creativity, pretty good against the top decks in the field.
所以跳槽来打红蓝的那个
All right, so no little flyers, no little blue flyers. Instead, big creatures to search for with a very powerful red sorcery. We're going to see if Ely Cassis can do it again here in Philadelphia.
Hey everybody, here's a look at the room here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for Pro Tour Phyrexia. We're gearing up for round number 6 here in the building. Let's take a look at who will be watching in our feature match area. This round, a couple of players sitting at 4-1 records. Gruel vehicles in the hands of Riku Kumagai. Mono white humans.
古鲁载具打纯白人类。
3 top finishes for Riku Kumagai. That rank at the top, that's their current placement in the tournament. Both at 4-1, like I said, but tiebreakers put Riku at 32nd. Here's a look at Riku. Started playing in 2009. Qualified via regional championships. That is so excited here to be back for the high-level gaming experience. Of course, he has two qualifications. No big deal. Here's Takumi Matsura right here. Currently sitting 21st in the tournament. That's 4-1. Said he's very excited for the competition back here in the building. But let's take a look at their decks. Gruel Vehicles versus Mono White. We're going to kick things off here with Gruel Vehicles. A deck a lot of people are excited about this weekend if you like to play aggressive strategies.
Yeah, definitely. This is a deck that has been in Pioneer for a while. We did see it represented at the regional championships, but it has been rising in popularity since then, showing up in our top 3 this weekend and being the most popular deck, which is what a lot of us expected. Part of that is because of the edge you have against the other aggressive decks. You see, this is a pretty stock.
这个正边打纯白人类也太痛苦了吧
and the Llanowar Elves. You're trying to get out of the gate fast. Yeah, and once you land something like an Asisia's Chariot or a Lovestruck Beast, you have a lot of presence, but this deck also has interaction in cards like Bone Crusher Giant, and you see the sideboard gets the
sideboard 居然还有 class.
Amber Cleave, you can let go of that Giganthic Companion in order to have access to that. So this deck is just very good at being fast onto the board, putting pressure on constantly with haste, and being able to go over top of your opponent. So when you face another creature deck in the metagame, like Mono White Humans, in the hand of Matsura, you're feeling really good. For Mono White, this deck is very good at taking advantage of some of the slower decks in the field or the spell-based decks because you're able to play Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. You're able to really put on a lot of pressure to slow down your opponent's game plan, but that doesn't serve you so well in the other creature matchups because against Gruel, most of your small creatures from the Mono White side just get completely brick walled, and that might be trouble for Matsura, who really wanted to face decks like Lotus Field combo or Creativity rather than this Gruel deck from Riku.
All right, there's a look at the decks, but who's going to take down the feature match? It's time for Mani and the Machine. And my favorite graphic, there it is. Mani, how are you doing with this machine so far?
We're not doing well. We've had some disagreements so far. We've gone against each other, so I had to the computer was rebooted. We wanted to try to get things back in order, and actually this round we were on the same page. Me and the machine both agreed Riku was going to be our pick. Gruel Vehicles in every way seemed like the pick, so we're hoping with the resets that both of us had between the last round and now, we can get this ship on the right course.
So chili cheesesteak is your Control-Alt-Delete? Yeah. That's just a fact. All right, we'll see if you two and your reboot was successful with Riku, Kumagai, Alien, Corey have the call this round. It's round number 6. Take it away, you two.
Riku 是哪一边的？
Just switch it on and off again, right?
Yeah, makes
sense. How it works.
Yeah, I know a Philly cheesesteak makes me want to fall asleep. That's kind of like Control-Alt-Delete. So yeah, checks out to me.
That's just hard reset right there. Blue screen of death. There goes Corey. Anyway, friends, welcome to round number 6 of the Pioneer portion of Pro Tour Phyrexia. All will be won. We've got Riku Kumagai on Gruul vehicles up against Takumi Matsuura on Mono White. Now, this was a deck that when we asked in our green room, what's the best deck in the format? And 2 players, or 2 of us, said Mono White, and you were one of them.
I was one of them, and then swiftly I was put into check where they were saying, yeah, you know what? Mono White is actually not that good now amongst the players' opinions, where it just hasn't been having as good of a weekend. I really am always afraid to play against this deck. I think it's extremely powerful. So yeah, an incredibly powerful deck. Here's the 2 go-to aggressive decks that are really trying to play against other decks, like Mani was saying, but you know, we'll definitely have plenty of fireworks between the 2 here.
Oh yeah, starting things off with a recruitment officer, a new addition from Brothers War, able to go and dig out some extra friends for you, followed up with a Luminarch Aspirant, so 3 points of damage. Boom, let's get the show on the road.
Yep, the dream start, 1-drop with Luminarch Aspirant to get this going. We're really going to put a check to see if we have a Bone Crusher Giant here from Riku. Tends to be the best answer to this card, but I don't believe I saw it. Maybe a bit of a slower hand from Riku.
Well, for Riku Kumagai, you know, you definitely want to be delivering the beasts of your own, and that's a turn to Reckless Stormseeker if he so chooses to go that route.
Miglos as well, looks like a Crowan War and a bunch of lands. A Crowan War, extremely good if you can nab an untapped creature and just block. And almost all these mono-white creatures, they don't have more toughness than power, so that 3rd chapter is going to usually just be kind of a one-sided wrath. Which is going to be amazing if Riku has the time.
Yeah, I mean, the only one of the big-ish booty, hopeful initiate, one of them, and Adeline, Resplendent Cathar, depending on how many creatures on the board.
That's definitely one of the biggest one. I will say that, yeah. At that point, you're like, you know what? You can have your 4th creature. I will not kill that, and we'll go to Chapter 3 of the Crowan War. It's dead.
So no answer as it stands for this Luminarch Aspirant, and this card has been a mainstay in a lot of aggressive strategies for Mono White. You know, in Standard, when it was legal there, and now in Pioneer, just being able to, you know, allow your creatures to trade hands, essentially, with the Gruul decks.
It makes blocking a nightmare. You know, I mean, it's just so tough. A really skilled Magic player, which, let's get real, all these players are that are at this Pro Tour. You know, this is definitely the upper 1% of all Magic players. They know exactly how to make combat as difficult as possible on other players. And, yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this start. It's incredible. No 3rd land. That's the only problem. But that's about it. Otherwise, it's amazing here.
Yeah. Looking at Takumi Matsuura's side of things, the ideal start here, just so many creatures able to get around, you know, essentially it's a go wide strategy here for Takumi, whereas, you know, on the Gruul side of things, we want to try and get the biggest things as possible and just start smashing.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll see here if it's kind of time to get this Crowan War down. The one problem with a Crowan War is if we look at Hopeful Initiate, that being able to remove some counters and destroy it, you're almost forced to take the Hopeful Initiate here.
Yeah.
And you can still block with it, so, you know, it's not so bad, but it is pretty slow. Really the choice between that and Miglos, another one of the new cards from Phyrexia.
Oh, yeah. Crowan War. Let's steal some stuff. And let's see what the target is.
I have to say, sagas that, you know, in this fashion, that just go away with the gun, you know, we see Fable and some of the new edition and stuff, but I love these style of Fables. They do 3 different things, you know. I just absolutely love it. Oh, wow. So you get to put a counter on as well.
Yeah, why not?
想说他会选择抓1、2，然后猜那个。
Yeah, I kind of like this one. One
这样才比较不会被猜断机。
Careful. The other one's like, no, I'm just gonna beat you to death, kind of thing, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, certainly the Hopeful Initiate can attack, get that counter.
Yeah, and then you can just remove 2 counters.
But you need to remove 2, though, so yeah, if it does attack, it's just going to run into a big old werewolf here.
Exactly. You can remove 2 counters from any of your creatures, though, too, to destroy it and just get it back right away. So, you know, you can just take a couple counters off that recruitment officer after we already deal damage. And, yeah, then we got trouble.
这一拳8点哦，怎么这么痛啊？
And Talia's Lieutenant now adding to the counters.
Yep, able to have kind of a free block there. 3-4 on 3-4. Doesn't have the mana up, of course, so cannot do anything with the Akroan War, but it's not that vital turn where it's about to go to Chapter 3 and destroy stuff, so definitely might see it from Takanumi.
能打一定要打。
Sure, you're going to see land number 4.
那这边扛不扛得住
available for Riku Kumagai. Looks like we're going to see a Miglos here, potentially.
Yeah, another one of our cards from Phyrexia All will be one. And speaking of new cards from Phyrexia All will be one. Mono White playing 4 ossification in the main. That is awesome. It's an incredible card.
That says I would like to just remove everything from the board, please, and just hit you as hard as I possibly can.
Absolutely. I just think of like Shieldred or something. Like I'd be like, I have a great answer to Shieldred now, where normally that card would just destroy Mono White. So yeah, a nice addition.
5个油，一个一个加一个加指数，最复杂的那边。然后再给敏捷，然后再给警戒。
The 1 mana ability a couple times, but that's not really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Vigilance, though, a nice ability in this matchup. Just, I'm going to attack a couple times and play as much defense as possible.
Yeah. Vigilance and Menace, haste courtesy of the Reckless Stormseeker.
So now everything is forced to get in there. Chapter 2 is forcing everything to attack. Not that it's too hard to talk Takanumi into attacking.
这边有没有关？有关的话就差很多。
Encouragement to turn things sideways, but when you're up against this wall of green and red stuff, it's a little intimidating.
Yeah, it's a little brutal getting into that. Now you could destroy it before combat and still get a counter on it. Yeah, that is interesting. You gotta have a different way of putting these counters on it. Otherwise, you're like, oh, wow, this card is a 9/9.
No, it certainly is not. So.
对，油跟烟烟指数要分开放。
Okay.
That's a big dice.
Another thing that's a welcome back to Paper Magic.
Yeah.
You know, you see this on Arena and it differentiates the tokens, but now you just gotta have a different way to look at it.
全部一定要打，哎，不能只打一只。
Still on Miglos as well as the 1/1. So that's a 5/5.
Yeah.
That's not a small critter over there.
那他这样是不是应该要再下一个副官，然后全打？
Riku said, nope. I got to attack with all of them.
虽然这样子交换会很糟，但是至少下回1就还回来了。
It doesn't matter. You're in combat. You'll have to attack.
Got to turn some things sideways. Might we see the activation here from the Hopeful Initiate? What are we going for?
This is interesting.
直接压，碎啦。
There might be a situation where a judge is called in this scenario. You know, like it may be a situation at FNM, you just let this kind of things go. But if you go to combat, usually you'd have to. But it looks like Riku not trying to force a take back or anything.
Brutal Cathar coming down, able to take care of the Miglos. And now we're going to see the swing in with the creatures that are able to attack.
这个 miss trigger 有点多哎。
Now we are going to have Chapter 3 of Akroan War coming next turn, going to clean up everything but Hopeful Initiate. So Riku can have that on his mind as well. Like, okay, maybe I want to try to just deal with the one creature that would live and go from there. But the life total of 7 not being too forgiving here. Definitely want to give the Luminarch Aspirant back. The nice interaction with the Akroan when you have vehicles, you're able to do Chapter 3 on the stack of Akroan War, tap it to crew, give it back, dies because it is a tapped creature. That's kind of the cute trick as you get a Sky Sovereign equipped it already or something like that.
In this instance, the Luminarch Aspirant likely to jump in front of one of these attackers.
Otherwise, you got to give it back. You don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that, no. Yeah, there you go.
The creature, creature's already aligned for perfect blocks there. That's convenient.
And down to 5 goes Riku Kumagai. So Reckless Stormseeker, untap, upkeep, draw. Damage will be dealt to the tapped creatures. As you mentioned, the Mental Initiate was revived, so just the 2 creatures hanging out there right now.
And look at that hand, unfortunately for Riku, just 4 lands. Looks like it doesn't always happen, but it might be Giganta time. Exactly what Riku doesn't want to see.
Yeah.
哇，下午还要被翻面，好不开心哦。
Bad day to have eyes, because you hate to see that.
Yeah. Takumi absolutely does want to see
oh,
this,
yeah.
though.
Oh, yeah. He, like, at this point in the game, if your opponent on Gruul is doing diddly squat on their turn, except flipping the Reckless Stormseeker, you're going to be pretty happy with that.
And you know what's even worse, Ailey, is we're in day. We're going to go to night, which will help Reckless Stormseeker, but Brutal Cathar gets a little bit more brutal as a big 3/3 first striker that's going to ward. And not only that, but if Takumi plays too slow, which is not that hard to do as long as your hand isn't really bad, you flip it back and you take another thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Brutal Cathar, when you ever get to that level, is aptly named. It's very brutal.
Yeah, it certainly is. Moonrage Brute can't do any, exiling. So if you were to play that at nighttime, it wouldn't exile anything. But as soon as it flips back, steals things. Which
I've been gotten got by that plenty of times.
Oh,
to be like, okay, all I got to do is exile your creature. Here's a Brutal
Cathar. Oh, no, it's nighttime. It ain't Brutal Cathar right now.
Okay, actually cannot double spell here. Unfortunately, with the 3 2-drops and only 3 land, you can't really get that going. You also don't get the counter from
然后你一定要喂那只5的，只能挡它。
Okay,
然后吃4点剩1。
pretty easy block on the first striker, but being at 5, you have to block Hopeful Initiate. So we're kind of maybe posturing a little bit, but there's only 1 block here.
Yeah, just make it look like there's something in hand. Don't give away too much information. Boseiju, who endures, isn't going to get anything done here at this point.
And a mountain off the top.
Man, that is just rough beat.
满手地牌爆开。
Best mount. You know,
I mean, sure.
Objectively best mountain from me.
I mean, what is the play here for Riku Kumagai? He can animate the lair, but that's not going to be enough.
抽太多地了吧！天哪！
Nice fast magic. I love this.
I do love it. Pioneer is such a fun format. You know, there is the speed of the format. That's kind of a big talking point from a lot of players. Be like, yeah, if on the play, it's a little more important. That is definitely a factor. But there's so many decks, and they're all doing these kind of proactive things, and they all have such play against each other. So, yeah, Pioneer, one of my favorite formats.
Diverse. Fun.
这些主播也是吹的很大力耶。
15%. I mean, that's really says enough about the format. That's a great number.
没有一费哦。
One of the events that we've done, the top deck was 69%, which is not very nice.
Not very nice.
2个巨人。
Right? And I think that was about the last one. That was the last one
走
I
陆
played.
地，波塔帽。
So this is certainly a welcome change of pace, and you know what the players were talking about before.
各式 pathway.
You know, it's all about reps with the deck.
Yes.
That's
more often than not the most important factor when coming into a tournament like this is, you know, play what you're comfortable with. Know the metagame.
Yeah, you think about it, and you know, I mean, we heard Nathan with that incredible breakdown of what he thought, why he did the deck, why he's playing the deck he is, and there's those minor changes where you're like, okay, I expect Rakdos to be the best, or I expect it to be the top deck, and green, so you can kind of metagame against that, but then you look at that, it's like that's 25% of the field. That means, you know, every 4 matches you're going to play against one of those decks that you're trying to prepare for. You can play against the other spread of things, and your deck isn't very good against just everything as a whole, and you have a really bad tournament. So I totally agree with them. Just play what you know, and you know, wins usually come to you a lot easier than like, I need to learn this right now to gain this minor edge. You know, that usually
这个萨利亚怎么办？叫4-3先顶拳吗？
Scroll taking care there with the stomp, courtesy of Bone Crusher Giant before Talia hit the battlefield.
Do we have your story time with Bone Crusher this time, or is
副官不要加1+1。
Bone Crusher stood on a might. The might was not.
好像要没有很难呢。
That was gonna be like stepped on a crack, broke your back kind of thing. Okay, but yeah, stepped on a might. Okay, all right.
Stepped on a might. Put up a fight. And that is all there is to that. Here we see Luminarch Aspirant and Talia getting a little chunkier now. Yeah, get the job done there. 17 is the life total for Kumagai.
Thalia is kind of the card that you would expect to be taken out in aggro matchups, but there's so many creatures that are also spells. You know, Azeka's Chariot being kind of the main one. You have Stomp that still gets interfered with. If Riku leaves those in. So Thalia is still being quite good here.
Yeah.
毛出来叫不
And
出
one
来
thing to note as well with this deck in particular with Gigantha, if you ever want to spot an Embercleave, Corey. Yeah, just look if Gigantha's been revealed or not.
Exactly. Yep. 3 Embercleaves in the sideboard here for Riku in those matchups where you just really want to speed up, usually against combo, mono green. Mono green's very afraid of Embercleave. Mono white, not so much. You want to be bringing in all of these Rending Volleys, Fries, maybe some Scavenging Oozes, stuff like that to be able to deal with other creatures.
2 creature lands and a Bone Crusher Giant.
扛得住吗？这手牌看起来好好哦，又有副官。
Good collection of creatures, Recruitment Officer, Talia's Lieutenant, excuse me, Talia, and the Luminarch Aspirant.
And one thing that's just going great for Takumi is just look at that mana efficiency. Used up his mana at every single turn. 1 drop into 2 drop into 2 drop 1 drop. Whenever you can do this, this deck looks really, really tough to beat. Maybe it's supposed to be favored. You know, I think this one is very close to 50-50. But with a lot of red removal, that's kind of mono white aggro, kind of Achilles heel. That's just a really good card right now. But look at this star. What do you do to this?
Lieutenant after another creature. So 5 critters on the board. 4 of them are going to get a counter now, courtesy of the Lieutenant. So... Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Takumi on mono white.
Yeah, and Hopeful Initiate's going to get 2 counters after an attack as long as Thalia doesn't die. And, all around, just a gigantic attack here.
Man, doing math is for blockers, and you ain't got none right now, unfortunately, for Riku Kumagai.
So it looks like we do have 1 Bone Crusher where Riku can do something like Animate, Mutavault, block, and then stomp something. If you want to wait to combat to have that extra blocker, or you try to kill Luminarch Aspirant before it's given the opportunity to put a counter on something. Either way you spell it, this is bad news bears for Riku for sure. Doesn't get in there with Hopeful Initiate.
Yeah, that's going to hang back for the time being.
不是耶哥，你这样都不处理，那没有办法处理了呢。
Just mentioned there, Mutavault jumping up, getting in the way of one of these creatures, and then having to pay the 3 mana for the stomp, as the non-creature spells are 1 more.
Yeah, and that's the problem is there's just not a great stomp target except Thalia's Lieutenant, I guess. You have to block there, stomp the Lieutenant, but even that is not great. Not great at all.
Yeah, that feels real bad.
But we do have the Cadillac coming down next turn, so that is going to produce a decent amount of blockers and could easily get Riku back in the game, but falling down to 10 life here. So still doing okay. This game is definitely not over yet, but what a start so far.
Excellent start indeed. Llanowar Elves top, not the thing you want to see at this point in the game, but like you mentioned, we can see good old cat car come on down, Essex Chariot, 2 blockers, but you know, at this point, like they're just gonna they're gonna be crude too.
Yeah.
然后下回全打要全位。
On blocking duty, but
oh yeah,
是要怎么打？
So you can't even cast as you with Thalia. So yeah, this is actually really bad. The one thing that Riku does have going for him right now is a popular way that all these aggressive mono white decks were getting through is Brave the Elements.
Oh yeah.
That is 0 copies in this list here. It is switched out for Ossification, which, you know, is going to have its benefits. It's going to have its disadvantages from time to time.
I mean, you don't need to sneak through any blockers if there aren't any.
Yeah, touche. Touche.
Yeah. Yeah, the Gruul deck definitely doesn't want to be on the back foot, but there's blockers in the way, there's some giants down, and the Llanowar Elf, which will jump in the way of the biggest thing, most likely.
Yep.
So let's see what Takumi Matsuura can do here if we're going to see this game wrapped up in a clean 2-0 from mono white humans.
Takumi with an incredible hand here too. Brutal Cathara is 1 play option, or you can just go Hopeful Initiate and Luminarch Aspirant. So those are the 2 decisions before we get to combat and we start deciding where we want to put dice with these Luminarch Aspirants. But just on surface value, Brutal Cathar on one of the Bone Crushers, and then no matter what, your Thalia is basically getting in there for free. First strike will not be able to, it won't be able to kill
太残忍了，不要再。
teaming up or anything, so you have that going for you. But the play you would like to make is add another Luminarch Aspirant and be able to put enough counters on something in such a way that there's not good blocks. So that's kind of the decision point.
唉，
Luminarch Aspirant number
灌成
2
5-5，
to add
然
to
后灌成
Rikukumagai's woes.
3-4。
So a nice thing here is if you put both counters on Thalia, then it is 6 power, and no matter what, there isn't a great block. With this, I believe you can double block Thalia with 2 Bone Crushers, and actually just trade Bone Crusher for Thalia here, so I don't love this.
还在不肯定的啊，肯定的啊，
I
今
think
天
I
就
would do
是
here. Thalia is just getting too large. First strike in an
就是
aggro
看
mirror
专业
ends
赛
up being
嘛，
quite
对，
the
我
problem.
们就是
And
8个
with
小
Riku
时，
at 10 life, you can just
可
double
能不
block
止8个
that
小时。
and go ahead and just take 7. Fall to 3 and then try to recover with Azeka's Chariot.
扛不住啊
Not a great plan, but definitely an option here for Riku.
这边要送一只给萨利亚吗？ 然后退掉一只。
If the level
is a chariot in hand, just maybe disappeared from the graphic on the side.
Unless we have been debated, let's find out.
Yeah, maybe it's just me dreaming of Cadillacs here. I guess. Yeah.
I get it. Cats are cute. Look, they're even ready and waiting in the token pile over there. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
So big things here for Rikukumagai. Wants to make sure that the most efficient use of his creatures and his life total is the case.
It's like thinking it out, kind of both. Yeah, maybe, no, doesn't look like there was an Azeka's Chariot.
We're imagining things.
I guess so, yeah.
It's an Outland Liberator in hand there, so forgive us, but we're going to top deck an Azeka's Chariot.
Exactly.
That's my prediction.
We just called it the whole time.
Yep. So there is Thalia taken care of. 1 Bone Crusher will die.
Yeah, and that could have been a little bit of a misstep here, because if you make that Thalia 6 power, and right as I say that, there's the Acrone War that would have taken a giant creature. So yeah, maybe a good call, diversifying the token.
这样子有救吗？
Acrone War just doesn't look great here, though. Like, it can just be blown up by one of the multiple hopeful initiates. You know, there's still Brutal Cathar here. I don't think there's a way out here for Riku.
Yeah, this would have been great if the hopeful initiates weren't a factor right now, but plenty of counters to choose from. It would take up the entire turn for Takumi Matsuura, but that's basically everything he needs. But
yeah.
Gonna go for it. That's the only thing that Rikukumagai can do at this point. Steal that Luminarch Aspirant, put the counter on.
No longer
这边如果把2个炸了，还回去，站街开始放2颗。
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see where we're going from here with Takumi Matsuura. 2 cards in hand. Brutal Cathar can remove something from the battlefield.
Yep, so now it's just the choice of activating Hopeful Initiate or Brutal Cathar. Mono White Aggro decks don't usually have a ton of decisions, but they're very impactful. You know, like just 1 token here or there can be the difference of, you know, winning a game and losing it. So instead, that goes away. Luminarch Aspirant comes back.
居然是把他的。
And now we figure out where we want to place these.
2 triggers on the 2 attackers, perhaps.
Yep. And something that is being considered here is if I attack with the training trigger on the stack, if the larger one goes away, then you do not get a counter on the smaller one.
Okay.
So, you know, if there was a 1-mana way to deal with an X5 creature here, then that Bone Crusher could get a free block. But Rending Volley being the only card, this was a pretty safe attack.
好难玩这游戏。
4 power apiece on those hopeful initiates.
每一拳都只能送，都只能送。
block the creature with the lowest power there. Otherwise, it's gonna die. So.
啊，这个场面要怎么解？
Really nice spread of tokens there, just forcing the
就问你这个场面要怎么解
？Riku any kind of advantageous block. Big draw step.
没有什么 big draw step 了啦，游戏结束了啦。
Yep, and Bone Crusher was a 5/4 thanks to the Luminarch Aspirant that was stolen. Yes. So yep.
Counter went on the friend, so trade there. And this is looking quite bad indeed for Rikukumagai fans. Yeah. But if you're a fan of mono white humans, you like to turn things sideways. I mean, that's typically a Gruul thing, but yeah, mono-white humans can just absolutely smash.
Exactly. It's not the type of deck that I usually like to play too much, but it is the type of deck that I lose to all the time. You know?
You're going to see the Outland Liberator hit the board. Can destroy an artifact or enchantment. Nothing of the sort on the other side of the field right now. And now we're going to see Verdant Cathar take care of that. And that will be the scoop from Rikukuma, guys. So Takumi Matsuura picking up a pretty clean victory there for mono-white humans.
That was a really clean victory. You know, some solid draws from our mono-white hero there. But, you know,
正边这只有2张打4点，要打人类实在是太痛苦了。
Yeah, very much. In both games, mono-white just had the perfect start.
Yeah.
You know, curving out, applying pressure, and just never giving up. Relentless.
Yeah, no mana problems, anything like that. I mean, that is the benefit you're going to get from these monocolored aggro decks. Things are pretty smooth. It's just, okay, do I not have
我们家的 Josh 战况如何？不会是梦幻开领3-5出局吧？
Pretty consistent.
Well, you know what else is pretty nice? More magic, and we're going to have plenty more of that after this break.
7点了。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour for Rexia. All will be one.
Love
Very dramatic because scary things happen and the bad guys have won. Spoiler alert, sorry. Hi, I'm Ailey. This is Corey. And we have plenty more magic here in the Pioneer portion of the Pro Tour, my friends. We're going to jump into David Inglis versus Alberto Machado Gomez. Abzan Greasefang versus Rakdos Midrange. Greasefang was kind of the big bad at one point. Everyone was like,
阿布战车打红黑。我们刚刚才看到红黑被天秀3回13点，嘣！
A 5-0 for both players. They're looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of the original Splinter Twin. I guess besides Splinter
正边是真的很难挡啊。
Come on, the original Splinter Twin is Splinter Twin. But yes, Greasefang bringing back Wave 2 is an incredibly powerful thing. And David has been making this look really good. You know, just beat Shota a little bit ago in the feature match. And you got to think he feels pretty good about this matchup, considering Rakdos is what a lot of people expected. David's list is awesome, too. Vessel of Nations, we're going to kind of remember from back in the days of trying to fill up Delirium in the graveyard for a, you know, a pesky little creature by the name of Emrakul to try to feed that. But now we're just trying to feed kind of the same thing to get Traverse online, and then Traverse can get Greasefang which just makes this deck a little bit more consistent, because that was the whole problem with this deck, was, you know, you're just hoping to top deck Greasefang, and if you don't get it, all of a sudden you're playing Rafine's Informant. You know, I mean, you're not playing the power level. Not every card is at that extreme power level. But if you can make this deck more consistent, then it's incredibly powerful.
I see a couple other additions in this deck. Scrapwork Mutt.
Yes.
That's a card I didn't think I'd see playing constructed, but hey, there it is. Good on you, little buddy.
It's mostly for artifact. It's an artifact creature, so giving that 2 types for Delirium as well is a pretty big deal.
还是应该要丢老鼠吧。
Chuck a big old boat or something into the graveyard.
哇，史大大摸起来了。
Kick things off here with a Thoughtseize.
轻轻松
So
松。
Alberto taking stock or making sure he knows exactly what's in hand, and you know what? One good Thoughtseize.
还有金针，掉到金针了，好爽。
So Thoughtseize being, you know, extra powerful. And, you know, so we're going to be seeing... I kind of love these games.
没有掉金针哦。
It does come down to top decking a little bit, but it's
为什么不掉金针啊
You're like, you drew that? Come on. Really? I just needed one turn without you drawing that card.
Yeah, it's always the, oh, next turn I would have got you.
Exactly. Like, next turn I would have had you if you didn't put those cards in your deck that you drew.
How dare you draw the cards in your deck?
Exactly, yep.
Grumbles in Magic. Oh, goodness me. But both players looking to pick up the victory here in game number 2 as we join David Inglis won a lengthy game
看过的只有毛车，应该是喊毛车吧。
Is what it took to get the job done with Abzan Greasefang.
That is large. So Pithing Needle coming in, definitely just to name one of the vehicles. That's really all I can think of. On Parhelion 2, I would guess. Maybe on Azeka's Chariot, since I believe the Chariot in David's hand was seen. But Pithing Needle is not a perfect answer by any means in this deck. And, you know, just whatever one you choose, maybe you just do the other. Play Azeka's Chariot or Sky Sovereign. The vehicles are definitely diverse in David's list.
还可以再跟。
Why isn't this called a vehicles deck, huh? Why not Abzan vehicles?
Yeah, you know what? Let's change it. Let's change it. Let's make the decision.
Rafine's Informant hits the battlefield, able to connive. Dump some stuff in the bin. There goes Esika's Chariot. Land for turn. Go.
Limited all-star Rafine's Informant.
Not even. It was fine. It's like, oh, I need a 2-drop.
哦，是不是 Goblink？
You'll do.
如果有 Goblink 的话，还能打。
Toxic 2 kind of this format, yeah.
哎，是 Goblink。
Go blank.
那还能打。
You had a graveyard. You no longer have a graveyard. Excellent indeed. And Chariot was indeed named with a Pithing Needle. So we're going to discard some stuff, and we're going to get rid of that entire graveyard.
Graveyard's gone. A couple of cards in the hand are gone, and we'll see what the
选择留老
last
鼠
card that is kept. Looks like we do still have a Greasefang in hand.
Might just be a 3/3 at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Beatdown's going.
闭着眼睛开始
Put some respect on that name. It's a 4/3.
大家平右手。
Excuse me.
我有琪琪，我多抽一张。
Okiba boss, please don't come after me.
Yep.
I am but a lowly Magic commentator.
冲啊
We're seeing attack in here. This is the kind of game plan that you obviously don't see or want to see if you're on the Abzan Greasefang side. But the one thing as far as the fair game plan goes is Azeka's Chariot. That card will kill, you know, most Pioneer decks on its own if you're in this kind of attritioned out battle that we're seeing here where, you know, both players are Thoughtseizing, both players are removing stuff. And there's one more Thoughtseize revealing the land, of course. The classic gotcha.
Oh, yeah. It's like, haha, you did 2 damage.
哇，好猛哦！
I bet you're happy with yourself.
And that's the problem with Rakdos sometimes. You know, you draw Thoughtseize late. It might be one of the best cards in Pioneer, and it's awesome to take something early, but when you draw it late, it's not the best.
地牌怎么不下一下？
Lovely. Lovely. Can't keep a good cat down as we are in top deck mode now for David Inglis. The kitty cats are able
Is that
to
what
be
you call?
created. Yep.
Is that what you call your vehicle back home?
Yeah,
the Cadillac. I know you have a lot of
you
cat
call
friends,
it the Cadillac.
right?
所以
I
应
call
该
it the kitty
真的
car.
是喊
Kitty
毛
car.
车。
Okay. Well, is that what you call your personal car at home?
No.
Okay. Okay.
That's Doomscar. But anyway, I digress. So 2 cats on the board. Esika's Chariot will not be able to be crewed, so it's just sitting there looking fancy. 16-6. So Alberto certainly lacking a couple life points there. Needs to find something else to add to this battlefield. Looks like another copy of Castle Lochwain.
Yep. We have the castle draw step at end step to be able to find something here. Something like a shield grid is definitely what Alberto is looking for.
Yeah, that would be great. But this is not a bad option either. Just able to pad the life total a little bit and a decent blocker as well. If it flips to nighttime, yeah, it's a 4/4. Which can chew on two things,
yeah, absolutely. And Shieldred could be a possibility, not even in the deck. You know, I mean, it's not great against the Parhelion 2 plan. You know, hard to cut that card because it is incredible, but...
Yeah. I feel like we should awoo every time it goes to night, but...
We've already got the Vermeerden thing. We can't have too many things, you know?
We should get Marshall and Paul to awoo.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure they'll be down for that, yeah.
Up to 9, so Alberto padding the life total quite nice there, courtesy of the flipped werewolf.
Yeah, Graveyard Trespasser, incredible card, especially when it flips. You really have to plan out a way to discard Parhelion and play Greasefang in the same turn when that card's on the battlefield. And the one thing that Abzan Greasefang doesn't really do too well is kill creatures. You just kind of try to bypass them. There's not too many creatures that you really care about.
Yeah, you just kind of want to fly over the top, but we haven't seen any over-the-top bops going right now. And then Vessel of Nascency, let's see.
That's Greasefang and Chariot flipped.
Chariot, okay.
And this could be lethal. Keeping the one that goes back to your hand, says David. Trigger's going to go on the stack.
Doesn't matter, so I get 2 cats. Yeah.
2 kitty cats, let's go.
By the body language of Alberto, I think this might be... Okay, maybe had the removal spell and didn't want to go for it. It wouldn't have been lethal, to be fair. It would have put Alberto down to... Well, yeah, it would have put him down to 1 and wouldn't have been able to use Castle Lockdwayne. So, yeah, kind of interested why we didn't want to try to crew it. Really just protecting it from removal. And, you know, probably the Pithing Needle that is right on the battlefield saying Chariot. Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you just get excited, but you didn't have the license for the cat car. So
there we go, yeah.
You gotta
the
wait
license was revoked by Pithing Needle, absolutely.
But still plenty of cats on the board for English. Things looking quite good indeed, and double spelling, flipping the Graveyard Glutton back to the Trespasser. So
yeah, look at that.
And that was all facilitated
by one Vessel of Nascency. Not only, incredible card in this deck, and a really smart addition. That just kind of, you know, there's those kind of additions that pros make when it comes to these pro tours that you're just like, oh, of course, why didn't I think of that? It's like, well, you know, I wasn't in a testing house for 2 weeks, you know, trying to figure these things out, but...
Yeah, that's why they get paid the big bucks, you know?
Absolutely. They went into the lab and they came out with a nice addition to an already good deck.
You love to see innovations in what seems like a solved archetype, so kudos to them for adding these, you know, pretty great cards to this list.
Absolutely. And now it's even better now, just having to bounce the Azeka's Chariot. Usually that's a drawback from Greasefang.
Oh, it's fine now.
It's perfect here. That's exactly what you want.
Boing, boing. More cats. Love to see it. So we're going to kick things off there with the Chariot.
Ran
One
out of
more
cats.
time. Ran out of cats, yeah.
Cats out of the bag, if you will.
There you go. Just reassign. There's the 3 cats, able to turn sideways and go scritch a couple of life points there from Alberto Machado Gomez.
Go combat.
Yeah, let's go to combat. That's my favorite phrase.
So going to combat, trying to just bring the other Azeka's Chariot back. That was kind of the disadvantage. Graveyard Trespasser. But you got to block.
Yeah.
Block
or die at this point.
Yep.
抽一张沙吧，求你了。
And that's going to be it.
GG.
Not finding a piece of removal or anything to keep him alive, and David Inglis advances.
干，真的是被自摸那个碟子，然后看直接一排开眼。
We saw the Pithing Needle that was naming the correct card. That was David's whole plan there. And it just didn't matter, you know, that deck just still produced enough cats where you're able to get across without having to ever crew the vehicles. So Yeah, that looked really impressive.
When in doubt, cats out. Just start throwing them at people.
There you go.
Yeah, that's how you win Magic games. Just get the cats in there, friends.
Okay.
So, Essica's Chariot proving to be an absolute powerhouse once again. We are going to jump into more Magic here. Jakub Toth versus Reed Duke. 2 excellent players here.
And a team fight.
Is it creative?
对局可以再能看一点吗？
This is a team fight. These two are on the same team, so we're gonna see. This is game 3, so we are gonna see this.
你们这些全都 Fireball 人拿一样的套牌出来，这边打镜像对局，你们不觉得无聊吗？
For creativity, because then you die. You know, so both teammates they switch. They have 4 Shark Typhoons, and what we just saw, the Kraken in, and it's a lot of draw go.
Yep.
And we're gonna see, you know, for any control fans out there, control mirror fans, we're gonna see that draw go game between 2 excellent players. I could not be more excited. I'm so in.
Well, like you mentioned, draw go is the name of the game at this point, as both players just getting
Draw go
established and making sure that
谢谢。
they have the answers to whoever blinks first.
Yes.
You know, you got to make sure you have the answers for it, and you got to make sure you keep up with the mana.
刚刚吧，刚刚右边是 Red Duke， 是有史内普吗？有点像吗？我觉得差蛮多的。
Rakdos against Rakdos. Like, then, of course, that's something you need to know, but this is a relatively unknown quantity as far as a deck goes. Both these players are really just going on intuition from their good magic ability to try to outplay the other. Both players are not an easy feat.
Not at all. We're going to get 2 spirits here, courtesy of Sokensan Crucible of Defiance. Unable to interact with the channel.
没错，泰勒斯前男友。
Magic card somewhere that isn't in these lists. So.
Yes.
不知道几个之前了啦。对 ，Reddick 是猫风云会蛮有名的玩家。
Transformative sideboard plan in other matchups with Gavin at the helm, but now we're just going to see a good old Fable the Mirror Breaker hits battlefield here.
Yep. And I think they basically know how each other are sideboarding. There's not much you can do because you have the creativities, you have the Zendegos, you have the World Spine Worm. They have to come out. You know, that's the whole plan B, and then you just bring in every card.
Yeah.
Except the Rending Volleys. That's pretty much, otherwise they're bringing in every card in their sideboard.
Fire Prophecy will take care of the little Treasure Goblin.
塞一张，抽一张。
Cards going back. I do see Indomitable Creativity in hand, though.
同时维持抽牌。
May well see a World Spine Worm yet.
哦，这背牌居然有历史挖掘。
Okay, forget everything I just said. I have no idea what's going on.
Listen here, we can't keep erasing people's memories.
Yeah.
We're gonna get caught out.
That's fair, that's fair.
Chapter 2, is there anything we're gonna see discarded here for the Duke?
Yeah, that would be the next level aspect, just to be like, yeah, we said we're taking out the combo, so I'm gonna leave it in.
更少。
The land discarded, plus a piece of removal. No creatures to be hit just yet on Jakub Toth's side.
这个内战真的打起来很像控制内战。
Impulse Ditch, there's land for turn. And like you mentioned, 10 turn
大家都不敢
clock.
做事。
Could get it done.
Absolutely. And Jakub Toth made the top 4 of the World Championship, our last premier event. With Mono Blue from the same team. That was really dominant. So impressive to see him back. We're going to be seeing him all year.
Oh, yeah. Plenty more magic out of this young man as we're going to see Impulse dig for some more answers. There's a Mutavault added to the board. So at least one way to slow down this clock.
等于4的鲨鱼。
2 nuggets as a big old shark might accelerate things here, Corey.
When I see 6 lands tapped and a shark put on the battlefield, I was like, did it happen?
You know, chat.
这个鲨鱼有点难搞啦。
Hi, I'm Chat.
有点强啊，鲨鱼。
I love seeing hardcast Shark Typhoon. Always fun.
然后打过去，
Yep.
对面也是 shark 嘛。
And now we do see the flipped Fable the Mirror Breaker Reflection of Kiki Jiki. That is able to copy these sharks if there's not an answer for it.
Yep, so Jakub has 1 turn to find an answer for the shark as well as the Fable, the flipped Kiki Jiki.
Yep, absolutely. And we saw that magic shark number.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Kraken. And now let's see if Reed has the immediate answer, aka multiple removal spells. You can't counter this.
永延城打6。
Pay it again.
Wow.
Now the big deal, yeah, there's really no one drops besides like Fiery Impulse, so Jakob's not really able to go Kraken plus removal from the bounce Shark is at a 4-4 right now, which is kind of the magic number in this mirror. We saw 6-6 Shark from Nassif up against Phoenix. That was kind of the magic number there with Lightning Axe being the removal spell. There's a lot of deal 3s in each of their decks. The only deal 4 is Rending Volley, and yeah, that's probably not coming. And
I wouldn't imagine so.
Yeah.
下有打8，然后如果异形地下也变身的话，好像挡不太住诶。
The heck do I survive? Shark attack.
Let's see, we got a dig
或者是不能跳螃蟹，然后要用焦点杀。焦点杀的话，你现在不解奇奇一样会死。
Like Reed will just either put in Hullbreaker Horrors or the combo.
Yeah, that's not something you want to do because it's like, okay, did you take out all your creatures? And we know the answer is very likely to be new.
Yeah, so I'm very curious what creativity. Yeah, okay, you get your own.
变身然后杀了。
That works.
Now this is basically
手上有没有对应的手段
？Targeting the creature, that is the Mutavolt animated.
But if you don't, here comes a Hullbreaker Horror, almost assuredly, and then it looked like Jakob only had 2 counter spells, so you're not able to proactively play something to bounce.
但是成功了。可是他背牌应该已经应该剩一只泥敏捷。
Critter, where are you, buddy? Hey, there we go.
Oh,
okay, now 2 mana up. Is he able to do anything with that?
Yeah, I saw Make disappear for sure. But I didn't see anything like a Fiery Impulse, which would be amazing. Be able to throw Reflection and bounce the Shark.
So, got some Sharks attacking in here. 10 is the life total of Toth.
I think as long as Reduke doesn't play any spells,
yeah, just don't do anything.
A shark.
这边最尴尬的是，
9 in the air plus 1 on the ground.
你不太敢去 copy 试试。
But if Reed decides to play anything, Jakob's just gonna make disappear. I don't care if you pay 2, bounce the Shark.
试试先打。
But there's risk to this. If Reed goes for that, Reed will probably know that the coast is clear when Reflection targets Shark and you get a copy. But you're still in a lot of trouble if you go for that and it doesn't work.
Yeah, of course we're working with almost perfect information. We know what Toth is up to and hoping for.
Yep.
直接扣鲨鱼。
Excellent player that he is, Hall of Famer at that.
有没有招会回应做？
For sure. Yep, there's a big spot.
没有招。
But yeah, you want to get as much wins as possible. And here looks like the play. Reed giving it a double check. I believe that Mutavault entered this turn, so that's not able to get in. I could be wrong on that, but
I mean, that's a lot of damage in the air there, Corey.
没有招就代表这会儿对4是没有解，至少要吃8，然后丢一张烧打10。死了，看这个变4鲨鱼没有回应，就是凉了。说实在的。 那个转下去，看到他没有反应，就GG 了。
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, it is, not necessarily a team sport. It's a team sport before you get into the event, and then everything starts over. Doesn't matter if you play a team.
无数死机做都没事了，瞬间死机那肯定是直接就2扣了。
Some hurt feelings, but Reed's going to be pretty happy about it still, I think.
For sure. We've got plenty more magic, my friends. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Maria.
休息一下。哦，我也是第一次开那么长时间直播。 吃个早餐啦，早餐吃什么好呢？ 就是倒了3-3。不要给我一个梦幻开局，然后3-5出局哦，我会气死哦。
Hey, what's up, everybody? There's a shot of Pro Tour Phyrexia and the field here on day number 1 as the players do battle in paper for the first time at a Pro Tour since 2019. Gearing up for round number 7 here in the building. We've got 4 players who remain undefeated at the field. Maria Bartholdi, we got Cedric Phillips and Monty Devodia. Full news desk this time around.
Back at the desk.
He's back, baby. One of those undefeated players, Cedric, you just talked to him, David Inglis, the captain of Team Handshake. Let's find out what he had to say after his big win last round.
Team Handshake.
I am here with David Inglis after another victory, his 6th. David, you are undefeated, which, I don't know, are you okay with that?
I'm feeling pretty good, you know. I went, let's see, 8-0 first day of the last set championship, so just trying to run it back.
Okay. I mean, look, imagine not losing. That's kind of going to be the best thing ever.
It's going pretty well. I'm feeling good momentum, keeping it going.
So let's talk about deck. I know that you obviously went 3-0 unlimited. Great stuff, but we are in the Pioneer portion of this tournament. You took at least what I consider to be a bit of a risk by playing Obs on Greenswing here this weekend.
对啊，他没有在教点做。但是其实教点做不一定会是最前面的，就是教点做也有可能是濒临淘汰的。对，所以我们是希望不要看到他啦。最好是这一轮就赢，然后明天继续打这样。还有2把嘛，这威严印很简单的。
It feels like most people are not prepared for what you're doing this weekend. A couple of months ago, the story is completely different, but it seems like you kind of nailed it. Like, no Izzet Phoenix, not a ton of spot removal, exactly where you want to be this weekend?
Yeah, that was definitely in our mind. We were looking at the results of the Pioneer Showcase on Magic Online leading into this. I was still happy with the Greasefang deck, even when Graveyard Hate was more popular. So this has just kind of been on easy mode, you know, after practicing for these last few months.
Well, easy mode indeed. David Inglis is 6-0, crushing with Obs on Greasefang, undefeated in draft, and looking to run back another 8-0 here this weekend.
他是阿布站开车，然后6杠0。
There's David Inglis, one of our 4 remaining undefeated players.
没有想到阿布站车现在
还能这么的 right now, gearing up for round 7. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out who else is sharing that undefeated spot with David Inglis. 好像都没有看到大绿啊。
前面都没有看到大绿。
Benton Madsen, the
Orange
player we saw earlier, Lord Delight, Michael Go,
Michelle,
Southeast Asian Regional Championship champion, but most importantly, Tristan Well-Leroux, David's teammate, and playing different decks, as David mentioned, the team couldn't really agree on a deck. It was very split up, but not stopping them from still dominating this tournament with 2 players in the 6-0 spot already.
Absolutely. We were waiting this weekend to see if Team Handshake could keep the momentum going, and sure enough, they absolutely are. 2 players left undefeated. Check out in spot 16. Shota Yasuoka sitting at 5-1. Well, Cedric, you've been on the floor all day, and you had a chance to talk to CFP about Izzet creativity on camera last round. What did you learn?
I got.
所以5杠1的应该就是切到这么多了。
Let's start with Team CFB and this Izzet creativity deck that we saw Reduke, Dakoptos, and a ton of other people playing, right? I talked to Martin Yuza on the floor. Martin, someone I love, known for
70翻车60一切都是学没有啊，这一次进 Day 2只要4杠4就会进 Day 2了。先进 Day 2再说。而且赛制不一样了，因为对，因为那个你以前 Day 2还会在那边切来切去的，有可能会摔车。 但是现在他 Day 2不让你切了，也不是说不让你切啦，就是赛制会让你没有办法切，因为你要先冲36分，对，你冲到36分就不管。
You're killing your opponent. So that's number one. But what we're seeing here this weekend through the Pioneer portion of this event is we're just seeing a lot of diversity, right? We knew kind of coming in, we had our best guesses, us behind the scenes, Rakdos mid-range, Mono Green Devotion.
对啊。但是赛制不一样了，我蛮喜欢这一次的专业赛赛制的，就是它变成要抢分数，它不会让你遇到队友就切合什么之类的。
Right, and some on Greasewing we didn't see coming. Some Lotus Field we did see coming, and that's kind of the story on the floor right now. Is
会很刺激。
safe choices. Wouldn't surprise you if those percentages got to 20. Wouldn't surprise you if maybe it got down to 10. But it's kind of where we thought things were going to be. But it's these unexpected decks that are kind of putting on a show right now. Selesnya Auras over there for you, Maria. I know you're thrilled about that. Those are the things that are starting to be kind of the star of the show. And with the interview I did with David English, I'm going to wrap it up here with Team Handshake. First of all, must be nice to be young.
Your knees don't hurt. You're good at Magic. Wow.
Have the endurance for all of this still. So, where their youth is so much fun. The thing that is interesting about them is because they're so young and because we just went through the online era of Magic, they were all like, we're kind of scared to play in a real life tournament. Tristan Leroux, who's playing Lotus Field, was like, I don't know all the mechanics and machinations of my deck. I am scared that I'm going to float the wrong mana, make some sort of mistake, whatever. But once they get over those butterflies, they know how to play the game. And as you see, they're both 6-0, and they're demonstrating their prowess of playing this game. So they're also just a lot of fun to watch, and they're all really, really good. Team Handshake is like really good. Obviously, world champion Nathan Stoyer and that team. English is the captain. He's 6-0. They're doing very, very well this weekend.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Cedric. You'll be getting stories from us from the floor.
I got so
all
many.
Weekend long. Excited to hear them. Well, before the tournament even started, I got the chance to talk to Autumn Burchett about her Mardu Sacrifice deck, a unique take on the Sacrifice archetype. Let's hear from her in the deck tech right now.
谁想不开这边混？
Hey everybody, I've got Mythic Champion Autumn Burchett here running a very interesting deck this weekend in March.
真的是有病哎！轮抽也要打5色啊，这个牺牲也要多打1色，硬要真的是跟人家比，就是要多人家1色。
Felt like it kind of dominated a handful of matchups and was just really solid outside of that. But I really wanted to tune and improve it, and it turned out adding white was the way to go.
Oh, it's so interesting, and we're going to talk more about those white cards in just a little bit.
Yeah.
But first things first.
所以他比人家多放了就黑白牺牲嘛。
What makes it work?
So, of course, the actual core of Sacrifice is you have Cauldron Familiar.
啊，为了这个，我觉得没有很好。
Ludicrous together, kind of make creature decks look embarrassing a lot of the time.
It's so true.
And then, in addition to that, we also have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is this might be the best deck in the format at using Fable. It synergizes with everything. Your treasure.
为了一些啥，然后去放这些很不稳定的。
You can sack the Goblin Shaman when you attack
的那个白色地，
blocking it with a bigger creature.
是没有很喜欢啦，说实在的。
reflection haste.
我觉得红黑牺牲就很好了，真的没有必要硬混白。
Mayhem Devil, and then you sacrifice Mayhem Devil in your end step, which then triggers both the Mayhem Devils.
啊，不过算了啦，秋天姐就这样嘛，对不对？他就是5色大师。
Like every single part of it is just pushed to its limit in this deck.
Yeah, and this sacrifice package too, we've seen it a lot online. Is it difficult to play with that many triggers in paper?
It is. There's a lot of triggers to keep track of, especially with Mayhem Devil. There's a lot of permanents to keep track of because you get your blood tokens, your food tokens, your treasure tokens, you get all these triggers on your sagas.
Right.
Like, there is a lot to keep track of, but I think it's worth it.
All right, well, let's talk about your interaction because, of course, this deck has some sweet ways to deal with stuff. Talk to me about your favorite interaction spells in this package.
So, extending the sacrifice package, we've got Claim the First One. Take your creature, sack it to attack you with it, maybe attack a Planeswalker if you're really lucky, sack it to Oven. Or we can sack it to Deadly Dispute.
Right.
We're really just playing Deadly Dispute as a way to make sure you can reliably have a sack outlet for Claim the First One. But
正边收是只有2张哦，我好不喜欢哦。这个套牌充满了各种不喜欢的机制。
Classics can't really go without them in a black deck.
Absolutely. Let's pivot now to talking about the reason that you put white into this deck. Why did you add white mana?
So, I was trying to iterate on Rakdos Sacrifice. For a little bit, we were trying out Jund. Oh, I was trying out Jund. I was like, for a time, the only person really
他连永德也试过，你就不能好好打红黑吗？怎样一定要再加一色？真的是。
You were still struggling to remove non-creature permanents from the board. You were still struggling with card advantage in the long game. We tried out Escape to the Wilds, and that card wasn't doing it for me. And someone suggested, well, we could play Showdown instead of Escape. I was like, huh. And someone else suggested earlier in testing that they were kind of interested in Rite of Oblivion, but just couldn't find a home for it. I was like, huh. And all these wires started to connect. And Rite of Oblivion, incredible card in the stack. You get treasure tokens, food tokens, blood tokens, all these things that don't really represent an entire card.
不过说真的，先驱我是没有很喜欢这样子啦，但是标准有最近有一些人在组马尔都 token， 就是这个东西。其实以标准的速度看起来还不错，就是马尔都 token 这样子。
You now have answers to.
And what about Showdown of the Skulls? This card is a house.
This card is a house. This card is fantastic. You just churn through your entire deck so fast when you have this playing alongside Fable and Deadly Dispute. You get to cast the card, dig for the pieces you need to assemble Cat, Oven, Devil. So like you're just reliably finding those cards together more often.
这个也好慢，
put some counters on your Goblin Shaman, so now it can just keep attacking, keep getting you those treasures, even through your opponent's blockers. And then you can even sacrifice this card to Rite of Oblivion. Like, it's just a spare permanent that's lying around for you to use up as you want.
没有那么多生物值得留着的，你知道吗？就黄金现在很多都是淘汰用，就是拿来吃，拿来干嘛的？大部分都拿来吃啊。
Yeah, the mana base is obviously with any free color deck, the real cost of stretching out like
真的不喜欢。
Initially, it gave us a bit of trouble, and we still found it was worth it. But we put in a lot of work on it. We actually went up to 24 lands from the 22 that Rakdos plays. But it turns out that's fine because Showdown really helps push you through that, and it just means you're hitting your colors nice and reliably thanks to having so many lands in the mana base.
Well, you've put in a lot of work on this deck, and it looks really, really awesome. Autumn Burchett, best of luck to you this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, it is time for round number 7 here in the building at Pro Tour Phyrexia, everybody. So let's find out who will be watching do battle in our feature match area for round number 7. Coming up here in Pioneer, teammates David Inglis versus Tristan Wild LaRue.
哈布单车打莲花田，是不是有点好打啊？我觉得这阿布单车莲花田有点慢。
Two different ways. Tristan Wild LaRue, a teammate as well, of course. They bought out a big house here they rented it for testing and had a lot of meetings. A lot of people on this team as well, so they said there's a lot of opinions in the building for what they should play this weekend. Let's talk about these two deck choices and how they shape up against each other. Mani.
Yeah, I believe David Inglis said that there's 4 people on the team of 16 on this Abzan Greasefang deck, 5 people on the Lotus Field combo deck, so it very split between the two. Talking about this Greasefang deck, it's very much built to try to capitalize and combo as consistently and quickly as possible. You see those copies of Vessel of Nascency as a way to play it on turn 1, sacrifice it on turn 2. Hopefully you're putting a vehicle in the graveyard, finding Greasefang, and getting that combo online for turn 3. Other cards like the Witherbloom Command, the Rafine's Informants, they're all trying to set you up for that turn 3 combo. But one of the big pieces of this deck, 4 copies of Thoughtseize. Having access to those means that you can both make sure the way is clear for your combo, but also more importantly, disrupt your opponent. And that's going to be huge considering his opponent is also playing a combo deck in the form of Tristan Wild LaRue. This Lotus Field combo deck is one that I said I would play coming into this weekend. It's one of the sweeter decks in the field and the ones that we heard the players playing were the most confident having brought it to the tournament. We've seen the power of this deck, just getting a Lotus Field onto the battlefield, copying it with a Thespian Stage, and then creating immense amounts of mana using cards like Hidden Strings, as well as Pour Over the Pages while churning through your deck. And once you're able to resolve that Emergent Ultimatum and present your opponent with a seemingly impossible package of Omniscience plus Tutors, find more card draw, more untapping, more mana, and hit them with your combo finish of Approach of the Second Sun, or any of your other sideboard options. It's just an incredibly powerful deck that has a ton of options available to it.
All right, combo v combo. It's time for Monty and the Machine. Monty, how are you doing, buddy?
Me and the Machine are struggling. In Vegas, I was doing totally fine on my own, but ever since the Machine came into the mix, it just feels like we can't get it right, Maria. We're trying everything.
You have no wins today?
0 wins.
You're 0.
Ooh,
Cedric,
0
what do you make of this?
Well, given that I'm just out here at the booth for the first time hearing this.
Yeah.
What?
We're trying, Cedric.
Are we? I mean, we upgraded the Machine for you.
Yeah.
It's a little older in Vegas. They got you a new model, and the struggle is real, apparently.
It's been a rough day.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'm expecting a bit of a bounce back. Do I have to
carry
you? Do I got to hold you like last show?
That may have been the secret, Cedric.
Okay. All right.
So who's going to win?
Okay.
Let's hear the wrong answer.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. All right.
It's getting late in the day.
The Machine's not going to like this. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Me and the Machine had a chat.
Yeah.
We crunched some numbers. We think we're going to go with Thoughtseize. We're going to pick the Greasefang player.
Uh-huh.
I think Thoughtseize is going to do it. I have faith.
All right.
I have faith in Thoughtseize.
All right, so you're going with David Inglis.
Yeah.
All right, David Inglis is your pick for you and the Machine. We'll see if you can get on the board here, you two.
I'm sorry, David.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler.
He didn't. Yeah.
So sorry.
Got bad news for everybody rooting for David here.
Oh, boy. Let's find out if we've just cursed them or if they're going to be able to win. Marshall and Paul, it's yours.
Well, I'm Marshall. That's the Machine.
Yeah.
And we don't mess around in the booth here. I don't know about Monty and his Machine, but we're good to go here to cover 2 of our 6-0 players. There's only 4 players left in the field who are undefeated. We've got 2 of them sitting down in our main match right now. They happen to be teammates as well. We've got Tristan Wild LaRue and David Inglis facing off against each other, though 2 very different approaches to the game. Is this going to be 2 ships passing in the night, Paul? Is there? Are we going to see a lot of interaction?
There's a little bit. Monty did touch on it. Thoughtseize, right? That's an extremely important card if you're on David Inglis' side to try to slow down what Tristan's trying to do. But yes, for the most part, both decks are just going to try to combo off. I mean, if you look at what the Lotus Field deck is trying to do, it's got no interaction, right? It's just, I'm just trying to find my land as quickly as possible and try to combo you out. And if you're on David's side, it's like, look, I'm also trying to combo you out as quickly as possible. So if David is, play draw obviously huge, but also if David's able to just go Greasefang on turn 3, get that Parhelion into play. This Lotus Field combo deck, typically, with a decent draw, will be looking to go off around turn 4.
What do you think about play draw here? Super important? It's always important.
Of course, it's always important,
right,
but especially when you're playing kind of a combo matchup with very little disruption, it's even more important.
All right, Traverse the Ulvenwald is going to kick off David Inglis' opener here. And the nice one here for Tristan as well, you can see both players playing nice and quickly here as well. Arboreal Grazer is going to hit the battlefield. That's going to put a Temple of Mystery down in addition to a Boseiju, and that's going to be a Scry as well.
Yeah, ideal start. If you're Tristan here, now you have the chance of casting Sylvan Scrying or Impulse to find that Lotus Field and play it on turn 2 if he doesn't have one in hand.
All right, turn 2 now for Inglis. White bordered swamp go.
And if you're
play it all, huh?
And well, he's got Grizzly Salvage, so he can just play that at instant speed. He's already got a Greasefang in hand. He just wants to find a vehicle, namely the 8-mana one, Parhelion II. Put that into the graveyard and attack in for 14 next turn. If you're on Tristan's side, no Lotus Field, and no way to actually search for it yet. So, going to be digging here.
Yeah, he's going to start off by cycling Vizier of Tumbling Sands. And all he does is hit another land drop.
没有错，然后像这样把把这自摸那个，谁受得了？把把都在自摸莲花田，谁受得了
？Turbo his game plan.
Two. Okay, that's at least a chariot.
Wow, and another
boat's not as good.
Right.
好懒啊！
And he also completely whiffed, could not find a creature or a land to get with the Grizzly salvage. Mill 5, but hey, that's what the
天哪！我第一次看到上去就有摔车的，太难了吧
！You see that grease fang?
上去那都已经摔车，天！
And he's got the land drop to hit here as well. So do you just go chariot, start rocking and rolling?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that
build out a nice big board.
Just get that grease fang in play. It's a little bit slow, right? If David chooses to go for that, maybe it's a 3-turn clock, so that might give Tristan some time. Now, David, however, does have kind of a newer addition to the Abzan Greasefang deck, playing a couple of copies of Scrappy Work Mutt to have additional ways to put those expensive vehicles into the graveyard.
Yeah, Scrapwork Mutt getting the call up to the big time. It was one of the best commons in its limited format, and we even see it in playing Pioneer here as well.
And probably a reason why you're seeing 4 copies of Mana Confluence being played as well, because that also allows you to unearth the card if it gets into the graveyard.
But here we go, Greasefang on the battlefield. That's going to put the Asika's Chariot in, create 2 cats, get it rocking and rolling, create another couple of cats, or another cat, I should say. And Tristan's trying to decide if it's going to get much better than soaking up 4 damage for this Grazer.
Well, yeah, there's nothing else it can block on the ground. So I imagine you just want to put it in front of the Asika's Chariot
If you see that Sky Sovereign come in, it'll just squash it anyway. So might as well get it while the getting's good. He's going to soak up 4 damage. The Asika's Chariot just goes back to hand here. But, you know, he can have a huge board right quick. And let's not forget that Greasefang itself has 4 power, so there's a lot going on. That was Sylvan Scrying that we saw last turn, by the way.
And Sylvan Scrying, I mean, but doesn't have another copy of Lotus Field here. He's going to run out this Lotus Field, sack 2 lands, does have a Leer, perhaps can somehow find a way to generate enough mana to play a Leer, Sylvan Scrying 4 Thespian stage, but still not able to exactly go off next turn.
If you look at Tristan, by the way, upper left part of your screen, you look that he's looking away. This is something that you do while you're shuffling to make sure that it's very clear that you can't see the bottom part of the deck, and that this is good etiquette for live play.
Get that good practice in shuffling without looking at your deck.
Boy, he's really giving that thing a nice.
I'm thinking of a card.
Well, so you know, and just to be clear, he's doing what we call riffle shuffles, and these are. Usually if you do 7 of them, you're good. This is way too many. Like, he does not need to do, like, this is, I think he's just spacing out at this point. And Tristan?
Probably just thinking about some of the cards here.
Buddy?
But while we're seeing Tristan shuffle, can start thinking about what David could be looking to do here. And it looks like he's starting things off by casting this Witherbloom command and just hoping to hit a Parhelion. Because I believe if he hits a Parhelion, is that lethal? Because you get in for 13 plus the 6 cats, and Tristan is at 18. So, and you can also, yeah, right, because you can drain here too.
Sorry, David's at 16. Thanks to that Mana Confluence. He did just fire off the Witherbloom command.
2. All right.
All right. Well, there's a bunch of Chariots. At least he got a land this time.
Yeah. So Tristan does have another turn here, but he only has this 1 turn.
Yeah, even the medium draw here from David Inglis has been enough to apply a ton of pressure. Oh, and there's a Thoughtseize. Can he take away anything unique?
The Leer.
The Leer he can take?
Right. So it's just kind of
and
doing some math.
2 hidden strings?
Yeah, so every hidden strings without a Thespian stage or 2 copies of Lotus Field on the battlefield will net you 2 mana. Right? You have 2 lands in play, you can untap both of them. So next turn, because he's got the island, he'll have 5 mana with the 2 hidden strings, while have access to 9 mana, right? So
what to spend it on?
Exactly. Well, the top of the deck.
Right.
Of course, lots of great options there. Emergent Ultimatum off the top would, of course, be fantastic. But I don't think David will be able to prevent that from happening because even if you take a Hidden Strings, we're looking at 7 mana, right? So the question is, can he cast a Hidden Strings in such a way with the Lotus Field where he'll exactly have blue, blue, green, 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 black, black?
Right.
And if he does, then taking the Hidden Strings may not be that important.
Now, what about the Leer? Can he allow him to have the Leer? He'll tap out for it. He won't be able to do anything from the yard.
Right. So if you take the Hidden Strings and you have the Leer, you'll have 5 mana. Then you play the Hidden Strings, you'll have 7 mana. Then you can play Leer. You'll have 2 mana left. Then you can chain a couple of the Hidden Strings.
Okay.
And then that'll get you to 6 mana.
Okay. And then you can do Sylvan Scrying or something.
Then you can do some Sylvan Scrying, but that's not necessarily a win.
Okay, well, it looks like the door's going to be open. Thoughtseus is going to take Hidden Strings here. David says, do your worst. But of course, as always seems to be the case with Tristan, it's going to come down to the top of his deck. Like we saw this the last time that you and I were in the booth. And, well, let's just say it was kind to him. He actually flipped it on the table for us, which I thought was pretty cool. And it was Pour Over the Pages, which he turned into another Pour Over the Pages and then into a victory.
Yeah, this is going to be an attack for 14 damage.
10, 14. You go to 4. So it's now or never here for Tristan.
Exactly. Here we go. Just flip it over, right? He knows the hand.
Yeah.
What do you have?
It looks like David's tapped out anyway, so let's see what it is. It's Odawara. That is not going to be enough, and that is going to be game number 1 going to David Inglis at 6-0. He's just a game away from being undefeated. And by the way, he has made the effortless transition. He's been doing this on the at the arena level events that we've been doing for the last 3 years.
Yeah, and David Inglis has been playing the game for quite some time. Of course, he's had a lot of success once we moved into the Arena Set Championship, but playing on tabletop, it's not something new to him.
No, and it's just, you know, it's one of those things where he kind of put all the pieces together finally, and he got on a testing team, and, you know, now they follow him.
Right.
I mean, he's the leader of that team, and he's considered one of the best players in the world right now.
And, I mean, is it really a surprise that we're seeing these 2 players at 6-0?
Not
at this
really.
Point, just no, right?
We've been covering these guys for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Like every top 8, every down the stretch.
And the question kind of coming into this event was, who's going to kind of come out on top? Who's going to have success? Will it be the players, the old guard that's been kind of playing this game for a long time, knows all the maybe little tips and tricks you can pick up while you play tabletop Magic? But no, I mean, it's still Team Handshake here dominating this tournament.
Yeah, I think the old guard might have thought, we're going to show these kids a thing or two. And it's like, no, not these ones.
Yeah. Of course, still a lot of Magic to play, but I mean...
Yeah, but come on, 2 6-0 players. Like, that's ridiculous. Tristan's super impressive career as well. I don't know if you caught it at home while you guys were watching, but when we did our head-to-head graphic, you know, David's been playing since 2002. But Tristan's been playing since 2020. Like, he's a pandemic player.
A little over 2 years.
That's incredible to me. And his level didn't just get high now.
Right.
It's been that way. He's a very talented player, able to pick it up. And, you know, now he's in with the right crew as well, you know, so he gets access to some of the great young minds of our game, as well as all the benefits of being on a team like that. And he has just ridden that to really an absolutely epic start to a Magic career.
All right.
Not a ton of action to start things off here. You see the Rafine's Informant got rid of Sky Sovereign. Start to set things up there with the Lotus Field there for Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan knows that he's got a little bit of time this time around, because it is a Sky Sovereign, right, and not a Parhelion in the graveyard. So did have a Lotus Field there, but wants to save that Thespian state. Does not want to sacrifice that and play the Lotus Field that turn. But
still attack for 9, not too bad.
Still an attack for 9.
And by the way, David just always has Greasefang? Like,
I mean, he's playing a Greasefang deck.
Like, when we talk about it, we're like, well, let's see if he can get the big vehicle in the yard, because, well, he's obviously just turned 3 Greasefang in every time, which he has.
A lot easier to be 6-0 if you can find that Grease Fang on turn 3.
Absolutely. But as you mentioned, you know, that was a nice hit down to 11. He does have 7 power left on the battlefield, but that does no means does that end the game. And, you know, when you talk about control players like what, or excuse me, combo players like what Tristan Wild LaRue's playing here, you think in terms of just turns, right? Yeah. You're like, okay, I took a big hit, I'm down to 11, but I'm realistically not dying next turn unless he gets, you know, Parhelion in the yard, which he would have done already if he could have. So I likely have another turn after that. But then I'm dead. Like, then I'm just absolutely dead.
Yeah.
So
even in this instance, right, you got to be thinking, okay, how can I lose this game? David currently has 7 power in the battlefield. What if he puts Nisika's Chariot into graveyard? What does that mean, right? Because if he does, that is an attack for 11, right? That is lethal. You can attack with the Grease Fang, the 3/2, and then the Chariot. So Tristan does have to be mindful of that, and he, you know, has to look in and see if there's maybe a way he can play this game where he can survive that potential thing from happening.
David's left-handed. I didn't know that.
It adds to your magical abilities. For I am also left-handed.
I know
so
you are, yeah.
I think you were setting me up for that one.
I was.
Okay.
David looks a little stressed about it, but boy, smooth sailing thus far. Okay, here's a scry off of Temple of Mystery. This is a very important turn for Tristan. Yes, he could lose next turn, but I think he's going to have to be forced to assume that that's not the case and then just try to set up for the turn after.
Does he have a Grazer in hand or anything?
No.
Okay.
Wow, we passed the turn?
All right. So what is David Inglis looking for? He's got the Sky Sovereign, doesn't have a way to put it into the yard. Also found a Parhelion, but again, no Mutt,
boy,
no Liliana,
discard outlet here
no
would be
discard outlet,
but he doesn't have it.
So that gives Tristan an additional turn.
That's what he needs at the minimum. And there it is, an attack for 7, and Tristan says, oh, thank goodness.
He's like, I'm not dead. All right, let's go.
I'll take it. He's going to drop down to 4, though. And certainly will be dead the next turn, barring anything else.
Yeah, and Tristan going to be looking to dig here with that impulse. Next turn can go Lotus Field. Float some mana. Also has Thespian Stage to copy the Lotus Field.
And it's just going to be land go here. I think David Inglis recognizes that he's likely to win here. I guess one annoying card could be an Arboreal Grazer at this point because it would actually prevent lethal, but...
Oh, and Hidden Strings is fantastic. Probably going to take that card. That's even with just the Lotus Field in play, that nets you 2 mana.
There it is. It goes right into the hand here for Tristan. And remember, that's on the end step of David, so he's got a lot of mana to work with now.
Yeah, so now you can float at least 2 mana there. Tristan's going to play the Lotus Field this turn. He is facing a lethal attack, so you're going to see Tristan go for the combo.
And we're also going to see Tristan track some colored mana here. Looks like he's going to kick things off with a green and a blue floated from his 2 lands, and now we're going to see Lotus Field hit. Those lands will hit the bin. Strings it up.
Mana, then strings, untap the Lotus Field and the Temple. 1 mana floating. Can now copy the Lotus Field, and we'll still have 3 mana available with the Lotus Field in play. Can cast Hidden Strings, untap both Lotus Fields, and then Tristan will have 7 mana that he's working with.
Now, can he put together the requisite mana for the Emergent Ultimatum?
I mean, he has to be able to. He's also got that Pour Over the Pages.
Okay,
right?
Then yeah, that makes it easy, doesn't it?
And even a Balagate Recovery, by the way, that's an extra mana, right? Because it costs 3 mana to get back a Hidden Strings. You cast Hidden Strings, that's 5 total, and you can still untap 2 lands.
And so you've netted yourself 1. Okay, there's Pour Over the Pages. That's kind of easy mode. And it looks like he's going to go for some black mana here. Can just make blue there with the...
This is the trickiest part, at least when I was messing around with this deck, was just, all right, what do I need to be floating here? I have all the pieces here, but it's really important that you tap in a way that you can actually cast that ultimatum out of your hand.
That's
so
right.
That's the tricky part. At least it was for me. I'm sure Tristan has all of this mapped out at this point.
All right, there's the second Lotus Field getting copied, and there are the hidden strings coming in as well. He has no mana floating now, but so double Lotus Field untapped.
Yeah, so right now he can't cast the ultimatum, right? Because you won't be able to have everything that you need. But of course, with Poor, with the Ballygator Recovery, should have the mana to cast it.
Right, so he must have done 3 blue, 3 black, and then used 5 of it.
Now you can just cast it. You can tap 1 for 3 green and tap 1 for 2 blue.
And that is plenty enough for Urgent Ultimatum.
And now you will have a blue mana floating.
Just in time here for Tristan, facing down lethal damage.
And is it going to be Omniscience Behold? Ooh, a Zakama too out of the sideboard. We're going with Lear here instead.
Lear, another Poor.
Okay.
And a Dark Petition. So post-board, things get a little more dicey / interesting.
Right. And David going, okay, well, you didn't get Omniscience, and you chose to go with this, so I'm probably just going to go ahead and take the Lear out. But, of course, you can also Dark Petition for Lear, cast Pour of the Pages, and then play the Lear with multiple hidden strings in graveyard, right? Look, he just, I think, went and got the Lear off the petition here.
He did. He knew exactly where it was.
Right. Cast Pour will give you access to 10 mana. Play Lear, go to 5, and then all of a sudden you can just play everything out of your graveyard.
Uh-oh, did we lose Tristan again? Oh, he's back, okay.
Oh, to the shuffling it around?
Yeah. Gets to untap those Lotus Fields.
I'm gonna lie to you, Michael, that's what I would do.
David helping.
I'm sure they've played countless matches against each other, preparing for this event.
Not sure when I'm supposed to reveal it, so I just always do. Every opportunity. Never anything to say it.
And there's the Lear finally hitting the battlefield, and that will unlock that graveyard for Tristan.
Can just go ahead and cast Pour. Tap some lands, discard a card, play more things.
And this has the sort of traditional Storm feel whenever you resolve, you know, one of the spells that lets you cast stuff from your yard, like Lear in this case.
Or Past in Flames.
Right, Past in Flames, Yawgmoth's Will, right, and now you get to go and just go through all of it over again. And the fact is that basically every time Tristan casts one of those type of spells, it nets him mana.
Yeah.
So he gets to just play all of them.
Yeah, every hidden strings is just +4 mana here. So we're looking at 6, 10, 14, Pour 15.
And there we go. He's going to explain what he's about to do. And David Inglis says, I've seen enough. I was so close, just one turn away. But we're going to get a game 3 to decide who will remain undefeated this round. These players are 6-0. Which is extra impressive when you remember that 3 of those rounds were booster draft. This isn't all constructed where it's like, hey, they just nailed it with the metagame or they're playing really well with their constructed deck. They also both 3-0'd their drafts.
Turbo Magic, boom, turn 1, Thoughtseize.
Well, that's exactly what David wants to have access to. Now the question is, what the heck does he take?
Nice hand here from Tristan. Doesn't have the Lotus Field, but has several ways to dig through his deck with the Impulse and the Shimmer. But so just debating what to take here.
He's going to take the Grazer. This does really kind of slow down things for Tristan.
Right.
Also, it's clearly a bomb. Now, you can't let your opponent have an 0-3 reach.
Yeah, I mean, it's Arboreal Grazer has done a lot of work to unlock a lot of these kind of unfair decks, if you will.
And this is going to slow things down here as Tristan's writing down the contents of his hand. This is so that he can remember what it is that David knows.
Yeah. And looking at David's hand, it's a little bit delayed, but he does kind of have all the pieces that he needs. He can go turn 3 Liliana, discard Parhelion, follow that up with Greasefang, and get in. So again, kind of slow, But Tristan doesn't have all the pieces just yet, so might still be fast enough. Especially with the duress off the top.
Boy, that's some nice disruption. Get some tap land, some hand disruption, and then just boom, Parhelion you. Here's the duress. So let's get an update.
A lot of redundancy here in Tristan's hands, so not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, double impulse and a shimmer are all similar.
They're all
cards.
the same cards, so he's just going to take one of them. They're all
and he can't take the others. So there you go. You got to take the sweet foil impulse for sure. Okay, conceal courtyard go now from David. So again, a plotting start for him, but it included 2 hand disruption spells to hopefully, from his perspective, knock Tristan off balance.
Yeah, and I wonder if Tristan just goes ahead and just jams the Voyaging Satyr here to set up for a future turn. But that does leave you a little bit vulnerable to a turn 3 Liliana. But going for it anyways.
He is going to go for it. And this would be a beautiful setup for David.
Now, if I'm David, you just go Liliana, sacrifice, next turn, take it up, discard Parhelion.
Love it.
Play Greasefang.
This is just perfect here for David Inglis. And you could tell that Tristan knew it was coming too. He already had his hand on the Voyaging Satyr before Liliana even hit the battlefield. But the way that this sequence worked out for David is pretty devastating.
Yeah, Thoughtseize the rest, Liliana into the combo. That's basically everything you want.
That's going to be very difficult for Tristan to beat. You know, his deck can recover from hand disruption, but if you have a perfect balance of hand disruption and pressure, that's really difficult.
Look at this, just a hard cast Vizier of Tumbling Sands. Not a common thing. Tristan, however, not going to be happy here. David going to put Tristan on a 2-turn clock. Tristan has to try and combo off next turn.
He's going to have to try to combo off while getting comboed off on. Because you're about to see Parhelion 2 hit the battlefield.
I wonder if David has a Sky Sovereign? Is that what he's considering here? Because normally you would think you're just going to go for the Parhelion right away, right?
So yeah, but I see the potential ramp from the Vizier could be relevant.
Right. That's the only thing that would give him pause, right, if he had a Sky Sovereign.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Speaking of pause, there's a wrap.
All right.
And here comes Parhelion 2 back onto the battlefield. It's going to get crewed up by Greasefang.
13.
And you can see the stress here for Tristan Wilderoo as he puts his hand on his head because he knows this is exactly what I needed to not happen. The absolute perfect curve. Oh, and he's got the last
Thoughtseize the rest Liliana combo. How about that?
He's going to take away impulse.
Jeez.
That's going to limit how many cards Tristan gets to see.
Yeah, and Lotus Field doesn't even do anything here now.
Yeah.
Right? If that's the last card in your hand.
And it isn't, and that is going to be David Inglis picking up that undefeated mark, 7-0 so far to start the tournament. Clean 3-0 in the draft, and he's going to dispatch of his teammate here to improve to 7-0. Tristan Wilderoo still doing perfectly great here, though. He's going to fall to 6-1, but that's going to still be near the top of the standings. Just to give you a bigger picture view, there was only 4 players who were still undefeated. I mean, it goes pretty quickly here as the field gets narrowed down, and David's going to be one of 2 after this round who are still undefeated.
And I want to say congratulations to Mani. You are now on the board.
Oh, the machine, and no, we give the credit to the machine.
Oh, right, of course. Can't give it to Mani.
Because he threw the machine under the bus.
He did.
So we're going to take it back out and give it its props. The machine carries Mani to yet another victory. We're going to take a short break here, but when we come back, we've got more Magic. Benton Manson versus Michael Go. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chen. We are in Philadelphia. Take a look at City Hall there as we fly above the city. Been a bit of a wild ride today. I walked out of the hotel and it was dumping rain. Yesterday, 61 degrees. It was beautiful. So you never know what you're going to get here in Philadelphia. Welcome to the booth. That's Paul Chen. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thanks so much for coming along. We've got Pioneer for you here, and we've seen a lot of this Lotus Field stuff, you know, a lot of black-red so far. We're going to take a little bit of a detour here, where we've got Benton Madsen, who's sleeved up the Boggy Boys, Boggles, as we like to call it. He's calling it Selesnya Auras, but we're not calling it that. We're calling it Boggles. And across from him, a fan favorite deck, Blue-White Control. In the hands of Michael Landgo. All right, let's see how this thing goes. This is game number 2 as we come out, and Michael, with the blue-white control deck, was able to pick up game number 1, which is actually pretty impressive. You know, sweepers can be good against these type of decks, but you get ran over very, very, very quickly if you're fussing around with your blue-white cards.
Really impressive start here from Michael Martin-Go. He is your Southeast Asia regional champion, and he's running back the same deck that he used to qualify for this event. So, again, one of those things I touched on before, play something that you're really familiar with, and it's been paying off for him.
You can see SRAM already on the battlefield here for Benton.
Coast is clear. You can play all of the things this turn.
What could go wrong? There's the cartouche. He gets the warrior token off of that.
Now, Michael Martin-Go has a card in his deck that is really brutal in this matchup.
What does he have?
3 copies of Temporary Lockdown.
Oh, no way.
That card is a complete beating. I'm not exactly sure how he won game 1, but there's a really good chance that that was part of the equation.
Those are in the main, huh?
Those are in the main, and they're going to stay in the main.
That is rough for Benton. That is not a card that he would plan on facing very many copies of when he sleeved up Boggles, but an absolutely devastating answer. Also probably not very temporary at the end of the day.
Right. I don't know if Benton maybe has some ways to get it off the battlefield.
And if he does, what happens? Like, do all the auras just go away?
Creatures come back?
Yeah. Well, they all come back, but I don't think you can just, like, restack stuff, right? Like, you don't get to rebuild your beautiful Boggy Boy, do you? Land number 3 here for Michael as he passes the turn back. He's under fairly significant pressure and hasn't really done a whole lot.
Foretold card here from Michael Go.
That's what that random card sitting there with the dragon on it is? Okay.
Likely a Behold, but can also be something else. Let's take a look here. Starnheim Unleashed is also a card.
Okay.
This is a decent amount of pressure here, though, from Benton. And
he's got all that glitters here.
All that glitters gets in for a lot. But nothing here to protect the creatures that Benton's playing from a sweeper, right?
Yeah, I mean, Michael probably just needs to do one of the big things, and
他打小白应该没他还不错的，可能抽的不好吧。
Oh.
Cycle Shark Typhoon, maybe? Oh, you're correct. I apologize. Could also be an Otherworldly Journey.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Or, excuse me, March of Otherworldly Light.
Gonna have to settle for a shark to soak up.
You draw off a cycle? Yep.
Good communication between the players here is critical, especially at professional level tournaments. You are expected to say what you're doing, not just assume that your opponent knows everything.
Can I get the Oracle text of Temporary Lockdown?
And this is another thing that you're allowed to do.
Can you tell me what this card
I'll
that
tell
will
you, Benton,
savagely destroy me?
You're not going to like what it says. He wanted to get the Oracle text. Now, what he's actually doing is asking a judge. You can ask a judge in any time you want for the Oracle text, which means the up-to-date rules text on any card in the game.
Right.
And That way, the judge will provide that to you. They'll look it up on a device, and then they'll tell it to you. You have access to that information as a player, and there you go. You can see the judge's phone here has the rules text from that card so that Benton can figure out, well, is there anything I can do to play around it? Is there some niche case scenario that I'm unaware of, etc.?
Yeah, trying his best not to maybe overextend, right?
Right.
Given the existence of that card in Michael's deck.
And that's how it always is against decks that can sweep you, right? Is you have this balance of how far do I need to put onto the board so that I can lock you out of potentially another turn, but not have it be that if you have the sweeper, I just can never come back.
Yeah. So Michael's still playing it slow here. Doesn't play a removal spell. And will he have another sharp typhoon here for another chump block?
He does.
No way to interact here from Benton, so Michael gonna just take it here. Now representing a lethal attack next turn.
Finally.
Yeah. And is Michael able to find some way to get these creatures off the battlefield?
He's going to play Odonto Vanguard. Yeah, Odonto Vanguard's another type of card that you can lose to a card like Temporary Lockdown, but I think he's got a Boseiju in his hand. And he's trying to figure out, what do I get back, and when would be best to fire off that Boseiju in the case of a Temporary Lockdown? You know, there's two different templating for cards like that. Some of them, they enter the battlefield, and if you destroy them with a trigger, then just nothing happens. And some of them, you have to wait till it resolves and then destroy them and then to get your stuff back.
With more modern templating,
you can kind of just go for it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Usually it's until it leaves the battlefield.
Can't play around that one.
But how about Supreme Verdicts now from Michael? We're going to see that Odonto Vanguard get activated. That will give it indestructible. But it looks like the rest is going to go bye-bye. So no Temporary Lockdown needed here. And this just wipes away the board outside of that Vanguard. Now, that is going to be annoying for Michael, but he's going to breathe a sigh of relief because at 8, he's not under pressure of dying here necessarily.
There's a Sentinel's Eyes in the graveyard here, so this is going to be an attack for at least 4. And we'll be able to draw a card here from the SRAM as well.
This is really nice sequencing here from Benton as well. You saw him trigger SRAM while the Sentinel's Eyes was on the stack. He didn't put it on first and then draw the card. This is somebody who's played this deck quite a bit, it looks like.
Ooh, and a Skrelv in Benton's hand.
I love me a Skrelv.
Skrelv is
Defector Might?
Great in all formats.
I just like that of all the 1/1 mites, there's one with a name who was like, I've had enough. I'm out of here.
Standing out in the sea of mites.
Yeah. So currently 4 damage coming across, but he's not attacking just yet. He could up that number. I mean, okay, it is going to be 4. I mean, Michael is tapped out, and you can certainly, you know, all the glitters and stuff like that can get you up to there. There's 12.
So a lot of pressure here.
Yeah,
really hard to deal with.
Temporary Lockdown would be very nice here.
Supreme Verdict will not get it done.
No, in fact, he would just be dead.
And Benton does have Boseiju up with the 2 mana. Oh, but Michael has a Farewell. I'm not sure that he's got an untapped land. If he would have gone untapped land, he could have cast Farewell and just wiped the entire board.
Oh, and that would have been huge. Beautiful answer too, given that you've seen Benton keep up that 2 mana, and I'm sure that on some level Michael
has an Absorb in hand and is basically hoping that Benton runs out a spell.
He's still dead on board.
Even if he goes up to 7, he's still taking
7.
Exactly 7.
Right.
Yeah.
That's tough. Good old Skrelv dealing that last one.
Damage. All credit goes to Skrelv and not the indestructible creature that's in
right, that was the dodge the sweeper.
Okay, so this is Michael is at 4, and I don't think he has any way to no, he's got a march, but he can't cast it because there's an active Skrelv.
Yeah, Skrelv is doing great work here.
So the only way Michael can survive is by casting a march and then absorbing his own march, right?
Yeah.
So you can do that, You can also cycle and still have the mana. Tomino doesn't have the mana now to do everything.
Oh.
Okay, that is an Iganjo, but that's still not enough. I don't know if you wanted to cycle there because now you can still cast a March by exiling a white card.
Yes.
So perhaps exiling Dovin's Veto and then absorbing it. Go to 7, take 6, go to 1, play a land, and then cast Farewell.
Yeah, that's a line right there, my friend. It's almost like you've played blue-white before.
I may have dabbled in some blue-white.
In every format.
Blue-white cards.
Okay, so let's see what Michael comes up with here.
不行，你不能转3点做。
You have to recognize that the only way you survive here, you can't cast the removal spell with the active Squirrel.
死了。
You can only
因为他 cycle 那张所以死掉了嘛。
And it looks like Michael's actually just going to cast a Behold here, which I don't.
What is he hoping to draw?
I don't know if this is going to get it done anymore. Oh, and there's the lockdown, but of course Benton always has been keeping up the mana, but
also he would have bricked on the land just incidentally, but I don't know what he's hoping to find here. I guess we'll find out.
他没有 cycle 那一张就过关了。
That's probably what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Squirrel, yep.
他没有 cycle 那一张，今年就过关了。他不论是做那个白行进，然后自己吸收补到7，或者是先做那个跳大姐姐全关，他都会活下来。结果他做了唯一一个没有做了一个唯一一个不会活下来的 play。哎呀，好亏呀！对，不是很亏，好尴尬呀。
Not see a lot of cards there either, Paul. Boy, that could be one of those ones where you kind of mulligan into temporary lockdown and just hope that it's enough.
Yeah.
But there's our boy Skrelv on the battlefield, ready to.
他要卡传奇了吗
？Defect. Is he going to get in? That's the question. Cartouche. Solidarity. And I think he gave him the thumbs up there, so yep, that's going to resolve.
Getting in for 2, but
站着打吗
？Green mana available now for Benson.
哦，不是，他是先攻的。
So can't play anything else. Probably just looking to get in, or perhaps
站着打是那个依托的。
The protection ability from Squirrel, but that you're giving up some damage there.
Yeah, and it's just it's other creatures, so like that you're protecting the warrior.
从来没有想过这只会冲出去打人，笑死。
Well, I gotta say, Paul, that branch loft pathway there looks kind of not great on green.
Yeah.
With that hand. Okay, he's going to cycle sensor on end step. I mean, you got to figure that part of it's going to have to be a temporary lockdown, and he's going to have to kind of have it stick.
Yeah, I mean, Benton doesn't have a ton of damage coming in just yet.
Right.
And no, with no SRAM in play, if he's just running 1 mana auras, I mean, it's just you're paying 1 mana to deal 1 extra point of damage. It's not super impressive.
He did find I believe, a Razor Verge thicket there, so.
Yeah, that's an extraction nice. Specialist as well. Post Wrath.
How much do you think Benton changes his game plan? Let's say Michael is on 5, which it kind of looked like from what we saw. Does he turn up the heat, or does that give him wiggle room to kind of pick and choose his spots?
Yeah, it's tough because you still have to be mindful of those sweepers. So you have to think, okay, well, you need to put enough pressure on the battlefield so that you kind of force them to cast the sweeper. Because if you only have a Skrelv in play, Michael can just wait forever. Right. So you have to kind of find that the balance.
What is that Audacity? It looks like it got countered, whatever it is. Dovin's veto hit it. And another land go here, although that is kind of the game plan. The fact that he's not casting stuff on his turn isn't particularly surprising.
Yeah. 4 damage, only 4 damage coming in, so Michael does have some time here. What are we looking at? A couple of absorbs, along with, I believe, a Wandering Emperor there.
Wandering Emperor could do some work.
Sentinel's Eyes, quite strong on Skrelv,
Gives
right?
It vigilance.
You got the vigilance, so you can attack and also just give it that protection, and plays around the exile tap creature effect on the Wandering Emperor.
Really annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another Cartouche of Solidarity here. This one's going to hit the Warrior token, assuming that Michael says it's okay, which he does.
是很不想用巨文白打，是不是？
This Wandering Emperor's like, really?
Could make a token.
Like everything's got.
Can make a token.
我需要去一下厕所。
This is 5 damage coming in with a Skrelv activation available as well. And Michael very patient with those absorbs still.
He may regret that. He's down to 9. You know, it starts to get a little bit sketchy here if he just doesn't use his mana turn after turn. Now this one he can go for the Wandering Emperor, right. So that's all good.
Just going to start making some tokens here.
Yep. Make a Samurai.
Benton can kill the Wandering Emperor, can choose to attack, and then make it so that white creatures cannot block with the Skrelv activation, if he so chooses. It's kind of like a new look Mother of Runes, right? Not quite as strong, but it's a very high bar.
Yes.
Oh,
没有错啦，新的符劳姆。
Temporary lockdown.
哇，很会抽，很会抽。
That will not be temporary at all. We'll see if Benton has an answer.
And I mean, you know that as a top deck, right? Just because he made a token end of turn, right?
Yeah, he would have fired it. Oh,
what a draw there for Michael.
There for Michael.
被 top deck 啦。
And at this point, with the active Planeswalker, you just play everything, right? At this point, you can't play around anything. You just unload your hand. And with the lockdown, the specialist doesn't even get anything back.
3个
That is rough. Land number 5 now for Michael.
Michael with also...
Considering just cashing in the Wandering Emperor, it looks like.
Right, because you could make it so that the Extraction Specialist can not be blocked by white creatures and just kill the Wandering Emperor anyways.
So you may as well get something out of it.
Right.
升 token 吗？也可以啦，反正都挡不住。
Get in for 3 damage a turn, right? Put Michael on a 3-turn clock if he wants to just keep attacking.
Yeah, I mean, another interesting consideration with Wandering Emperor is, do I plus it so that you are encouraged to attack it and effectively gain me 3 life here?
That buys you a turn.
Right. Sitting at 9 and facing down a 3-powered threat that you aren't going to be able to block, at least with the token you have on the battlefield. This also forces the Skrelv issue, where you kind of make Benton start to use Skrelv proactively, and then maybe you can find an answer for it.
Right. Michael's 2 cards, now that he's somewhat stabilized, has to be feeling pretty solid here with those absorbs in hand.
没有辟邪仔都没有用。
He can be quite picky.
这种贴皮套牌打到还是果然还是很劣势。
The Wandering Emperor here.
打到带有扫场的，
You have a march.
还是太难了
Really
一
hard
点。
to kind of play around things at this point, especially with that active Planeswalker in play. Because if you make it so that you can attack with the Extraction Specialist and don't go for the Wandering Emperor, then you have to tap the Skrelv, and then all of a sudden, Michael can use the Wandering Emperor to get Skrelv off the battlefield.
Exactly.
Right? So maybe the play here is to just, in fact, use Skrelv, kill Wandering Emperor, and try to grind Michael out.
That does seem like the line, though. You can't blame Benton for not being super excited about it. There's a generous visitor.
Is this worthy of an absorb?
2 cards left for Benton. I don't know.
I know. It's
if you have 2 absorbs, I guess you are kind of looking for an excuse to get one out of your hand if it's like something remotely relevant. But
played it patiently, and now it's going to pay off because he's going to counter this one for sure.
All that glitters. Now that is absorbable.
Yep. And Generous Visitor, of course, triggers just whenever you cast an enchantment spell.
Right. So there's a trigger on the stack for that.
You got to just run one out here now, I think.
Yeah, Michael says, okay, enough of that.
Okay.
So there's absorb up to 12.
Buying you some extra time.
Yeah, there's the counter.
And then now we're going to probably kill the Wandering Emperor.
I am here with Benton Madsen, who...
粉白 ，Das 漂平黄。
He named white, and that means that the Samurai token
不打死漂平黄，你家虫子就要死掉啦！这没什么好想的，这边一定要打漂平黄。
This is going to be the Wandering Emperor taken out.
Okay, so I mean, no Planeswalker, just the 3/3 in play with the absorb. So
再有个什么奇怪的东西，大概游戏就结束了。
Oh,
对，这就是奇怪的东西。
Verdict to wipe the board once again.
All right,
Go has had the stuff he needed at the time that he needed it. This is a big turn here for Benton.
Oh, look at this. And
it's
hey,
Gigantha.
This doesn't happen that often, but look, you're playing against a control deck, every last resource, right?
没有想过回家5点正觉。
find an answer for this?
And it's land go. He's gone to the wellspring and go the distance here?
Well, I mean, there is a Hall of Storm Giants in play, right? So if you can find another land here, he can activate it, right?
Just block.
So we're going to see the Scry here.
想一下，
Or will Michael go for the
是不
absorb?
是要丢吸收？
Not
可是
changing
丢
the
吸
clock,
收还
right?
是2
I
turn。
think a Scry 2 might be a little more valuable here. Either make sure you find the land.
He's going to activate the Mantras here. You really need to have something next turn, and it at least needs to be an untapped land. Oh, how about a land and another?
And a lockdown doesn't quite get it done.
Right.
Because now you're dealing with Gigantha.
And that's a tap land too, so I think he may just have to bottom these. He also could just be dead, right? Like the Glade Cover Scout did resolve.
So this is 6 damage coming in.
Yeah, bottom. Does Michael find anything?
No Supreme Verdict. Untap land. Untap land would be pretty strong.
Fine. Oh, he's going to have to go down to 5 to do it, but that's fine.
Yeah, so now he has a blocker.
没错，
What
他
does
现在
Benton
有
find here? What about a Boseiju?
他有
That would be
可以
phenomenal.
打
Oh, that would be great. And it looks like it's a Temple Garden.
I don't think Benton can do anything if he didn't find
And he doesn't
a
have
way to pump,
anything
right?
in the yard of relevance, right? The eyes, Sentinel's eyes are underneath the lockdown.
And he passes, so now
你
Michael
让
gets
过了他
another
就是真补。
Scry here.
The full stable, it feels so good for
That is
Michael.
tough. What can he get?
There's a Shark Typhoon.
Shark Typhoons is a
有个
nice
台
one
风
too. I
Really
imagine
good.
he's going to
跟
keep
裁
that one
决
on
的样
top.
子吧。
What can he make a 5/5? So that could also
Yeah.
trade for Gigantha.
Yeah,
Also just will
you have
outclass
Shark
the
Typhoon
Scout.
up plus Absorb, right? Isn't that the last card in his hand?
I believe so, because he had 2 before, right? He only used the 1. And it's all that glitters now.
And for the
Benton.
folks watching Hardcast, terrible play here.
Yeah,
we are not.
Even I'm not going to advocate for that one. Hardcast Shark Typhoon. Okay, you're dead.
All right. But at least I got to do
So is all that glitters doing anything here? No, right?
It would give just +1/+1. You could put it on the Gigantha, and then that would... No, the Hall is a 7/7, so that wouldn't do anything.
So it just doesn't do enough here.
Boseiju is like is the draw. That would just be incredible.
I think Benton may just pass here.
Yeah, if he doesn't have an answer, or Skrelv would be a good draw too,
yeah,
right? That would set up the future. You just named blue.
Right, and now that he has all the glitters, you know, he may just want to hold it and wait and try to find, you know, SRAM or something like that.
Yeah, maybe chain some cards together.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Michael, if Benton passes, you have to be feeling great, right? You get to put an extra body on the battlefield, still have a counter up.
我这边抽那个那个释放招式的话会抽牌的。
I mean, if you're Mike, do you
搞不好有
do you
机
cycle
会
now?
就赢了。
Yeah.
You just go, all right, I'm
先
just
骗
gonna
掉
make
一
a
个
5/5.
康，然后
What's
加
the
一
worst
加
that
一
could happen?
冲
You can't die that
之类的
turn.
Okay, he's taking the damage.
这边他要 cycle 一个大的了。
Sick attack with the
1/1. Yeah, every point of damage.
What?
All right, there's the 5/5.
这样子法力就解放了。
I wonder if Michael is going to start maybe trying to get aggressive, but he's the one with the Castle Vantress in play, right?
Yeah.
You just kind of want to just take absolute control of this game with that absorb.
Totally.
Keep waiting, keep scrying, keep up the absorb.
Absolutely.
Right?
Find yourself a wandering emperor or something, and you can really start pulling ahead. Okay, this is interesting from Michael. I mean, you can see the temptation that knocks Benton down to 11, but he's opening up a door here.
He's tapping quick.
Yeah. Okay, he's got all the glitters. I mean, the problem is he's at 4, so this is the type of scenario. Go ahead.
Oh, man, that attack, I do not know about that one.
Oh, I got shivers.
That is tough. So now that's going to be, what, a 2/2 in play? Okay, so that's okay. Attack with... Is that last card a Boseiju?
Oh, it has to be. How is he just sending both of them in?
Michael has to activate. He doesn't have any other line here. He's
Oh, is he about to get got by a Boseiju?
No. Activate.
No, he gets the block. Oh, he did have Boseiju. He didn't use it.
拆了，全部贴过来，把你打
He
死。
can do it either way, and he can take out temporary lockdown. He'll get all of these auras back, and when they come back into the battlefield, you get to choose what to attach them to, as long as it's an appropriate permanent.
对啊，为什么要
And
打
that's gonna be it.
Yeah, and had he kept the
太
sharp
奇
back, he
怪
wouldn't
了
have died this turn.
Yep. Oh, that's rough.
That was really... I mean, you have it nearly locked up there.
Right. And I mean, there's no worse feeling than being a control player, being in a stable spot, and then looking down and seeing an absorb in your hand that, you know.
That is tough.
Wow, that Boseiju. Oh, it was so nasty from Benton Madsen.
GG.
And he's going to pick up the match. 2-1. Remember, these were other undefeated players as well, so they're both in great shape. He's still looking really good at 6-1 now, but he is definitely going to look back at that one and say,
算是失误吗？
Yeah,
我觉得上鱼台风没打就没事了，说真的。
What a clutch draw here, because Michael, on that mold of 5, nearly turned it around there.
Incredible. All right, well, that's going to do it for this round. We've got one more to bring you, but we're going to take a short break. When we come back from that, it'll be Maria at the news desk who set you up for the last round. Don't go anywhere.
真的没有想到会被偷到一局，天哪！铁皮应该在想说，哦，爽，大赢蓝白控。
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. I took the chopper out a couple of minutes ago, got the shot for you from Philadelphia, where we've got the first paper Pro Tour since 2019. I did a pretty good job here. That looks really, really sick. We've got one round left to play here in the building. There's a look at the players. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Davudi here. 2 players left undefeated. One of those players, Benton Madsen, playing a deck that looks oh so sweet. Celestia Auras talked to Cedric just a few minutes ago.
I am here with Benton Madsen, who expected to go 0-8 this weekend. Say that for me again.
I expected roughly 0-8, maybe like a 2-6. You know, if I draw really well. It was was not very experienced with my deck or in the draft format. I basically, when it came to draft, I picked a friend's brain last night over dinner, and just asked him like this card or that card. Like if you go black-white, are you trying to be just toxic, or is there like another way to draft it? Questions like that. And one of the things that was mentioned at the table was that blue-white artifacts felt meh, but really good if you had the cranial plating 05. And I second picked that in the draft, and largely on that advice, and it ended up panning out better than I could have hoped for.
Okay, so that means that you went 3-0 in the draft. Great. And now you're 4-0 constructed. We are so far away from 0-8. It is possible that you go 8-0. But let's talk about your constructed choice. Celestia Auras, not a lot of people playing this deck. Why are you playing this deck, and what were your expectations coming in?
So first of all, full credit to Michael Lech. I believe that's how you pronounce his last name. Yep. I basically took his top 4 from the RC in the United States, and I swapped 10 cards total, 4 Scarel over 4 Paradise Druid, 4 Razorverge Thicket over 4 Bushland, and I didn't know what Natural State was for. Turns out it was for Temporary Lockdown, which just nearly destroyed me, but I swapped those for 2 Hushbringers because Angels felt bad. I didn't test the deck much. All I knew was that in testing, it felt like it was crushing red, black, mono green, and blue, white, which were all matchups I wanted to win. Blue, white is tricky. If Temporary Lockdown's in the deck, it's very, very good against you, but usually they run Portable Hole instead. You really can't do both. So I felt like I was getting lucky when I drew it, but I was like, maybe that'll keep happening on the Pro Tour, and it did. Didn't expect it.
It kind of did, and I think all praise to Viseju, perhaps?
Viseju just put in a lot of work. In my last game, there were 4 cards under a Temporary Lockdown, which maybe makes it sound like I misplayed, and it probably did, but also try playing the deck. It's hard to avoid. Every card gets Temporary Lockdown. Like, they're all permanents, and they all cost 1 or 2 mana in the main board. Like, literally, Gigantha is your only main board, not Temporary Lockdown card. I managed to rip a Viseju off the top to beat my opponent who had mulliganed to 5. So, a lot of luck involved in that. Not gonna lie, I'm happy to be here. No idea how it happened.
Well, happy to be here is going to change to earning to be here, deserving to be here, because you are 7-0 and potentially going to be 8-0. Benton, good luck.
Thank you.
That's Benton, one of our undefeated players. Only 2 here left in our tournament of 218 heart hands for both Seiju. That was such a sweet, sweet play. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here and find out how he's doing so far in the tournament. Leading the tournament, of course, Benton Madsen with that Auras deck at 7-0. David Inglis, also undefeated at 7-0. Our 2 remaining unblemished players. Mani, what else do you see on our leaderboard?
Well, Maria, there's really 2 groups I want to focus on here. The first is our Hall of Famers, Reed Duke, Gab Nassif, teammates, both on that is a creativity deck, coming here at 6-1, as well as Shota Yasuoka on Rakdos Sacrifice, not the most, Rakdos midrange, excuse me, not the most Shota deck, but making good use of it here at 6-1. But the other pair that I want to focus on, Michael Go at 6-1, and Chai Hui Hang in 11th place from Singapore at 6-1. Now, these 2 players faced off in the finals of the Southeast Asian Regional Championship. Michael Go came out on top, Chai was the runner-up, and now both of them are 6-1 here in this tournament. So really making the most of that invite. And of course, Maria, one more name at 13th place, Nathan Stoyer.
Oh, yes, your world champion, doing well in this tournament.
Pretty good at Magic.
Yeah.
Turns out.
Turns out pretty good. Let's take a look at our feature match here for the last round of Swiss here today. Benton Madsen versus David Inglis. It's our 2 undefeated players, Celestia Auras, versus Abzan Greasebank. Here's a closer look at Benton. Started playing in 2012. Hey, me too, buddy. Qualified on Arena. Guess what? Who's playing Sealed on his phone? That's how he qualified. You've got to love it, absolutely. David Inglis, meanwhile, started back in 2002. Captain of Team Handshake. Went 14-1 in the streets of New Capenna Championship to qualify for this tournament. One of the two ways that he did. But let's talk about these decks here. Pretty cool decks. I'm fans of both of them, honestly, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. These decks definitely not what we expected to see at the top of the field coming into this weekend. We had an expectation of Rakdos mid-range, Mono Green Devotion, Gruul Vehicles. Weren't expecting to see Selesnya Auras up there. The deck, as you heard Benton say, did get a great new addition in the Aura of 1-drop that they're playing. Replaced maybe some of the less spicy this Auras deck compared to its modern counterpart in the Bogles deck. Lacking those 8 1-drop hexproof creatures, you only have the 4 Glade Cover Scouts. So having a way to protect that you don't have hexproof as you aura them up, a huge addition to the deck. The rest of the deck is, of course, that very explosive enchantment package that you see, Ethereal Armor being the headlining piece alongside all that glitters. This deck is extremely powerful, and we've seen sometimes your opponent just doesn't have an answer. You have the curve, and they just get run over. This deck has looked really good so far. On the other side, David Inglis, we heard Team Handshake couldn't agree on a deck that all of them would bring. They were very split up. Alongside some of the players playing this Abzan Greasebank deck, and same idea of just getting there, curving into it. We've seen.
不过还是要防一下母圣树。我现在才发现这一副阿布赞载具它没有母圣树哎。
This list is built to capitalize on that. We see the vessel trying to set it up so you're greasefanging on turn 3
好特别哦。
consistently if possible. Even playing cards like Scrapwork Mutt to make it more consistent, and of course that interaction. But these decks aren't really interacting with each other too much, so it is really going to be whoever is able to go faster in their own lane and curve out better.
All right, well, it's time for Monty and the Machine. You finally got on the board last round, Monty and Machine. Good job.
We did it. We're on the board.
Who are you picking this time?
All right, Maria, I don't know who you bribed to hack the machine, but no matter what I did, no matter what I tried to do, the machine would not let me pick anyone but Benton.
Really
so we are going with the Auras deck, I guess. I think you had a part to play in this. This is the problem with technology. It was out of my hands, but I have to go with it.
Yeah, I might have bribed you know, no problem. Benton is your choice. Find out if you get 2 wins on the day. Alien Tori are in the booth for the final round of play today here at Pro Tour. Take it away, you two.
Thank you so much, Maria. Yes,
没有，只要没有性命皮，其实是很难打回来的。
is going to be our undefeated player, the lone one standing at the top of the mountain, looking down upon all the peasants. Probably not that dramatic, but
7-1. God, so much better record at 8-0.
Oh man, I can't wait for this matchup. Benton Madsen rocking Auras, a very underrepresented deck at this tournament, and David Inglis with a Greasefang deck with a couple of innovations in the list itself. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out, and I want to know if you have any predictions.
Yeah, I keep kind of selling this Auras deck short and picking other decks, thinking that these other decks are just going to be faster. And well, Benton keeps proving me wrong. So you know what? I think I'm going to go with Benton here. The one thing I will say is in David's sideboard there is a really nice card, and that's Liliana the Veil. Have 4 copies of that one, and it's really the only way that you're able to interact with these hexproof creatures. So we'll see if that plays a role.
Yeah, just being able to sacrifice or cause a sacrifice there.
Yeah.
As we will see Generous Visitor, the cute little spirit, down on turn 1 here for Benton. So gonna look to suit that little guy up as best as possible, but this isn't one of the creatures that has hexproof.
And I don't see many cards there, Ailey. Not many cards. Looks like we did have a mulligan to 5 here. Yeah, so Benton saying, yeah, maybe I'm getting a little lucky. That's not necessarily true. Benton played that last round so nice. That was an all-timer. That was a really fun one.
Oh man, we love to see the underdog, as the case may be.
Yeah, it's almost like the David and Goliath story here. Benton's first Pro Tour. David Inglis been around for so long. It's fun to watch that.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see Cartouche for Solidarity strapped up onto the itty bitty critter, which is going to get quite large indeed. As a friend for. And just 1 card in hand here now. for Benton. Boseiju, who endures. Take a look at the outside of things. We have plenty of action in hand here for David Inglis, but he's going to have to get something on this battlefield shortly, otherwise he's going to have a tiny growing problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at 3-3, another 1-1, you know, it would be tough to imagine David can't fight with this unless Benton just starts top decking. Aura after Aura here kind of chains them together. And that was a land off the top, so it looks like it's Giganta time. So definitely big advantage here. To David, David's not amazing or anything. Vessel coming down. It looked like there was not even a land that produced white mana, so I don't even think Greasefang can be cast, but there's a Chariot if David was able to find a couple more lands.
Vessel of Nascency. I won't say a new edition. We didn't typically see this in the previous iterations of Greasefang, and like you mentioned, it's proving to, you know, earn its place in this archetype. So
yeah,
keen to see how it does for the rest of the weekend here for David Inglis. Both of these players at 7-0. We're gonna have our first undefeated player, and they're gonna be one step closer to those 12 wins. Locks up top 8 on Sunday.
No kidding. Just being able to 4-4 the next day to you know, to top 8 of Pro Tour. Now, granted, you are gonna have to 4-4 against people that are doing well in a tournament. You know, if you're playing not going to be playing an 8-0 first round, but you'll be playing against someone that's 7-1. And you know, Benton kind of clarified that, you know, expected to go 0-8, which is a little drastic there, but or 2-6 or something like that. So drafting against the best in the world, pod number 1, always pretty scary going into the second day.
Well, that's tomorrow's problem, and future Benton can worry about that.
这样的话，下回就是13点。
The nonsense going on the other side of the battlefield there. There is Parhelion 2, the Angel Pooper.
还可以穿越，然后拿筹码在13点。
For David Inglis, so that's a little scary.
Yep, but I don't think white mana, but I do see this pathway, and here is the duality of Traverse here. Yeah, maybe even if you don't have Delirium, we're probably just getting a Plains. If that is one of the basic lands in the deck. Actually doesn't look like it, so we do got to do a Delirium check. Enchantment, land, artifact, instant source, 5 types. So yeah, you can just go ahead and get Mana Confluence to produce white mana, and then bing. Bing bang, Parhelion 2 is active for next turn, and that's going to make this extremely tough.
哇，大魔力巨流，没有更好的白地了吗？
There is the Mana Confluence, and we saw the Greasefang. Green-White Boggle's not really doing anything against a bunch of Vigilant Angels. You know, that is a really tough thing for Benton to deal with.
可是这个魔力巨有关系，他只要能拿到一个+1/+1，
you know, able to deal some, you know, extreme damage here.
Yeah.
But no hits
哦，
right
来了
now.
来了，+1/+1，这就是我要的。
Things not looking super hot at the moment. David Inglis will be looking to resolve that Greasefang next turn. What can Benton do at this point?
Okay, there is the Eyes, which is, we can basically assume +2/+2 at this point, because you do get that counter from Generous Visitor. And that is pressuring for 3, 4, 5, 6 damage right now, putting David to 5. And we'll see. The Mana Confluence puts David to 4. So, I mean, yeah, this is just a crazy amount of damage already. This deck is so explosive.
So far, so good here. Both players keeping track.
只能说这个母生树真的顶。
And we're going to put Sentinel's Eyes on Little Soldier.
Okay. And the counter on it as well, so trying to diversify the threats.
Down to 5.
All right.
Alrighty, now, but Corey, we do have a Boseiju.
Yeah, we do have a Boseiju.
Boseiju does like to kill artifacts.
Wow, Boseiju is gonna come in clutch here.
Down to 4 goes David Inglis.
老鼠，
Here comes
晚热号，
Here comes
大仔，
and
欢
there
迎大
goes
仔
Parhelion
，yeah。
shot out the sky by a massive tree.
Benton is getting Boseiju framed and
没错啦
all over his
先后手，而且
because Boseiju has never looked better than in Benton Matt.
而且这边也抽得很好，这边抽到了补齐伤害的结界，
I mean, we fetch a base
真的是抽得很好。
some kind of land. And what can Benton like, I'm at 5, but I have this card, so
刚才那个表情超靠北。
It's pretty good, isn't it? And that's going to be it. The little Generous Visitor that could. you have a big old ship. No, I'm just gonna chuck a tree at it.
Yeah.
Essentially is what happened there, and that was a very quick game one going to Benton Madsen on auras, just rocking it.
This is impressive. This is really impressive, you know, and I just love this storyline once again. You know, the David and Goliath, the newcomer versus just the absolute Pro Tour mainstay is so fun to watch.
It's David and Benton. Who's Goliath? I'll also be here all weekend.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know what? I won't be. I'm gonna see you later. I'm gonna see if Paul can get back in this booth here. I guess I did. I set you up for that one, huh?
Oh, turn one thoughtseize.
There's a lot more cards this time around. That was another mulligan to 6, but you know what? This Celestia Auras deck seems like it mulligans quite well. You know, as long as you can have basically at least 2 creatures, because all the enchantments are replaceable and they all kind of do the same thing. If you get your only creature nabbed, then of course Thoughtseize is going to be extremely well, or is going to be extremely good. But yeah, here there's a lot of creatures. There is only 1 enchantment, so you know you kind of always try to Thoughtseize the unique card to kind of shut that off a little bit. But
3 creatures and an enchantment.
Yeah, that's the thing though. This deck is full of auras and stuff, so it's pretty tough to fully shut that off.
You know, you hate to see 3 creatures because as a Thoughtseize player, you're hoping like, okay, did you keep a not so great hand? But we do see the unique card getting chucked into the bin, so Audacity down.
That's a rest in peace off the top. That would have been David's 100% number 1 hit for sure.
果然是拦不住藏在牌库顶的。
Skrelv Defector Might's going to hit the board here.
So Witherbloom Command can deal with Rest in Peace, and it can actually deal with Skrelv as well. And Benton doesn't know about this, so David might really, even though Rest in Peace is the card to beat, David might really think like, okay, probably going to go for it, or at least hope that he goes for it, and Witherbloom Command could just point at both and deal with them. But then it becomes kind of the mind game. You know, maybe Benton's like, well, this is the best card. Why wouldn't you take it? And then maybe you play one of the other creatures, and then David's in a rough spot. So this is going to be that weird mind game of how these players want to play it, or if David just wants to take Rest in Peace now and say, yeah, whatever. You know, I don't want to put myself in a weird spot.
I mean, post-board, you know that you're going to be up against Rest in Pieces. So does the game plan change at all for David Inglis?
It doesn't change much. It just means you don't take out Witherbloom Command. You know, that is one of the worst cards in the deck. But, you know, you think about it against like mono green where you can kill an elf and the enchantment that ramps you. Excuse me, I'm forgetting the name on that one. Or you can deal with a creature and an enchantment like this. Whenever the duality of it is good, when only one mode of it is good, then you usually side it out. Is kind of the range that I did when I was playtesting. Yeah, and we'll see if the plan is made. Even goes for the Rest in Peace pre-combat. There isn't the land to do it right now, but David's got to be extremely happy about that to untap it. But David does not have land.
Lands would be a useful thing to find at this point.
差一个减一
One
减
little
一
point of poison damage going through there.
Do you think Benton's poisoned anyone in the constructed rounds? Because it is only Skrelv.
Yeah, I'm going to think not.
还有地真好。
And with the Bloom Command, as you mentioned, able to take care of the Rest in Peace. So Graveyard Shenanigans back online here for David Inglis.
And here's the question that no Magic player truly knows. If you deal with Rest in Peace with something, does your Witherbloom Command get exiled? Like, I think it goes to the graveyard, but I'm not truly positive. We'll see what the judge has to say here. That's definitely what they're considering. I know chat's like, Corey, of course, it does this.
Yeah, chat are like level 10 judges, right?
Absolutely.
That's the thing that exists?
It totally is in chat, yeah. Like chat's very smart.
Super Saiyan, whatever.
Yeah, and it does go to the graveyard. That's what I thought, but I was not sure. It's weird that Rest in Peace exiles, you know?
没错，还有仔，不要怕。这边就是看载具有没有办法抽到战力，就还能打。
Do we find a land? Nope.
It's a pass back.
I'll go. So nothing added to the board.
3台毛车。
What David wanted though was a third Azeka's Chariot. That's probably exactly what the doctor wanted.
3台毛车，笑
I
死。
like cats. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah.
Uncostable cats.
宰之。
That's not going to win you any games
还
of
是要
Magic here. As
拿上手。
Benson Madsen is looking poised, unless you find a land here.
This is a big draw step.
2-0. Is it a land?
And Helion 2. Oh my. Unreal. You know, David sounds like this, and Benton's like, how is it like this?
He's
probably thinking, oh yeah, I'm the luckiest player here today.
Yeah. But you know, luck, but on top of it, playing really well. Benton has very much impressed me so far today.
Yeah, an excellent run so far. Looking to be our only undefeated player, Grizzly Salvage. Wants to pick up here for David Inglis. I'm sure he can cost it.
1, 2, 3, 4
4 damage on the battlefield, so it's not completely over yet. And okay, so there is an avenue to stability here. It is.
My goodness, look at the top of the library.
Wow. What? There is an avenue to some stability here for David. If David's able to play a land now, Benton does not play any more creatures or auras next turn. David can play Azeka's Chariot, have 2 blockers, and will go to 1. And will be able to survive and maybe untap. But that means Benton has to draw not a land either because Jagantha's in hand. So it has to basically be Razor Thicket on top. Is like the only way David can have a chance at stabilizing here with Azeka's Chariot.
Oh my goodness. It just seems like far too many things need to go right here for David Inglis. You can see.
Hey, I'm trying my best here. And it would have been a lot more possible if Parhelion 2, instead of being, you know, above Grizzly Salvage, if it was below, then you could at least put this Greasefang into hand, and Parhelion 2 would be a decent avenue if Benton bricked. But the way it stands, it's just everything worked out terribly. Anything that could have went wrong sure did.
But you know what? 7-1, still respectable.
Oh yeah, great record.
Just deciding here. What the heck to pick? Does it matter?
出生物也会死，出皮也会死，出地它叫无也会死。
Gonna be a pathway.
好像是死了呢。
Plays the land.
Yep, land go. Let's see, can we find an aura to wrap this up
That's
here?
It.
Goodness gracious me, oh my. Will you take a look at this guy? He's 8-0, Corey.
8-0 at his very first Pro Tour when you're expecting at best to go 2-6.
我觉得阿布赞应该是比较好打的。看他摸的真的是有够烂。
Congratulations to you and good luck tomorrow. That is so
impressive. Impressive stuff indeed. Draft tomorrow. We also have Pioneer. We've got plenty of Magic still to show you for the rest of this round, but let's just, I mean, he qualified playing Brothers War Seal on his iPhone. That is the story, friends. So if you think, hey, I could do that, yeah, you sure could.
Yeah, absolutely. Go play, get qualified. We might be talking about you 8-0ing a Pro Tour here for the next one. So yeah, really impressive stuff. You gotta love those storylines.
Gotta love them indeed. We have plenty more Magic friends when we come up after the break. Shota Yasuoka versus Nathan Stoyer.
Bang.
Nathan 打什么啊？
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour for Rexadelphia. Coming to you from sunny Philadelphia today, friends.
Yep.
Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney, ready to bring you some more action, and it's going to be reigning world champion Nathan Stoyer up against one of the best to ever play the game in Shota Yasuoka. Rakdos mid-range versus Lotus combo. Look at that, 3 invites, 2 invites. They have just invites that they can just give to everyone.
Absolutely, because you know what? They do a lot of winning, and it's so impressive. You see 11 top finishes for Shota. Awesome, been around the game forever. We could say so many things about Shota, but 5 top finishes for Nathan. He's 20 years old. He is 20 years old.
Well, he puts us all to shame. He
really does, but
an incredible player.
As we say that, look at this hand. Is that a mulligan down to 4?
Question mark.
20岁好扯哦。
So yeah, and I mean that does happen with Lotus Field sometimes. You know, you do need a specific type of draw.
You gotta find the
yeah,
you got a 3-land hand, and it's 3 Lotus Fields, and you're like, well, this is definitely unplayable. You know, so you have to find 2 lands that you can sacrifice, plus the Lotus Field. And speaking of, so this is Sylvan Scrying with Lotus Field and Thespian Stage. So the classic plan of play 2 lands, Lotus Field, then copy it, and then hope you can win the game is still available. And with that Thoughtseize looking at that hand, taking the Sylvan Scrying, you know, that was not a guarantee. So Nathan kind of drew out of it, even though he looks like he mulliganed to Oblivion.
Ideal start for Shota if you turn your attention this side of the battlefield. Thoughtseize into the 3/2 Blood Tide Harvester.
好扯，
we saw
掉了一张摄影占卜，马上再抽一张摄影占卜。
matchups with Shota, just being able to turn this Rakdos mid-range into Rakdos aggro.
拿大田园哦。
No kidding, no kidding. Yeah, absolutely. But also looking at the Shota side, that's 3 cards in hand as well. So it looks like there was a lot of mulliganing. You know, that is nice that we get to bring you all this coverage without all the shuffling here. So a nice upgrade.
Shout out to the production team putting on an excellent show for you guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just non-stop action. Let's keep it up. That's Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
That's the dream start for Rakdos. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Harvester, turn 3 Fable. Now Shota is going to draw another card, and then if they're bad, boom,
just
you got 2 more fresh ones. With a Hive in play, you know, a great start, even though it looks like we did have a good chunk of mulligans.
Yep. There's a reason that Fable of the Mirror Breaker is one of the most played cards.
Yeah.
In Standard as well as Pioneer.
And one of my favorite cards ever printed. It is so fun to play with. It looks like Bankbuster and Misery Shadow.
Nice.
In Shota's hand, we'll see. What do we discard? I like Bankbuster going to the yard for sure, but
Shadow?
Why not?
Yeah.
Can attack for a while.
Sure can.
我以为这边就是打完2个拍出来。
Bankbuster in the min.
Okay,
还是他觉得车车打得不够快。
This 5-point attack puts Nathan down to 10, and then Misery Shadow can represent 5 more damage as well.
Yeah.
So unless Nathan has the really tough thing to do, which is combo when you only have Lotus, it's not impossible though, because it starts with like cycling Vizier to net 1 mana.
Yeah.
And then you copy Thespian Stage, and then Hidden Strings unlocks the 6 mana.
Okay.
That's really what you need, but I just don't think Nathan has those type of cards. So unless we have the unbeatable Grazer, as I like to call it, I don't think Nathan's going to be able to survive next turn.
Unbeatable Grazer.
Okay, that is Vizier. If we can cycle into Hidden Strings, if that back card is a Dark Petition and not a Behold, nope. Okay.
Okay. So that looks like a lot of damage coming through here. Can Nathan Stoyer stop any of this damage from flying towards his life total here?
So this is Nathan representing Otawara, which I think I did just get a glance. I think I did see Otawara. And it's just, would Shota respect the 2 of? And I think Shota will be pumping. But the thing is, you still have to pay that 4 mana, so you're not turning Thespian Stage into Lotus Field. So
yeah, that's going to be Otawara Soaring City, channeling away the Misery Shadow.
And there's a little respect from the players knowing, like, I'm going to tap, I'm going to pump this 3 times. You know, you can do it 1 at a time, but both players know what's happening here, you know. They're going to wait until all 3 go, and then the Otawara is going to go. So a little bit of shortcutting, kind of the Shota Yasuoka specialty. If you've ever seen Shota play LSV, it is probably one of the most entertaining things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Misery Shadow back on the board. Cycled away, courtesy.
哇，抽到第2张莲花田，大概是倒了。
Looks like another Vizier here, so we're still alive.
All right, let's start counting some mana.
Vizier nets 1 every time.
What's the draw here for Stoyer?
I think I saw Dark Petition, but I believe you need a hidden string as well. And then Nathan could at least survive.
But it doesn't
look like hidden strings is there.
Yeah, looks like another Lotus Field.
So
we can Dark Petition, and then we would have 4 mana available, but this is not a post-board game where you have a Wrath available to you, nor would you even really think to bring it in. Ritual Soot being a card that Nathan does have in the sideboard, but as a one-of for 4 mana, I'm not seeing something you can search for besides a chump-blocking creature.
Lair with a Hydra, another card in hand there. So let's Dark Petition.
5点找什么？3点黑。
And now, so it's 4 total mana, 3 black, and it's what is they're able to do. And it looks like Vizier just to be cast.
Nathan's such a good guy.
Yeah. Just kind of a laugh like, I need to draw and untap.
Nervous laughter. I'm in danger. Sorry, Corey.
That was good. Sorry, that was really good.
Oh boy.
Oh my God. Okay, that was good. You threw me off there.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Promise
exactly.
we're professionals.
This is just a shuffle. One more thing. If we do have pour over the pages, that's probably the best draw. Okay, Vizier again. I mean, if we can keep doing this, so now 6 mana is available.
1 blue, 2 black.
平白无故就多了一点法力了。对。
Tapping.
走一张。
Once again. Available.
And there we go.
That's gonna be game number 1 going to Rakdos Aggro.
太难了，他那个还没有飞住，他还没有变。
And that's the game plan you have to
太难了。他中间如果有一个占2块，应该就有机会一路走了。
They just need one more attack and they go off.
100%. And I want to bring some attention to limited for these 2 players. Nathan was 2-1. Shota was one of our 3-0 drafters. So Shota did pick up a loss in Constructed. Nathan undefeated so far. Undefeated in Constructed, of course, was 2-1 in the draft.
Yeah, so both of these players looking to improve their record to 7-1. One of them will go to 6-2. Oh, Duress going to take a peek.
Here's that big Duress taking Sylvan Scrying. Impulse, you know, is like the Aven Mind Sensor of Sylvan Scrying because you still very much need Lotus Field to get this deck online. So a very important Duress or Thoughtseize there to really just kind of cut the legs out from Lotus Field.
Turn 2, Reckon a Bankbuster.
不要怕，大大就会自己摸起来。
Creature, looking at you, Bloodtithe Harvester, to get that swinging.
No Lotus Field, but there was a Shimmer, if anything. You probably just have to take that.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, Nathan already drew the Lotus Field last turn, but otherwise you got to take Shimmer possibilities and hope the possibility is Lotus Field here. Is it there?
Doesn't look like it. Oy.
There was a Bala Ged's recovery, so at least you can just play it on the land side. Not something you normally want to do because there is some scenarios where you need multiple of them to get cards back, get back a hidden strings to go off again and something like that. So if you ever have like 2 of those on the battlefield, it prevents some of your combo turns.
But there's an Arboreal Grazer.
Unbeatable Grazer, absolutely.
Need,
yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. All you need is this guy.
Yep, Arboreal Grazer, you know, one of those cards that's incredible in this deck, but up against a deck that brings in a bunch of Duress and Thoughtseizes and stuff, you don't want to just have all ramp. You need substance. No, I don't know the word I'm looking for there. Yeah, you need substance. Thank you there. It's been a long day. It's been a long one. But you need a lot of cards that are really, you know, meaningful to draw here. So usually see the Lotus Field players trim on those. Maybe go from 4 to 2, but the speed is still very important. Against Rakdos Aggro, of course.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's 4 points of damage coming in next turn.
Yep.
If there is a creature to crew, let's see, untap, upkeep, draw. What do we find here for Shota Yasuoka? Fable? Oh, no. Graveyard. Excuse me, Graveyard Trespasser.
Yep, that's probably better than Fable in this matchup. So here is one of the big things. If we do find Lotus Field, you get to have the combo when you have 3 lands. Like, play it, ability on the stack, copy it, and then sack 2 lands. So you have 6 mana, and then you just say go, and you call it good. But
getting back Sylvan Scrying, leaving the possibility that Shota can just duress it again. It's definitely not where Lotus Field wants to be. This is supposed to be their I win turn next turn, but instead, is, pretty much impossible without Lotus Field.
Yeah, definitely need the namesake card to go off for Nathan Stoyer, the reigning world champion. In a bit of a pickle right now up against the Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka, who has played impeccably today, as he does.
Both players do. Like, this is just some huge titans here. And we do see that land in the graveyard. It's the flip side of Mulligan Recovery for anyone wondering what is going on here.
听说你刚刚捡回来了，那还不把你给丢了？
Yeah, just prevent any shenanigans here from Nathan Stoyer and get him dead as fast as possible, as we've seen Shota do all day in the Pioneer rounds. And looking to improve his record very shortly to 7-1.
Yep, and no matter what, which player wins or loses here, both 7-1 and 6-2 is a phenomenal record. Remind everybody at home when you come back to watch that 12 wins is the magic number, where you're straight out of the tournament. You're just into the top 8, and that doesn't mean if you have 11 wins, you're not in the top 8. It's still very much possible, but we have mathematically figured out 12 wins is a lock.
Yeah. And that is what you want to aim for. Get the job done. Go and enjoy the rest of the event. You know, just go hang out with your friends. Prepare for day 3. Yeah, get there sooner rather than later is the game plan. I imagine for most players. Blood-Tide Harvester added to the battlefield. Another blood token, and we're gonna get in points of damage.
That would be the ultimate flex when you already get 12 wins and you just watch the panels.
Down to 9 goes Nathan Stoyer.
等下再把那个捡回收的也移了，看你怎么打。
Pour over the pages.
Help. No, it doesn't look like it. Where is this Lotus Field?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Nathan had it ready with Sylvan Library, so kept a hand that was perfectly functional. It's just those two hand disruption cards in the bottom right-hand corner. Both took the same Sylvan Library, which was so key to Nathan having any chance in this game.
We talked about Rakdos mid-range just being such a, it's solid pick for the weekend. Being able to disrupt any of these game plans, combo pieces, get rid of that. Yeah. We're going to see a big ol' swing, everybody into the red zone, and Shota Yasuoka picking up the win, 7-1.
太顺啦.
Yeah, impressive stuff. And we even heard Nathan Stoyer in the interview with Cedric saying, this is the deck I was expecting the most, Rakdos mid-range. He was right.
抽不到莲花田的莲花田怎么打啊
Anything can happen. Shota played amazing, and when you just don't get the namesake card into play, your deck doesn't function as much.
打出上线，
So definitely need the pieces.
算对手是下线中的下线的，那个完全没有莲花田，他抽了几张，他做了一次 impulse， 然后做了一次那个抽3张，然后 square 2次，他看了10张了。
We saw Takumi earlier, just absolutely smashing with this mono white
10张牌，
yeah，
然后被掉了2次森林占卜了。
Yeah, absolutely. And we were kind of looking at this, is it creativity deck? And there's one particular creature that they really don't want to see, and it is a 4 of. And that's Thalia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Thalia ends up being so good against this deck. It just really affects every single card. Now, of course, there is a lot of removal from Reed's side, but if Reed is not able to find one of those fiery impulses, that card kind of gets out of hand and delays Reed really too far to handle.
So far as things stand, a recruitment officer and a Lunarch aspirant down on the battlefield.
能够进战阶吗？
Add some counters on and get the damage going here. Does Reed Duke have a response before the trigger goes off?
Yeah, pausing it here, deciding what you want to deal with. Fire Prophecy and Fiery Impulse are usually options. Like there's Fire Prophecy sending something to the bottom.
That'll take care of the aspirant, so no extra point of damage. Just takes 2.
没错啦，那个给 counter 的不太能活。
Duke. Now this is basically what Reed Duke needs to do. He needs to keep control of this battlefield. Don't let them get too wide, and make sure that he can execute his game plan whilst keeping his life total high.
Exactly. Turns 1, 2, and 3 is just kill stuff, kill stuff, kill stuff, and then turn 4, take that big hit, like take 7 damage, sure, whatever. Then big score, combo off, and there's a lot of removal, in the deck for Takumi, but it's ossification. It's all this sorcery speed stuff that just really is not going to affect. And I did see a big score in Reed's hand, plus creativity, but I don't think I see the land needed. But that does look like an impulse to try to find it.
Let's see. Can we find land number 4 here for Reed Duke?
There it is.
Hopeful initiate down on the battlefield here for Takumi Matsura. But importantly, both of those aspirants taken care of.
Yeah, and Takumi has a great start. You know, it's pretty fast, but it's not going to be fast enough with Reed having the ideal draw. I mean, this is pretty much the absolute perfect draw. Removal spell on 2, removal spell on 3, plus a way to find your card. Big score into creativity. You just need to find one more land. Creativity for 2, hit both treasures, and we'll pretty much be all done here.
Yep. Adeline Resplendent Cathar added to the fray here.
我觉得先后手吧，先后手。他第一把，如果是先手的话就赢了，可惜他是后手，差一等。然后第二把的话，抽的有点差了。
Then could at least maybe fire off a removal spell, just something to do before combat, just in case. Yeah. More than likely, especially if Reed finds a land, he's going to be like, yep, I take it all, then you're dead as long as I don't top deck Zendegos or the Worm. And let me tell you, it's the most frustrating thing. Reed has to fade his own draw steps here. I did see the land, and I did not see the Worm or Zendegos.
这边只要不要抽到那个就好了。
Most of the time, it's like Reed needs this. Yeah. Reed just doesn't need to top deck one of the combo pieces, and he's got this game number 1.
All right, well, fingers crossed that the draw isn't a big dumb creature, because we would like to creativity into those. There's the land. There's tap for
看起来是结束了。
Double creativity targeting those.
Yep. Splinter Twin has been activated. Big score and creativity.
There's a Worm. And where's Xenagos? Yeah, there we go.
And it's like, what are you at? 20. Okay, well, here's 30.
Yeah, not enough toughness on that board to prevent the big old trample damage coming through from the World Spine Worm. So game number 2, let's go. Now, that's a much better showing from the deck for Reed Duke.
Yes, that was just the perfect draw. That's what Reed wants to be doing every single time. I talked to Eli Cassis about this matchup a little bit, and this is perceived as a bad matchup. But he actually enjoys playing it. Just, you know, feels like it's really close and that he can kind of maneuver his way to a victory, but it is perceived as a bad matchup by the team.
Game number 2 underway.
应该只有无畏创新比较贵一点而已。
Dunking the Duke for 1 point of damage, and there's
最讨厌的牌来了。
There's one other card I want to bring to attention here is there is 3 Redains that is also extremely good at not only preventing big score, but, you know, creativity.
Oh yeah.
哇，他背后还有3只这个哦。
Tax season, I guess. Yep.
破金其他不贵啊。
Oh goodness me! Fire Impulse going to take care of Toilet. Unlock the hand a little bit for Reed Duke. Down to 17 he goes.
And you hear Reed saying 2 damage. Reed is one of the most precise players when it comes to it, especially at the pro level. A great opponent to play against. Yeah. He'll be so nice to you as he's destroying you.
you don't feel bad about it. It's like, wow, you're really nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. A gentleman and a scholar. As we're going to see Fable the Mirror Breaker hit the board. 2/2 Little Shaman that can make some treasures for him.
Fable the Mirror Breaker is an interesting card in this deck because it doesn't really help off the combo in any true meaningful way. The card's just so good. If you have mountains, you should be playing, you know? Because it's not like you can attack, get the treasure, and then second main phase, creativity for 2. Like, you can, but you need to attack for the combo, so.
Oh, my goodness, this is so much damage.
Oh, boy.
Ooh. Oh, and Tali's Lieutenant getting the benefit of the token off of Adeline Resplendent Cathar as well. So this is a bunch of ouch.
Yep, 100%. Adeline and Thalia's Lieutenant is such a combination. Not only is it pumping everything, every single token pumps the Thalia's Lieutenant as well. So, yeah, it is a great combination. Adeline is just a terrifying card.
Yeah. Yeah.
Terrifying.
Oh, man.
So, the one thing is Takumi did not animate any Mutavaults. Like, the one option that he had was to tap 2 lands, animate both Mutavaults, they become 3/3s. If you have nothing else, that's what you either should do or animate one and be able to attack with it.
Yeah.
So that leads me to believe that there's going to be a follow-up play, maybe like a Thalia, and that would pretty much slam the door on Reed here. If that was the case, we'll see exactly what's in hand.
Potentially a very quick game 2 here, and you can see Reed Duke trying to keep this Goblin alive. He's going to take so much damage here. Just doing quick maths. 11 damage?
还有一只萨利亚，好痛苦。
Yeah, it looked like that was 10 damage there. So, and I mean, this was just the dream draw.
Yeah, this is mono white doing mono white things. Chucking 2 lands, get out of here. I don't want to be shocking myself.
And the one great removal card and great sideboard card that this whole team came up with, which a lot of people came up with, it's not like hidden tech, is Rending Volley. Yeah. Dealing 4 damage to any creature, you know, besides Mutavaults because it is a white or blue creature. But once Adeline gets to an X5, it's basically unkillable. Yep. So the only way to kill Adeline at that stage is to deal 30 damage. and take it off the battlefield that way. There's no true way to remove it besides double removal spells,
Corey,
of course.
I have heard that player removal is in fact the best removal.
It is pretty good, yeah.
Yep.
Math is for blockers.
在 train， 在那个，然后你要多一费。
Like, yeah, I'm super heckin' dead. You probably did damage to me in game 3 at this point. So let's go game number 3 here between these players.
Yeah, and that looked really good. You know, being able to have Thalia, a disruptive, aggressive creature, and it doesn't matter if you have 2. Like if I saw 3 Thalias in my hand, I'd probably keep it here because they have to die for Reed's plan to like effectively work. 3 might be an exaggeration. That's probably a little much, but 2 for sure I'm keeping.
Yeah. Hopeful Initiate down on the board. What do we see there? Oh, lots of removal. Goodness.
That is 3 yeah, and a big score. That is perfect. That is
That's
perfect.
what you said.
Yeah.
Kill, 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 big score, take a big chunk of damage, dump total creativity, win.
Exactly. The one thing we haven't seen on the broadcast so far is where one of these players playing this is a creativity deck, which is a lot. It's all one team, basically. Is drawing that card at the inopportune time. Drawing one of the combo pieces. So that is the cost, and there's Thalia right to the yard.
Die. Fiery Impulse ready and waiting for that. There's 2 more in the wings there for Reed Duke.
I think that was a rip off the top. I don't think he had land 3, so big draw step for the Duke.
Yeah, Stormclaw Coast. 3 mana available. A Mutavault.
One thing Reed doesn't want to see here is Adeline. Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I believe it's just Fiery Impulses from Reed, and you don't want a double creature, but
you don't want a 2-for-1 yourself.
Beginning of combat, get that Aspirant out of here, and the one difference from this list from other ones is that thing we saw a little bit earlier in the day is ossifications were traded for Brave, where Brave is much better in these scenarios in this matchup.
For sure.
But ossification, quite a magic card. There it is. I'd first pick that over a lot of cards in Phyrexian will be one draft, one of my faves.
Well, speaking of, we'll see more of that tomorrow morning. Just as a reminder for everyone, 3 rounds of Limited to kick off day 2. Followed by more rounds of Pioneer to determine our top 8. So Reed Duke and Takumi Matsuura looking very good indeed.
I can't wait to see another draft, let me tell you. All right, so Reed just not really caring about killing this hopeful initiate. Never mind, I'll...
全部杀光.
There it is.
Oh,
just didn't even want to
would
take
have been useful earlier.
So the 2 cards in Reed's hand was Mountain Big Score, plus whatever card is drawn. So as long as it's not one of the combo pieces, because you can't discard that. You can put them at the bottom, you know, and that's completely fine, but you can't really discard it and expect to, you know, combo out here still. So faded one of those draw steps, thankfully.
我觉得这边赛评讲的没有很好，他说他不能抽到其中一个元件，没有，他可以抽到那只15-15，是不能抽到红女神，15-15会自动学回去。
You know, there's not that creativity left, so Reed has to draw creativity and land number 5 still.
Yeah.
That would be the ultimate big score.
Well, here's hoping if you are fans of the Duke, can he get it done? 2 treasures being made off of that big score. Let's see what the draws were.
底牌握上去就赢了。 回应变身，
keeping us in the dark here, making us all sweat a little bit. And here is that activation of Mutavault with the Thalia's Lieutenant trigger on the stack. Get that extra damage in, and this is a lot of pressure here. So
有没有？
Reed has to answer.
Does he have it?
touches the graveyard a little bit. Maybe that signifies the dig-through time that was drawn. You know, you never know. We'll see. It could be Reed not leaking any information anyways.
Fire Bluff Canal. You hate to see that after turn 3, but that is the land he was dealt, I suppose, if we can put it that way.
Wow.
As a second copy of Talia's Lieutenant joins the forces here for Takuma as well as this Mutavault.
So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 16 damage. That is 16 damage exactly. So Reed has to have something here, and then for sure has to win the game next turn, or there's no way he's surviving. Reed doesn't have, like, let's say, Anger the Gods, any of those kind of... Exactly, yep.
Just a good old-fashioned board wipe. Blasphemous Act, anyone?
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, there is the way to survive.
Impulse.
All right, Reed might be knocking the top of the deck.
Yep. Is Reed going to use a one-time here? He's going to need it because that is a bunch of damage being soaked up.
Big draw step here. Is it there?
Down to 5.
Let's
see. Does he have it or will we see the hand?
GG.
Not, but Takumi Matsuura improving his record to 7-1, and he's got to be feeling fantastic about that.
Yeah.
Playing
big
score
抽了2块地，然后接下来还是第一。
A little bit, yeah. Absolutely performing superbly.
Yeah, Takumi is making it look good.
有就赢了，对手也没有，对手的针对牌也死光
Really
了。
excited to see him in more than likely Pod 1 tomorrow. 7-1, I can't imagine he's not, and about to have a big draft tomorrow morning. It's going to be exciting.
But before we turn our attention to tomorrow, friends, we have one more match to show you. Gab Nassif versus Ben Lundqvist.
黑白0.7
Auras.
Yeah.
Force of Auras is like a one of fun of in
黑白
terms
有
of
什么？
archetypes this weekend.
Yeah,
and
but
it looks to be serving him quite well.
You know what was also was a one of fun of?
Yeah.
The other Auras deck here from Benton that was ending up at 8-0.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, Ben Lundqvist, a player that has been around for so long. I remember testing with him for JSS. If you remember, this was a junior Super Series back in the day. So we played when we were youngsters. So that's how long he's been playing and been enfranchised in the game for so long, just as long as Gabriel Nassif.
卡雅皮。
Looks like we're joining them.
Started. Yeah, we're joining them in game number 3, picking up a game apiece so far.
Absolutely. 5-1 and 6-1 here, both incredible records. Going to be seeing them, still at the top of the standings, win or loss here. So, but they would, of course, winning that last one right before dinner feels so much better than being 7-0 and losing the last one. For instance, you really want to win that last one. Yeah. The food tastes better at the end.
Yeah, it sure does. You want to end the game on a high, or the day on a high, I should say.
Exactly.
So let's see which of our 2 players.
那个出了这只新的虫子之后，那个只要带点白的生物都要来一下就对了。
All right. Flash that in. Got to read that one. That is pretty solid against the card creativity.
Oh, yeah. Just a reminder for everyone who hasn't seen that in a hot minute, if a non-token creature would enter and it wasn't cast, exile it instead.
Absolutely, yeah, and that definitely hits all the creativity targets. It looks like Gabriel Nassif has removal spells here.
Yeah.
And Nassif's hand looks excellent. I saw big score. I saw third land. I saw 2 removal spells. A shark. Really looks good here.
Yeah, definitely want to clear the way here for the indomitable creativity shenanigans. We're going to see Fiend Slayer Paladin hit the battlefield. First strike can't be the target of red or black spells. Oh, red spells. That's convenient, considering the removal that we see in
That is a card I have not seen in a while, that's for sure.
That art is awesome, though. It looks like a lightsaber.
Yeah, that is awesome. And by in a while, I mean never. I have never seen that card. So Ben Lundqvist going with the little bit unorthodox strategy.
Yeah. Pro red, basically. I mean, that's a good call, I guess, for the weekend.
It is a good call, yeah. When you've been playing the game as long as both of these players, you remember these cards way back in the day, and you're like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
When I need to beat black and red decks, I, of course, turn to Fiend Slayer Paladin.
Yeah, Fiend Slayer Paladin, of course, Corey. It's just a Power Ranger wielding a lightsaber.
Absolutely.
All right. Spikefield Cave hits the board here for Gab Nassif. So it has double big score and creativity. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Still at a healthy 16.
Yeah.
Up against Auras, and there's SRAM Senior Edifist.
Yep. Another removal magnet.
Oh,
because you have to kill that card probably right now on the stack. Got to deal with it, and we'll see if there's any kind of way to prevent that. You do, of course, still get the draw because it is a cast trigger. And now here's going to be that kind of tension that we've seen once again, is now here's an attack putting Nassif down to 13. Is Ben able to pressure enough to get 13 damage in next turn? And if not, this is the turn where Nassif would like to take off from trying to kill things and just go big score, untap, and then combo off. And it looks like probably have the opportunity.
安全吸到31滴血以上，你就不会被组合技一拳打死了。
7, 2 ethereal armors, 9, 10, 11,
like
12.
A wombo combo of like all that glitters plus that.
Yeah,
12 defector might be joining the fray.
Yeah, I think the only way to truly present lethal is starting with a SRAM and then top deck. Yeah, you just don't have the mana for that. So it looks like Nassif will be able to live and enact this game plan as long as there's not, let's see, another containment priest. That's really what Ben's going to be looking for. And there's 2 of them in the board, so it's a possibility.
All right, untap, upkeep, draw. Let's see. Can Ben Lundqvist close this out here before Gab Nassif combos off?
That's light pause.
Okay, light pause can go fetch some nonsense.
I mean, I've always thought, oh, there's no way I'm going to die, and then my opponent starts with light pause, and I die by a lot. So we'll just see what happens here, because that's a terrifying card.
Oh, yeah. Ethereal Armor, that can go fetch. Well, we've got Kaya's Ghost Form, Escape Velocity, Griff's Boon.
Yep, so when it enters, if you cast it, you can search your library for another Aura card, less than or equal to, so you just go get another 1-drop. So, you know, I wouldn't say as good as SRAM because they're very different cards, and they have some tension between each other because, well, you know, you want to be drawing cards to keep hitting auras so that light pause gets to keep being active. Ooh, wow. Okay.
Nice. Otawara Soaring City says, no thank you. Get that out of here. All of those lovely auras in the bin.
Yeah, what Nassif is trying to say there is, okay, I'm going to play this card that's going to prevent you from killing me even next turn.
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise you just want to go for big score and still just try to win the game next turn. But Nassif trying to play a little more conservatively, and we saw that there's a Spikefield Hazard in hand. That's not an untap land. You very much need that. So Nassif can go Spikefield Hazard tapped, excuse me, the flip side of it, and then big score away one of those creativities, and then have it for sure next turn, as long as light pause won't be able to finish. But Ben does only have 1 card in hand, and we know it's Paladin, so looking pretty good for Nassif.
2 creativities, 2 big scores, and the Spikefield Hazard in hand here for the Hall of Famer. Just Bon's yellow hat.
Just debating if he wants to big score now or if he wants to wait and just play the hazard. That's really the only tension point. And then the other thing is just to big score away the other big score or the creativity. All the decisions that's going through Nassif's mind. And wow, this is kind of shocking to me. Discarding Spikefield Hazard.
Okay.
Which means he has to find a land now.
Has to find the land.
Might regret that if he doesn't find one. Okay, perfect.
That's a tap land, though.
Yep, that's fine. Still gets to play it. It looks like Nassif has the classic. Please don't draw Zendaghost. Please don't draw World's Fine Worm.
Behave, library. I know you think it's cool to give me the big dumb worm, but no.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, Nassif's kind of in a win-win situation here. Either he doesn't draw the card and gets to win the game next turn, or does and has so much complaint equity at dinner that's still very much worth it, you know.
Totally fair. Light pose swinging in 2 points of damage.
Okay.
There's the Paladin.
Big draw step.
Shocking in Godless Shrine.
Okay.
So something in hand. Or it's for Skrill?
He would bluff no matter what. So no matter what, he's going to play it. It's Zendaghost.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Corey, we jinxed him.
Oh, Nassif is not going to be happy with me.
So you're not getting an invite to dinner then is what you're
telling me? I don't think so.
Oh no, what a disaster. You know, something like 40 cards left in the deck, maybe 45. There was 2 landmines, essentially. And Xenagos was picked up.
So Minesweeper, oops, he's clicked on the wrong one.
One thing that he can do is creativity for 1 and just for sure get World Spine Worm and then cast Xenagos next turn off the treasure.
Sure, that works.
And it's just hoping that he doesn't die still, but wow, what a frustrating draw.
Yeah, no. Fire Prophecy, ouch.
So Skrelv does make it so that you can get through. You know, you can just name green, and then World Spine Worm can't block. Okay, here we go. It resolves, so that was definitely a bluff from Ben. There was no containment priest because he would have still slammed it.
Yeah, well, there's the big worm. So, you know, it's a relevant creature. It's quite large.
Yep.
And tough to deal with, for sure.
100%. Yeah, now this puts the pressure on Ben. Ben still has to draw something to get out of this, but Nassif could have just finished this if he didn't draw that 1 card. Wow, that's such bad luck. So now there is Nassif with Make Disappear, but cannot really Make Disappear because you need that treasure to cast Xenagos.
Yeah. It's a bit of an inconvenience having a green spell when you, you're in a deck. So World Spine Worm on the board. A bunch of little idiots on the other side. All Nassif needs to do is hard cost Xenagos in this economy.
In this economy for 5? Are you kidding me? I guess creativity does cost 5 as well, but you know, that's okay. Yeah, I didn't think I'd see too many just 15-15s in general here. You know, this creativity deck was very much under the radar.
Oh, yeah.
You know, a couple people played it. I know Kowalski did, another amazing Magic player. But outside of that, it's just this team.
We've seen it in different forms for sure, but yeah, World Spine Worm with Xenagos. Oh.
Yeah, a lot of people thought it was going to be Atraxa. That was the common thing. That was funny to see Twitter thinking, oh, these creativity decks has to be Atraxa, right? That card's too cool. Or Torrential Gearhulk list. Those have been around as well. But why Gearhulk when you can win the game?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you start at 20 life. I'm just going to hit you for 30. Easy peasy.
Well, you know, Gabriel Nassif might be able to actually live the dream. Get unlucky so he has complaint equity at dinner, of course, like I was talking about earlier, but also win the game. I mean, that's, you know, that's the classic, like, yeah, I was going to win, top deck Xenagos, and be like, oh, no, man, so you're 6-2? Be like, no, I still won. I played it the next turn. Be like, okay, Hat, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but here is Kaya's Ghost form. We do get to search, or maybe that was the search off the Ethereal. Yep, that looks like that was the search for Light Pause there.
I gotta say, at this point, it's not looking super good for Ben Lundqvist without removal for this big dumb worm because we know what's coming.
Yeah, I will never count out this deck. Okay, it does look like Ben is just trying to get in some value points of damage here, which will definitely be closing this game out.
Yeah, Skrelv getting activated, so big ol' World Spine Worm won't be able to get in the way there, but you know what? 7 points of life is not 0, and 23 isn't greater than 30, and that is what's about to come on down here for Gab Nassif. Gets to untap, gets to draw, and you know, Ben's probably very well aware that Xenagos is in hand considering what happened there. He was like, oh, I didn't die. Oh no, wait. My death is delayed.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
Like, no way Nassif misplayed and just didn't hit both treasures. Maybe trying to have a counter spell up or something, but yeah. That
in an alternate timeline, perhaps, but you know, this is the Hat.
This is the Hat.
The Hat don't miss. But excellent performance here from both players. 5-1-1 for Ben. Still looking good going into day number 2. Absolutely. Yellow Hat about to advance to 7-1 going into day 2.
Yep, just running through all the avenues, like what can you possibly have?
What kills me?
Oh my.
Oh, we're digging.
Okay, so this is maybe playing it a little safer. You can dig, and no matter what, you want to get a land, you know, as long as you have a land in the top 7. Then this is Nassif hedging a little bit just in case for some reason there's something. But here's a risk. If there's no untapped land, Nassif, you know, caused a problem for no reason. There is the steam vents, there's a mountain, so everything's fine.
Yeah.
And I mean, let's just see if Nassif does go for it. Of course, everything's easier for us. We have perfect information, or at least close to. Not quite sure what that card is in Ben's hand, but at this point, Containment Priest is not an out, you know?
No.
Because you can just cast it now at this point.
You know, we all go on about hard cast Shock Typhoons, but have you ever hard cast a Xenagos?
That's
the deck.
Exactly. Chat should be hoping for that now. Yeah, let's see some hard casts in chat. Absolutely.
Just a couple things here from the Hall of Famer.
Counting mana. This is.
What you up to, Nassif?
This is strange to me. I'm. The only thing I can think of is for some reason Nassif just has it in his head that like Xenagos is uncastable and can't use the treasure or something. But you know, I don't think that is the case.
I don't think that's the case. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we got the land. Looks like.
A couple Fire Prophecies there too. Just consulting his hand and what he wants to pick off of this dig through time.
Yep, and I mean, this is a huge moment in the round, so just double, triple checking everything. Nassif is an incredibly good Magic player and got to where he is in his career by thinking stuff out and making sure he's not screwing something up, so.
Are we gonna do it? Come on, Xenagos. He's just making like double, triple sure.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Keeping us on tenterhooks here, indeed. Tapping, tapping. Yes, good.
That's only 2 mana.
Oh, we got a Fire Prophecy summing. Okay.
I'm wondering if we are missing something here.
5 mana, 3 colorless, red and green. I think he's just being careful.
But now you can't do it this turn. Like, and there's a chance. I mean, that is a large creature. I mean, Squirrelva is gone, so Spineworm can, or World Spineworm can block here. And of course you can, I mean, this is probably something that doesn't come up often, but if you want to counter a spell, you can make disappear sacrificing World Spineworm and make a bunch of 5/5s. But then your combo piece is gone. So
one hit combo goes bye-bye. You get 3 5/5s.
All right.
It's a good return on investment. So we're gonna have to wait one more turn to see if we get good old Xenagos down. Are we going for it now? Yes, we are. There's the green. There's the Xenagos. There is World Spineworm, potentially, unless Ben Lundqvist has anything to say about it, becoming 30 power. There should be the hand from Ben Lundqvist, unless he's got removal.
Surprisingly, Ben can go down to 1 here, you know, like with the blocks, and maybe if there is Containment Priest, you could triple block. And, I mean, excuse me, goes to -1 here. But if there is like a Containment Priest, you could actually block and go to 1. But then, of course, you're probably dead next turn, but...
Yeah, it doesn't deal with the big problem that is the World Spineworm on the board. It's going to look to block here regardless.
Has a Fiery Impulse as well.
Yeah. Got a way to get these creatures off the board, take the life linker out of the equation.
I'm baffled
just hear them
at the end of this game, yeah. Maybe they're just talking it out at this point, like, yeah, so you're dead, or
just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, maybe you'll forget that you've got a big old 30 power creature over there. But yeah, I'm interested to see if Ben does have an answer for it, because if he's got one, he needs it now.
All that glitters, like just thinking out all the things it could be.
Yeah, but it's not flashy. Yeah, Fiery Impulse going to take care of Light Paws.
Looks like before blockers here. And that is with Spell Mastery. Kaya's Ghost form leaving the ghost of Light Paws.
returns to the battlefield. All right, and that's going to be it. So just, going through the motions, making sure everything's good there. But yeah, Corey, we wanted to see a Big Dumb Worm, and the Big Dumb Worm got the job done. That is going to be it for the Pioneer portion of today's broadcast, my friends. Maria will be back with you at the news desk after this.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Cedric Phillips. That's concluding day number 1 of coverage here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at. After 8 rounds of play, Draft and Pioneer, 1 player remains undefeated, and that player is Benton Madsen. Congratulations. But what about card of the day? Pioneer was a wide open format, Mani. What did you choose?
The card that got Benton there was Boseiju, who endures. We saw it in round 7. Get rid of that temporary lockdown and lock up the game for Benton and get him here. Yeah, that was a super sweet play, everybody. How about player of the day, Cedric?
Easy breezy. The one and all will be one. It's Benton Madsen, undefeated 8-0. Looking forward to watching him tomorrow morning in that featured draft pod.
Congratulations, Benton. You are our player of the day. That brings us to match of the day, Mani.
Yeah, match of the day for me has to be that great match between David Inglis and Tristan Waldlarue in round 7. We saw a back and forth match between the teammates who were on different decks. It looked at multiple points like Waldlarue was out of it, and then game 2 we saw him be able to cobble together the combo, come back, make a game of it in game 3, but ultimately it was Inglis that was able to cross the finish line and get the job done with Abzan Greasebank.
Yeah, super sweet match. Go back and check it out in the VODs if you didn't catch it today. Well, that's going to do it from us here in the building. Come back tomorrow, everybody. We got more magic for you. We've got Draft and Pioneer, just like we had today, coming your way tomorrow here from Pro Tour Phyrexia, the first paper Pro Tour since November of 2019. At the start of the weekend, we had 218 players enter the building. Like I said, first time in paper in a long time. Draft kicked off the morning with one of the fastest limited formats in recent memory, headlined by some powerful Pack 1, Pick 1 Planeswalkers in the feature match area. Check out some of these matches that we saw earlier today. Really awesome stuff, and a lot of handshakes too. Miss those handshakes, I gotta say. You gotta get those in online only play. Some really heavy hitter names too, Pro Tour champions there, and also players who it's their first Pro Tour going up against Hall of Famers in Draft. Really sweet stuff all morning long, and again, more handshakes. There's a look at Reed Duke here and Benton Madsen, our undefeated player, onto Pioneer, which proved you could bring just about any deck to the battlefield as long as you knew it inside and out, with a diverse metagame full of a little bit of everything from control to combo to boggles. And at the end of the day, one player remained undefeated with those boggles. It was Benton Madsen, who qualified for this tournament, by the way, in an arena sealed event that he played on his phone. So come back tomorrow for more Draft and Pioneer as we make our way towards our top 8 on Sunday. You won't want to miss a minute of the action here from Philadelphia. See you back here tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. Good night, everybody.
来，大家晚上见啦！我刚刚问完我们家可爱的振宇了，梦幻开局3-5出局，倒了，对，那就晚上见。那最后一天的话会提早2个小时，会是晚上10点就开始打8强。OK。
はい、ありがとうございます。こちら、マジック・ザ・ギャザリング・アリーナでございます。今まではね、もしかして最近
这是日文的广告。安内呀，拜拜。